could be harder than wooden spikes simply sharpened with a wood chipper. Fitting the arrow feathers next is done. Chu Feng stretched down and looked for the feathers that he had plucked from his chicken brother during the day. The feather allows the arrow to shoot eyes very steady and not go off course. He took his wood chipper and began to deal with the feathers, which could not be too long or they would affect the flight speed of the arrow. A pheasant feather, which will make a feather for an arrow, is divided into 4 small portions, and then tied in a symmetrical manner with a small string at the end of the shaft. Binding the arrow feathers was a meticulous job, and it took Chu Feng most of an hour to complete the 5 arrow feathers. Finally done. Chu Feng moved his shoulders and turned his head to look at the young girl still trying to braid her shoes. He was now missing an arrow pouch, which was also the easiest to make. A bamboo quiver is a natural arrow pouch. Just break the joints in it and tie a string around the quiver to make an arrow pouch. In a few minutes, an arrow bag was finished. Stuff some weeds in the bamboo tube so that it will prevent the wooden arrows from shaking off. Chu Feng lightly laughed. It took all night to finish his bow and arrow, ready to go out on a hunt. Chapter 87. The Crisis of Elimination. Ah cut! A sneeze from the young girl caused Chu Feng, who was playing with the bamboo bow, to hastily turn his head and look over, and he saw Yun Exine rubbing her nose. Quickly go to bed. The shoes can be knitted tomorrow. Chu Feng persuaded. Almost done. Just a few more to wrap up. Yun Exine shook her head softly and tried to open her eyes to look at the shoes in her hands, her small hands a little clumsy as she braided the sawls. Ah cut! As soon as the words left his mouth, Yun Exine sneezed again. All right, go to sleep. Chu Feng sighed, got up and walked over, removing the shoes from the young girl's hands. The night was getting darker, which meant the temperature was getting colder, and there was no way to warm up your whole body with just a punching bag and a fire. It's just a little bit short of the last point. Yun Exine pouted and tilted her head to look at Chu Feng. Her normally bright eyes were not quite open. It's just as well to get it tomorrow. Chu Feng rolled his eyes, put down the shoes in his hands, and reached out to the young girl. If the day's business isn't done, I'll be thinking about it at night and won't be able to sleep, Yun Exine weakly said. Her cheeks flushed as she handed her hand over. Her small hand was held by Chu Feng, and her entire body was pulled to stand up. It won't. Chu Feng laughed softly and pulled the young girl out of the shelter and brought her in front of the wooden cage toilet. It's easy to fall asleep after a long day of labor. Yun Exine's cheeks flushed red, gently broke away from Chu Feng's hand, lowered her head and ran into the restroom. It was so humiliating, how she felt like a little girl who was afraid to go to the bathroom and had to be carried by an adult. Rustling. The night sky is so beautiful. Chu Feng tilted his head and looked at the night sky, trying his best to keep himself from listening to some of the sounds that attracted charming individuals. A few minutes later, Yun Exine came out with a red face and a lowered head. Let's go. It's too cold outside, Chu Feng urged, and could feel his body getting a little chilly. Aha! Yun Exine pursed her lips and followed him into the shelter, taking a sip of water before heading to her sleeping bag to get ready for bed. She got into her sleeping bag to take eye off her punching bag and put it away before craning her head to look at the figure by the woodshed fire. Yun Exine's cheeks flushed, and after pursing her lips, she delicately shouted, Chu Feng, are you still not sleeping? It'll be a while, you can sleep first. Chu Feng raised his head and mildly answered. Ah cut! Yun Exine sneezed again, her body shrinking towards her sleeping bag, her raspy voice much smaller. Then I'll wait for you to sleep with me. Chu Feng stiffened slightly and sighed silently, adding a few large pieces of wood to the fire and walking into the shelter with his bow and arrows in his hand. The young girl's stubbornness, he knew, really could just wait until he was asleep. Chu Feng came to the side of the sleeping bag and placed his bow and arrow next to the sleeping bag so that he could have a weapon to deal with any situation at night. He stripped Ai of his rushing pants and took Ai off his shoes before getting into his sleeping bag, and it was obvious that the young girl's body suddenly stiffened a little. It had been a long time since the two had slept Ai together while awake, and these days both were deliberately avoiding awkward scenes, or perhaps it was a tacit understanding. How did you suddenly? Chu Feng hasn't finished his words. In the next second, the young girl burrowed into Chu Feng's arms, pressed her face against his chest-eye mouth, and also gently rubbed against it. So warm, Yun Exine murmured and whispered. Chu Feng could obviously feel that the young girl was a bit different, and probed at the young girl's ear to murmur a voice. What's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable? Chu Feng, if I catch a cold and fever tomorrow, don't quit, I'll get better. Yoon Exion's voice was a bit hoarse and suppressed. Yes, she felt like she was coming down with a small cold, supposedly from the cold shower, and could clearly feel dizzy. With her understanding of Chu Feng, it was very likely that she would choose to quit if she got sick. That was why Yoon Exion had made her words clear in advance. She did not want to be eliminated just like that. Chu Feng frowned worriedly. His hands tightly encircled the young girl's waist, and softly said, "Then you have to get well quickly. You haven't promised me yet?" Yoon Exion raised her head. Her beautiful eyes filled with watery mist as she pleaded, "I can get better. Don't opt out. Okay?" She was really scared that getting sick would cause the two to be eliminated, knowing that they were getting better and better now, and there was plenty of smoked fish so they'd be able to last a month with no problem at all. Aha! It will get better. Chu Feng's resolute face softened, and he lowered his head and pressed his forehead against the young girl's forehead. Each other's breath clearly felt. Colds. Sometimes a little carelessness can take a person's life, especially in the wilderness without medical drugs. Absolutely. Yoon Exion's cheeks flushed red. Then, like a frightened deer, she lowered her head and buried it into Chu Feng's chest eye. It was the first time that the two of them had done such intimate eye-close movements. She was shy part of it, more so because she was afraid of infecting her cold to Chu Feng. Chu Feng quietly hugged the young girl, and could feel that Yoon Exion's body temperature was relatively high, which was a bit of a slight fever. Time was slowly passing. Yoon Exion listened to the sound of Chu Feng's heartbeat. Her eyes became more and more sleepy, and eventually she couldn't hold on and fell asleep. With a small cold, it's a good idea to rely on your body's immune system to get rid of the virus. Chu Feng listened to the young girl's breathing and muttered, "If her physique is too poor, it will aggravate her condition." He was also a little unsure if the young girl's body could drive out the virus, and if it couldn't, it would definitely aggravate her condition. Besides, it was nighttime now, so he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. I also don't know if the body-strengthening dietary supplement formula can be useful. Chu Feng pondered in his heart. Whether it worked or not, if Yoon Exion's illness worsened tomorrow, he decided to give it a try, and he was not willing to quit like this. But getting sick is something that can't be helped, and who can guarantee that you won't get sick? People who enter the wilderness for the first time will get sick in 9 out of 10 cases once they fail to adapt to the wild environment. Chu Feng estimated that there would be more challengers who got sick and eliminated than those who couldn't hold on, especially now that winter was approaching. There would be many people who would catch a cold and get sick and be eliminated. That's the way nature is. It can cause ups and downs, surprise one moment and shock the next. Everything has to survive on its own. Chapter 88. Death is also unforgettable. Tick-tock. Early in the morning, the weather was cloudy and drizzly, and the usual disturbing bird calls disappeared. Cough, cough, cough. Agonizing coughs rattled through the shelter. Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes in a sleepy daze, his head not yet revived from hibernation. In the next second, he reacted and looked down at the young girl in his arm's eye. Yoon Exion's head was resting on his arm to sleep, and her beautiful eyebrows were furrowed as if she was bearing some kind of pain. Chu Feng carefully probed his hand and placed it on Yoon Exion's forehead, then on his own forehead to compare the temperature. His face gaped and he said in an astringent voice, "Fever. This is the worst-case scenario. Yoon Exion is sicker, or else she has a cold and will get slightly better after a night's sleep." Cough, cough, cough. Yoon Exion unconsciously coughed. Her willow eyebrows wrinkled tighter, and her breathing was heavier. Chu Feng pursed his lips and compassionately used his thumb to wipe eye between the young girl's eyebrows. He looked at Yoon Exion's pale face and carefully pulled his arm out from under Yoon Exion's head, deciding to go find some herbs to decoct some water for the young girl to drink. Orphanage children, many colds and fevers raw are cured by eating herbs. Chu Feng remembered several of them. Chu Feng. Yoon Exion felt Chu Feng's arm pull away and instantly woke up, her eyes not yet fully open, her hoarse voice calling out, "I'm fine. Don't quit." Obsession. The young girl's obsession right now is that she is afraid of quitting, and the first thing she said when she woke up was to urge Chu Feng not to quit. "No quit, you lie down and rest first. I'll go find you some herbs to decoct water to drink." Chu Feng hurriedly responded with a soothing voice. Yoon Exen laboriously half opened her eyes, her face pale, and said in a hoarse voice, "I just have a slight fever. I'll be fine after a nap." "Well, you get a good night's sleep." Chu Feng nodded heavily and probed the young girl's cheek, saying in a relaxed tone, "If you wake up from your sleep, maybe the cold will go away." "Aha!" Yoon Exion grinned her dry lips, barely sketching a reassuring smile. Chu Feng rubbed down his eyebrows, gently burrowed out of the sleeping bag, and helped Yoon Exine lift the sleeping bag up to where her lower eyebar was. A soft smile hung at the corner of Yoon Exine's mouth as she admonished, "Put your punching bag on. Don't get caught in the rain. It will be, just don't worry." Chu Feng picked up the punching jacket on top of his sleeping bag and put it on before picking up the bow and arrow on the ground. Tick-tock. He went to the wooden shed and got the fire going again to warm the shelter once more. "Go find some mint over here or plantin' summer mushroom grass," Chu Feng chanted under his breath. He craned his head to look into the shelter, met Yoon Exine's eyes, and raised his voice to admonish, "Don't come out. Just lie down." "Got it." Yoon Exine chuckled hoarsely. "Hoo-hoo." Chu Feng took a deep breath and stepped out of the wooden shed. The raindrops hit on the rushing suit and made a drip-drip-drip sound. Grabbing his bow and arrows and his wood chipper, he dove headfirst into the jungle, looking down on the ground, picking those areas with fewer trees to look over. 10 minutes later, finally found it. Chu Feng found the mint and nimbly cut a large bundle of it with a wood knife. Peppermint is also considered as one of the commonly used herbs to heal colds, headaches, throat, and redness of the eyes when taken internally. External use and can cure skin itching, rashes, etc. Usually brewed tea can also clear the mind and eyes. The last time the two had found some mint, they had just been so busy getting fish for the past 2 days that the rest of the mint had long since dried up and rotted. "Let's first get some to go back and decoct water for Yoon Exine to drink." Chu Feng gave up looking for other herbs. You can't put off an illness or it will get worse. Finding herbs is difficult, going back is not difficult. Chu Feng used 7 or 8 minutes to return to the wooden shed, rinsed the mint with water and then stuffed it into the steel pot. He shoved a few sticks of firewood into the fire and muttered, "Boil it up quick." Chu Feng, Yoon Exine's hoarse voice cry came out. "Coming." Chu Feng hurriedly got up and walked over, asking with concern, "What's wrong? Uncomfortable there?" "No, it's not." Yoon Exine's pale face climbed with a flush eye red, stammered up, "Is it cold?" Chu Feng guessed again, reaching out to help the sleeping bag close up again, leaving only the young girl's eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. "No." Yoon Exine pouted, her eyesight drifting a bit. Then she closed her eyes in shame and said in a small voice, I want to go to the restroom. People have 3 emergencies. Sick people need to go to the bathroom, too." "Ah." Chu Feng froze a bit. Now letting the young girl go out to go to the toilet outside would catch a cold. Yoon Exine bit the edge of her lower lip. Her red face didn't dare to look at Chu Feng. This is really shy. All one's life is about eating, drinking, and breathing. Wait a moment. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng came up with a solution and stepped out of the shelter, looking for thigh-thick bamboo and peeling it with a firewood knife. Click, click, click. A few minutes later, 2 10-centimeter-long bamboo tubes were ready. Chu Feng took the bamboo tube and came to the side of the sleeping bag. His face was calm as he handed it to Yoon Exine and said, "I'll go to the water source later to fetch water. I'll take the camera with me." "Good." Yoon Exine's entire face flushed red, and she quickly took the bamboo tube and retreated back to her sleeping bag. The young girl completely understood Chu Feng's meaning, which was to let her use a bamboo tube to solve the problem of going to the toilet in the shelter. Yoon Exine hugged the bamboo tube and issued a blushing "nah" shout in her heart. "I now want to find a block of tofu and crash to death. After that, how do I face Chu Feng? She's afraid that today's events will be hard to forget even if she dies." Chu Feng looked at the sleeping bag and the corner of his mouth lifted up in a belly laugh. "Small? Or a big one?" "Cough, cough, cough." Yoon Exine choked on the words. Shyly I blushed and let out a mosquito-like sound. "Small, small. Well, I'll probably be back in about 10 minutes. Chu Feng said softly, got up and went to the wooden shed to carry the wooden barrel, took the camera that was set to the side and walked out of the wooden shed. He glanced up at the 3 drone aerial cameras overhead and saw that all of them were pointed at him before he took a step toward the waterhole. He can't forget what happened today. Chapter 89. Catch some prey and come back. The viewers in the live broadcast room had already caused a sensation, and they had only realized that Yoon Exine was sick from Chu Feng's words of concern. "No? Lori is sick. What kind of sick?" Seeing as Chu Feng went to get mint and came back. "I guess it's a cold or something like that. It's over. I really let Wang Lin be right. The 2 little Lolitas are going to be eliminated. Yesterday you were so jolly. Why are you sick today?" Little Witch, Tiger Shark X1. Yoon Exine has to hold on. Wow. Surprisingly earthy. $10,000 tiger shark bounty. Why did Chu Feng take 2 bamboo tubes and give them to Lori? Hehehe. Tick-tock. Chu Feng looked at the jungle in the curtain of rain, and was in a much better mood after being made so much of a mess by Yoon Exine just now. He carried the barrel on his back towards the waterfall. Today's rain had to push back his plans. The wilderness was just so unappealing. The top of the waterfall hasn't been explored yet. Chu Feng stopped at the edge of the water pool, looked up at the top of the waterfall and said softly, "I hope there is new food up there." Worried about the young girl in the shelter, he didn't linger long, and the barrel filled with water and went back. "I'm back," Chu Feng shouted when he reached the door of the shelter. Yoon Shin responded in a long, drawn-out tone. Chu Feng cocked his head and stayed before stepping into the wooden shed. Twisting his head to look towards the shelter, he saw the sleeping bag bulging eye up. Yoon Exine had already returned to the sleeping bag, thinking that she had already solved the problem of going to the toilet. He didn't bother to ask anything more, lest the young girl be too embarrassed, and set down the barrel and went to tend to the mint water in the steel pot. Goo goo goo. The water in the steel pot had long since boiled, and the lid was bumped by the top eye of the water vapor. "That should be about right," Chu Feng said softly. With a bamboo spoon made of bamboo, he filled a bowl of mint water and stirred it with the spoon to make it cooler as quickly as possible. A few minutes later, "It's fine, just enough not to burn my mouth." Chu Feng tried it and found that the flavor of the mint water was not bad at all. Well, he carried the bamboo bowl to the sleeping bag and whispered, "Yoon Exine, get up and drink some mint water." "Aha!" Yoon Exine answered, her sleeping bag shaking. I moved and her head burrowed out, her cheeks flushed on either side. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Chu Feng. Her hands stretched out from her sleeping bag and took the bamboo bowl and drank it in small sips. "Don't sleep with your head covered. The air doesn't circulate," Chu Feng gently reminded. Got it," Yoon Exine responded in a hoarse voice. Chu Feng scanned around with his eyes sideways, and soon found the bamboo tube in the corner of the shelter, which was covered with some weeds, and it wasn't fully covered. He was silent, not saying anything about going to help clean up or anything. The fact that the teenage girls were hiding meant that they didn't want to go through him. Finished drinking. Yoon Exine's afterglow had been watching Chu Feng, and when she realized that he was looking in the direction of the bamboo tube, she immediately became nervous. Fortunately, Chu Feng turned his head and said nothing, only asking, "Do you want another bowl?" "Okay, one more bowl." Yoon Exine breathed a sigh of relief and said in a husky voice, "The mint water is quite good. Your throat should be inflamed. You need to drink more mint water." Chu Feng admonished and turned around to serve a bowl of mint water over. "I know." Yoon Exine nodded her head obediently, looking very delicate. "I weak. I'll put it in a bamboo tube for you, so you can drink it when you're thirsty." Chu Feng put all the mint water from the steel pot into the bamboo tube and placed it next to his sleeping bag. Yoon Exine blinked her eyes dumbfounded, suddenly thinking that if you drink too much water you have to go to the toilet. Oh my god. Oh my god. So humiliating. What's wrong? Chu Feng looked at Yoon Exine fidgeting with the bamboo bowl and said worriedly, "Is it uncomfortable there?" "No, I'm better now." Yoon Exine blushed and shook her head, hastily taking small sips of mint water. "There really isn't?" Chu Feng frowned as he pursued the question. "No." Yoon Exine nodded affirmatively. "That's good. I'll make you some mint fish soup to drink," Chu Feng said softly. Good." The corner of Yoon Exine's mouth twitched, and her small hand subconsciously touched. I felt her stomach. What's she gonna do when she has to go to the bathroom later? When Chu Feng saw the young girl's movements, he immediately understood something and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "Wait a moment. I will go out and look for other herbs to return." He wanted to leave the young girl a bit of space, just enough to go look for the ingredients on the dietary supplement recipe. "Huh? It's raining and you're going out?" Yoon Exine was stunned. "It's fine, I have a punching bag." Chu Feng tugged at the punching jacket on his body, and now he had a set of waterproof clothing. "Then you have to be safe." Yoon Exine flattened her mouth slightly and said, "Don't worry, I have my bow and arrows with me." Chu Feng said in a relaxed tone, "Maybe I'll catch a few prey back for you." He didn't wait for the young girl to answer. He turned to the wood shed and started cooking breakfast. 3 smoked fish in a soup, picking out some young mint leaves to go in and cook with them. 20 minutes later, the fish soup was ready. Chu Feng used a bamboo bowl to serve 2 halves of the bowl, then mentioned the entire steel pot to the side of the sleeping bag and softly said, "Eat. If you're sick, you should eat a little bit more to get well faster." "What about you?" Yun Xian frowned. "I've already served mine. There are 2 bowls." Chu Feng pointed to the stone by the fire, where 2 bamboo bowls happened to be placed. That's good." Yun Xian forced a smile. She wasn't blind. Normally when a steel pot removes 2 bowls of soup, there was absolutely no way that there would still be this much left. She didn't bother arguing and ate the fish soup in silence. At this stage she needed to get better as soon as possible. That way she wouldn't be dragging her feet. The arc of Chu Feng's mouth curved even more. The young girl's perception of words and colors made him feel comfortable all the time. 2.5 bowls of soup, which he quickly finished, and after putting down the bamboo bowl, he saw the young girl sitting in her sleeping bag slowly eating the fish soup. Originally, the average fever and cold, if in the city, might have been cured by a pill or a shot, and there was no need to be so cautious as now. But the 2 of them are in the wilderness. You can't be too careful. Yun Xian, pay attention to keeping warm and don't come out into the wind. Chu Feng stood up and said, "You're going out?" Yun Xian asked in a hoarse voice. "Yeah, the rain has gotten lighter outside. I'll go out and look around to see if I can find any other herbs. I guess it'll take 2 or 3 hours before I can come back," Chu Feng said in a deep voice. He went out on this trip to look for dietary supplements, and 1 or 2 of them were for colds, so he just happened to find all of them to give the young girl a tonic. "You be careful." Yun Xian lightly nodded her head down, worry on her pale face. "I will." Chu Feng smiled gently, and with his bow and arrows and firewood knife, he went off into the jungle in the light rain. Chapter 90. Food delivered to the door. Tick-tock. The sky was cloudy and the light rain was irritating. "Why is it raining again?" Lu Yiming grabbed her hair in annoyance and looked around at all the wetness I was experiencing. It was raining, and the reason the 2 were out hunting today was that it was safer and the beasts were mostly hiding from the rain. "Keep your hat on. Be careful of catching a cold in the rain." Lu Yiqiu probed her hand to help tug her sister's hood back on. "Sister, coming out to hunt on a rainy day is not a good choice," Lu Yiming muttered. "We've come to explore the surrounding area. Now that there's no sun shining and the beasts are hiding from the rain, it's most suitable for us to come out and move around," Lu Yiqiu faintly explained. "Really?" Lu Yiming was a bit skeptical, her beautiful eyes staring at her sister's face. "Really, you watch the road?" Lu Yiqiu feigned anger and slapped her sister's arched eye buttocks. "Well, she had a little bit of heart. This is all her analysis and projection. The 2 have run out of ideas. These days have not eaten meat, eating mango and wild vegetables alone. The 2 stomach and tongue I had a little bit cannot stand. As for the bamboo rats, don't even mention it. The 2 of them are not skilled enough to catch a single one at all." "Where are we going now?" Imulu was a bit confused. There was jungle in front of her, and looking left and right was pretty much the same thing. "Let's mark it first, lest we can't find our way back." Lu Yiqiu cautiously took her saber and carved an arrow into the tree pole. "Shall we go straight then?" Lu Yiming said, pointing in the direction of the east. "Okay, you pay attention to your feet. Don't step on a snake without realizing it," Lu Yiqiu seriously admonished. "Got it," Lu Yiming responded, taking her bow and arrow and opening the way ahead. Snapped! The branch pivoted and rebounded back, smacking on Lu Yiming's arched eye buttocks, instantly causing her to bare her teeth and grimace. "It hurts!" Brows furrowed together, Lu Yiming rubbed her buttocks with her small hands. She didn't need to know that there was definitely a red mark on her ass, just like when her mother whipped her when she was a child. "I told you to be careful, and you still don't listen." Lu Yiqiu forced a smile and said, "I'll drive the road. You be careful," Lu Yiming said with a deep breath, fortunately wearing a punching bag that reduced the twigs pumping eye hitting catching eye touching power. "Good." Lu Yiqiu took the saber and made a path. Only with a girl's strength and holding and short saber, it was simply difficult to make a path through the jungle. In the end, the 2 of them could only probe the way with sticks and drill through the gaps in the jungle to move forward, which was a bit faster instead. For more than an hour, the twin sisters of the Willow family didn't feel too tired as they advanced and fought. "Huh? Sis, isn't there an open field over there?" Lu Yiming looked between the jungle gaps with sharp eyes and said in surprise, "Let's go over there." Hoo. Lu Yiqiu gasped I gas, looked at the energetic sister. The heart cannot help but a little helpless thought. Simple head of people, exercise is not all very good. "Sis, you should exercise more." Staying in that greenhouse shed at the university every day will dumb people down. Lu Yimeng stuck one hand on her waist and counted down her sister. I was doing research. Lu Yiqiu didn't have the good sense to actually let her sister call her stupid. Yes, yes, said Yuimu, skimming her lips. She couldn't stay anyway. Let's go and see if we can catch prey. Lu Yiqiu slowed down and took a step forward. It took the two men a few minutes to get to the edge of the open field, and the moment they dug out of the jungle, they both froze. Wow, so wide, Lu Yiming exclaimed, her beautiful eyes gazing at the several hundred-meter, wide open space in front of her. Keep it down. There's a herd of deer over there. Lu Yiqiu tugged on her sister's sleeve and pointed in the direction of the east, saying, There are 12 deer there. Are we going to hunt these deer? Willow Amen asked, her eyes glowing. We won't be able to catch up. The deer are too cautious. Lu Yiqiu shook her head. After her observation, the deer were divided into groups, with some deer lowering their heads to graze, and others looking up and observing their surroundings. Huh? We can only watch. Huh? Lu Yiming pouted. There's no way we can't rush up like this, right? Lu Yiqiu spread her hands of said. She also wanted to catch an adult deer and go back, that way she wouldn't worry about food for 10 days, but unfortunately she didn't have that ability. What now? Just watch like this. Lu Yiming tightly gripped her bow and arrow, being too far away. The arrows that shot out were floating. There was no accuracy to speak of. Observe and pick a place to make a few traps. Lu Yiqiu didn't want to give up. Arrows couldn't be shot, can use traps. Oh! Lu Yiming raised her head and scanned around, pointing to the hill behind the grass, and asked in a low voice, Sister, do you think there are any other challengers behind the hill over there? There should be, but don't even think about it. This hill doesn't look big, but it would take at least a day to go through it. Lu Yiqiu said after estimating it. 1 day. Lu Yiming was a bit confused. Does it take that long? It took us so long to get from the bamboo forest to this side, but we've actually only traveled a short distance. Lu Yiqiu sighed and said, The jungle was just too difficult to walk through. Well, I was just thinking about it. If we can't catch any prey, we'll just move places and pick a better spot. Lu Yiming looked at the deer herd in the distance. Having a bow and arrow to hit no prey made her suffocated and helpless. Don't be discouraged. There's a chance if you persist. Lu Yiqiu cheered. Sheesh. Sis, quickly look over there. Lu Yiming's voice was a bit trembling. What's wrong? Lu Yiqiu retracted her eyes from the hill and followed her sister's line of sight as her entire body reined in. They saw jackals, a herd of jackals. A total of 5 jackals had just burst out of the bushes and surrounded the deer. Lu Yiming asked a little anxiously, Sister, what now? Retreat. Let's retreat back to the jungle. Lu Yiqiu lowered her voice. The two sisters were startled and retreated slowly on their feet for fear of attracting Jackal's attention. After entering the jungle, the two walked a little further before stopping. Hoo. Lu Yiqiu patted her chest-eye mouth in hindsight. Why are there jackals here? Should the program group be so ruthless? Lu Yimeng said with a slightly pale face. Let's go. This area is still less to come in the future, or... Lu Yiqiu blackened his face and didn't say anything. Facing a pack of jackals, it's a matter of life and death if you're not careful. Rustling. Sis, wait. There's a sound coming from over there. Lu Yiming's entire body tensed up, gripping her bow and arrow tightly and aiming it at the way she came. Go, get out of here. Lu Yiqiu didn't have time to think about it too much, fearing that Jackal would come after her. Unfortunately, it's too late. Tap, tap, tap. A fawn rushed over and visibly froze at the sight of the two. Whoosh! Instead, Lu Yiming reflexively loosened the arrow and directly extinguished the pillow-sized deer. This is okay? Lu Yiqiu was also dumbfounded. The next second, she rushed up to the twitching fawn in her arms and headed for the jungle on the shelter side. It's a good idea to take the food that comes to your door. Sister, wait for me. Lu Yiming reacted and hurriedly chased after her. Chapter 91. Chanterelles. Where are the black fungus? There should be quite a few of them. Chu Feng's eyes looked around, searching for black fungus amongst the rotting deadwood. He'd been out for over 2 hours and had found quite a few of the wild vegetables and herbs in the dietary supplement recipe, with a lot of other wild vegetables mixed in. After all, the drone aerial camera overhead had been following the camera, and with so many viewers watching the live broadcast, it would be a big loss if the formula leaked out. Just missing the black fungus and chanterelle mushrooms. Chu Feng muttered. The place he came to now was unexplored. The dead wood was more than enough, and it was all very wet after it rained. He looked up at the hill in front of him, and there was a gully with a lot of rocky dead wood that went right down to the sea. There should have been a mudslide here, either that or a flash flood. Chu Feng analyzed. He looked at it seriously for several moments. It was rainy weather, and if he was unlucky, he would encounter a mudslide. Gotta get out of here in a hurry. Chu Feng carried the bag full of things and found the right direction to explore. The bag prepared by Yun Xian really helped him a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to take away so many tiny things. It didn't take long for Chu Feng to arrive at the foot of the hill. He twisted his head and observed, "There's quite a bit of rotting wood. There should be black fungus, right?" He stepped into the foot of the hill and searched for black fungus and chanterelles, which he did for half an hour. Huh? Finally found it. Chu Feng saw the familiar black fungus on a rotting wood. He rushed over to pick up the black fungus, and with one of the two hardest fungi to find among the ingredients found, there was only the hardest chanterelle left to find. If you are in the city, you can buy a lot of black fungus by going into the supermarket, but it is a bit difficult to find black fungus in the mountains, mainly because you are not familiar with the place. Save some to pick later. Chu Feng picked all the large black fungus. After gathering up the black fungus, he looked up at the overcast sky, the rain not stopping. Chanterelles. Where is it? Chu Feng muttered, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Without Yun Xian chatting with him, it felt dreary, and with this weather it was depressing. Click, click, click. The wood blade opened the way. Chu Feng had been searching at the foot of the hill. He didn't want to go too far for the time being, lest it was too late to make it back to the shelter. He came to a gully, looked up into it, and was surprised to find a forest of wild plantains. Wild plantains. Chu Feng hurriedly took a step into the gully and realized that there were a dozen or so wild bananas growing luxuriantly, with strings of wild bananas hanging from them, but they were all green and not yet edible. He took his wood chipper and cut the buds of the wild plantain so that the wild plantain tree would supply nutrients to the wild plantain instead of growing little wild plantains all the time. The wild banana will probably have to wait for 10 days before I can bring it back. Chu Feng turned around and was already satisfied. This was considered an unexpected pleasure. Moreover, the most important thing was that the wild banana tree was the source of fiber he was looking for. As long as the outer skin of the wild banana was treated, it was a good material for making linen clothes. Let's get some back to test it out first. Chu Feng took his wood knife and peeled up the banana bark, specializing in the soft layers inside. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed far in the sky, followed not a moment later by a deafening clap of thunder. Rumble! Is this light rain going to turn into heavy rain? Chu Feng raised his head to look at the sky and lowered his head to quickly bundle up the banana bark. It was going to rain heavily. He had to hurry up and find the chanterelles and get back to the shelter or Yun Xian would be worried about him. Click, click, click. Chu Feng took the firewood knife and picked a suitable place for the chanterelle mushroom to grow and drilled into it. Spending more than 20 minutes, it finally allowed him to find a chanterelle mushroom plant. Hoo. Finally found it. Chu Feng gasped and squatted down to pick the chanterelle mushrooms, carefully placing them into the rope bag. He scanned around. None of them found any other chanterelle mushrooms and sighed. Let's go back first. There is one chanterelle mushroom which is also enough to cook a pot. Click, click, click. Chu Feng recognized the direction and began to rush towards the shelter. And by the time he regained the foot of the hill, the rain in the sky had become heavier. Tick-tock. He looked at the jungle that was becoming hazy under the rain. The whole thing was much more relaxed. After all, he had found all the ingredients for the food supplement, although the main ingredient of chanterelles was only enough to cook one meal. Ka-ching! A twig snapping sound rang out. Chu Feng quickly bent his bow and arrow, aiming the arrow at the direction from which the sound came. He looked in amazement at the deer in the distant jungle, striding toward the hill above. Deer? There are deer here. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he hurriedly took steps to catch up. After a few minutes, he looked at the deer that was getting farther and farther away and finally stopped, unable to catch up to it on human legs. It's good news. There are deer on this hill. We can come hunting next time. Chu Feng once again looked at the deer that disappeared into the bushes and turned around to rush towards the shelter. A deer saved can feed 2 people for 10 days or so. It's a pure source of protein, and it's even better if it has antlers. When he came out to look for various plants, herbs, and fungi, Chu Feng's speed couldn't be fast even if he wanted to. But under the return trip to concentrate on the road, he soon returned to the camp. Finally back, Chu Feng stepped out of the jungle and looked at the shelter under the rain, feeling his entire body relax. He took a step toward the shelter, and when he was still a little distance away, he stopped and raised his voice to shout, "I'm back." "Huh." Yoon Exion's startled, and panicked voice came out, "Chu Feng, wait before you come in." "Good." Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders and could think of what the young girl was doing right now. He glanced up at the 3 drone aerial cameras above him, all 3 following him on this quest. The other camera in the woodshed had the lens pointed at the jungle, next to the sound of rain dripping down, resulting in little pop to be seen on the 2's live feed today. Chapter 92. Let me see. In the shelter, Yoon Exon quickly hid the bamboo tube under the pile of grass, darted into her sleeping bag, and exposed her head to shout, "Chu Feng, you can come in now." How did she not expect? Just after going to the toilet, Chu Feng came back. If she walked directly into the words, she did not dare to imagine how that was an embarrassing scene. Chu Feng stepped into the wooden shed and first looked at the sleeping bag. His line of sight met with the young girl and asked with concern, "How is it? Is your head still dizzy?" "Much better." Yoon Exyon blushed, her eyes moving away in a hurry. "Are you done with the mint water?" While putting down the things on his body, Chu Feng asked, "Do you feel better after drinking it?" "Just about all finished. My head isn't so dizzy," Yoon Exyon rasped. Today, she's all about drinking water constantly and then going to the bathroom constantly. "Let me see." Chu Feng put down everything, lifted his hood down, and stepped into the shelter. He half squatted down, looking at the young girl's red face. His nose can still smell an odor in the air, but also did not say anything more. Take care of a patient, not only to take care of the body, even the spiritual emotions should be taken into account. Chu Feng bent down and touched Yoon Exion's forehead with his forehead. Realizing that the temperature wasn't that high, he softly said, "I'll cook some wild vegetables for you to eat, to replenish your vitamins. You take a rest first." Yoon Exyon said softly, her cheeks flushed. "Sitting is resting." Chu Feng laughed softly and got up to pack the things he brought back. He went ahead and set up the camera, pointed it in the direction of the fire, and sat down on a rock and began to process the wild greens, herbs, and so on. The portion size under each type should be varied. Chu Feng muttered, and began to pick up the leaves of the wild vegetables, strictly following the quantities of the dietary supplement recipe. As he handled the wild greens, every now and then he secretly hid an herb in the palm of his hand to add to it, just in case the recipe leaked. After all, what about the fact that some people watch wilderness survival and then suddenly on a whim suddenly want to try wild vegetable soup or something like that? "Chu Feng, is the rain outside getting heavier?" Yoon Exyon turned her ears sideways to listen to the sounds outside. "Well, it's pouring right now." Chu Feng looked up at the weather outside and said, "It's estimated to rain for a while." The biggest fear was typhoons and the like, and the shelter for the 2 would be completely unable to withstand a normal typhoon. "So are you still going out?" Yoon Exyon asked in a hoarse voice. Without Chu Feng by her side, she couldn't sleep peacefully for fear that some rain-dodging beast would break in. "Not going out." Chu Feng shook his head. He could also do some preparations in the wooden shed. "That's good." Yoon Exyon sighed in relief. "Go go go go." The water in the steel pot boiled and began to boil. Chu Feng put some hard-to-cook black fungus and so on to cook first, and there are cooking requirements in the food supplement recipe, such as the order before and after putting in the ingredients. He suddenly thought of salt, but the sea salt he got back hadn't filtered out some of the toxic substances. Forget it, the effect is pretty much the same without salt. Chu Feng shook his head. It was too late to filter the salt now. 10 minutes or so later, a pot of body-strengthening dietary supplements was ready. Taste the flavor first. Chu Feng took a bamboo spoon and served a little bit in a bamboo bowl, blowing on it to cool it and savoring it. The first bite into his mouth, his eyes widened in surprise. "This soup is very good. It feels similar to chicken soup, but a little bit of winter melon soup. The flavor is complex and strong. The stomach is also warm." Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Now he was completely confident that he could cure the young girl's cold, and by strengthening her body, he would be able to drive away the virus. "It smells so good." Yoon Exyon was surprised. When did the wild vegetable soup smell so good? "Quickly eat this. Your body will get better faster." Chu Feng carried the steel pot to the sleeping bag. "So much stuff." Yoon Exyon looked at the contents of the steel pan in surprise. "Drink it while it's hot. Don't leave any leftovers." Chu Feng handed over the bamboo bowl and chopsticks. The dietary supplement formula was a side effect-free way to slowly make one's body stronger. "Chu Feng, what about you?" Yoon Exyon asked as she took over the bowls and chopsticks. It's fine for me to make fish soup later, Chu Feng said with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then I'll finish the soup as soon as possible and give you the pot. Yoon Exien immediately blew on her breath and drank the soup. The next second, she was surprised. This soup is so good. It's almost like chicken soup. Then you should eat more, so that you can get better faster. Chu Feng admonished, then took a step towards the wooden shed. Such a scene was captured by an aerial drone camera, and the live broadcast was instantly noisy. What the hell is Chu Feng up to? Going out for a few hours and making a pot of wild vegetable stew for Lori to eat? How excessive. Little Lori wants to drink wild vegetable soup. Chu Feng will drink fish soup later? What is Chu Feng doing? Shouldn't you be cooking more fish soup to replenish little Lori's body? Little Witch, Tiger Shark X1. None of your business, huh? Didn't you see the herbs that Chu Feng spent hours getting? Earthy Little Witch on the line. 23333. These people must be poor and clearly jealous of little brother. Two people are going to be eliminated right away. The live broadcast room is noisy. There are some people who do not understand Chu Feng's intention at all, see Yoon Exien sick and also drink wild vegetable soup. In their view is to be able to spray the negative emotions first catharsis wave again. The observer's live broadcast was also watching the live broadcast of Chu Feng and Yoon Exien at this time. Mr. Wang, do you think the two Chu Fengs will be eliminated? He Ming asked as he got a hint from the director. It's hard to say, but with little Miss Yoon Exien's body shape and physique, it's hard to hold on. Wang Lin analyzed from an objective perspective. When you get sick in the wilderness, it's hard to recover from the effects of the harsh environment, especially if the sick person is a small, skinny girl. So you think the two are going to be eliminated? He Ming pursued. There's a 70% chance. Wang Lin didn't dare to speak too fully this time. Teacher Wang, but didn't Chu Feng go and pick herbs and come back? Couldn't it cure Yoon Exien's illness? Wu Qingyue frowned and asked. That's why I said 30% less chance. Wang Lin said flatly. Otherwise, he really said that the two people were eliminated in 10%, that is, they were unable to pinpoint the effect of the herb wild vegetable stew that Chu Feng collected. So that's how it is. Wu Qingyue responded with a bit of reluctance. She rather liked the live room of Chu Feng and Yoon Exien, which made her feel cozy and had the feeling of wanting to find a childhood friend. Qi Wei Ting frowned, realizing that among the herbs that Chu Feng was looking for, there were a few that she used frequently. Chapter 93, Filtering Salt. The online strife could not affect Chu Feng and Yoon Exien at all. Yoon Exien ate the dietary supplement meal, and she did not know how beautiful in her heart. She did not know if it was an illusion, or because she was cared for, eating wild vegetable soup left feeling the whole body warm. The head is not so heavy. It was raining heavily outside, and Chu Feng didn't want to be idle now that he didn't have the means to get the water source. Just strain the salt. He took the bamboo tube filled with sea salt and poured some of it into the other 3 in equal portions, and then filled it with some water so that the salt could melt away fully. Then make a filter. Chu Feng brought the bamboo and sharpened a long bamboo tube, then cut 2 palm-sized pieces of cloth, one of which wrapped around one end of the bamboo tube and tied it with a rope. He found a lot of charcoal by the fire, cracked it and put it into a bamboo tube, filled it with charcoal, then wrapped the other end of the bamboo tube with a piece of cloth as well. Simple filters take care of that, flushing out the charcoal dust once more first. Chu Feng poured some water into the filter device, and the other end flowed out as black charcoal water, pouring like this twice until the water came out as clear. He looked at the water in the bamboo tube and said softly, all the water in the future can be filtered once, making it safer to drink. The salt should have all melted, right? Chu Feng took the bamboo tube containing the salt water over and probed and stirred it, realizing that it had all been incorporated into the water. He poured out the water from the barrels for the filtered brine. Get 4 bamboo barrels of salt water and pour them into the filtering device to filter it off once more. There's still a bit of bitterness. Filter it out once more. Chu Feng dipped his finger in some brine and tasted it, and filtered the brine once more before stopping. Putting down the filter in his hand, he twisted his head to look at the young girl, his eyes meeting Yoon Exien's glowering eyes. What are you gawking at? Chu Feng took a step over. No, it's nothing. Yoon Exien's cheeks climbed with silk redness, having just stared at Chu Feng's side face that was seriously working, and then fell into a fantasy. All finished eating? Chu Feng asked softly, looking down at the unusually clean steel pot, inexplicably thinking of something. Finished eating. The wild vegetables are too delicious this time. Yoon Exyan said with a dimpled smile. Now her whole body was warm. She didn't have that sluggish feeling at all, and her head wasn't so dizzy anymore. Then I'll cook it for you next time. Chu Feng lightly laughed as he picked up the steel pot and prepared to go boil the brine. I'm much better now. Can I get out of my sleeping bag? Yoon Exyan asked blearily. After staying in the sleeping bag for a day, she felt like her entire body was going to rust. Especially when she saw Chu Feng busy alone. There was an inexplicable torment within her. No, you stay honestly, at least until tomorrow. Chu Feng flatly refused. Oh, Yoon Exyan pouted and pulled a long tail. I know. If you're full, just take a nap. Chu Feng waved his hand and said. He took the steel pan and hung it over the wooden hook and poured the brine in. Started to add firewood to the fire to make it a little hotter and to cook the moisture dry as quickly as possible. Really treating me like a pig to raise ah. Yoon Exyan wrinkled her pretty nose and quietly looked at Chu Feng's busy figure, her eyes beginning to walk away. In a few minutes, the brine in the steel pot boiled, and Chu Feng continuously stirred it with a bamboo spoon to make the water vapor emit a little faster. Boiling a pot of salt water was quite time-consuming. During this time, Chu Feng dragged in bamboo and used a sharpened stick to break the bamboo joints so that the water could be drawn. Bang, bang, bang. He poked eye through the bamboo joints, then cut but joint notches in the ends of the bamboo so that the erected bamboo pipes would be secure. Getting the bamboo piping, stirring up the brine, both back and forth and boringly mechanical. After half an hour, there was only a little bit of brine left in the steel pan, and it was getting sticky. This is the salt that can be eaten. Chu Feng stirred with a bamboo spoon, and the reduction of the salt water caused the temperature of the steel pot to be rising, and the water evaporated faster. When there was only a little moisture left, he put all the salt from the steel pan into bamboo tubes, and when the sun came out it was dry salt. Then boil the salt. Chu Feng muttered, hanging the pot filled with salt water on the wooden hook on the fire and adding many more firewood into it. Coughing. Yoon Exyan covered her mouth and coughed twice before suddenly asking, Chu Feng, will my illness get better? Of course it will be fine. Chu Feng replied without thinking. After I get better this time, I've decided to take fewer showers. Yoon Exyan bit the edge of her lower lip as she made this difficult decision. In order not to get sick again, that even if your body stinks, take fewer showers to reduce the probability of getting sick. It's a bit of a one-time snakebite, 10-year fear of the well. Why? Chu Feng froze slightly, not reacting for a moment. The weather is starting to turn cooler. Taking fewer baths will reduce the chances of getting sick. Yoon Exyan said very seriously. You don't have to worry about that. Chu Feng let out a sigh of relief and said softly, once I get the water source done, I can take a hot bath. Huh? A hot bath? Yoon Exyan said in shock, her beautiful eyes staring wide at Chu Feng. Then she thought of something and asked suspiciously, are you trying to boil water in a steel pot for a bath? No, the steel pot boils the bath water too slowly. Chu Feng shook his head, the corners of his mouth raising in a mysterious smile. You'll know when it's truly done. Some things are just ideas and it's better not to talk too much about them before they are realized. Humph. Playing mysterious again. Yoon Exyan pouted and muttered. The young girl, however, had an inexplicable sense of anticipation in her heart. A hot bath in the wilderness was a very romantic thing to do. Chapter 94. Secretly pretending to be asleep. Ow, 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 ow. Night falls, the rain stops, and the roar of the beasts begins. Go, 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 go. In the shelter, Chu Feng was boiling fish soup with quite a few wild vegetables in it. Chu Feng, can we eat now? Yoon Exyan's weak voice came out. She was getting a little hungry and her appetite had changed. It's almost done, wait a little. Chu Feng stirred the fish soup with a bamboo spoon and pinched a bit of salt from the bamboo tube and put it in. He worked on it during the day and into the evening before boiling all the brine down to salt, harvesting half a bamboo tube of toxin-free sea salt. A few minutes later. Done. Tonight's dinner is wild vegetable fish stew. Chu Feng lifted the steel pot and walked into the shelter with 2 bamboo bowls, coming to the edge of his sleeping bag. It smells good. Yoon Exyan shrugged her pretty nose and hurriedly climbed up from her sleeping bag. After lying around all day, she felt like her bones were crunching. How does it feel? Chu Feng put the steel pot down and probed his hand to touch to the young girl's forehead, then placed it on his own forehead to compare the temperature. I feel much better. My head doesn't feel dizzy or sore. I just don't have much strength in my body. Yoon Exyan blinked her long eyelashes and looked at Chu Feng in a cute manner. asking expectantly, "Do I still have a fever now?" It should have come down. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "Yay! Great." Yunishin found a hoarse voice. "But your throat inflammation hasn't healed yet, you need to be careful." Chu Feng said calmly. "There's just a little bit of pain left. It will definitely be fine by tomorrow." Yoon Xian's pretty face was filled with relief, completely losing the sad face she had before. "Eat your dinner." Chu Feng shook his head and sat on the grass pile next to his sleeping bag, filling the bamboo bowl with fish before handing it to the young girl. "This?" Yoon Xian subconsciously wanted to push back. "Be a good boy and eat and get your body well." Chu Feng raised his hand and poked the young girl's cheek with his index finger, and said without any good humor, "Your body is too weak right now. Eat more to make up for it. That way you won't get sick." Oh, Yoon Xian beamed her little mouth and looked at the serious expression on Chu Feng's face before she silently accepted the bamboo bowl. "Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold," Chu Feng urged, picking up the bamboo bowl and taking a big bite. It tastes delicious." Yoon Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise as she said, "It should be because of the salt." Chu Feng ate the salty flavor, which was much stronger than the previous blandness and tastelessness. "Aha! Grilled meat will taste even better with salt in the future." Yoon Xian immediately thought of grilled meat. "Don't think about it today, you still have an inflammation in your throat, and the smell of fish wasn't supposed to be something you could get into." Chu Feng rolled his eyes and preached. "Generally, inflammatory types of patients are to eat light, not fishy, heavy, irritating foods. It's fine. I'm not that delicate, I weak." Yoon Xian grabbed her bamboo chopsticks and took a big bite of the fish soup. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. "The young girl's body is not so delicate, I weak. But the body is weak, ah. The body that has not been well nourished since childhood will be more easily tired." He took a bamboo spoon and added fish soup to Yoon Xian, saying softly, "Eat slowly. No one will grab it from you." A dinner that was cozy and full of joy. After finishing dinner, Chu Feng gave the smoked fish a flip, lest one side get damp and moldy. Out in the wilderness, one should always be aware of one's food storage, especially in this kind of fickle weather. A little inattention to food storage can lead to mold and fungus, and a person who eats moldy food can get food poisoning, causing kidney failure and so on. Yoon Xian sat in her sleeping bag and pointed at a bundle of things by the fire and asked, "Chu Feng, what's over there?" "That's wild banana bark. When the time comes to process it, you can use it to weave it into linen clothes." Chu Feng softly said. "Huh? Wild banana bark? Doesn't it have a layer of sticky eye liquid?" Yoon Xian tilted her head in confusion. "I remember when I was a kid. A group of kids stole the plantain tree and got covered in sticky eye liquid from the plantain tree, which dried and had marks. Well, this one just has to be treated before it can be used." Chu Feng was finding a little bit of knowledge in his mind, and also had to test it out before determining whether it would work or not. "I wish we could. Then we'd have clothes to wear." Yoon Shin longed. "It's quite a new experiment to knit your own clothes to wear. You'll have your hands full when the time comes." Chu Feng teased. "I'm not afraid of being busy," Yoon Xian said petulantly. "Having something to do means the two are making progress. Not having something to do is the only thing that's close to elimination." The two chatted and half an hour passed without realizing it. "You're not feeling well today, so hurry up and sleep," Chu Feng persuaded. "So when do you sleep?" Yunishin asked, lying down. "I'll go to bed after I take care of the smoked fish. You go to sleep first," Chu Feng answered. He did want to go to bed early tonight to get refreshed for work tomorrow. He had to get the water supply out of the way. "Good," Yoon Xian answered obediently. Half an hour later, Chu Feng checked all the smoked fish, and also adjusted a position so that some of the fish could then be smoked. "Done." Chu Feng stretched and took a step towards his sleeping bag. Rustling. He peeled eye off his punching bag pants and carefully got into his sleeping bag before the young girl's petite eye body pressed up and hugged him eye tightly. "You're still awake?" Chu Feng asked with a slight stiffness in his body. Yoon Xian was silent, trying to breathe as normally as possible. The young girl secretly pretended to be asleep, having slept too much during the day today, but tonight she was not sleepy. "Another natural reaction?" Chu Feng muttered as he cocked his head. Yoon Xian pursed her lips, the bottom of her eyes flashed a hint of laughter, and in her heart, she felt that she was well disguised well. "Why aren't your feet hitching up this time?" Chu Feng was a bit puzzled. "Cough." Yoon Xian choked and coughed at those words, subconsciously sneaking her foot onto Chu Feng's thigh. Then she reacted, blushing. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he could clearly feel the young girl's trembling body. He also did not bother to reveal Yoon Exeon, and silently hugged her to sleep. Chapter 95 Erection of Waterways. Twitter. The birds, who have only had a quiet day, are free to play their wake-up song again. Well, Yoon Exeon slowly opened her eyes, her expression dazed and confused, blinking her long eyelashes, which woke her up a bit. Her vision was dark, and then she reacted that her face was pressed against Chu Feng's chest. Her hands were holding his waist, and her feet were on his thighs. Last night, the young girl was in the midst of her shy pretending to be asleep without realizing it. The cold should be over. Yoon Exeon felt energized throughout her body, completely lacking the sickly feeling she had yesterday. She slightly tilted her head. Her beautiful eyes looked at Chu Feng's sleeping cheeks. His knife-sharp handsome face was soft again. It didn't look very stunning, but it was like the male lead in a comic, like a durable type. Well, Chu Feng's eyes twitched. Frightened, the young girl hurriedly closed her eyes tightly and pretended to be asleep once again. Chu Feng's eyes were sleepy, and he muttered in a confused manner, "Huh? Dawn. I went to bed early last night, and it was a good night's sleep." He looked down and saw Yoon Exeon's delicate and naive pretty face. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyelashes were still slightly fluttering. I immediately understood that the young girl was pretending to be asleep. "The illness should be cured, right?" Chu Feng whispered. Probing his hand to touch, I touched the young girl's forehead before placing it on his own. A little confused, he said, "Why is the temperature still so high?" "Not getting better. I'm sick." Yoon Exeon snapped her eyes open and pouted with reddened cheeks. "I'm just too hot and stuffy." "Yes." Chu Feng's eyes stared tightly at the young girl's pretty face, and the corner of his mouth raised in a belly laugh. "How come I feel that the temperature is just right? This is caused by your high body temperature and the heat you give off." Yoon Exeon stammered out an excuse. "Is that so?" The smile at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth grew even wider. You get out. It's all hot." Yoon Exeon stammered and shouted, her entire body shrinking into her sleeping bag, acting as a shrunken head turtle. "Ha ha 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 ha." Chu Feng laughed brightly. The start of the day was to tease a young girl. The wilderness is a boring place, and it's still good to find a little fun. Chu Feng got up from his sleeping bag, put on his rushing pants, and then stepped out of the shelter. Looking at the morning sun in the sky was pure blue, rendered even more beautiful by the morning sun. This might be the beauty of sunrise. He stretched and moved around a bit and laughed softly. "It's a good day for work. Chu Feng, what do you want to eat for breakfast?" Yoon Exeon's voice came out from the wooden shed and asked, "Something light to eat, or something to eat? How's your throat?" Chu Feng turned around and shouted, looking at the young girl who was starting to get busy, with an inexplicable touch in his heart. He looked at Yoon Exeon's petite small figure, who was packing up the wild vegetables he brought back yesterday, and muttered, "Sure enough, 2 people are better than 1. My throat is fine, it doesn't hurt at all." Yoon Exeon touched her throat and laughed lightly. "Then let's eat grilled fish." Chu Feng answered with a smile. "Huh? Grilled fish in the morning? Would it be too extravagant?" Yoon Exeon said in shock. "Yeah. Suddenly I want to eat," Chu Feng said indifferently, stepping into the shelter and carrying a wooden bucket to prepare to fetch water. "What the hell? It's just remembering what I said last night." Yoon Exeon pouted, looked at Chu Feng's back, and muttered, "I didn't expect there to be an arrogant side as well. La 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 la." Humming the tune of an unknown song, the young girl flew about, arranging all sorts of things, even aligning the stones around the fire so that the shelter didn't look like a mess anymore. When Chu Feng returned, the shelter was different from yesterday. The debris on the ground was piled up next to each other. The bamboo was gathered into a pile, and the bamboo tubes were all neatly arranged. He realized that having a hard-working girl around was the only way to know how clean the shelter was. Normally, Chu Feng did not care, feeling that the shelter was still the same. It was only yesterday that he cooked and operated for a day, making a mess everywhere without having time to clean it up, and only then did he have a contrasting nature with the present. "What's wrong?" Yoon Exeon wiped the sweat on her forehead and looked strangely at Chu Feng, who did not come in. "You're just sick. Don't be too tired." Chu Feng stepped into the wooden shed and set the barrel down. "Not tired. It's never been better now," Yoon Exeon said with a dimpled smile. Chu Feng raised his eyebrows. knowing that it should be that yesterday's dietary supplement that had taken effect. Chu Feng, the fire is out. Yoon Exien picked the charcoal ash with a wooden stick and realized that there were no more sparks. I'll build a fire. Chu Feng nodded his head and answered, having gone to bed early last night, the fire would not support until morning. Click here. With dry firewood and weeds in place, it was very easy to get the fire going. What are we going to do today? Yoon Exien kept moving her hands and asked, going to get that water source problem you were talking about? Yeah. Chu Feng nodded his head and took his firewood knife and began to polish it on the stone. Click, 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 click. Sharpening the knife is something that many people know nowadays. The sound of sharpening knives made Yoon Exien shiver, stopping her hands and asking, so what do I have to do? Rub the bark rope? It takes a lot of rope. Chu Feng said softly. To set up a waterway, you need ropes to help hold the bamboo in place, and you need a lot of ropes, so if one person rubs the ropes, it may take a day to rub them together to get enough. Okay. Leave it to me. Yoon Exien smiled and answered. After the sun comes out and dries the firewood, you can gather some more firewood. Chu Feng said softly. In case it rains for several days in a row, firewood must be stored in sufficient quantities. Otherwise you can't cook without it. Firewood. Yoon Exien twisted her head to look at the pile of firewood in the wood shed and realized that it was 1/3 short. Nodding. It is indeed time to gather some. I'll go peel some bark over first. After Chu Feng sharpened his knife, he got up and went out of the wooden shed. He stepped to the place where he drew the sundial, lowered his head and drew a sundial time zone compartment again, and said softly, it would be good to get one with a slate later when you have time. It's about nearly 7 o'clock now. Chu Feng looked at the sun climbing up in the distance. He murmured in his head, sign in. The virtual screen popped up with the date lit up. The 9th. There were still 5 days to go before Chu Feng could get the next 7-day sign-up gift pack. Chapter 96. The more you live, the more exquisite you become. Close. Chu Feng read silently in his mind and took a step towards the jungle. It had been 7 days since the two had arrived in the wilderness, and the days they had lived had been uneventful. He took the jungle facing the waterfall side, and was able to peel the bark off the trees while exploring where the jungle was racked with bamboo. Click! Chu Feng chose or hibiscus bark, saw a good tree also cut down, wait a moment can also make brackets, or for after the construction of shelters in advance to store wood. Chopping trees, peeling bark is very tired and boring work, 1 or 2 is okay, if you cut on 24 trees the hands will be a bit of a sore hand. An hour later. Hoo. Chu Feng half squatted and gasped I breath, looking at the trees in front of him and said in self-mockery, if you cut down so many trees around the city, I'm afraid that not only the fine but also the detention. He could clearly feel a warmth permeating his sore arm, soothing it. It seems that we can't cut too quickly. Chu Feng pursed his dry mouth. Chu Feng, you can have breakfast now. From far away came Yoon Exien's shout. Coming. Chu Feng tilted his head and shouted at the top of his voice. He got up and gathered the bark, bundled it into a handful of rope and carried it back. And just as he came out of the jungle, he saw the young girl standing in the doorway of the shelter. It's time to eat. After Yoon Exien saw Chu Feng coming, she immediately trotted forward and reached out to help catch the bark. Good. Chu Feng let out a light laugh and followed the young girl's hand, using his strength to put down the bark of the tree. I grilled 2 fish and boiled wild vegetable fish soup. Yoon Exien softly chattered about the family. Then, before Chu Feng could reply, she trotted off to bring bamboo cups, and a serving of charcoal powder, and a small tree stick. Right? Forgot to brush my teeth. Only then did Chu Feng think of it and hurriedly took the bamboo cup and brushed his teeth with a wooden stick dipped in some charcoal powder. Out in the wilderness, everything had to be carefully protected. He didn't want to come back to the city with all his teeth decayed, or his gums inflamed so he couldn't eat, etc. Yuck! After Chu Feng rinsed his mouth several times, his breath felt much fresher. Quickly wipe your face. Yoon Exien brought a wet towel. Good. Chu Feng smiled and took the towel to wipe his face. Suddenly treated like this by the young girl, he felt the labor driven away. Quickly eat breakfast. Yoon Exien dragged Chu Feng into the wooden hut, where several bamboo bowls were placed on the stone. This life is getting more and more sophisticated. Chu Feng entered the wooden hut and saw a plate made of bamboo tubes placed on the stone, which contained grilled fish with a little bit of salt sprinkled on it, and a few tender mint leaves dotted around the edges of the plate. If this kind of presentation were in a restaurant, it might be spat out by customers as perfunctory, but out in the wilderness it would represent sophistication. Life always needs a sense of ceremony. That's still what you said. Yoon Exyon said with a smile on her face. It only took a few minutes to set these things up, but it was a way to cheer up the mood. Huh? When did I say that? Chu Feng was a bit confused when he sat down. Humph. Don't tell you. Yoon Exyon pouted and hummed a few times. Chu Feng's corner of his eye twitched. Was this something he had forgotten? He changed the topic at once. Hurry up and eat. The grilled fish won't taste good if it gets cold. Yes, this grilled fish. I grilled it with pine wood. When Yoon Exyon talked about food, everything was thrown to the back of her mind, or maybe it was also considered the wisdom of a young girl. Then I'm going to have a good taste. Chu Feng took his chopsticks and held the charred yellow skin of the grilled fish, and after tearing I down, it was still stained with a bit of salt grains. After entering his mouth and chewing twice, Chu Feng's eyes widened slightly and he gave a thumbs up to the young girl, and immediately afterward, he clamped another piece of fish and ate it. Kiki. You eat more. Yoon Exyon's smile grew even wider as she lowered her head and picked up the fish to eat. Such an exquisite meal was seen by the viewers in the live broadcast room, and it also triggered lemonade pop-ups from the viewers. Lori's okay. Huh? Where does it look like she's sick? Who on Twitter swiped that Lori was going to be eliminated? Does that look like illness? The driver in front of you. Stop the car. I'm in the wrong car. Little Witch. Shark's Fin X10. Those who brought the tempo yesterday. Come out and hit your face. Ha 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 ha. Grumpy little devil online for revenge. Viewers trolling brawls aside for now, the Observer's live feeds are very awkward right now. Wang Lin seriously wondered if the director was trying to fix him. Why did he take Chu Feng and Yoon Exyon to hit him in the face every time? It just went live today. What's going on here? Cough, cough. Teacher Wang. It seems that Yoon Exyon's physique is still okay. He Ming hastened to help relieve the situation. No, it should be the herbs that Chu Feng found that cured him. Wang Lin replied in a very straightforward manner. A mistake was a mistake and he still dared to admit it. After all, in wilderness survival, a single mistake could kill a person, and he didn't dare to be sloppy at all. Herbs? Wu Qingyue was a bit confused. Yes, some herbs are able to treat minor colds and fevers. Wang Lin affirmed. Right now, he was a little bit impressed with Chu Feng, even knowing some herbal knowledge. Then it was still possible to survive for a while outside the wilderness. Qi Wei-ting, however, felt that it was not simple the wild vegetable soup that Chu Feng made yesterday. She remembered that there were 2 or 3 herbs in it, which were in the dietary supplement prescription that she often ate. Has this Chu Feng practiced martial arts? An inheritor of the folklore? There was no way to confirm her suspicions now. So powerful? Wu Qingyu blinked her eyes. She was sick with the impression that it was a hospital visit to get medicine and injections. Of course, our Yanhua's herbal knowledge is very complex. He Ming nodded with certainty. I even want to go to the wilderness and try it out. Wu Qingyue looked at Chu Feng and Yoon Exyon, who were laughing and talking about breakfast. Such simple and cozy days were what she yearned for as a teenager. Wang Lin just wanted to open his mouth, looked at Wu Qingyue's naive eyes, and silently closed his mouth. Don't look at the fact that Chu Feng and Yoon Exyon were having a good time. That was because the 2 of them were relatively special, like the other challengers who were still searching for food right now. There will be opportunities, He Ming said meaningfully. Chapter 97. Save your food. Full. Chu Feng drank 2 bowls of soup and a grilled fish, patted his stomach, and said to the young girl, "The rest is yours." Aha! Yoon Exyon nodded and took a big bite of the fish soup. No one is stealing from you, eat slowly. Chu Feng lightly laughed. People live their lives by eating, and after a day of hard work, what is the point of life if they have to rush through even a meal? As Yoon Exyon ate, she suddenly looked up and said, "Chu Feng, we need to save the smoked fish." The young girl felt a little uneasy about consuming a little too much food, watching the smoked fish dwindle and not increase over the past 2 days. As the person who was in charge of cooking food now, it was necessary for Yoon Exyon to think about longevity, thus saving food. Don't worry about eating. I've already found a hunting location and will go hunting in the next 2 days. Chu Feng said seriously. Deer were found in the hills previously explored, and with a little squatting, a deer hunted would be enough food for 10 days or so. Really? It wouldn't be a saltwater crocodile, would it? Yoon Exyon said skeptically. No, I found the deer. Chu Feng said with a smile on his lips. Deer? Really? Yoon Exeon exclaimed with her beautiful eyes slightly open. I encountered it yesterday when I went to collect herbs. Chu Feng slowly said. But will it be hard to catch the deer? Yoon Exeon was full of worry. Cheetahs in the animal world sometimes have a hard time catching deer. You won't know until you try. I won't let you starve. Chu Feng got up with a light smile and walked out of the wooden shed with his firewood knife. Really? Yoon Exeon sighed helplessly, then suddenly smiled with full feet. Save the rest of the fish and eat it. Staying for a month is still no problem. Chu Feng exited the wooden shed and dragged the treated bamboo towards the jungle. His worries about food plummeted by half with his bow and arrow shooting eye striking skills, and if he couldn't, he would lure eye bait to kill the saltwater crocodiles. Click, click, click. First of all, we need to plan the route. A straight line is the most bamboo saving. Chu Feng stared closely at the trees in the jungle and took the bamboo and started comparing them. It's also fortunate that the shelter's terrain is lower than the water source side, so you don't have to set up the bamboo pipes too high. Just set up the bamboo according to the height of the terrain. Set a point first. Chu Feng chose a tree at the edge of the jungle as the initial point and tied the first bamboo. He used a straight line from tree to tree as a support, tying the bamboo to the pole, or if there was no tree in the straight line, nailing a stick as a support. It's much faster to set up bamboo piping this way, but it's also more wasteful of rope, and it's not easy to open up the route. There are too many vines and branches. The young girl braided the rope to keep up with the consumption. Chu Feng cut vines on the spot to bind it, and a bamboo was set up, spreading straight in the direction of the waterfall. For hours later, hoo. Chu Feng gasped a breath, probing hand grabbed to the waist of the bamboo tube, picked up and poured into the mouth. The bamboo tube only outflow a little bit of water, even the amount of half a mouth is not. Finished drinking again. Chu Feng has made 6 or 7 trips back and forth to the campsite, and has drunk several bamboo tubes of water, and is now only finishing half of the amount. Click! The sound of a withered tree branch being stepped on and broken came from behind him abruptly, immediately causing Chu Feng to become alert, raising his firewood knife and turning around violently to make an attack state. It's me! Yoon Exeon hurriedly shouted. Chu Feng! It's me! Why are you here? Chu Feng's entire body relaxed, and the firewood knife he was holding up was lowered. Yoon Exeon rolled her eyes and pouted. I saw that you didn't go back so late this time, so I sent water over. It came just in time. Chu Feng took the bamboo tube and took a big gulp of water. How far is it to the water source? Yoon Exeon lowered the rope from her shoulders and asked curiously, Are we going to finish today? It's not very far. We should be able to finish today. Chu Feng put down the bamboo tube and wiped his sweat. The bamboo was prepared ahead of time, and there was a distance that was explored, plus the amount of work he had to do to set up the bamboo pipeline so quickly. I'll go cook you some lunch. Yoon Exeon took the empty bamboo tube and stepped outside. Just put some seaweed in to make some soup, Chu Feng said softly. Now the two are eating 2 meals a day, morning and evening, and when they are hungry at noon, they cook some wild vegetables and seaweed soup to drink. I know. Yoon Exeon waved her hand with a light smile. Hurry up and complete the erection of the bamboo path before we can proceed to the next item. Chu Feng carried the bamboo and proceeded to bundle it up. Click, click, click. The extra branches were cut off, and Chu Feng held up the bamboo and placed it on a tree branch, followed by tying it securely with a rope, lest it fall off after a few blows from the wind. The sun was high in the sky, radiating a scorching heat, and the jungle's moisture began to evaporate, making the entire jungle of Stringy Moon Island a large sauna as time went on. More than half an hour passed. It's still really hot. Chu Feng once again finished the water and squatted on the ground to rest. He had exerted himself so much physically that the calories from his breakfast had consumed him, and his whole body was already feeling a little dehydrated. Chu Feng, I'm coming, Yoon Exeon shouted in advance. Chu Feng twisted his head to look over, and saw the young girl carrying a steel pot with both hands, walking carefully. He got up and walked over, took the steel pan and said, You didn't have to send it over. I'll go back and eat it just the same. You should eat quickly, you must be hungry, Yoon Exeon urged, taking out a bamboo bowl and chopsticks from the bag she was carrying diagonally. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Chu Feng found a spot to put the steel pot, took the bamboo bowls and chopsticks and asked, Why did you only bring a pair of bowls and chopsticks over? Oops, I didn't even do any heavy lifting, so it's fine to eat at night. Yoon Exeon laughed lightly. Chu Feng pursed his lips, lifted the lid of the pot after hair inside 2 fish and some seaweed, puzzled. How to cook 2 fish? Of course it's for you to replenish your strength. You've sweated so much. Yoon Exin said rightfully. Chu Feng wordlessly pulled the corner of his mouth, thinking that the young girl who had said in the morning that she would save some food would now cook 2 fish for him. Don't gawk. Hurry up and eat and rest for a while. Yoon Exin softly I said, and took the firewood knife to help cut the vines. It's really… Chu Feng didn't know what to say and turned his head to look at the young girl who was patting her toes to pull and tug on the vines. In this moment, his heart beat a beat faster. Chapter 98. Enclosure? Chu Feng served a bowl of fish soup and drank it up, looking at the young girl cutting the vines. He felt that the fish soup was not as tasty as before. What's wrong? Yoon Exin cut the vines and rolled them into a circle, and when she turned her head, she saw Chu Feng fuming. Fish soup is not good. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth slightly hooked, and the arc of his belly was then hidden. Huh? Not good. Yoon Exin froze and frowned. Could it be that I put too much salt in? Yeah, you can taste it. Chu Feng pursed his lips and handed the bamboo bowl forward. I remember not putting in a lot of salt. Puzzled, Yoon Exin put down her firewood knife and walked over without thinking too much. She took the bamboo bowl, blew on it and drank, knowing right after she took a bite that she had been tricked. Chu Feng Yoon Exin pouted and stretched her trailing voice, her beautiful eyes glaring at Chu Feng. Especially when she saw the smile at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth, she immediately knew what was going on. What's wrong? Chu Feng pretended to have a bewildered look on his face. Humph, you just pretend. Yoon Exin rolled her eyes daintily and sat next to Chu Feng with a bud eye, handing over the bamboo bowl. It could be that I have a problem with my sense of taste. Chu Feng casually found a foot-holding reason to deal with the young girl. It's just as well I go back and eat it later, Yoon Exin said leisurely. Yeah? Save it for the evening, Chu Feng calmly said. Where? Yoon Exin averted her gaze with a bit of a wince, and did have a desire to save the rest for the evening. Now the 2 men ate at least 4 smoked fish per meal, and they needed 8 smoked fish a day. The 2 would have had a total of more than 70 smoked fish, and according to this way of eating, they would only be able to support themselves for 10 days at the most. So Yoon Exin wanted to save a little bit, but when she saw that Chu Feng was so laborious, she was heartbroken because she wanted to give him a little bit of nutrition and then just save a little bit herself. It's so delicious. Chu Feng also did not reveal the young girl and slowly drank the fish soup and ate the fish meat. Yoon Exin swallowed darkly and tried to get up to cut the vines. Here, you have a couple bites too. Chu Feng handed over the bamboo bowl. No! Yoon Exin wanted to refuse, but seeing Chu Feng's serious eyes, she could only obediently take the bamboo bowl and drink it. The 2 had eaten from the same bowl too many times for there to be any thoughts of indirectly kissing eye or anything like that. Or rather, the 2 didn't even think about it that way. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also flying, especially with this scene in front of them. Many people could see what was going on. Geez, little Lori indirectly kissed eye with Chu Feng. Mom, that girl set me up. She's definitely not a loser. Think of a way to marry this little lowly. My old lady has her eye on her little brother. So warm and full of details. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You guys are so mean. You want to split up 2 people. Draw your swords. Let's make you all today. Chu Feng, Yoon Exin 2 quietly sat down to eat lunch. A bamboo bowl took turns to eat. Took more than half an hour to finish. Yoon Exin packed up the dishes and chopsticks and suddenly spoke. Chu Feng, you are so capricious. Eh? Chu Feng froze. I'll go back to braiding the rope. Yoon Exin flashed a bright smile and left carrying the steel pot. Chu Feng helplessly shrugged his shoulders and got up to work with his firewood cutter. There were people who tolerated his capriciousness anyway. Click, click, click. After eating lunch, Chu Feng was replenished, and he was particularly powerful in doing his work, and resumed his boring work. The terrain is upward, sometimes a meter or 2 apart. Bamboo is used rather less. In the meantime, Chu Feng went to the shelter and dragged a few trips of bamboo over, and also brought the rope over to use. The speed was getting faster and faster. The back near the water source he had explored some distance before, so it saved him a lot of time. For hours later, the sun was setting in the west and the bamboo waterway was connected. It's finally done. Chu Feng sat on the ground and looked at the bamboo connecting to the upper end of the waterfall. Part of the water had already entered the bamboo waterway. He looked up at the evening sun in the sky, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Yoon Exin, You should see the water flowing past. After a few minutes of silence, Yoon Exion's clear voice came out. Chu Feng, there's water coming over. Got it. Chu Feng tilted his head and shouted. He patted the dirt off his body and followed the bamboo pipeline back to camp, checking for any reinforcements along the way. The stand was a little low and the water overflowed. The entrance to the joint is off, and the water is leaking most of the way through. A check. Chu Feng checked a few problems one after another, slowly corrected and returned to the camp. The sun had disappeared into the sea. Chu Feng, there's water. Yoon Exion stood at the location where the water came out of the bamboo pipe and waited for him with a smiling face. Now the bamboo pipe outlet, which is only 7 or 8 meters away from the shelter, is perfectly capable of taking a dozen steps to fetch water, without having to go to the waterfall pool to get water. Tomorrow we'll use a stone to cut a sink on this side. That way we can wash clothes and wild vegetables here. Chu Feng softly said. Yoon Exon suddenly thought of something and asked worriedly, Chu Feng, will there be wild beasts coming over to drink water at night? I don't think so now, not in a couple days. Chu Feng frowned, scanned the surroundings of the camp, and softly said, Tomorrow, organize the surroundings of the camp, and make a fence with tree branches for good measure. He'd been wanting to do this for a long time, and judging by the presence of jackals at night and bears in the neighborhood, if he could circle the shelter with branches, the safety aspect would go up several notches. Will the project be too big? Yoon Exion asked worriedly. The rocky camp where the two were, plus the surrounding area where the wood had been cut down, spread out to be the size of a soccer field. There's no need to encircle it that wide at first, just circle the water source and shelter first. Chu Feng shook his head and said, It's okay to slowly expand it later, maybe even start a vegetable garden. That's fine. Yoon Exion nodded approvingly. Chapter 99. Still saying you're not hurt? You go ahead and cook dinner. And while it's still not completely dark, I'll go and bring back the wooden cage from the waterhole. Chu Feng softly said. The wooden cage was moved back to be the bathroom, that way you don't have to go and make up a new one. I'll have to build a nice bathroom sometime in the future. Okay. Yoon Exion nodded. Chu Feng took advantage of the fact that he could still see a little bit of the road and ran in the direction of the water pool. And after a few minutes, he arrived at the water pool and checked the safety of the wooden cage before carrying it back. By the time he reached the camp, the afterglow in the sky had disappeared, and darkness had fallen over heaven and earth, and night had fallen once more. Chu Feng placed the wooden cage by the water outlet, and couldn't do any work in the dark, muttering, There's time to find some turpentine to make some torches to do so. He turned and headed for the wooden shed, and before he even went inside he smelled the fresh fish, making the saliva start to fill his mouth. After having a comparison, Chu Feng smelled the stench of sweat on his body and instantly skimmed his mouth in disgust. How sour? What's really sour? Yoon Exion asked, raising her head in confusion. The smell of sweat. Chu Feng sat on the stone of the fire. So you're taking a bath? Yoon Exion asked with a frown. Well, it needs to be washed. The smell on my body is too heavy. Chu Feng nodded his head. Without taking a shower, his entire body was sticky thick, but it was hard to sleep. A person who sweats too much, if not washed, will attract mosquito bites, and some of the hidden parts of the eye through the MOI rubbing, but also the skin to abrasion. What's more, it can trigger skin itching, eye itch, and so on, especially for those who are usually clean, and if they suddenly give their skin too much stimulation, it can cause allergy symptoms. But the weather is so cold now. What if you catch a cold from a cold shower? Yoon Exion was a bit worried. She'd gotten a little psycho about cold showers, which was fine if she was in the city, but getting sick in the wilderness meant being on the verge of elimination. It's no problem. I'm in good shape. Chu Feng spread out his hands, revealing his abdominal muscles, and laughed softly. If you don't wash off the stench of sweat, you'll pass out tonight. To know that the two people at night is hugging I sleep, he is bare upper body, when the teenage girl's face to stick up, smell all the smell of sweat, and after sweating greasy, that feeling please touch the armpits of the summer go out and come back to understand. Especially with the amount of sweat that Chu Feng had been sweating during the day. His bare upper body was now glistening with oil under the light of the fire. It's not like I'm going to dislike you, Yoon Exion muttered in a small voice with a red face. What did you say? I didn't hear you, Chu Feng said doubtfully. No, it's nothing. Yoon Exion blushed and shook her head, suggesting, Why don't you? Boil some hot water to wipe your body for good. Burning hot water to rub my body was something the young girl would do tonight, and she had sweated quite a bit today. Is that so? Chu Feng suspiciously looked at the blush on the young girl's face and said, "It's fine. I'll just wash it tonight, and there will be hot water for bathing in a day or two." "A hot bath?" Yoon Exan pouted, her curiosity piqued again, and pursued, "What exactly do you do to have a hot bath to wash in?" "Don't be in a hurry, we'll know tomorrow or the day after tomorrow," Chu Feng said with a faint smile. "You!" Yoon Exan was exasperated, looking at Chu Feng with a, "I won't open my mouth if I'm a salted fish" look. She couldn't help but roll her eyes in a pouty manner. In the end, the young girl couldn't do anything with Chu Feng, and could only hold down her curiosity and wait for the time of the reveal with a full sense of anticipation. Gogu gogu. The fish stock in the steel pot boiled over, bubbling on the side of the lid. "The fish soup is ready." Yoon Exan lifted the lid and a wave of water vapor rose up, giving the smoked fish dangling from the top a steam bath. Tonight's dinner was 2 fish stewed with seaweed, served with a pot full of fish soup. Yoon Exan took a bamboo bowl and began to serve up the fish soup, 1 fish for each person, and plenty of seaweed. The young girl had learned the hard way to never cook an odd number of fish, so that the 2 of them could share 1 each, and not have to go pushing and shoving back and forth. "All right, start eating." Yoon Exan handed over the bamboo bowl. Aha! Chu Feng had already been famished long ago, so he took the bamboo bowl and took a big bite. "Eat slowly. Be careful of the heat," Yoon Exan said softly. She painfully looked down at Chu Feng's feet, which had suffered today, the soles of which were a pair of completely misshapen shoes. Yesterday's cold didn't complete the shoes. Yoon Exan decided that tonight she would knit a few more pairs of shoes for Chu Feng's spare. "What's wrong?" Chu Feng looked up to see the young girl frozen in place and followed the line of sight to see his feet. It had been another busy day, and his shoes had long since torn, being roughly tied to his paws with rope to keep them from falling off. "The soles of your feet aren't hurt, right?" Yoon Exan asked in a glutinous manner. "No injuries. It's not like this fell off." Chu Feng lightly laughed, and even lifted his feet to shake them. Pounce! One of the shoes on his left foot fell off, and the shoe slipped off Chu Feng's paw, revealing the black soles of his feet. Yoon Exan tilted her head and looked at the bottom of Chu Feng's feet, looking carefully and realizing that there were no wounds before she breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew!" Chu Feng also let out a sigh of relief. Pounce! One of the shoes on his right foot had also slipped off, leaving only the string hanging from his paw. Yoon Exan's black and white eyes moved and looked at the bottom of Chu Feng's other foot, instantly seeing a wound. "How come the shoes have all fallen off?" The corner of Chu Feng's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly put his feet down. "Wait! The soles of your feet are injured." Yoon Exan put down the bamboo bowl and squatted in front of Chu Feng, not caring if his feet were dirty or not. Her white hands grabbed his right paw and lifted it up. "Eh?" Chu Feng hurriedly sat down and stabilized himself, placing the bamboo bowl next to him so that he wouldn't tilt his body back. "And say you're not hurt?" Yoon Exan frowned her willow eyebrows and pouted as she counted up. "Look at this wound, it's a bit inflamed. Out in the wilderness, especially if you have injured the soles of your feet, it's between walks that are the most painful, causing wounds to disintegrate and easily become infected and inflamed with bacteria. Once the wound becomes infected and is not treated in time, the wound will rot and produce pus, and the wound will get bigger and bigger, leading to a series of complications, such as tetanus and sepsis." "Ah!" Chu Feng was speechless. This wasn't the first time he was injured. As long as he quietly recuperated for a few hours, the potions in his body would work, and the small wounds would heal in a few hours. But that, he had no way to tell the young girl. Chapter 100, Envy and Jealousy. "It's all my fault. If I had finished my shoes the night before, I wouldn't have let you wear broken shoes today." Yoon Exan blamed herself a little. "I didn't think about it for a while today. I was all busy braiding rope. How can I blame you? I'm the one who drove you to sleep." Chu Feng hastily waved his hand and said, "That's me being sick with a cold." The self-condemnation was more obvious on Yoon Exan's face. Chu Feng looked at Yoon Exan's self-condemning expression and was just about to open his mouth to say something, but he was interrupted by the young girl's movements. "The wound has to be cleaned up before you can do that." Yoon Exan put down Chu Feng's foot and got up to bring a bamboo tube filled with cool white water. There were as many as 5 or 6 bamboo tubes like this, filled with cool boiled water, which the young girl had gotten out today, all prepared for Chu Feng. "Yoon Exan, no need. I'll just wash it with the stream." When Chu Feng saw the young girl's movements, he knew what she wanted. What don't you need? Yoon Xian stared at her eyes and said in anger, You're injured. You can't use the stream to wash your wounds. What if you get infected? Chu Feng snapped and shut up. It seemed like such a reason. If he forcefully explained that he wasn't afraid of this little wound, wouldn't that be a clear indication that the young girl was a fool? Is the young girl stupid? She's smarter than most, and very strong at reading people. Don't move. Yoon Xian seriously slapped her face, squatted down and grabbed Chu Feng's feet with a somewhat doctor-like demeanor. She rolled up Chu Feng's pants leg, then placed the foot on her lap. With one hand, she poured water from the bamboo tube, and with one hand, she cleaned the soles of her feet, especially the location of the wounds. Does it hurt? Yoon Xian asked softly, her white hands rubbing the soles of Chu Feng's feet, washing out the water that was black. It doesn't hurt. Chu Feng shook his head. Such a big wound and you still say it doesn't hurt? Yoon Xian rolled her eyes and didn't have the heart to say. She looked at Chu Feng's finger-length wound on the bottom of a section of his foot with heartache, and she could still see the tender red flesh of the wound. It really doesn't hurt. It's just a little itchy. Chu Feng honestly said that the pain had already passed, or rather, he had already adapted to that pain. That should be healing. Yoon Xian sighed in relief and tugged the hem of her own shirt to wipe the water stains on Chu Feng's feet. No need to rub it, it'll dry up with a fire. Chu Feng said in a hurry, struggling to retrieve his feet. Snap! Yoon Xian slapped on Chu Feng's calf and said with a serious face, Good boy, don't move. Chu Feng's entire body froze. Is the young girl coaxing a baby? This scene caused the viewers of the live streaming room to detonate, all brushing up their pop-ups. Blow up Lori. Stop it. I want to marry her. Roll. Get out of the front. Lori belongs to all of us. I will not marry this little lowly in this life. Geez. Where can I find such a well-behaved little lowly who doesn't mind getting dirty? Heh heh heh. Chu Feng's face is really big, actually letting a little lowly wash his feet. Shameless. So shameless. I'm so envious and jealous. You guys don't have Chu Feng skills and want to have a Yoon Xian too? Roll. Stinky woman. It's the women nowadays that are so bad. That's why we want a Yoon Xian lowly. The live broadcast immediately caused a bloody storm, and all kinds of Jian Pandasian, grumpy carrying essence, women's rights and so on came out to fight. It was really Yoon Xian's actions just now that gave people too much excitement, especially some of the men who were deeply victimized by it. They were so envious and jealous of Chu Feng. Unfortunately, the audience does not know that Chu Feng is now a little helpless and a little touched. He looked at the yellow watermarks on the hem of the young girl's clothes, and an inexplicable emotion arose. All right, keep your feet up. Don't touch the ground and get dirty. Yoon Xian washed her hands with what was left of the bamboo tube and got up to walk towards the place where the wild vegetables and herbs were piled up. She remembered that Master Wang had talked about a wild vegetable that was a cure for traumatic injuries, and it seemed to be called some kind of prickly vegetable with long, broad, sword-like leaves and leaf edges that looked like jagged teeth. That's the kind. Yoon Xian quickly found the prickly vegetable. In Chu Feng's gentle eyes, the young girl ran out of the shelter with the prickly vegetables and went to wash the wild vegetables. He sighed helplessly. What a whirlwind. Yesterday, the young girl had been grounded by Chu Feng, and now it was his turn, and there was no way to refute it. A few minutes later, Yunshin returned with a few soggy spikenard plants and placed them by the fire to toast the moisture. Put it down first, eat your dinner or it will all get cold. Chu Feng said helplessly. Wait a bit before you eat it. It's almost done. Yoon Xian shook her head, shaking the spikenard every now and then to shake the water stains off the leaves so it would dry faster when roasted. How stubborn. Chu Feng shrugged helplessly. He didn't realize that this look made the people on the air want to beat him up. Seeing Chu Feng like this is so infuriating. Damn. It's really a life winner. Why is my childhood friend hooking up with someone else? I laughed. After a few minutes, Yunshin put the roasted and dried moisture of the prickly vegetables into a bamboo tube and pounded it into a paste with a wooden stick. Once she was done, she set it down next to her and turned to enter the shelter through the wood shed, pulling out the remaining pieces of cloth and taking her wood chipper and starting to cut them up. Yoon Xian. No need to wrap the pieces of cloth. Those fabrics are reserved for you. Chu Feng shouted in a hurry. You need these fabrics more than ever now. Yunshin responded without looking up. She had to get a bandage out to protect Chu Feng's wound from getting infected, and there were still some pieces of cloth left anyway. I ten. Chu Feng again speechless. There is a secret cannot say, that can only obediently shut his mouth, bear the concern from the young girl. 5 or 6 minutes passed. Yun Xian finished the bandage, took the bamboo tube and came to Chu Feng's side, held his foot and said softly, "Don't move, it might hurt a little." The young girl said before Chu Feng could react. She put a pile of spikenard paste on the wound and then tied it up with a cloth belt. There. Yun Xin tied the cloth band in a bow around the instep. Chapter 101 Weird Poses. Slap. All right, let's eat dinner. Yun Xian clapped her hands, satisfied with her masterpiece. Chu Feng looked down at the bow on the back of his foot. Not allowed to touch the water later. How to take a bath? What's wrong? Is it the wound that hurts? Yun Xian asked softly. No. Chu Feng shook his head and picked up the bamboo bowl to eat his already cold dinner. It can't be helped if it hurts, so bear with it. Yun Xian playfully spat out her small fragrant eye tongue and picked up the bamboo bowl to eat her dinner. 20 minutes or so later, dinner was finished. After cleaning up the dishes, Yun Xian went to feed the 2 rabbits, then took out the rope to perfect her shoes from the night before. Chu Feng got up on his right tiptoe and walked towards the outside of the wooden shed, ready to go and drag a few pieces of wood back. He was going to make a table out of it so that he wouldn't have to keep sitting on the rocks when he ate, and there wasn't even a table yet. What are you going to do? Yun Xian asked, looking up. Drag a piece of wood back and sharpen it into planks to make a table. Chu Feng softly said. I'll help you. Yun Xian immediately got up, ready to go and help drag a few logs back. I can do it myself. Chu Feng refused. You call that okay? Yun Xian narrowed her eyes and stared at his feet. All right. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Even if he wanted to explain, he couldn't, feeling that the young girl had the appearance of a housekeeper. When I was collecting firewood today, I found a very large piece of wood with a width of at least 50 centimeters in diameter and a length of several dozen meters long. Yun Xian's crisp voice pulled the family name. Where? Chu Feng asked in surprise. According to the description of the young girl, it could be a wood that had been growing for decades or more, and as for what caused it to die, that didn't matter right now. It's just by the jungle west of the campground, obscured by vines. Yun Xian raised her hand in a gesture. Chu Feng nodded his head and rose in thought. A bonfire was also burned outside the shelter. Ever since the jackal's sneak peek that night, Yun Xian still had a shadow about the night, especially the matter of going to the toilet at night, so she decided to burn a bonfire outside as well to deter the beasts. It couldn't be that she could ask Chu Feng to accompany her to the restroom every time. Even if Chu Feng was willing to accompany her, she couldn't afford to lose that person. Just this wood. Chu Feng slightly picked a wood that wasn't very big. Outside of the big logs used for tables, they were mainly used for burning. The nights were so long that the fire needed big logs to burn for a long time, or else you had to get up in the middle of the night to add firewood. Will it be too big? Yun Xian said in a deep voice. There were many large logs here in the messy rock pile, all of which she couldn't move. This wood is 5 or 6 meters long. Look at the fracture was broken hard. The width is more than 20 thick meters. No, just right. Chu Feng bent down and picked up one end of the wood, preparing to bring it back to the wood shed by dragging it. You watch your feet. Yun Xian gave a concerned admonition and stepped forward to help drag it along. Got it. Chu Feng answered, and used his heels to stomp the ground to exert force. Sasha. The sound of wood dragging over rocks and dirt gives you goosebumps. It took 7 or 8 minutes before the 2 men were able to yank the wood back into the woodshed. Sweating again. Chu Feng sighed. Yeah, sticky. Yun Xian wiped the sweat from her forehead. We'll take a bath when the sweat dries up. Chu Feng dragged the wood to the center of the fire to burn. 9 times out of 10, you'll catch a cold if you go into a cold shower before your sweat dries. Another way to break the wood with fire? Yun Xian asked curiously. This is the way to save more energy. Chu Feng sat by the fire and picked at it with a wooden stick. He stared at the log, to always weed out the charcoal from the wood so the fire could burn faster to the interior. Half an hour later, the burning part of the wood was only as thick as his arm, before Chu Feng dragged the wood away from the fire, and then cut the final connection with his woodchopper. Click here. Zizi. The wood was cut, and Chu Feng took the bamboo tube and poured water to extinguish the sparks on the wood, so that there were 2 2-meter-long pieces of wood. Now it's a plank when it's cut from the center of the wood and sanded down. Chu Feng muttered. He dug a hole in the ground, put the wood in and set it up, and split down the center of the wood with his wood chopper, the blade going in just a little. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Feng took the wooden stick and struck the back of the firewood knife. Splitting the wood with this kind of impact was both labor-saving and effort-saving. Bang, bang, bang. He also knocked out the two tigers' rhythm, making the young girl giggle. Click. A sound of wood cracking rang out and the wood was split in half. It's very flat. Chu Feng looked at the vertical section of the wood. As long as it was slightly treated, it would be a good material to make a table. A few minutes later, another log was split. Now that there are 4 planks of wood, all that's left is to sharpen them. Chu Feng took the wood knife and prepared to sharpen the wood. Chu Feng, aren't you going to take a bath? Yun Xian couldn't help but remind that the color of the sky was getting colder the later it got. Ah! Chu Feng froze before reacting, busy and forgot about the time. Here. This is your towel. Yun Xian red-faced brought Chu Feng his boxers and towel. You can boil water too. Chu Feng laughed softly and also reminded, wait, don't you want to wipe your body? No, no. Yun Xian answered with a red face. Chu Feng took a towel, charcoal powder, and boxers, and stepped into the wooden cage bathing room, then took a cold shower. Hiss. It's still really cold. His body touched the water and his whole body's muscles clenched up. His heart seemed to stop beating for a second, giving a very big sting eye. Sure enough, still not too used to taking cold showers. Chu Feng bristled, his injured right foot splitting apart as he took a bath in a weird and incomparable position. If the soles of his injured feet got wet, the young girl would surely read him again. Chapter 102. The Natural Enemy of Man. It's really cold. Chu Feng inhaled cold air and rubbed the sweat stains on his body with charcoal powder. Cold is the natural enemy of man, and even the strongest man can feel the cold. Winter will be colder than now, and that's not a good thing, Chu Feng muttered. Up to now he hadn't had a single piece of clothing, and the only thing that covered him was a pair of rushing pants, and boxers made from the fabric of the pants he had gotten with a little ingenuity in the opening rounds, which gave him something he could change into underwear I wear. It seems that in the near future, in addition to food, we have to plan for warm clothes. Chu Feng used a bamboo tube to spoon water over his body to wash away the black charcoal water stains on his body. Wow! He rinsed hard several times, toweled off the water stains, and nimbly pulled on his boxers and punch pants. No, I need to take a warm bath tomorrow. Chu Feng moved his stiff body and lifted the wooden cage to walk out. He had just come out to see the young girl standing outside with a pair of shoes in her hand. Here, change your shoes. Yun Xian came over with the shoes and squatted down to put them on the ground. It's fine to go back and change, Chu Feng said softly. Then your feet are dirty. There is still water here to wash your feet. Yun Xian patted Chu Feng's calf, signaling to hurriedly lift his feet. Why do I feel like a young lord? Chu Feng teased himself. Kiki. Doesn't have a great young master as miserable as you. Yun Xian laughed cheekily. It's true, the young master doesn't even have any clothes. His feet are wearing rope shoes, and his bath is in natural cold stream water. Chu Feng stuttered helplessly saying, then I'm a down-and-out young master. All right, then the eldest young master should hurry back. Yun Xian rolled her eyes, still addicted to acting? Is your water boiling yet? Chu Feng asked softly. A second pot of water is being boiled. Yun Xian whispered. Boiling a pot of water was simply not enough to wash. Only a few scrubs and the water would be gone. So do you want to rub I body in the shelter? Or rub I body in this wooden cage? Chu Feng lowered his voice and asked. Huh? Yun Xian froze, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Then let's go inside the shelter, so it won't be too cold. Chu Feng helped make the decision. It was much warmer in the shelter than in the wooden cage, and there was a woodshed fire to reflect the temperature in so that the young girl wouldn't catch cold. No, not that. Yun Xian blushed. I blushed and flustered, stammering and not knowing how to answer. I'll bring out the cameras, and the 3 drones have already gone back to change the batteries, so you don't have to worry. Chu Feng calmly said. The drone aerial camera, which has to go to the staff every 3 days for a battery change and maintenance, will be back again in about 2 or 3 hours. Yun Xian completely did not know what to say. The words all let Chu Feng blocked. Go. The 2 men entered the wooden shed and heard the boiling of water in the steel pot as a second pot was boiled. Go on, Chu Feng said with a light smile, took the video camera and went out of the wooden shed, leaving behind the shy, blushing young girl. What the heck? Taking it upon yourself to make decisions for me. Yoon Exine pouted, her cheeks reddening with shame. It's certainly better to be in a shelter as opposed to the blackness of a wooden cage, but it's just more humiliating. Hoo. The young girl took a few deep breaths and moved nimbly to bring the barrel, pouring in the water from the steel pot and mixing it with the right amount of cold water, and the bath water was concocted. It's time to wipe my body. Yoon Exine carried the barrel into the shelter, her eyes staring at the shelter entrance. But her hand movements were not slow, and she quickly took her clothes off. Hoo! Hiss! The young girl wiped her body, the hot towel expanding the pores and releasing the exhaustion. The armpits, thighs side, and neck Yunshin are carefully wiped, fearing that there is a little odor left. 5 minutes later. Wow! Yoon Exine wrung out the towel and realized that the water had become much cooler. Then she stopped and quickly put her clothes on. After she put on her clothes, her hanging heart was lowered, and she delicately shouted, Chu Feng, it's done. Outside by the bonfire, Chu Feng was picking at the fire with a wooden stick, and when he heard the sound, he stood up and stepped into the wooden shed with the camera. He entered the wooden shed to see Yoon Exine sitting docilely on a rock, and was preparing her shoes with her head down, as if nothing had happened. Only if he looked carefully, he would realize that the young girl's neck and ears were all red. Chu Feng tugged his mouth wordlessly and didn't bother to say something embarrassing. Putting down the camera to aim at the two people by the fire, he started to get the wooden table back up. He found a couple of sticks of about the same thickness and mumbled under his breath. There's boards, so let's build a wooden shelf to hold them. Tie the sticks in a crisscross pattern. The V-shaped depression is a good place to place a semicircular board. Just calculate the area of contact between the V-shaped depression of the sticks and the semicircle of the board. An hour or so later. Click here. Chu Feng even made 4 crossed wooden frames, divided into 2 on the left and 2 on the right, assembled together just enough to put 2 boards, just enough to assemble a table. We have a table. Yoon Exine cried out in surprise, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at the wooden table, her eyes filled with fondness. The length of the wooden table was more than 2 meters, the width was more than 40 centimeters, and there was a slit in the middle of the 2 boards. A table like this would probably be thrown in the trash the next day if it were in the city, but it's the best table out in the wilderness. Sometimes you don't have to pursue luxury and exquisite. As long as you can have is already the greatest luck. I'll make 2 more chairs, so I don't have to sit on hard banging and cold stones. Chu Feng laughed lightly. Chu Feng, your hands are too deft. Yoon Exine praised with a thumbs up. You can do it too. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth curved upwards, his mood filled with pleasure. He made 4 shorter crossed wooden frames in the same way as he did for the table, with 2 on each side as supports for the boards, and tied them securely in rope bale slices. After that was done, another half hour or so passed. Here, try the chair. Chu Feng placed the long stool, somewhat like the one he used to sit on when he was in elementary school, on the edge of the wooden table. Wow, that's so cool. The smile on Yoon Exine's face didn't stop as soon as she sat down in her chair and folded her arms on the tabletop. The sense of fulfillment and fullness that comes when a person goes from having nothing to being able to create a useful item is immense. This is our first set of furniture. Chu Feng looked at the young girl's smiling face, and the fatigue from a busy night was mostly driven away by the happy atmosphere. Chapter 103. Saving Stamina? The camp where Zhao Lei and Zhao Lei were. At night, inside the shelter, the 2 lay in a bed made of leaves and weeds, both of them staring at the roof with blank eyes. Buzzing. Mosquitoes were circling above the 2 men, landing down from time to time. Snap! These damn mosquitoes are so annoying. Zhao Lei exasperatedly slapped his armpit and raised his hand to look at the mosquito corpse in his hand. The most annoying thing in the wilderness are the mosquitoes, catching a chance to bite you a few times, eager to suck you dry in one gulp. The 2 men in particular emitted a foul odor that attracted many flies to them. Then don't lie down and go roast the fire, Zhao Lei lazily said. Having a fire was a good way to drive away the mosquitoes, and the 2 of them were now lying inside the shelter, 2 meters away from the fire. Sitting is too tiring, Zhao Lei said indifferently. He doesn't want to move, wants to conserve energy and try not to burn excess fat. Zhao Lei rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, then just go smear some more mud. Don't, that smells too bad. Zhao Lei refused. Both of them have been smearing mud every day, and some of their skin has become so allergic that they are afraid to do it again for the past few days. Then there's nothing to do but feed the mosquitoes. Zhao Lei's tone was without ripples. The truth was, he didn't want to move, especially now that it was the middle of the night, but he couldn't sleep. I also don't know how many more people have been eliminated. Zhao Lei's tone wasn't as spirited as before. Surviving in the wilderness was so much harder than their previous survival, mainly because there were so few tools to do many of the things they wanted to do. Like the two of them used to go out to survive in the wilderness, they were carrying 2 large backpacks with various tools, especially some dried meat and military rations. Well, the survival of the two used to be called going out and enjoying the solitude and fun of the wilderness. What the two are experiencing now is true wilderness survival that has taken its toll on the two. There shouldn't be much left, even the two of us. Zhao Lei frowned and said, there definitely aren't many left like Chu Feng's group, as well as the two of that great young Master Yang Chong, and the Lu family sisters think they've all been eliminated. Zhao Lei rightfully said. He didn't believe that the two of them were still worse than said groups of people, and then it would be better to buy a block of tofu and run over it so as not to embarrass himself. Stay in the wilderness long enough for a year, and it's estimated that no one will be able to accomplish it. Zhao Lei said with a bit of discouragement. The two men, whose survival experience is not top-notch but can be praised in the amateur world, are now surviving by starving themselves. Definitely, it doesn't take much to realize that no one will survive a year. Zhao Lei agreed. The two had a private conversation about staying for a full month and quitting, and getting at least $100,000 in consolation money. Then wait for the next time it reconvenes, and then gamble their luck by signing up for it. There are too few tools, and the environment is too harsh. Zhao Lei said with a bit of dismay. The other day they found bear scat, which scared the two men from exploring too far and hunkered down in camp for days. They had seen bears catching prey on a previous occasion by chance, and a small wild boar had had its throat roughly bitten off, a spectacle which had frightened the two men from going into the wilderness for some time. Gollum. Zhao Lei's stomach suddenly rumbled, and he was embarrassed. My stomach is digesting something. Zhao Lei was amused. The last meal was eaten yesterday at noon, and it's still being digested now? Is it dissolving fat? Shall we? We eat some dried lizards. Zhao Lei sat up and looked at the 5 or 6 smoked lizards dangling above the fire. He was starving a bit too much and felt like he had no energy left in his body, and he hadn't even had a proper meal. Eat. Let's go hunting tomorrow, we can't go on like this. Zhao Lei couldn't stand it either and climbed up to walk towards the fire. Huh? Will we run into a bear? There are quite a few wild berries nearby, we can still hold out for a while longer. Zhao Lei hesitated. Having seen the bear's power, it was the two who were so scared. Because it was known that if the two encountered a bear, there was no way to escape, and at least one person would have to be left behind. But going down there now, it's hard to hold on with just that. Zhao Lei carried the palm-length dried lizard with 2 fingers and said helplessly, if the food isn't replenished, we'll overdraw our bodies. But. Zhao Lei looked into the darkness, his tall body shrinking. Ugh, let's not go to places where bears have been. This should be safer. Zhao Lei sighed helplessly. Okay. Zhao Lei answered under hesitation. Grill the meat and eat it. Zhao Lei brought wooden sticks to skewer the lizard and grilled it. The lizards in the nearby places were running out for the two to catch, and the source of protein for the two was lizards and snakes. Carpet searching, the two still caught several snakes, mostly lizards and a few scorpions, and the two caught everything they could eat anyway. The two might have been better off and would have explored more food sources if they hadn't found the bear tracks. The viewers in the live broadcast room, however, were infuriated by the performance of Zhao Lei and Zhao Lei, especially those viewers who had come over from Chu Feng and Yun Xian's live broadcasts. They were brushing up their pop-up screens. Little Lori. Chu Feng and the two of them are sleeping. Come over and take a look. Front +1. Bah! How can 2 big old men be so timid? And also grew tall, and compared to the two next door to Lori, these two are too wimpy. Isn't it just a bear? Kill it and eat bear meat. It's over. The two are having thoughts of quitting. I'm wondering now what the two will look like after they quit and come back to see the 2 Loris living it up. Equally expectant. Chapter 104. Pottery burning out. Early morning. Chu Feng then woke up, sleepily opening his eyes. He heard the sound of birds chirping outside, and instantly knew that the weather outside was quite nice. He wrinkled his nose at the sour smell and looked down to see the young girl's hair, which still reeked of grease. Is it the reason why I didn't wash my hair after sweating yesterday? Chu Feng muttered a guess. In a place like Stringy Island, if you sweat and don't wash your hair, the smell is sour. Yoon Exine fiercely opened her eyes, pouted her upper lip. Her thumb and forefinger formed a pincer shape and grabbed the soft flesh around Chu Feng's waist. She woke up earlier than Chu Feng, just wanting to laze around the bed a little bit, letting her hear someone muttering, actually saying that she hadn't washed her hair, and was smacking her for having hair problems.
His tilde.
Chu Feng sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and a sardonic expression appeared on his face. After getting the wooden table and stool last night, the two went to bed, and the young girl, who was also very ill, was of course afraid to wash her hair. Yoon Exine tilted her head, squinted her eyes at Chu Feng's face, and calmly asked, "Does my hair smell heavy? Is it obvious?" "Ah. Not heavy, not obvious." Chu Feng shook his head wisely. "Really?" Yoon Exine asked with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "True, truer than pearls," Chu Feng affirmed. "Humph." Yoon Exine hummed, and it was the young girl's own judgment as to whether she believed it or not. She muttered in her mind, "Pearls have a ton of fakes now. Time to get up." Chu Feng yawned and said. The big morning brawl had completely sobered both of them up, and they had had little anecdotes like this in the past. "Aha!" Yoon Exine's cheeks flushed red as she hurriedly left Chu Feng's side. Chu Feng propped up his hands to get up, and before he could sit up, his right foot was hugged by the young girl. He looked at the young girl with a confused look on his face and wondered, "What's wrong? Feet. Let me see how the soles of your feet are doing." Yoon Exine grabbed his foot with both hands and lifted it upwards. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. His legs and feet relaxed, letting the young girl's soft hands grasp and lift upwards. "Don't move." Yunshin untied the cloth band of the bow, revealing the already dried spikenard paste inside. She gently snapped off the prickly vegetable paste with her fingers, revealing a shallow scar inside, the kind that looked like it was about to heal. "Huh? It's getting better so fast," Yoon Exine said in shock. "All right?" Chu Feng pretended to look confused. "Well, there's just a little bit of scar left." Yoon Exine frowned and nodded, speculating in her heart. Could it be that this prickly vegetable's medicinal effect is that strong? All right then. Chu Feng took his feet back, put on his rushing pants and shoes and left the shelter. He wouldn't dare to let the young girl observe any further, lest he see something. An ordinary person would need about 3 to 5 days at least if he was to heal with the wound on the bottom of his foot. The weather is so nice. Chu Feng looked at the blue sky and moved his body, ready to start the day's work. "Chu Feng, quickly brush your teeth." Yoon Exine's crisp voice came. Chu Feng responded, "Good." After the two brushed their teeth and drank water, they started to get busy with their respective tasks, the young girl having to cook breakfast first. Chu Feng then began to plan the size of the camp and the place to build the new shelter and the disposal of the bamboo water pipes. He picked a spot and said, "Let's get the sink out first." Chu Feng took an engineer's shovel and started digging a pit at a place that was still more than a meter away from the water coming out of the bamboo water pipe. He was trying to dig a water storage pit for washing clothes and so on. Click, click, click. The engineer's shovel clashed with the stone with a shrill sound that made goosebumps crawl. There are really a lot of stones. Chu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and put the dug-out stones aside. Half an hour later, a shallow pit about 1.5 meters in diameter was dug, and only about 50 centimeters deep. "Lay some rocks in so that the water won't wash out too muddy," Chu Feng thoughtfully recited. He picked out some flat stones and carefully laid them in the bottom of the pit, as well as around the edges to form a stone puddle. Then get a platform out to wash clothes. Chu Feng scanned around and found a few more flat stones to lay beside the puddle. Next, he found a few logs, sharpened them with a wood chipper and nailed them next to the puddle in the shape of a cross. Then just connect the bamboo pipe. Chu Feng found and used the leftover bamboo, connected it to the bamboo water pipe, and changed the outlet to the stone water pit. "Chu Feng," Yoon Exine suddenly spoke out from behind. "Who?" Chu Feng's body tensed up for a moment and then relaxed again. It is very easy for people to be startled by sudden foreign objects when they are working seriously, or in moments of concentration and relaxation. He was scared. Yoon Exine smiled cheekily and spat out her tongue. "I head. Breakfast is ready?" Chu Feng rolled his eyes. "Yeah, it's cooked." Yoon Exine nodded. "Let's go have breakfast." Chu Feng squatted down and washed his hands, taking a step towards the wooden shed. Yoon Exeon also ran to wash her hands first before she jogged to catch up with Chu Feng and entered the wooden shed together. Now the two of them can wash their hands however they want without having to buckle down to save water. This is only decent. Chu Feng entered the wooden shed and his eyes saw the breakfast on top of the wooden table. Having a table is a far cry from not having a table, and every time you crouch on the ground or sit on a rock, it gives you the feeling that something is missing. Now with a table and chairs, life is much more ceremonial. Hurry up and sit down, Yoon Exeon urged. Good. Chu Feng sat down and looked at the bamboo bowl in front of him, with chopsticks and spoons on the side. He looked up at the young girl and the two of them smiled at each other. Chu Feng, later on I'm going to collect tree branches? Yoon Exeon asked as she sipped her soup. She still remembered what Chu Feng said about building a fence yesterday. You wash your clothes first, then gather more firewood. I'm going to use it later, Chu Feng said as he chewed on the fish. Okay, Yoon Exeon answered obediently. Chu Feng wanted a lot of firewood. Today he was going to try and fire the pottery. A wooden barrel alone was no longer enough. Chapter 105. Another first experience. Wait. I'm going to make a trip over to the waterhole, Chu Feng said as he chewed on the seaweed. What are you doing at the waterhole? Yoon Exeon asked, looking up curiously. Go dig up some clay and come back. Chu Feng picked up the bamboo bowl and drank the soup, saying, Try to burn some pottery to use. Burning pottery? Yoon Exeon stared in shock, her expression dumbfounded as she looked at Chu Feng as if she did not recognize him. What's wrong? Chu Feng asked as he cocked his head. No? When did you know how to make pottery? Yoon Exeon asked suspiciously. Both grew up playing with the same toys and games, and even taught by pretty much the same teachers. How did she not know that Chu Feng could make pottery? Learned it online. I didn't find a job before, so I thought about applying for a pottery studio, and then I learned it by watching videos online. Chu Feng opened his eyes and said the excuse he had prepared in advance. So, Yoon Exeon believed it and asked under hesitation, Can you burn pottery just by watching a video? Pottery is just high in a young girl's mind, or maybe it's a lesser perception that makes her hook it up with some antiques or something. It's okay, just trying. In a relaxed tone, Chu Feng said, If it succeeds, we won't need this bamboo bowl, and we can still use the ceramic plate. Whether it works or not depends on whether the clay is good or not. If it is not good, the fired pottery will be cracked. Then you must refuel. Yoon Exeon gave encouragement with a smiling face, and would not go so far as to dampen Chu Feng's confidence. If it failed on many times, perhaps she would have persuaded Chu Feng to give up for the time being, but now the young girl would give her full support. It will work. Chu Feng finished the soup in the bamboo bowl and put it down before getting up and walking outside. Not eating any more? Yoon Exeon trailed off. No, you eat it all. Chu Feng waved his hand in a dashing manner, carried the barrel on his back, and took the engineer shovel out of the wooden shed. A few minutes later, he made his way to the waterhole and followed the water downstream, finding streams that fell a meter apart with not much current. The clay soil here should be better. Chu Feng jumped down to the edge of the stream and tilted his head to observe, realizing that the layer of dirt at the edge of the water was clay. He dug up a piece of clay and rubbed it between his fingers, saying, It's not a good judge of quality. Forget it, it's not doing any high-level ceramic type anyway. You don't have to be that demanding. Chu Feng quickly did not go to dwell on it, put down the barrel on his back, and began to dig up the clay soil with an engineer shovel, some of the surface mud removed, digging into the clay layer inside. 10 minutes or so, thanks to the sapper's shovel, quickly filled the barrel with clay. Going back, Chu Feng placed the wooden barrel on the shore, and his entire body leapt onto it before carrying it back to the campground. It was 10 minutes or so before he returned to the camp and saw the young girl carrying some tiny pieces of wood, all piled up in the center of the jumble of rocks. Chu Feng, is this enough? Yoon wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his small hand subconsciously scratched his scalp. Almost enough. Come over and play with mud together. Chu Feng softly beckoned and said, Started making pottery? Yoon Exeon immediately trotted forward and looked curiously at the clay in the barrel. Well, go inside the wooden shed. It's starting to get hot in here. Chu Feng looked up at the sun in the sky. Good. Yoon Exeon walked behind, using her small hands to help Chu Feng support the barrel on his back, helping to reduce the load. Hoo-hoo. Entering the wooden shed, Chu Feng put down the barrel and moved his shoulders that were a little sore from the rope strangulation. Chu Feng, drink water. Yoon Xian handed the bamboo tube over, and seeing the red marks on Chu Feng's shoulders, decided that she would braid the straps wider. You also drink water. After Chu Feng filled a few mouthfuls, he handed the bamboo tube over. Aha! Yoon Xian gulped a few times and drank all the water in the bamboo tube. Chu Feng moved a flat stone and placed it on the wooden table, which was used to put the clay. The young girl also moved a flattened rock and just sat on a stool and waited up. Need I pinch the clay thoroughly and weed out the small stones and small sand inside? Chu Feng softly said. Okay. Yoon Xian excitedly dug out a piece of clay from the barrel and began to knead I pinch it like a dumpling skin. Poo 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 poo. Kneading the clay made strange noises, and the two played with it like little children, weeding out the impurities in the clay and making it fine. After the entire barrel of clay was all processed, it was an hour later and the clay that was first kneaded I pinched wasn't so soft anymore. Chu Feng, what now? Yoon Xian asked curiously. First, make a chassis, then roll the clay into a strip, and then layer on top. Chu Feng taught by hand. The technique he teaches is clay bar panchu, a technique for making vessels. Clay bar panju is the technique of molding clay bars by stacking, squeezing, and pressing them together. Oh, I see. Yoon Xian learned immediately, rolling the clay into strips and then stacking them up along the edges of the base. If it's too dry, use water to humidify and smooth it out so that the pottery won't have cracks. Chu Feng exhorted. He makes small tanks 20 centimeters wide in diameter, stacking strips of clay one on top of the other, which takes a lot of patience to do. Okay. Yoon Xian hurriedly nodded and used her hand to wipe away the unevenness of the concave eye bumps. The young girl made palm-sized pottery water cups, and her speed was also very slow. Although her first time making pottery, her technique was slightly clumsy, but it was a very delicate work. Poo 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 poo. Except for the sound of rubbing mud, both of them were very quiet doing their crafts, which was another first experience in life. You don't get this kind of free time and opportunity in the city. 10 minutes later, the young girl was the first to finish a pottery mug. Chu Feng, what do you think? Yoon Xian asked with a dimpled smile. Very good. Chu Feng nodded his head with a light smile, the corners of his mouth rising as he looked at the somewhat crooked pottery cup. So what now? Yoon Xian asked curiously. Put it outside to dry. You can make a few more pottery cups out and try firing them later. Chu Feng softly said. He's only about a third of the way through his little tank and it will be a while before he's done. Okay. Leave it to me. Yoon Xian shouted with gusto. Chapter 106. Getting Vigilant. In the guide hall, the Observer Live broadcast room switched to the live broadcast room of Chu Feng and Yoon Xian under the director's arrangement. Who let the other challenger live room nothing explosive. Everyone is either lying in the shelter or in the wild to find some wild vegetables and fruits to eat, hunting very few people. Recently there is a burst or the Lu sisters, the two blind cats meet a deer in the headlights so that the two also on the hot search outside once and then no more. Cough, cough. Wang Lin was drinking water when he saw the screen switch to the live broadcast of the two Chu Feng, instantly causing him to choke on the water. Teacher Wang, is everything all right? He Ming said with concern, but a hint of laughter flashed under his eyes. It's fine, I drank too fast. Wang Lin hastily shook his head. In this moment, he was on guard to prevent He Ming's few people from punking him again. Those who have been fooled a few times more or less know the rules of the program. It is clear that they are using him as an explosive point to start. He. Mr. Wang, why is your expression so serious? Wu Qingyue laughed cheekily. Huh? No. Wang Lin tugged at the corner of his mouth and revealed a stiff smile. The corner of Qi Wei Ting's mouth curved slightly. As a person with more bystanders, she had long understood the rules of the program. Cough. Let's see what Chu Feng and Yoon Xian are doing. As the host, He Ming controlled the pace of the scene very well. The two Yunxin are playing in the mud? Wu Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Are the two that idle? This made her just come out from the other live rooms and saw that everyone else was struggling to survive. While now Chu Feng and Yoon Xian were playing in the mud, the contrast was also too great. No, not playing with mud. He Ming hastily denied it. Then what is this? Wu Qingyue's crisp voice was filled with curiosity. The two are making pottery. He Ming marveled. He also didn't expect to see someone making pottery on a wilderness survival show. He used to do pottery, had been to a pottery store for a few days to learn how to make a pottery for a friend's birthday present. What? Doing pottery? Wang Lin was stunned, his expression dumbfounded. He thought the two were using mud to make smothered fish, just like calling for chicken after all. This famous dish had appeared in movies quite a few times, and many people had learned how to make it by ear. How did you get here and do some pottery? Is this still wilderness survival? Wang Lin was a bit hard to bear. Every time he observed the live broadcasting room of Chu Feng and Yun Xian, he felt that the style of the picture had changed. It didn't seem like wilderness survival at all. This was to enjoy the wilderness life, wasn't it? It also made his experience wrong a couple times, which wasn't the case in any other broadcast. Yes, I've studied pottery for a few days, so I have an impression, He Ming said with certainty. How did the two come up with the idea of making pottery? Shouldn't they be looking for food to matter? Wang Lin was a bit confused. Getting too fancy and making pottery as a souvenir of the elimination if there is no food? I think making pottery is a good idea. Wu Qingyue, however, had a different point of view. From the moment she knew that Chu Feng and Yun Xian were making pottery, she had thought of many things. Oh? How? He Ming cupped. Two people make pottery, not to mention success or not, but the completion of pottery can get a lot of utensils, can store a lot of things, such as eating endless meat. Wu Qingyue thought of the ceramics at home, one or two of which she used to hold hidden things. It's too much of a waste of energy and time. Wang Lin disagreed, believing that food was the most important thing. What about Vivian? What do you think? He Ming threw the topic to the female Valkyries. How could he not take care of everyone? Sharpen your sword. Qi Wei Ting said faintly. Oh? It seems that Wei Ting agrees. He Ming laughed lightly. Humph. Wang Lin slightly tilted his head down, feeling that the two girls were very unaware of wilderness survival. So, let's take a look at the questions from the live audience. He Ming saw that the atmosphere was a bit stiff. It was a conflict of ideas and he couldn't afford to take sides. He can only go through the flow of the show. Like when there's nothing to talk about, he intercepts questions from the live stream pop-ups. Of course, it's all still operated by the directors, and whoever they want to cast is chosen ahead of time so that there's something explosive to watch. Staff, please pause and pick a question. He Ming said softly. The screen flashed many pop-ups at once, and eventually a green one was selected. Mr. Wang Lin, would you make pottery if you were in the wilderness? He Ming read with an odd expression on his face. He secretly said, the program team really knows how to play, and they are not afraid of pissing off Wang Lin. No, I don't know how to make pottery. Wang Lin rolled his eyes and said. So, second screenshot. After He Ming saw the screen freeze, he cried and laughed as he read. Did expert Wang negate the two little Lolitas because he didn't know how to make pottery? Looking for trouble, the show is really looking for trouble. That was the thought of everyone in the room. No, this is a rational analysis given by experience. Wang Lin said with a dark face. It's true that he can't make pottery, and there's undeniably an aspect of that. Next entry. He Ming looked at the screen's pop-ups and read, Mr. He, do you think Chu Feng can really make pottery? Huh? I can't believe I was asked. He Ming was slightly surprised and said under thought, this is not easy to confirm, but the temperature required to burn pottery is very high, and it's usually difficult to succeed by wood burning. In that case, if the two people can't reach the firing temperature, does that mean the pottery production failed? Wang Lin raised an eyebrow and asked. Indeed. He Ming thought for a moment and nodded. It's likely to leak when used for water. It's still fine for dry things. Will it be hard? Wu Qingyue asked curiously. It's difficult to reach the high temperatures for firing pottery by relying solely on the firewood burning in the fire. He Ming nodded. The two Yunxin must not fail. Wu Qingyue was a bit nervous. Wang Lin laughed silently and didn't say anything more. Waiting for the result isn't good enough. Let's see what Chu Feng and Yun Xian will do next. He Ming clearly controlled the tempo. Chapter 107. Construction of Earthen Cellar Ovens. Poo 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 poo. Nailed another one. Yun Xian shouted happily. The young girl held a ceramic plate in both hands, a pleasing smile blooming on her face. She had had a great day. The stress of coming to the wilderness had been completely released by now. I'll take it to dry in the sun. Yun Xian held the ceramic dish and took a step to trot outside. She's made 3 pots already, 2 ceramic cups, and now a ceramic plate. Check to see if there are any cracks in those drying pottery. Chu Feng raised his head and ordered. Okay. Yun Xinqing responded in a crisp voice. It's been a long time since I've seen Yun Xian being so childish. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth curved into a nice-looking arc. Suddenly, he realized that making pottery today was the right thing to do. The first 2 days after he first came to the wilderness, the young girl was having nightmares in the middle of the night, and it still made him a little worried about the young girl's mental state. Not a moment later, Yoon Exine ran in and said with a smile, Chu Feng, the pottery is all fine. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, then carefully rolled up the clay strips and made the pottery again. It seems that these clays are still considered okay. Chu Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. His small tank is 1/2 finished and has a height of about 30 centimeters. Now he slowed down the height of the stacked clay, having to wait for the lower layer to be slightly harder before he started stacking the clay so that it wouldn't cause the cylinder to be crooked. After all, he had so few specialized tools here that he could only do it roughly and omit some steps. Chu Feng, can the pottery be burned today? Yoon Exine asked curiously. It was no wonder the young girl was in such a hurry. Making pottery for the first time in her life, of course she wanted to get the finished product faster. It should be possible. Chu Feng nodded under thought. It's morning time, probably close to 10 or 11 o'clock, and it's still a long time before night. That's good. If we can get the pottery fired today, we'll eat out of clay bowls. Yoon Exine cocked her head in longing, then asked blearily, Chu Feng, I have to make 2 more pottery bowls, is that okay? She was afraid that Chu Feng had other plans, lest the clay would not be enough. There's plenty of clay left, so use it to your heart's content. Chu Feng shook his head in amusement and said softly, You can do whatever you want. Great. Yoon Exine cheered and broke her fingers. 2 pottery bowls for eating, 1 pottery kettle, and make a pottery plate to put dishes on. All right, there's no need to make all of them at once. You can slowly add them all later. Chu Feng hurriedly interrupted the young girl's plan. According to the young girl's plan, everything in the entire shelter was going to be replaced with pottery, and that wasn't going to happen overnight.
Kiki.
I'm making plans for the future. Yoon Exine smiled sarcastically and lowered her head, making the pottery bowl seriously. It's completely fine in the future. There's plenty of clay anyway. Chu Feng said softly. Right? Yoon Exine suddenly looked up and asked seriously, When we leave later, can we take these pottery with us? Handmade by hand, they are also kept as souvenirs back in the city, and some can be given to children in orphanages. This should work. Chu Feng hesitated and said to the camera, I guess this little request, the program should agree.
PFFT.
Chu Feng, you're so bad. Yoon Exine was amused, clearly informing the program team. Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders and helplessly spread his hands. Gossiping about the sky, the 2 of them made pottery, and by the time Chu Feng's small water tank was finished it was already an hour later. The small earthenware water jar, 60 centimeters high and 20 centimeters wide, was completed and looked similar to a bucket made of household plastic. It's so big. This is mostly bigger than a barrel. Fill it up and you can take a bath. Yoon Exine tilted her head to comment. I'll take it out to dry in the sun first, and by the way, I'll prepare to make a cellar furnace to burn pottery. Chu Feng carefully held the small water tank, afraid that the force would make the tank crack. I'll come along. Yoon Exine stood up and hugged over the teapot like pottery. The teapot was so weird looking that the young girl had been working on it for over half an hour and had just been refining it.
Go kropka.
Chu Feng was light-handed, keeping his body subjected to the ceramic water jar on his hand. The sun was shining brightly outside the shelter, the rocks were hot from the sun, and it didn't take long for the wet clay to dry out. Just put it here. Chu Feng found a flat rock and squatted down to blow away the sand and dust before placing the small water tank. Chu Feng, how do you make a cellar furnace? Yoon Exine put the teapot next to the small water tank and asked softly, A big wood-burning stove like the ones at the orphanage? There is a part of the principle that is similar. Thinking about the amount of knowledge in his mind, Chu Feng's eyes scanned the surroundings and quickly found a suitable place. He took a step over to where the camp was going to be near the edge, where the rocks were less. Bring me the engineer's shovel, Chu Feng said to the young girl. Okay. Yoon Exine trotted back to the wooden shed. Chu Feng cleared away the surrounding rocks and cleared out a flat area, took the engineer's shovel that the young girl brought, and started digging up the hole. What am I going to do now? Yoon Exine asked, crouching down next to him. You go and fill up some water over here and make a paste out of this mud, and use it to pile up the cellar walls later, Chu Feng softly said. Aha! Yunishin trotted off again. That should be about right. Chu Feng looked at the type of stove used for traditional fire burning. He had this hearth dug out of a mound, with holes in the bottom for firewood and pit-eye holes in the top for pottery. The water is here. Yoon Exine came over with 2 bamboo tubes and poured the water into the mud. It doesn't have to be that wet. Chu Feng shook his head and squatted down to make peace with the mud. He's gonna have to remodel the hearth now, get the cellar walls out of the cellar furnace so that the temperature can be raised to the temperature at which the pottery is fired. The mud was made into arm-thick strips and stacked on the edge of the pit like making pottery, and after making a circle, Chu Feng found a few small wooden sticks and set them on the pit as a support. Isn't this just a burning stove? Yoon Xian muttered, turned her head sideways to see the sweat on Chu Feng's face, and ran away under her thoughts. This is not a burning stove. Chu Feng was about to explain, and turned his head to see the young girl's silhouette running away. He spread his hands and proceeded to pile mud on the stick, then poked a number of holes the size of his index finger in the mud, places for the fire to run upwards. All that's left is for the sun to dry the clay so that it hardens up a bit before you can layer mud on top for the cellar walls. Lest the pottery be put in and get soaked wet by the wet mud. Chapter 108. A fondue? Chu Feng, drink water. Yoon Xian ran over with a bamboo tube in one hand, carrying a branch full of leaves on her shoulder. The young girl's petite body swayed with the weight of the branch, as if she was about to stagger and fall. What are you doing? Chu Feng hurriedly stepped forward to receive the branch. You use this to shield yourself from the sun, Yunishin said with a gasp breath. Block the sun. Chu Feng looked at the branches of the tree, then suddenly realized up and softly said, Let's go. Let's go back to the wooden hut to rest for a while, and come out again in 10 minutes. Is the cellar furnace ready? Yoon Xian asked in shock. No, let the mud dry out a bit. Otherwise the roots will collapse if they are too soft. Chu Feng explained. It's the same thing as building a building. First you have to build a good foundation, and this cellar furnace is not low. In that case, let's go on to make pottery then. Yoon Xian nodded and took a step towards the wooden shed. What are you going to do next? Chu Feng asked curiously. The young girl has already made 2 ceramic cups, 2 ceramic bowls, a ceramic plate and teapot. Make a charcoal stove. You can put charcoal in to roast fish and make hot pots. Yoon Xian said softly. Make a charcoal grill so you can use it for a fish soup fondue, and brush up on the wild greens to make them a little tastier. After all, a whole pot of stew can get tiresome if you eat too much of it. Hot pot. Chu Feng froze and frowned as he pondered. Shouldn't we have a hot pot? Anytime you can hunt deer, you can totally have a delicious venison fondue, which is a wonderful thing to think about. Yeah, we have so many wild vegetables. It should be quite tasty for brushing pots. Yoon Xian licked the corner of her mouth. Ah! Is pretty good. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth twitched, and the shadow of the venison hot pot went away with the wind. The two entered the wood shed to make pottery again. About half an hour later, Chu Feng made a ceramic plate, estimated the time, and prepared to go and finish the construction of the cellar furnace. Take that branch with you, Yoon Xian reminded. Okay. Chu Feng walked out of the wooden shed, and after placing the ceramic plate, he came to the cellar furnace and picked up the tree branch that the young girl had brought. He looked at the sparse leaves on the branches and sighed. I hope I can ride it out. Click. Chu Feng inserted the branch to the front of the cellar furnace. The leaves just helped block the sunlight, avoiding his squatting body to be sunburned by the sunlight. He began to build up the cellar oven, following the clay bar disc building method, with circles of clay layered toward the top. After spending half an hour, the construction of the cellar stove, which was 1 meter high and 40 centimeters wide, was completed, looking almost like a chimney. Chu Feng, this is the cellar furnace, huh? Yoon Xian's voice suddenly came out. Chu Feng turned around and looked at the young girl who stood behind him at an unknown time, and said flirtatiously, Lady Warrior, when did you arrive? The young girl had become somewhat immune to his shenanigans. You're too focused. I've been standing for a little while. Yoon Xian pouted piteously. Chu Feng was speechless. A focused person would subconsciously block out everything around them. Chu Feng, is it possible to burn pottery? Yoon Xian asked after him. Let the sun dry out this cellar furnace a bit. Otherwise the pottery will get soaked wet if you put it in. Chu Feng said softly. Okay. Yoon Xian sighed, pushing it back a bit more. Don't be in a hurry. We can definitely get the pottery fired today. Chu Feng pacified. He removed the branches so that the sun could reach the cellar oven, and with the current heat, an hour would be enough to vaporize the moisture inside the mud. Chu Feng, there isn't enough clay. Yoon Xian weakly said. You ran out. Chu Feng said in surprise. Yoon Xian nodded down slightly and whispered. I used the leftover clay to make a face bowl. How big? Bigger than this? Chu Feng asked, pointing at the cellar furnace. No, about as long as my 2 palms. Yoon Exien hastily shook her head, stretching out her white palm and bracing her thumb and middle finger to gesture. It's about 30 centimeters wide. Chu Feng said softly. The palms of his hands were sometimes good measurements of size. His thumb and middle finger propped apart were about 20 centimeters wide. The young girl's thumb and middle finger were propped open, a fraction shorter than his. It should fit, right? Yoon Exien asked weakly, afraid that she had wasted the clay. No problem. Chu Feng nodded his head affirmatively. He stepped toward the woodshed and said, I'll carry some more clay back and you can make whatever you want. I'll go help too. Yoon Exien held up her hand. All right, then you go along as well. Chu Feng did not refuse. He went back to the woodshed and loaded a barrel on his back, grabbed an engineer's shovel and headed out. It took the 2 men a few minutes to get to the place where they were digging clay, and another half hour to dig enough clay to get back to camp. Sitting in their old positions, the 2 kneaded. I rubbed the clay again, weeding out the rocks and impurities within it. I don't know what time it is now, Yoon Exien muttered, putting down the clay in her hands and taking a bamboo tube aside to drink water. What time? The young girl's words caused Chu Feng to have a flash of light and softly said, Make a sundial out of it. That way you don't have to draw a sundial diagram on the ground. Shall I do it? Yoon Exien asked, pointing to herself. Well, I'll now take out these 4 clay slabs and put them in the sun. Chu Feng nodded and said. He made 4 slabs of clay to seal the top of the cellar furnace from heat loss. Yes, leave it to me, Yoon Exien softly answered. Chu Feng took the clay board and went out of the wooden shed, finding a spot to dry it out. He looked at the sun in the sky and calculated the bearing in his mind. It should be 2 or 3 in the afternoon now. It's getting late. It's time to try firing pottery. Chu Feng did not want to wait any longer, or else it would be too late. He examined the small tank and found it all dry. Carrying the small tank to the cellar stove, he probed and touched the stove and found that it too was dry, showing how fierce the sun had been. Put it upside down and it should burn into the inside. Chu Feng pondered, twisted his head to look at the wooden shed, and said softly, Put a few more small pieces of pottery in there, or else someone will lose their mind again. He set down the small water jar, took the pottery cups from both of the young girls and put them into the very bottom of the cellar oven. Then the small ground water jar and put it in upside down. Chapter 109. A surprise. After Chu Feng put away the pottery, he got up and walked towards the wooden shed, ready to start the fire to set the fire of the cellar furnace on fire. He had just entered the wooden shed when he saw the young girl preparing to head out. Chu Feng, you've come just in time. How is this time zone divided? Yoon Exien held the circular sundial disc. That's it. Come back and carve the lines after firing. That way it will be a bit clearer. Chu Feng smiled and said, Huh. Yoon Exien froze, looking down at the round sundial disc in her hand. That's it? Sometimes people always overthink things, and it's still very simple to get to the bottom of it unless one wants to study something very profound. Chu Feng squatted down, picked up a burning firewood, and took a step outside. Are we going to start firing the pottery? Yoon Exien asked in a hurry. Yeah, the fire is starting right now. Chu Feng nodded and took a step towards the outside of the wooden shed. Yoon Exien immediately followed behind and asked, About how long will it take to burn? Half an hour. Thinking about it, Chu Feng said, At the very least, the pottery should be burned through and burned until it turns red. Pottery can leak if the fire isn't strong enough to burn it through enough. So that's how it is. Yoon Exien nodded with seeming understanding. Well, the young girl still doesn't get it. She's totally new to this stuff. There probably aren't many people in the community who know anything about pottery, either, except for a few people who specialize in the industry or who happen to know about it by chance. Chu Feng quickly started the fire. The smoke rose from the cellar furnace, but the fire could not rise. That won't work. The flame isn't hot enough. Chu Feng found a section of bamboo tube, aimed it at the fire opening under the cellar furnace, and blew a large mouthful of air. Hoo hoo hoo. The influx of air, the increase of oxygen, the flames were instantly enlarged, and the fire rose from above the cellar oven, wrapping the pottery all around it. Wow! This fire is also too big. Yoon Exien was shocked and took a few steps back. The temperature was just too high. Yoon Exien, bring over those clay plates. Chu Feng twisted his head and ordered. Good. Yoon Xian immediately turned around to get the drying clay boards and brought them over in a moment. After Chu Feng took over his hand, he snapped the clay plate above the cellar furnace, blocking the fire and locking the temperature of the flames inside. The firewood burned for more than half an hour, and Chu Feng blew into the mouth of the fire from time to time with a bamboo tube to increase the temperature of the flame. Still not ready? Yoon Xian moved the firewood and put it next to him. That's fine for now. Let the pottery smother inside. Chu Feng moved stones and blocked the cellar fire opening. How long will it take? Yoon Xian asked curiously. It'll probably take about 4 or 5 hours. Chu Feng said softly. After all, it is not a professional cellar furnace, just a clay cellar furnace. Some things still need to be paid attention to. That's not even dark, Yoon Xian said in shock. She thought she'd be able to take it out right after it was fired. There's no rush. Chu Feng smiled as he explained up. Now it's 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Then come over and open the cellar furnace and let the inside cool down for an hour before you can take the pottery out. If he didn't cool it down, he'd have to tear down the cellar oven, and that wasn't what he wanted, and while the cellar oven was made of mud heapshare and wasn't terribly durable, it would be able to fire pottery a few times. Okay. Yoon Xian nodded helplessly and could only wait up patiently. I'll go make some torches so I can use them tonight, Chu Feng said softly. Torches? How? Yoon Xian asked in surprise. Use pine resin. It will burn for a long time. Chu Feng turned around and pointed to the west side of the jungle and said, Didn't we find pine forest over there before? We can go collect some pine resin to make torches. I'll help along, Yoon Xian exclaimed. Let's go then. Bring along the bamboo tube and water. Chu Feng lightly laughed. The two of them packed up and headed in the direction of the pine forest. The pine forest, which the two had found on their first exploration, wasn't very far away, about 15 minutes or so. Chu Feng, I heard that pine needles can be made into tea? Yoon Xian looked at the pine tree's long pine leaves. Well, it does make tea. Chu Feng nodded and said with a twist of words, but not every pine tree's pine needles can be used to make tea. There are quite a few types of pines, like what's known as white pine, loblolly pine, sphagnum pine, and so on. Then can these pine needles make tea? Yoon Xian asked curiously. Yes, these are oil pines, and the leaves also have a little medicinal value. Chu Feng reached out and yanked off a long pine needle, put it under his nose and smelled it. Fresh in its freshness and a little pungent with the pine tree's clear scent. Medicinal value? What can it cure? Yoon Xian asked curiously. After coming to the wilderness, she was interested in wild vegetables and herbs. Especially after treating Chu Feng's wounds with the prickly vegetable last night, it aroused her curiosity. I desire to know more. The pine needles of the oil pine can brighten the eyes, calm the mind, and stop itching. Chu Feng spoke roughly. Then I'll pick more back. Hearing that it could calm the mind, Yoon Xian immediately yanked up the pine leaves. Fine, just pick more. Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders and twisted his head to look for turpentine on the pine tree pole. It's easy, there's a very large amount of turpentine on the pine poles here, so you don't have to worry about finding it at all. He finds a stick, picks at the turpentine and stuffs it into a bamboo tube, repeating the same boring work, which is manual labor. Out in the wilderness, it's even more important to be patient, and it's easy for the mind to make excuses for itself if it gives up too easily. Chu Feng, the turpentine here is so big, Yoon Xian shouted excitedly. Just pack a little more, you can still use it as a candle. Chu Feng lightly laughed in response. Then will we have a candlelight dinner when we have the chance? Yoon Xian asked with a smile. There was no girl who didn't pursue romance. After all, girls are sensual beings and carry a yearning for something beautiful. There will be opportunities, Chu Feng said with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He remembered that the young girl's birthday seemed to be coming up, so he had to surprise the other party anyways. The two men collected turpentine and filled their bamboo tubes, and didn't make it back to camp until almost dark. Chapter 110. The Urge to Bite? As night fell, after Chu Feng and Yoon Xian had a cozy dinner, they began to get busy. The young girl was knitting shoes, deciding to make several pairs of shoes for Chu Feng, so she started knitting them when she had time. Chu Feng, on the other hand, was making torches, and only later would he have torches to illuminate him, so he could go and unseal the cellar furnace and let the heat inside dissipate. Click here. He was scraping the wood powder with his wood chipper, one blade at a time, very patiently. Chu Feng, what are you scraping this for? Yoon Xian asked without holding back her curiosity. This is one of the core fuels of the torch. Chu Feng said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Isn't there turpentine? Just dab some on a wooden stick and it will work, right? Yun Xian said in disbelief. It won't work. Using a stick with turpentine will burn out easily. It would be too much of a waste of turpentine. Chu Feng shook his head and explained. Pine resin has to be mixed to be the most durable method. I see. Yun Xian nodded with seeming understanding, pointed to the powdered wood shavings on the tabletop and said, So, these wood shavings are going to be mixed with turpentine? Yes. After mixing it in a certain proportion and stuffing it inside a bamboo tube, it's a very good torch. Chu Feng nodded and said, Chu Feng, how did you come up with that? Yun Xian said in surprise. How could an ordinary person think of such a method? Seen a torch made in a movie and then remodeled it. Chu Feng thought of the torch made in the movie using cloth to follow the grease, and he just remodeled it with what he replaced it with. You're good. Yun Xian smiled and gave a thumbs up. Overpraise, overpraise. Chu Feng arched his hand with a raised eyebrow. Yun Xian rolled her eyes daintily, then stopped her hands and looked at Chu Feng doing the torch. This point she wanted to learn, so that she could do the torch herself in the future. Chu Feng took the thick bamboo tube and put the wood chip powder in it, then used the bamboo slice to snap a piece of turpentine into it, and then stirred it up with the bamboo slice so that the wood chips were full of turpentine and stirred together. Seeing that the young girl was interested in learning, he explained the process. We don't have to make the torches very big, so we don't have to use too big of a bamboo, so we can save them from burning together. Chu Feng found a thumb-thick, 1-meter-long bamboo. After cutting off a section at the top, leaving only a thumb-long empty bamboo tube in, used to plug the fuel. This bamboo joint has to be poked through. Otherwise the fire will cause an explosion when it gets here. Chu Feng used a wooden stick to poke eye through the joint. Bamboo joints have a high chance of exploding when they meet the burning fire, and if they explode while holding up a torch, burning turpentine splattered on a person would be a big problem. Oh, so that's how it is. Yun Xian nodded in understanding. Chu Feng then used a wooden stick to clip a mixture of wood shavings and turpentine fuel stuffed into the bamboo, and also poked eye solid compression with force, so that the fire could burn a little slower. He held up the torch and whispered, That completes a torch. Yun Xian took the torch inside. Why do I feel like a candle, not a torch? For a large torch, you need to use a large bamboo. This kind of small torch is just right for use in the shelter. Chu Feng said softly. Want to use it? Yun Xian jumped at the chance to try out the torch. Use it. Just in time to go and unseal the cellar furnace. Chu Feng nodded and said, Then I'll light the fire. Yun Xian took the torch and reached into the fire to easily light it. Let's go. Chu Feng took the engineer's shovel and took a step towards the outside of the wooden shed. The two men looked out at the fire and looked up into the cellar furnace, only able to see the approximate vapors. It's quite bright. Yun Xian held up the torch and said in surprise, I thought it was as small a flame as a candle. The reason for the turpentine. Chu Feng calmly said. The night was a little chilly in the wilderness, and both men shivered a little with cold eye shivers, and trotted to the cellar stove and found it much warmer. Hoo! Yun Xian heckled out the white mist, only to realize that the night had become much colder. The young girl hadn't taken a bath today, let alone her hair. She was still thinking about the way Chu Feng said to take a hot bath, but she hadn't seen it until now, and she was too embarrassed to ask. She turned her head and saw Chu Feng's naked upper body and said with concern, Chu Feng, teach me how to get it, so you can go back to the wooden shed first. No need, it'll be done soon. Chu Feng waved his hand. He used a stick to pick apart a couple of clay slabs, now it would be terracotta slabs, on top of the cellar oven. Then he removed the stone blocking the opening to the cellar fire and found it still warm. With the stone removed, a rush of hot air hit the two men, sending a wave of warmth through them. It's warm. Yun Xian's tense body loosened and, Get the charcoal out so we can go back. Chu Feng took an engineer's shovel and dug into the charcoal in the fire opening of the cellar furnace so that the temperature in the cellar furnace would come down. Chomping at the bit. Even after a few hours had passed then, there were still some charcoal that had sparks, and when the charcoal was dug out, the heat emanated even more, causing a burning sensation to be felt on both men's skin. Well, when the temperature drops, we'll know if the pottery is good or bad. Chu Feng said in a relaxed tone. Then let's go back quickly. The weather is getting colder. Yun Xian urged. She was afraid that Chu Feng did not wear a top and got cold. Don't look at the temperature here now. But the heat area is only in one direction, the back will still feel cold. The night wind was blowing, and without the shelter of wooden shacks and shelters, it made one's skin tighten with cold.
Go kropka.
Chu Feng led the way forward as he said, "If the small water tank is fine, we'll be able to take a hot bath tonight." "Huh?" Yun Xian froze and hesitantly said, "What's the connection between a hot bath and a ceramic water jar?" "The relationship can be great." Chu Feng nodded his head affirmatively. "Does it?" "Use a ceramic water jar on the fire." Yun Xian ventured a guess. "No, that would be too troublesome," Chu Feng said with the corners of his mouth twitching. "Pottery water jars put on the fire take too long to burn, not to mention being very inconvenient, and carrying the jars on the fire is a big problem." "What way is that?" Yun Xian asked with a pout. As the young girl looked at Chu Feng's mysterious appearance, her teeth became a bit itchy, wanting to rush up and bite someone. Chapter 111. So simple? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also waiting for Chu Feng's answer, and the pop-ups flew up. The backstage staff mobilized the drone to lower it, ready to receive Chu Feng's voice. "How curious. How do you take a hot bath in the wild? Seriously, a day in the city without a shower is itchy. A couple days in the wild without a shower, that's unbearable. You think they're all as lucky as Lori? The other challenges haven't showered in 7 or 8 days. The sour odor of his body is so strong that he is afraid it could kill a wild animal." Chu Feng seems to know a lot of things. Making bows and arrows, pottery. Is it another iron smithing? With Chu Feng around, I also dare to go to the wilderness to survive. The way is simple. Chu Feng stepped forward and said softly, "You can think about it even if you think about it." Chu Feng, say it quickly. Yun Xian pouted and pursued, poking Chu Feng's soft flesh around his waist with her finger. If she could have thought of it, she would have acted on it long ago, and she would still be suffering from itchy hair. Chu Feng glanced at the lowered drone aerial camera, and with a belly laugh at the corner of his mouth, he probed and muttered in the young girl's ear. "Huh? That simple?" Yun Xian was stunned. "It's that simple." Chu Feng spread his hands. "No, only if you have that little tank of water." Yun Xian frowned down and pondered, then said with a sudden realization, "Without that little water tank, there's no way to make it happen. Yes, after all, the container is the biggest problem." Chu Feng undeniably said. "Chu Feng, so you had it all planned out." Yun Xian was surprised. "The weather is turning cold too quickly. We can't let you catch a cold again." Chu Feng shook his head and stepped into the wooden shed. With his plan, the pottery wasn't going to be fired that quickly, and how it was going to be slow enough to store enough food for a month's worth of pottery. But the plan was not to be changed, and the young girl's cold prevented him from changing his plans. He won't catch a cold again," Yun Xian said with a smile, her black and white eyes full of tenderness, and hurriedly followed into the wooden shed. The audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. What is this situation? Still secretly whispering? "No? Just the two of you, and you're biting your ear about little secrets. It's so bad. It's simply in our defense." Why do I get a sense of familiarity when Lori makes it sound so simple and related to the little tank? Chu Feng, as a New Age youth, is not a stranger to live broadcasting. He is not a saint, and he is also more eager for money. His intention to do this is of course for the effect of the live broadcasting room. He didn't know how the other challengers were doing, or how his own performance looked to the audience, but it was nice to get a little extra reward between hands. "Chu Feng, how about peppermint with charcoal to wash your hair?" Yun Xian prepared the bath supplies now. "Could be." Chu Feng nodded and said after a moment of thought, "Boiling a little bit of water with pine needles and mixing it with bath water can also stop the itching. Seems like it's possible." Yun Xian's eyes brightened slightly, and she immediately went to drum it up. "The materials are limited." Chu Feng sighed. There was knowledge in his mind, but it was limited by the materials. Otherwise, it would still be possible to make a simple soap. Animal fats, for example, can be used as one of the ingredients for soap. He brought the bamboo and sharpened it up with a wood chipper to make a clamp so he could prepare for his bath later. Stones, pick the better ones. After Chu Feng made the clamps, he searched for the harder stones and put them into the fire. His behavior was such that anyone with any knowledge of wilderness survival would immediately understand what was being done. But those who didn't know better thought that Chu Feng was bored to kill time. Time was passing slowly. The two were busy with trivial matters, and Chu Feng proceeded to make the torch. "Aha!" Yunishin grinned and yawned, rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand. "Let's go. Go look at the pottery." Chu Feng put down the torch in his hand, The young girl was going to fall asleep if he was busy any longer. Good. Yoon Exien immediately got in the spirit and got up to take the torch and follow behind. Hiss. Chu Feng came out outside the wooden shed, was blown by the cold wind, goosebumps on his body, did not move and rubbed eye body. Hurry over there and come back with the stuff, Yoon Exien urged. Well, let's go. Chu Feng hurriedly came to the cellar furnace and saw the pottery in the cellar furnace through the light of the torch. The bottom of the small water unloading was light red in color. Did it work? Yoon Exien asked curiously. Hold it up and see to know. Chu Feng tentatively touched the small water tank and realized that it was not hot before he forcefully held it out. Intact, no cracks. Yoon Exien borrowed a torch to check. There are 2 more clay cups in there. Chu Feng put down the small water jar, then took out the 2 pottery cups and tapped them, still making a crisp ringing sound. He handed the pottery cup to the young girl and said, Go back and test for leaks. No leaks means it's ready to use. Okay. Yoon Exien beautifully received the pottery cup. The pottery made for the first time in her life came out of the cellar. Go back. Chu Feng picked up the small water tank and walked towards the wooden shed with large strides. After a busy day, it was time for the inspection, and the 2 men gathered at the wooden table before pouring water from a bamboo tube into the small water offal. The 2 men stared intently at the bottom of the small tank of water, and after a few minutes had passed, they twisted their heads and smiled at each other. No leaks at all, Yoon Exien said excitedly. Yeah, it worked. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The busy day was worth it, and said with a light smile, Get ready. It's time to go take a hot bath. He carried the small water jar to the fire and used a bamboo clip to hold the stones from the fire into the small water jar. It's been ready for a long time. Yoon Exien turned around and came out holding the clothes. Let's go. Go to the wooden cage and draw more water in. Chu Feng carried the small water tank out of the wooden shed and put it in the wooden cage. He took the bamboo pipe prepared in advance and passed it through the gap of the wooden cage, aiming one end at the small water tank and connecting one end to the bamboo pipe of the sink, and drew water into the small water tank in such a way. Zip, zip, zip. There was a sound of evaporating moisture, and the water quickly drowned the burning stone. It's a way to heat water naturally, but only if you have a large container that heats up enough water for a bath. Otherwise, it's a cockamamie. Chapter 112. Sense of Worship. Finally, I can take a hot bath. Yoon Exien held up the torch and said excitedly. Her beautiful eyes staring at the wooden cage was bubbling with water vapor. I'll test the water temperature first, Chu Feng softly said, taking a step into the wooden cage. Heating water with stones, the only bad thing about temperature control, put too much stone water is too hot, put less water is not hot. And one of the dangers of this is to guard against the breakage that occurs when the stone expands and contracts with heat, especially when cold water rushes through it, and there is a good chance that pieces of stone will erupt. And the wooden cage takes care of the damage from the rocks bursting out. The person just has to stand outside the cage and let the water out. As for the water temperature, it is up to the person to test it by hand. A few more times will give you experience. Well, the water is about the same temperature. Chu Feng tested it with his hand, then removed the water-filled bamboo tube and softly said, You can come in and take a bath. Chu Feng, why don't you take a shower first? You're not even wearing any clothes. Yoon Exien handed over the towel, charcoal powder, and boxers. This is also fine. You first return to the wooden shed to roast the fire. Chu Feng nodded his head after hesitating and probed his hand to receive the things. Okay. I'll go back and boil some water to wash my hair, Yoon Exien said softly. Go on. Chu Feng enjoyed the first hot bath in the wilderness. Hoo-hoo. The moment the warm water poured on his body, Chu Feng was full foot. The busyness of the day, at this moment, seems to be very worthwhile. Having the opportunity to build a large wooden barrel to take a bath, wouldn't that be more enjoyable? Chu Feng was taking a bath, but his thoughts were drifting a bit. He muttered, The wood is not at all lacking, and the watertight seams can be glued with turpentine. The plan is good. It's just a little too time-consuming. Chu Feng shook his head, and when he washed until there was a bit of water left, he realized that the water was still a bit hot. He peeled the bamboo tube over and let the water flow into the small tank, enjoying the hot bath once again. With this little water tank, there are so many things that can be done, Chu Feng said softly. It's actually not hard to take a hot bath. The only hard part is the container. With a small tank, you can fill it up with water during the day and leave it in the sun so you can get warm water as well. A few minutes later, Chu Feng finished his bath and took out the stones in the small water tank. These stones couldn't be used a second time, or else they would really burst open. He came out with a change of inner eye pants, and when the cold wind blew, he subconsciously tensed his body. It's so cold. Chu Feng trotted and rushed into the wooden shed, just to see the young girl take the steel pot down from the fire. Washed up? How was it? Yoon Xian asked with a smiling face. Very comfortable. Chu Feng gave a thumbs up. Just pinching inner pants in his hand was inexplicably a bit weird. Give me the pants to wash. Yoon Xian rolled her eyes and snatched the inner eye pants with one hand, preparing to wash them in the morning. Cough! Chu Feng snapped and coughed, not paying attention for a moment, and now the entire live broadcast room knew what color of inner eye pants he wore. He scanned the room, saw the pine needle water in the steel pan, and changed the subject by saying, "Let me wash your hair." Eh? Yoon Xian looked at Chu Feng in surprise, her long eyelashes blinking. What's wrong? The water in the small water tank is not enough for bathing and washing your hair. Chu Feng said softly. It's the first time you said you'd wash my hair. Yoon Xian said with the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. She had helped Chu Feng wash his hair a few times, and sometimes she wished that he would help her wash her hair once, but she didn't expect it to materialize today in the wilderness. There will be many more opportunities in the future. Chu Feng pursed his lips and said, I can remember that. Yoon Xian said playfully. As long as you need it, you can wash your hair anytime, anywhere. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose. He lifted the barrel over, took the steel pot from the young girl and poured the pine needle water in, then tested the temperature with his hand. The water was just right. Quickly squat over here. Chu Feng beckoned to the young girl, and the spot for washing her hair was chosen next to the fire outside the wooden shed. Here. Yoon Xian handed the charcoal powder to Chu Feng, and then she squatted obediently, putting her head down. First time helping someone wash their hair. Shout if it hurts. Chu Feng took a bamboo tube and filled it with water and poured it on the young girl's head, then smeared charcoal powder on it. His long, slender fingers scratched at the young girl's scalp, then rubbed his long hair. I'm pouring water, so close your eyes. Chu Feng reminded, taking the bamboo tube and rinsing the young girl's hair. Yoon Xian tightly biting her lower lip inside his pain and happiness. The boy's first time to help girls wash their hair. The technique is too clumsy, pulling her long hair a little pain. But the heart was full of touching joy. Chu Feng lowered his head to see the back of the girl's neck with a water droplet slipping down, and hastily probed his hand to pick it up. And the touch of his hand I feel is soft, very delicate. Yoon Xian's entire neck shrunk slightly, her cheeks flushed. It'll be done soon. Chu Feng hurriedly withdrew his hand and carefully helped the young girl rinse her hair. A few minutes later, Yoon Xian stood up after washing her hair. Her neck was covered in water stains. Her face was still a little black charcoal powder water stains. The whole person was very wretched. I'll help you bring the stones over. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth twitched as he took the engineer shovel to load the burning hot stones. There's probably no way to forget this experience. Yoon Xian wiped the water stains off her cheeks with her thumb and raised an eyebrow as she followed to the wooden cage, clutching a change of clothes. Zip, zip, zip. The vapor rises again and the young girl enters the wooden cage for a hot bath. A familiar feeling. Yoon Xian poured the warm water over her body, and her pretty face became much softer. Her thoughts were however on Chu Feng, today's pottery making, and this hot bath. The impact on her senses was greater. Or rather, she somewhat worshipped Chu Feng. Although she also worshipped a little bit when she was a child, that feeling disappeared when she grew up, and she wouldn't be as naive as when she was a child, worshipping like a follower. However, since boarding String Moon Island, Yoon Xian's sense of admiration for Chu Feng had slowly returned and was slowly deepening. Chapter 113. Expansion? Observer live broadcast. Tonight the whole time focus on Chu Feng, Yoon Xian 2 people live broadcast. After all, wilderness manufacturing pottery is a big explosive point. So it's boiling a large amount of water with a stone. Wu Qingyue marveled. A very clever idea indeed. He Ming appreciated. Wang Lin had a stern face. From the moment he saw Chu Feng put the stone into the fire, he already knew what the use was. So he tried to speak as little as possible the entire time. After all, he had questioned yesterday that making pottery was a waste of time and energy to do so. But today, Chu Feng and Yoon Xian had already enjoyed a hot water bath, which was simply unattainable in the wilderness. For example, in the wilderness survival that Wang Lin had participated in before, He had taken several cold showers in 60 days, and when he came out victorious, he clearly remembered the expressions and dislike of the staff when they picked him up and took him home. It really stank, as if it had been salted for a year. That day, he shaved all his hair and took a bath for an hour. Teacher Wang, you come and comment on the actions of Chu Feng and Yun Xian. He Ming twisted his head and smiled. Wang Lin's mouth twitched and he forced a smile. It's good to be able to ensure that your stomach doesn't go hungry and that you can live a little more comfortably. The regimented critique was a bit of a disappointment to the director backstage, who was expecting Wang Lin to retort and stick to his philosophy. Indeed, I'm a bit envious of the lives of Chu Feng and Yun Xian. He Ming laughed lightly. Chi Wei Ting tilted her head and glanced at He Ming. The old fox. It wasn't like this last night when we all ate our work dinner. I feel so romantic. Chu Feng helping Yun Xian wash her hair. Wu Qingyue propped her lower eye-bar with one hand, her eyes full of longing. Her mind added many romance bridges. The plane crashed. A man and a woman in the wilderness to survive, eventually prospered to create a big family. Cough, cough, cough. He Ming coughed lightly, interrupting the fantasies of a certain innocent female songstress. He commented impartially, Chu Feng, being able to produce pottery, this is out of everyone's expectation. An ordinary person wouldn't have this knowledge. Yes, we'll make pottery and we'll have a good time in the wilderness. Wang Lin hurriedly responded, making up for yesterday's steps. To burn pottery just so you can take a hot bath. Chu Feng is a very cuddly person. Wu Qingyue did not mince words in her praise. In reality, Chu Feng's behavior was pleasing in the eyes of many people, especially among the commoners who felt that this was what was like wilderness survival. Instead of getting to the wilderness and lying down and not wanting to move with the excuse of saving energy, you're actually too lazy to survive without a goal, with the idea that getting through the day is the best thing you can do. Wei Ting, is there anything you want to add? He Ming looked at the quiet Valkyrie. No. Zivadin shook her head, then added, he's great. She had a slight desire to go to the wilderness to survive the thought of life and use it to sharpen her will. These days she watched many challengers. Two people fight over trivial things, find all kinds of excuses to be lazy, can be said to be a multitude of people only in a few groups of challengers to find the flashpoint. It seems that Chu Feng has already won the favor of our two goddesses. He Ming said as he enlivened the atmosphere. The director's words rang in his earpiece. Prepare to switch to the next live broadcast. Let's observe the next live broadcast. He Ming said softly. The screen switched, and what appeared was the live broadcast of Lu Yiqiu and Lu Yimeng. This time it's the twin sisters' live room. Wu Qingyue batted her long eyelashes and watched attentively. She still admired the Willow sisters, two girls who had dared to survive in the wilderness and stayed longer than many of the male challengers. Huh? What are the two doing? He Ming said in shock. The screen showed Imu Lu and Ichu Lu looking out of the shelter in panic before the conversation was channeled through the camera. Sis, what's that thing outside? Lu Yiming said timidly. She gripped her bow and arrow tightly and aimed it at the door of the shelter, panic in her eyes. I don't know. Yuiqiu Lu gripped her saber, with dried venison still lodged in the tip, and looked out of the shelter with a nervous expression. The two were hungry and ready to grill some dried venison for dinner, and before they could start eating, they heard a noise coming from outside, scaring the two at a loss for words. Want to go out and take a look? Imu Lu asked boldly. No, don't you want to die? What if you encounter a jackal or a bear? Lu Yiqiu sternly refused. Going out at night to explore is not a smart decision, especially with two girls. Oh, Lu Yiming didn't talk back and obediently answered. Tonight, we'll take turns keeping watch, and the fire mustn't go out. Lu Yiqiu said with a serious face. Okay. Imu Lu nodded. With that, the two sat around the fire, their eyes glued to the outside of the shelter for fear of a beast breaking in. Observers live in the room because of the presence of a drone aerial camera, but it was clear to see what was making the noise outside. It was the bamboo rats that scared two people like this, Wu Qingyue said with a dumbfounded expression. It's estimated that during the day, because of the presence of the Lu sisters, the bamboo rats were scared to come out to forage for food, and it was only at night that they dared to come out. Wang Lin analyzed. Once the bamboo forest moved in with the Ryu sisters, the rulers changed and the carefree days of the bamboo rats became a thing of the past. The bamboo rat is unintentionally taking revenge. He Ming teased. The two of them are not far from the two Chu Fengs, so if they move over there to survive together, they will definitely live a good life. Wu Qingyue said softly. That's not necessarily true. Wang Lin, with a serious face, immediately retorted. 2 people. The pressure is different from 4 people. How is it different? Wu Qingyue frowned. The dominance position is different. And let's not forget, there's only one set of challengers for first place. Wang Lin raised his index finger and said in a deep voice, there's also the pressure on the food. If the effort put in isn't the same and the food is the same, there's bound to be a fight. He'd seen too much of that, not to mention a prize as exaggerated as first place in. The 2 Willow sisters are hard-working. Wu Qingyue pouted her little mouth and said, besides, of course it's the capable ones who dominate. Shelter isn't necessarily. People are greedy. Wang Lin said indifferently. Well, we'll find out about this sooner or later. There's definitely a chance for the 2 groups to encounter each other. Yiming said roundly. There was no rule about staying in one place to survive on String Moon Island, and a number of challengers had already chosen to move, fighting the idea of expanding. Chapter 114. Entering the family? The whole thing is refreshed. Yoon Exine came out of the wooden cage after her bath and felt the whole world clear. Frozen. It's cold. The young girl rubbed her arms, clutching her change of clothes, and trotted toward the wooden shed, smelling the scent of unused money before she even reached it. Yoon Exine entered the wooden shed and saw that Chu Feng was roasting fish, and the meat flavor filled out, causing people to secrete a lot of saliva. She jerked at the water stains in her long hair and asked, Chu Feng, are you hungry? No. Chu Feng raised his head to look at the young girl who was a lotus flower. A hint of amazement flashed in the bottom of his eyes, and he softly said, isn't today a successful day for firing pottery? So let's just eat a fish to celebrate. Yes, just grilled a fish. He clearly understood the young girl's concern, so it was enough to satisfy the needs of the mouth and stomach and the spirit, and there was a sense of ritual in life. Okay. Yoon Exine opened her mouth and closed it helplessly, not wanting to spoil the evening. She rolled her pretty eyes and sat down by the fire to dry her hair, cocking her head and slowly combing it with a bamboo comb in her small hands. Zigzag. The grease from the grilled fish was arched by the heat of the charcoal, wanting to make the pure clean fish yellow and black. Yoon Exine wrinkled her pretty nose and stole a glance at the grilled fish. Her small lips pursed as her dinner seemed to have been pretty much digested. Almost done. Chu Feng caught the young girl out of the corner of his eye and said with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, there's hot water boiling in the steel pot, so I'll use the ceramic cup you made to brew tea to drink later. Oh, good. Yoon Exine froze and hurriedly answered. Put some lemon juice to remove the fishy flavor. Chu Feng brought lemons to squeeze juice drops on the grilled fish, evenly dripping lemon juice on both sides of the grilled fish. He grilled the fish for less than another minute, allowing the lemon juice to be slightly absorbed by the fish before sprinkling a little salt on both sides of the grilled fish. Roasted fish is finished. Chu Feng put the roasted fish on a plate made of bamboo tubes and placed it on top of the wooden table. He brought the washed clay cup, put some pine leaves into it, lifted the boiling water that was placed beside it and poured it into the cup, and the 2 cups of pine needle tea were completed. Setting up the bowls and chopsticks, Chu Feng sat on the wooden stool and waited for the young girl, his eyes looking at the water vapor on the ceramic cup's dazzling eye winding, inexplicably feeling moody. You eat first, it won't taste good when it's cold. After Yoon Exine dried her hair, she sat down on the wooden stool before realizing that the fish hadn't moved. Cheers. Chu Feng raised his pottery cup with a smile on his lips. Cheers. Yoon Exine smilingly raised her cup and clinked it, taking a small sip of the pine needle tea. She spat out her fragrant eye-tongue and said, it tastes a little bitter. It will be even fresher when paired with fish. Chu Feng took his chopsticks and stuffed some fish into his mouth, just like a wine dish, except that the 2 of them were drinking pine needle tea. Chu Feng, are you still going to burn pottery tomorrow? Yoon Exine asked as she ate the grilled fish. Well, burn another furnace or 2 to bake the basic living utensils. Chu Feng nodded. Since we've already started construction, it's a good idea to have all the necessities at once, like a set of pots and pans. In particular, make 2 extra small water tanks which can be used for curing meats, storing things, etc. in addition to holding water. After all, in a couple days he was going hunting, and the tools had to be prepared in advance. Then I'll continue making pottery tomorrow. Yoon Exine said happily, as if she had found childish fun. You can make a set out of all the paraphernalia of life. Chu Feng said softly. Wrap it up on me. Yoon Exine responded with a bite. The evening meal was a grilled fish and 2 cups of pine needles, which the two drank for more than half an hour before they yawned and went to bed. And that's when the nightlife of the city began. An old mansion, at least 100 years old or more, in which lived the big shots of the powerful party. In the study of the mansion, everything in it looked rustic and elegant, with many old antiques. The Su family, an ancient family, had their eyes on permanent land as well, especially when it was still a mountain range and no one was unmoved. Large families are even more in pursuit of roots and heritage, and permanent land is the greatest heritage that can give many families the security to rise again. Well, can you reach those people? The pale voice rang out. He was an older generation figure of the Su family and a legend in the business world, Elder Su. Grandpa, String Moon Island has been cordoned off by the military. Our people can't get in. A neutral voice responded. Oh? What did Zhang Jiwei say? Refusing to sell our Su family a face. Elder Su faintly said. I've already sent someone to pay a visit to the door. Only I didn't even enter the house.
Sunan spoke.
He was the leader of the 3rd generation of the Su family and had begun to fully take over the entire family birthday. Oh? It's a bit interesting. Elder Su's cloudy eyes flickered down, and the wrinkles stacked on his face stretched slightly. Grandpa, what do we do now? Su Nan unwillingly said. Zhang Jiwei must have been taught a lesson to avoid us like this. Elder Su faintly said. He knew quite a few people, and there were some who were still willing to sell him a little face, unless the matter was important enough to avoid him. Those staff, see if you can pick up the slack. Elder Su thought of new methods. Understood, already arranging for people to make contact. Su Nan said in a deep voice. Some rules he might not be able to break, but it was possible to drill a loophole. Who has a better chance of getting first place? Elder Su asked. He was still most concerned about this, and he believed that many forces were as concerned as he was. Only with Academician Li Gu, no one dared to go too far. There are a total of 12 groups of challengers who have better odds. Su Nan said the results of the big data analysis. Oh? Then don't spare them. Try to catch I touch them all. Elder Su narrowed his eyes and faintly said, tell these people that as long as they pass the permanent land over to our Su family, they will be guaranteed a lifetime of food and clothing. Understood. Su Nan respectfully answered. If the personality is still okay, you can join our Su family. Elder Su faintly said. For girls, he didn't think any girl could last a year in the wilderness, so they were ignored by him. Yes. Su Nan respectfully answered. Chapter 115. Rich Luo I Lily's Standard. Twitter. The birds chirping early this morning was still quite pleasant to Chu Feng's ears. I don't know if it was the hot bath, but the quality of sleep last night was so good that it left him without a trace of get-up-I-bed breath in the morning. Where's Yun Xian? Up so early today? Chu Feng didn't feel the oppression of his body, and he didn't even touch anyone when his hands were picking their way through the sleeping bag. He craned his head toward the wooden shed and saw no familiar figure either. Out! Chu Feng muttered and sat up, feeling a chill in his body. He rubbed his arm and said helplessly, it seems like the burlap should try to get it out as well. Chu Feng was ready to get up. When he turned sideways, he saw the wooden board calendar made by the young girl, on which were written 2 Zhang characters, representing that it had been 10 days since he came to the wilderness. It was also an instant reminder that he had to sign in. Sign in, Chu Feng ordered in his mind. The next second, a virtual screen flashed in front of his eyes with the date lit up on it. The 12th. There are still 2 days left before I can receive another 7-day gift pack. Chu Feng softly said, silently closing the sign in system's interface in his heart. He slipped on his rushing pants and stepped out of the shelter to see the young girl crouching at the sink, washing her clothes. Still getting up so early I bet it seems to be somewhat adapted to the days of the wilderness. Chu Feng said as he looked at the petite silhouette. Living in the city, the two have not slept much. Both get up early I bet. Especially the young girl got up even earlier to make breakfast and review her studies on the way. The young girl has the title of school bully, but in private she also studies very seriously, although her talent will be a bit stronger is all. Go to the restroom. Chu Feng solved the problem of the 3rd emergency. He came out of the wooden cage toilet and saw the young girl approaching with her laundry in her arms. Good morning. Yun Xian greeted with a dimpled smile. Why don't you get some more sleep? Be careful of stunting. Chu Feng said softly. The young girl stood around 5'6", and at the age of 16 would still grow taller. It's stunted there. Yun Xian pouted. Holding out her chest, she yelled, "In 2 more years, I'll definitely grow taller than 1 meter 6. Yes." Chu Feng glanced at the size of the young girl's chest-high front. Wearing a wide rushing suit, the young girl possessed the standard of a rich loli. That is, she possessed an airfield. Humph! Yun Exine keenly perceived Chu Feng's eyes, and with a toss of her long hair she delicately said, "Big pig's hooves." The young girl had carried her clothes to dry, and the sun was not yet visible in the sky. The two are sleeping has been more than 8 hours in comparison to urban life. Those who are usually accustomed to labor are not allowed a moment's leisure. Put the pottery on a kiln first. Chu Feng was also idle and went back to the wooden shed to bring out all the pottery that the young girl had made yesterday: a water basin, a sundial plate, a ceramic bowl, a teapot, and a ceramic plate. He set the pottery into the cellar furnace and said softly, "Just enough to burn until afternoon for another cellar." Hoo-hoo! After Chu Feng spent some time raising the fire, he blew vigorously to intensify the fire. After half an hour or so, he sealed the kiln and waited until the afternoon to open it again. "Chu Feng, it's time for breakfast." Yun Xian's crisp voice came. "Coming." Chu Feng washed his hands at the sink, and when he returned to the wooden shed, breakfast was already set up. He sat down and looked at the fish stew in the steel pan and said softly, "Are all the wild vegetables finished?" There was much less wild greens in the steel pan than usual. "Finished. This is the last bit of wild vegetables," Yun Xian said helplessly. The two had fish, but it was more often cooked with wild greens and kelp, but fish wasn't really a staple, or they could have eaten quite a bit of it in one meal. "Then go out and explore tomorrow. Dig up more wild vegetables and come back," Chu Feng said in a deep voice. "Winter is coming. I think make some dried wild vegetables or make some pickles. It just so happens that we have salt, otherwise we won't have anything to eat in winter," Yun Xian said with a suggestion. "This is fine." Chu Feng's eyes lit up. This was also a way to stock up on food. It was customary in many areas to store food in this way, getting fresh vegetables into dried or pickled products, just as the two men had pottery to hold things in. "There's no staple food, or it would be better," Yun Xian sighed. "The amount of staple food is large enough to fill you up, and as far as nutrition is concerned, outside the wilderness it's a secondary concern, as long as you don't starve to death. There should be, look for starch root plants the next time you explore," Chu Feng said softly. "Some of the starchy rooted plants out in the wilderness are poisonous and can easily cause food poisoning and then diarrhea and kidney failure if not treated." "Aha! It would be nice to find some sweet potatoes," Yunishin muttered. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, really wanting to say that it was unlikely. He changed the topic and said, "Yun Xian, make a few more out of the small water tanks as they are." "Okay." Yun Xian nodded. The small water tank wasn't hard to make. The hard part was in the patience. "I'll cut some thorns back later to make a fence, and fence a yard out today," Chu Feng arranged and said. "When winter comes and food is scarce, a number of beasts come out to feed. Beasts can be too hungry to be afraid of fire, so fences must be made, lest they be attacked at night." "Going somewhere far away?" Yun Xian asked in a hurry. "It's not far, just a few minutes away."
Chu Feng smiled.
"The jungle is full of thorny plants, and the thorns are so long that wild animals will bypass areas with thorns. Making a fence out of thorns can be a bit of a pain in the ass, but it's a good way to keep the beasts from sneaking in." "That's good. I'll prepare a little more water for you," Yun Xian said as she put down her dishes and went to boil water. "Good." Chu Feng didn't stop it either. Chapter 116. Can't eat ferns? Breakfast wasn't very rich, but it was cozy. Chu Feng took the 2 bamboo tubes of white water that the young girl had prepared for him, and took the rope and firewood knife with him and went out. Taking advantage of the early rising sun, he wanted to cut some more thorns. The jungle is not static, the plants grow every moment, and the path opened before, the broken plants have some young leaves growing out. In a few more days, if it rains a few times, this road will be gone. Chu Feng sighed. Plants have rain and sunshine, that is miso to grow upwards, that is how powerful plants are. Where the thorns grew, the plant vines were even denser, and he would have to create a path that would pull and tug on the branches of the thorns, and thankfully it wasn't very far from the campsite or it would have been another big job. In the long run, it pays to blaze the trail. If it's short term, it's a little bit of a pain in the ass. Click here. And thank goodness for those herrings, otherwise that would have had the strength to do all that physical work. Chu Feng wiped his sweat, glanced at the drone aerial camera's lens, and flirted. I also have to thank Brother Rabbit, Brother Pheasant, and Brother Snake for their selflessness. When you don't get protein outside of the wilderness, in 2 or 3 days you'll be weak all over, your head will lose its ability to think, and you'll get worse and worse. So the first day you come to the wilderness is the time to do physical work, measure your strength, and then go to catch the prey. Even if you don't catch the prey, you can eat the wild vegetables and stick to it. Otherwise, if the first 3 days of sufficient physical strength have passed, and if you only eat wild vegetables afterward, you should not think about physical work, and human strength is from meat. More than half an hour passed, and Chu Feng opened up a path that led to the thorn jungle. What started out as a few minutes of travel is now spent most of the time opening up the road. Rustling. It's still really dangerous. Chu Feng swept away the thorns on the ground so that they wouldn't stick to the soles of his feet. The thorns in front of him were as long as his tail finger, and if he was stabbed, bleeding would be a small matter, but inflammation and abscesses would be a big deal. The main pole of the thorns is not good to cut. Chu Feng looked at the thorn tree. The main pole was divided into many branches out, which made it a bit difficult for him to start. The lazy way was not working and he had to cut down the branches as well. Click here. With a plan, Chu Feng's mobility was top-notch. Soon a thorn tree was cut down, and the branches were stacked next to it so that it would also be easy to transport. One thing that's troublesome about thorns is that the thorns can hook into other branches, which is one of the reasons why it's a waste of time. For more than an hour, Chu Feng was chopping down thorn trees, and he was able to chop down a thorn tree in about 10 minutes. Hoo! Chu Feng barred his thirsty mouth. The 2 bamboo tubes of water that he had brought with him were already finished. He looked at the thorn branches piled up on the ground and sighed. It's still a lot short. With Chu Feng's planning, if he wanted to build a thorn fence, he would need at least 20 to 30 thorn trees. Pull a trip back, fill it with some water, and then continue. Chu Feng used a rope to tie the branch position of the thorn tree branch, and then dragged it towards the campground. Cutting thorn bars is hard. Dragging them through the jungle is the hardest. It was only after 15 minutes that Chu Feng dragged the thorny branches back to the campsite, making him break out in a sweat. I can't. I have to take a break. Chu Feng felt like his throat was going to smoke. He glanced at the small water tank that was drying in the clearing. The young girl had already finished one. Chu Feng took a step into the wooden shed and saw that the young girl was carefully perfecting another new small water tank, and it looked like it was just about to be wrapped up as well. Done. Yoon Exian rubbed the outer walls of the small water tank bare slippery and stretched out in satisfaction. When she turned around to pour some water to drink, she saw Chu Feng bending over to serve water from the steel pot, and her expression froze, her long eyelashes blinking. When did you come back? Yoon Exian said in shock. I just came back, and seeing that you were seriously busy, I didn't call you. Chu Feng sipped the water away. If he made a sound, he would surely frighten the focused young girl and might miss and destroy the small water tank. Have you finished your water? Yoon Exian said softly. Originally also wanted to give water to Chu Feng. She completely did not expect time to pass so quickly. Focused on forgetting the time. Well, just drag a trip of thorns back to fill it with water. Chu Feng nodded his head and wiped his sweat-soaked wet hair with his 5 fingers piercing eye. How's the thorn cutting going? Yoon Exian handed over the towel and said in a soft voice, Wipe the sweat off. It's not too bad. Chu Feng grinned, took the towel and wiped his face, and immediately the sticky sweat liquid was removed a lot. Are you hungry? Do you want to cook something to eat? Yoon Exian asked with concern. Not hungry. Breakfast hasn't been digested yet. Chu Feng shook his head and said. After he finished his water, he got up and headed out. Well, I'm going to go ahead and cut the thorn strips. Temporary hard work is still to be endured for the sake of future safety. I'll go with you. Yoon Exian took the bag, filled it with 2 bamboo canisters of water and chased them out. Just go ahead and make pottery. What's the point of following along? Chu Feng said with a raised eyebrow. I'll go help and find some wild vegetables on the way, so we'll have something to eat for dinner. Yoon Exian said with a smiling face. Out of the corner of her eye, she scanned the small water tank in the sunlight, and after freezing, she shoved the bag to Chu Feng, turned around and ran back to the wooden shed to hold the small water tank out, and placed it in the sun to dry. Almost forgot. Yoon Exian smiled playfully and took the bag from Chu Feng. Go for a while, and you'll come back and proceed to make pottery. Chu Feng said helplessly. Even if he didn't let the young girl go now, he would find an excuse to go there later. Okay. Cloud Pretty spat out her tongue ahead and responded. The two entered the jungle in the high sun and headed in the direction of the thorn bushes. Only after walking for a short while, Yunexin saw the ferns under the trees and shouted in surprise, "Chu Feng, there are so many ferns here. They are all very tender." She was about to run over to pick them, but she was yanked by Chu Feng. "What's wrong?" Yunexin asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Eat less ferns. Eating too many will cause cancer," Chu Feng said softly. The two had eaten some fiddleheads only a while ago and couldn't eat too many of them anytime soon. Fiddleheads are very plentiful outside of the wilderness, due to their phenyl oxalic acid, fern lactams, xanthohumol compounds, and more. Excessive use of fiddleheads can lead to higher rates of cancer. Huh? How did that happen? Then we ate ferns the other day. Yunexin was shocked. Chapter 117. Miscalculations. It's fine. It's still fine to eat a little less. Chu Feng pacified. Two people have to survive in the wilderness for a year, so if you eat ferns on a regular basis, the chances of cancer go up dramatically. That even treated fiddleheads have a latency period, and it's better to not eat them if you can. Definitely not eating ferns next time, Yunexin said with a bit of hindsight. Don't get to the point where you get a bonus and then have to use it to cure cancer, which would be kind of ironic. Let's go. There are many other wild vegetables to eat, Chu Feng softly said. There is no shortage of wild vegetables to eat in the jungle. It's a matter of knowing enough to recognize the ones you can eat. If only we could find tons of mushrooms, they'd be nutritious and delicious. Yunexin beamed. That's only if you can find it. Chu Feng shook his head in amusement. He remembered searching for chanterelles the day before, and after half a day of searching to find a single strain, he had only cooked a dietary supplement meal for the young girl. The two chatted idly as they came to the thorny jungle, and the young girl felt her heart flutter a little at the sight of the thorns and thorns. Chu Feng, be careful, Yunexin said worriedly. It's fine. It's fine after having cut down so many trees already, Chu Feng said with a light smile. I'll help you put these branches neatly. Yunexin put down the bag and wanted to step forward to help. Go find some wild vegetables. Didn't you say you wanted to pickle wild vegetables? Chu Feng stopped the young girl from going forward. It would be troublesome if she accidentally hurt herself. Mostly, the young girl's strength was not strong enough to pull the tangled branches of thorns at all. Okay. Yunexin, who also understood, looked sideways at her skinny arms and dismally recognized reality. Don't go too far away. Be careful of poisonous snakes, Chu Feng admonished. There were no big beasts in the thorn jungle, but there were quite a few poisonous snakes and insects. Got it. Yunexin nodded and looked for some wild vegetables nearby, tapping the grass with a wooden stick from time to time. Click here. The two of them divided the labor clearly. Chu Feng cut down the thorn trees. The young girl collected wild vegetables, and she had learned quite a bit about wild vegetables these days. More than 2 hours passed and water was consumed before the decision was made to head back to camp. Hurry back and drink water. Chu Feng tugged on the thorny branch. Good. Yunexin was carrying a large bundle of wild vegetables, the harvest of more than 2 hours. Both men were burdened with quite a bit of stuff, and the return trip was much slower, taking nearly 20 minutes to get back to camp. Chu Feng, drink water. Yunexin returned to the wooden shed, carrying a pottery cup filled with water and handing it over. How refreshing. Chu Feng finished the water in the ceramic cup in one gulp. He sat and rested for a moment, locking eyes with the young girl, looking at each other's wretched appearance and suddenly smiling at each other. Chu Feng, your hair is as messy as a bird's nest, Yunexin said with a smile. You've become a little flowery cat. Chu Feng probed and poked the young girl's cheek with his index finger. Yes. Yunexin stood up nervously and brought a towel to get some water to wipe it off. All people love beauty, let alone Yunexin as a girl. She twisted her head to look at Chu Feng and asked, Are there any more dirty things? Nope, it's clean. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose as he stood up and said, I'll go open the cellar furnace. He took the engineer's shovel and went out of the wood shed. It was time for the cellar furnace to be opened, and another cellar could not be fired until later. Yunexin didn't follow. She sat down on the wooden table and hurriedly made the pottery, so she could put it in for firing later. This time, the young girl made clay pots in preparation for pickling wild vegetables. After Chu Feng unsealed the cellar furnace, he dug out the charcoal with an engineer's shovel and just waited for an hour before he could burn another cellar of pottery. He looked at the high sun and sighed. Let's get all the thorns back first, Then we'll make plans. Chu Feng returned to the wooden shed and spoke to the young girl, and set off with 2 bamboo tubes filled with water. With the previous 2 times of dragging thorns, the road was well traveled, and Chu Feng brought back more and more thorns, only dragging all the thorns back to the camp when it was almost dark. In the meantime, he also re-fired the cellar oven once and put small water tanks and a couple of clay pots in it to fire. Miscalculation. Chu Feng stood by the sink and looked at the dusk. Collecting thorns alone took a day, not counting the time spent building the fence. It was also fortunate that the thorns were only hitching to the surface of the fence. If all the thorns were used inside and out, it would have taken at least 7 or 8 days to collect enough thorns. Chu Feng, come in and eat your dinner. Yun Xian's crisp voice came. Coming. Chu Feng turned around and answered, turning around and striding towards the wooden shed. Miscalculations are inevitable, and who knows, thorns are just too hard to collect, and the most time is wasted on transportation and cutting. Quickly wipe your face. Yun Xian came over with a basin of ceramic water, half of which had a towel in it. Here's the water bowl that came out today, and the increase in household items made her happy for a while. There's no need to bring it over. Chu Feng reached out and fished out the towel, wringing it out to wash his face. He inexplicably had the feeling that the young master of the landlord's family had come home, and the virtuous little wife was waiting with a basin of water to wash his face. What's wrong? Yun Xian looked at the frozen Chu Feng. How his expression was strange. The young girl didn't think about it that much. She just felt that Chu Feng had been busy and tired all day, so she came home and let him relax. It's fine. Chu Feng hastily shook his head, shaking off the excess distractions. Hurry up and eat your dinner. The wild vegetables are all fresh today. Yun Xian hurriedly urged. Good, hard work. Chu Feng smiled and sat down, looking at the 3 fish in the steel pot. He didn't say anything more. He was going hunting tomorrow anyway, so it wouldn't be too late to have more if he got something. You eat more. You've consumed too much energy today. Yun Xian filled Chu Feng Tao's bowl with the whole fish. The ceramic bowls, which also came out today, are both intact. The same goes for you. Chu Feng used his chopsticks to clip the fish in the steel pan. Oops, I'm just sitting around with little exercise today. I don't need to eat so much meat. Yun Xian pushed back with a small beak. Eventually, the fish went into her ceramic bowl. Chapter 118. It's time to have a dress for the occasion. Yun Xian chewed and ate the fish slowly and looked up to ask, Chu Feng, the fence wasn't built today. Will it continue tomorrow? No. I'll go exploring tomorrow and replenish my food stock. Chu Feng put down his chopsticks and said softly, a miscalculation will only delay building the fence back a day, or build it at a free time, like in the morning and evening, when it's cooler and the sun isn't as hot. Great. Exploring towards that area tomorrow? Or the beach? Yun Xian said excitedly. She was always worried about food, and as the saying goes, you don't know how expensive it is until you're at home. She was really worried in her mind as she cooked rice every day, and she had to save everything, fearing that one day she would run out of things to cook. In the direction of the meadow side, collect some wild vegetables along the way, and then find the right opportunity to hunt. Chu Feng uttered the plan in his heart. He mainly wanted to collect the ingredients for the dietary supplement recipe. A strong body was what it took to survive in the wilderness. There was also the hill where the deer appeared. He also wanted to try his hand at hunting deer. Okay, listen to you. Yun Xian didn't have a problem with it. Just follow the instructions if you don't understand. You eat all of these. Chu Feng put down his bowl and chopsticks after eating 2 bowls. Good. Yun Xian didn't push, having grown accustomed to the pattern of getting along in the wilderness. Chu Feng took the firewood knife and began to polish it up in preparation for tomorrow's exploration. Instead, the young girl put stones in the fire and began heating them for tonight's bath water. Yun Xian took the bamboo clip up, suddenly remembered, staggered. Ah, I forgot that thing. What is it? Chu Feng asked curiously. A bamboo backpack. Yun Xian raised her eyebrows and hurriedly said, Come and weave the bamboo back basket tonight, so you can load it tomorrow. I was going to talk about weaving bamboo baskets a few days ago, but the young girl has been delayed by all sorts of things. After she put the stone in the fire, she hurriedly picked up the bamboo, choosing one with thinner walls, which was easier to peel and lighter. Click! Yun Xian clumsily chopped the bamboo with an engineer's shovel, and the bamboo was cracked, but it was not cut. Let me do it. Be careful about getting it. Chu Feng looked away, took the polished firewood knife, and began to deal with the bamboo. Click here. Bamboo is cut into pieces of about 2 meters, and pieces about a finger's width are split down the middle to make thinner pieces. Chu Feng placed the firewood knife on the stone. The edge of the blade was fixed in one direction, forming a parallel notch with the stone surface, so that it was used to sharpen the thickness of the bamboo slices. Hu Chu Chu. He pulled on the bamboo pieces and the bamboo shavings were scraped off by the wood chipper, which made them very light and thin. Chu Feng, help me peel 4 more thicker bamboo slices, to be used as the main structure of the bamboo back basket. Yoon Xian said as she handed over the bamboo. It is true that bamboo sheets are too light and thin to reduce the load, but one thing is that they are easy to deform, which requires thicker bamboo sheets as a support point. Good. Chu Feng took the bamboo and sharpened the 4 bamboo slices sharply. After Yoon Xian took over, she arranged the thicker bamboo pieces into a well shape, fixed the intersections with a rope, and then took the lighter bamboo pieces and began to weave the bamboo basket. The two of them share the work. The bamboo basket slowly takes shape with the naked eye, and it takes more than an hour to weave a bamboo basket. The young woman made a fine finish, twisting and bending the bamboo pieces with the exposed edges into the crevices of the basket, forming curved arcs so they wouldn't stick to her hands. Done. Yoon Xian lifted the bamboo basket with both hands, the weight very light. Still missing the straps. Chu Feng gently reminded. Right? Yoon Xian drifted over. She brought in a couple of strands of rope that she had already braided and used 3 strands of rope to make straps in the same manner as she had braided them. This way the shoulder straps are wider and the force area is larger so that your shoulders won't be strangled and hurt when you carry it. After 10 minutes, the straps are fixed into the thick bamboo sheets inside the bamboo basket, and a bamboo basket is completed. Chu Feng, sharpen some more bamboo pieces, and I'll make a small bamboo back basket. Yoon Xian softly said. She also wants to carry a bamboo basket when she goes out so that she can put more things on her back and free her hands. It can be. Chu Feng nodded his head and took the firewood knife to peel the bamboo slices again. As long as he found the trick, peeling the bamboo slices was not difficult. The reason for the bamboo's characteristics is that when it is cut open, it can be split down the middle so that it is easily divided into strips. Some people also claim that bamboo is a universal material. Of course, there are reasons for exaggeration, but the use of bamboo in terms of a wide range. Every day, such as bamboo buildings, bamboo chairs, bamboo baskets, and so on. Bamboo is further trained to make new materials that are more durable than steel and so on. It should be enough. Chu Feng peeled a lot of bamboo slices and twisted his head to look at the young girl concentrating on weaving the bamboo basket, and did not bother. He frowned in thought for a moment, his eyes scanning the circle of wooden shacks and shelters, quickly spotting plant and bark in the corner. Right. I almost forgot about this thing. Chu Feng muttered it was time to try the issue of the burlap. He clutched a handful of dry weeds out of the woodshed and went outside to the fire, setting the weeds on fire and letting them burn. After a minute or so, a handful of dry weeds quickly burned into ashes, and those grass ashes were what Chu Feng wanted. He went back and carried the barrel to the fire, filled it with grass ash with an engineer's shovel, then went to the sink water and filled it with water, and when he got back to the woodshed he stuffed the plant and bark in it and dipped eye-soaked it. I hope this method works. Chu Feng stretched his back. Plant and bark soaked in grass ash water softens it a lot and makes it easy to separate out the useful fibers. Chu Feng, what are you doing? Yoon Xian asked curiously. It's processing the banana bark to see if we can separate out the finer fibers. Chu Feng softly explained. Going to get ready to make burlap? Yoon Xian's eyes lit up. Yeah, we always need a new dress for that. Chu Feng said with the corners of his mouth rising. It's you who needs clothes more. Yoon Xian rolled her eyes and glanced at Chu Feng's abs with her afterglow. Chu Feng was speechless. Indeed, it was time for him to have a suit. Chapter 119. Scratch my itch. You quickly go take a bath. Chu Feng urged the young girl to take a bath. Yes, yes. Yoon Xian smiled playfully and put down the bamboo basket and got up to get her clothes. The young girl came out of the wood shed with heated rocks in an engineer's shovel. She had learned how to get hot water. Rub the banana bark. That should be faster. Chu Feng frowned under his thoughts and probed into the wooden barrel to rub the banana bark. 10 minutes later, the young girl came in with her wet hair draped over her head, her pretty brows furrowed together. What's wrong? What happened? Chu Feng asked with concern. The back is a bit itchy. Yoon Xian pouted and said, her small hands scratching behind her, but she couldn't scratch again. Chu Feng left his hands from the barrel, shook off the water stains, and asked softly, Since when did the itch start? It started at noon today, Yoon Exayan whispered. When she took a bath, she rubbed her back with a towel, and it just happened to hit that itchy spot, and the more she rubbed it, the more itchy it felt, and now she couldn't stand it without rubbing it. Noon? It's the time to go looking for wild vegetables. Chu Feng pondered, frowned and asked, Is it hard now? Aha! Yoon Exayan nodded bitterly. It was more than difficult. If it wasn't for the camera and Chu Feng, she would have already scratched her itch. Come here, let me take a look. Chu Feng beckoned, a bit skeptical if he had gotten his hands on something unclean, such as some caterpillars or something like that. Huh? Over here. Yoon Exayan froze, hesitantly scanning her eyes for the location of the camera. I'll move it. Chu Feng got up and walked towards the camera, focusing it on the night outside the wooden shed. Only then did he turn to sit by the fire and whisper, Come over here and see if you're allergic. Oh! Yoon Exayan had a red face and moved her feet to sit in front of Chu Feng, but her expression was dumbfounded. What do you do? Chu Feng rolled his eyes and said without any good humor, Quickly turn around. Don't you have an itchy back? Oh! Yoon Exayan stammered in response, shyly turning around. Take off the punching bag. Chu Feng sighed and said, feeling like he was manipulating a beautiful puppet. Good, good. Yoon Exayan shuddered a little, her small hands pulling down the zipper in front of her chest eye. Rustling. The young girl moved slowly, pulling down her shoulder charge, revealing pale skin springing shoulders with skinny-looking arms. After the entire rushing suit was taken off, Yoon Exayan was left with an undershirt and a corset eye, and her entire body looked very petite eye. Chu Feng saw the young girl's slightly trembling body. Why did he feel that the atmosphere was different? In the past, by mistake, he had also seen a young girl wearing a corset alone, and he felt much the same way now as he did then. Chu Feng suppressed the restlessness in his heart and probed his hand to peel away the young girl's hair, revealing his back that was wearing undershirt clothes. Hoo-hoo! He took a deep breath and asked softly, Is the itch located in the center of the back? Aha! Yoon Exayan nodded down lightly. Her face was red at this point, and her ears were all red. The shift in atmosphere lies in the fact that men and women who are alone have different ideas to produce this effect. If it's a case of not feeling each other, then it's just going to feel really awkward. I'll pull down my undershirt to look at my back. Chu Feng pursed his lips and reminded. Okay. Yoon Exayan nodded with a shy eye blush. Hoo-hoo. Chu Feng breathed lightly and probed his hand to hook the back collar of the undershirt and pull it down. He could clearly feel the young girl shrinking forward slightly. After pulling down the collar of his undershirt, he completely lost his manic mood and turned all pity. The young girl's back was a reddish patch, and some scratches were seen. Looking at it, she knew that Yoon Exayan had scratched it. Looks like a bit of an allergy. Chu Feng ignored the chest-eye dress straps and asked, Other than here, are there other places that itch? No more. Yoon Exayan shook her head and said under hesitation, Chu Feng, first help me scratch my itch. No. There are a lot of bacteria in a person's fingers. It will make the allergy worse. Chu Feng shook his head and loosened the hand pulling on the collar. He got up and went rummaging through the wild herbs he'd brought back with him today, and there were a few in there that would stop the itching. But it's so itchy. Yoon Exayan beamed her little mouth, forcibly resisting the urge to scratch it with her hands. It'll be ready soon, wait a moment. Chu Feng found the mint and amaranth into a bamboo bowl and mashed it with a wooden stick. Chu Feng, these things you made, you're not going to give them to me to drink, right? Yoon Exayan asked in a bit of shock. You're overthinking it, it's topical. Chu Feng rolled his eyes and said, Go brew some pine needle tea to drink. It will stop the itching. Good. Yoon Exayan's punching bag wasn't even on, wearing an undershirt and shorts to make tea. Be careful of catching a cold. Chu Feng glanced at the camera and scanned his eyes outside the wooden shed, not seeing the drone. Inside the shelter, it's always been the cameras that do the filming while the drones do the outside. No, it won't be. It's not cold at all now. Yoon Exayan laughed lightly. With a way to stop the itching, she won't keep thinking about scratching. After a few minutes, the herbs and wild vegetables were pounded into a paste by Chu Feng. He urged, Well, sit back down and I'll put some herbs on you. Okay. Yoon Exayan carried a ceramic cup filled with pine needle tea. As she sat down, the back collar was pulled down by Chu Feng, and then a wet mess of goo was plastered to her back. Phew! Much more comfortable. Yoon Exayan breathed a long sigh of relief, the wetness allowing her to ignore part of the itch. Don't move. Chu Feng admonished, pressing the herbal paste with his hand so that it would not fall off. All the drugs that are applied externally take a while to be effective. He wasn't too sure if it worked, he could only try it now. As long as it wasn't taken orally, it wasn't harmful. Chu Feng, are you going to keep pressing? Yoon Xian asked with a red face. Well, press it for a while and see. Chu Feng softly said. It's better to use less fabric for things that can be solved by hand. After all, there's not much fabric left to waste. Chapter 120. The 1-month period. Chu Feng. 10 days have already passed since we came to String Moon Island. If we can really make it through a month, do we still have to hold on any longer? Yoon Xian suddenly opened her mouth and asked. The fact that the young girl would ask this question was actually because she thought it would be hard for the two to last more than a year after all. They would get $100,000 if they made it through the first month. But later, if it doesn't last a year, the two of them won't gain anything, and then it's kind of not worth it. Are you thinking that we won't last a year? Chu Feng calmly asked. The fact that he knew about the allergy made the young girl suffer a little bit and doubt in her mind about her abilities. Well, a little bit. Yoon Xian nodded down lightly. We'll get better and better. Maybe you won't want to leave in the future. Chu Feng gently soothed. Not at all. Yoon Xian pouted. The wilderness could not be any better. Compared to urban life, it was still a bit worse, much worse on the basics. First of all, there was less access to knowledge. She liked to read books and such. Still, it was fun for the young girl to live like this once in a while. Let's make a decision when we reach the 1-month mark. Chu Feng said softly. As long as the days get better, maybe a year won't feel so bad. I'll listen to you. Yoon Xian softly said. She was just a bit emotional, afraid of dragging Chu Feng down at the last moment. After all, a year's time did not seem so good in the present. You'll feel better mentally when you think about the other challengers, who are suffering just like us. Chu Feng belly flopped and flirted. The other challengers, I don't know how they are doing. There must be a lot of meat to eat. Yoon Xian licked the corner of his eye mouth and said. In the young girl's opinion, the two of them, who had little wilderness survival experience, were doing well now, so it was only right that the others should be doing better. Maybe. Chu Feng answered with slightly raised eyebrows. How the others were doing, he didn't know. But the two of them shouldn't be any worse off than the others. The camera wasn't pointed at the two people, but it was still able to pick up the sound. So the words of Chu Feng and Yoon Xian were heard by the audience in the live broadcast room. Puhahahaha. I suspect that Lori is talking Tai talk, but unfortunately I don't have any proof. It's really going to crack me up that Lori still thinks the other challengers are having a better time than her. Priggishly speaking in a tart eye. Will those challengers die of anger if they see this scene? Lori is so naive. This is a proof of Chu Feng's greatness. Both of them haven't been hungry much, right? I feel that if Chu Feng is paired with Yen Qingyu, the two of them will have no problem surviving for 10 years. There was a flurry of disturbances on the pop-up screen that couldn't affect Chu Feng and Yoon Xian. Time passed slowly as the two men made small talk. Chu Feng. The back doesn't seem to itch much anymore. Yoon Xian said under hesitation. Let me take a look. Chu Feng withdrew his hand from the young girl's back, and in the process, he also grasped the herbal paste in his hand. He got a towel and wiped up the remaining juice's eye and residue, revealing the young girl's clean eye white and somewhat red-marked backside. It's subsided, Chu Feng said with a sigh of relief. Really? Yoon Xian asked in surprise. There's only a little bit left, so don't scratch your back. Chu Feng admonished. I know. Yoon Xian nodded her head obediently. You go to sleep. I'm gonna take a shower first. Chu Feng got up and flung his arms. Good. Yoon Xian nodded her head. Being reminded by Chu Feng, she really did feel a little sleepy. She got up to get Chu Feng's clothes and handed over the rushing jacket. You wear it? It's cold outside right now. Good. Chu Feng took the punching bag and put it on. And don't you be too late. Yunishin yawned and stepped toward his sleeping bag. Okay. Chu Feng looked at the young girl as she got into her sleeping bag and took the engineer's shovel out of the wooden shed with the heated rocks. He looked at the night sky. The galaxy of stars in the sky was just too beautiful, but sighed a bit despondently. The young girl's words just now still had some effect on him. What if there were others who stuck it out for a year like them? How should this result be determined? Is it going to be a race to see who lasts longer? The program group definitely has other tricks up their sleeves. Chu Feng silently spat out. As for what the trick was, he couldn't guess yet, but it certainly wasn't going to be easy for them is all. After all, the prizes are so rich and so maddening that if you just stay for a year, There are still quite a few people who will stick around even if they die, right? Don't want to think about it. I still have to explore tomorrow. Chu Feng shook his head and took a step into the wooden cage to take a bath. On the other side, the observers in the guide room, too, happened to be off duty. Teacher I have something I want to ask for advice. Chi Wei Ting called out to He Ming, who was about to leave. Ah! He Ming froze. Wu Qingyue and Wang Lin, who were about to leave on the side, both froze, and no one expected Chi Whiting, who was a man of few words, to suddenly stop He Ming. Speak here, He Ming asked as he stopped in his tracks. What's the inconvenience? Chi Wei Ting asked coolly. No, you can ask whatever you want. He Ming shook his head. Wu Qingyue and Wang Lin also stopped in their tracks, wanting to listen to what the cool female martial goddess wanted to ask. Teacher there should be something else behind this program that we need to participate in, right? Chi Wei Ting asked directly. Ah! Why are you asking this question? He Ming was stunned. If not, I'll quit this program in a few days. Chi Wei Ting said coolly. She had to spend her time practicing martial arts and getting in shape. She couldn't sit in the guide room and watch live every day. Huh? You're quitting? He Ming said incredulously. He also didn't expect Chi Wei Ting to say something about quitting, which instantly caught him a bit off guard. Yes, if it's set in stone, there's no need for me to stay, Chi Wei Ting said directly. Wu Qingyue secretly nodded her head and also felt that it made sense to watch the live broadcast at any time, if she stayed in the guide hall all the time, but it was a break from many important things. I just hope that you all stay for a full month, and when the program's announcement comes down, you can decide whether to stay or go, He Ming said bitterly. He was aware of some of the rules and processes of the show, but he was made to sign a confidentiality agreement not to divulge them. I'll stay for the full month. Chi Wei Ting nodded and turned to leave. A month, Wu Qingyue mumbled and walked away. Chapter 121. An awkward morning. Early morning. Chu Feng had a nightmare dreaming that he was seduced by a female sex ghost eye, and was also pressed down and forced to. He jerked awake, opening his eyes and gasping for eye breath. Hoo! Chu Feng just breathed a few mouthfuls of air. Then he felt a familiar sense of oppression, and looked down to see the young girl's entire body lying on top of him. He sighed helplessly. No wonder you have nightmares. The chest was pressed against the young girl's head. The waist was held tightly, and the feet were framed. Well, Yun Xian was startled into sleep by Chu Feng's movements and squinted sleepily. It was only after a while that she fully came to her senses, and with a red face, she quickly tumbled down from Chu Feng's body, leaving behind a back to Chu Feng. Yun Xian had only a little bit of shyness at this moment, or had gotten a little bit used to it. After all, every morning when she woke up it was her who hugged Chu Feng's body, and hugging got used to it. Is the back still itchy? A hint of laughter flashed under Chu Feng's eyes. Yun Xian's face was buried in her sleeping bag, and she responded in a muffled voice. No, it doesn't tickle anymore. Even if she was used to it, she was still too embarrassed to face Chu Feng. Let me see if your skin will still be allergic to red eye swelling, Chu Feng said and probed his hand to hook the back collar of the young girl's undershirt, then pulled down. An accident happened. Click. The corset strap was pulled by Chu Feng, the buckle loosened, and the straps popped off to the sides, revealing the young girl's bare clean back. Chu Feng's entire body froze, blinking his eyes with a dumbfounded expression. The corner of his mouth twitched and he said in a shaky voice, That, Yun Xian, I didn't mean it. I know. Yun Xian's voice carried a bit of a tremor. Her entire face reddened. Her hands wrapped around her chest, covering it. She was totally confused at the moment. How did this happen? Cough. Chu Feng lightly coughed, his black and white eyes scanning the back of the young girl's eyes, and realized that there was no sign of allergy. He immediately got up from his sleeping bag and said, No allergies. It's completely healed. Got it. Yun Xian answered in a muffled voice. I'm going out first. Chu Feng dropped these words, put on his rushing pants and shoes, and came to the wooden shed to carry the wooden barrel and went out. Hoo! He lightly breathed a sigh of relief, looked down at his right hand, and chimed in a good-natured manner. Usually I don't see you so flexible? How come it's so powerful today? Now the two are embarrassed. It really was a mistake. Chu Feng sighed. Why was he so restless in the morning? He shook off the superfluous thoughts, picked a large rock holding the barrel, fished out the banana bark from the barrel, and laid it flat on the rock in preparation for drying. This way, when you come back in the evening, you can try to separate the fibers that you can use and try to weave them into burlap. After doing so, Chu Feng turned on the cellar furnace and took out the small water tanks and clay pots that had been placed overnight. He examined it and said softly, "All intact. Outside of the wilderness, pottery is fine as long as it doesn't leak. It doesn't matter what it looks like or anything. It's not like it's a work of art after all. Firing another cellar? I'll just be able to open the cellar when I come back this afternoon." Chu Feng calculated the unfired pottery, just enough for one cellar furnace to fit. He returned to the wood shed with the fired pottery in his arms when he saw the young girl carrying her clothes and preparing to go out. "All burned," Yoon Exian said in surprise, the blush on her face still very visible. "Well, it's all usable." Chu Feng pretended to be flat and said, "That's good." Yoon Exian's eyes dodged for a moment, and with a red face, she hugged her clothes and went to wash and scrub, so that she would have clothes to change into tonight. What an awkward morning. Chu Feng helplessly slapped his forehead and went to the cellar furnace holding the remaining unfired pottery. Half an hour later, the cellar furnace was closed again. "We'll have to redo the cellar furnace again next time." Chu Feng looked at the walls of the cellar furnace and could clearly see cracks, indicating that the cellar furnaces was going to be unable to withstand the fire. He craned his head to look at the young girl who was already preparing breakfast, and took his wood chipper into the jungle to gather some wood while the sun was still giving off heat, so he could prepare for building a fence later. Half an hour later, the young girl's clear voice echoed in the mountain forest. "Chu Feng, it's time for breakfast." "Coming." Chu Feng raised his voice in response, bundled up the cut wood and dragged it out of the jungle. He gathered wood at the edge of the camp, and within a few minutes he was back at the camp, stacking the wood next to the thorns. There was a good deal of bramble and wood piled up in the camp, all for fencing purposes. "It's enough to come a few times." Chu Feng calculated the approximate amount of wood. When he returned to the wood shed after washing his hands, he found the young girl back to her usual self, with the tabletop ceramic bowl already set up and 2 grilled fish. "Today, why is it so sumptuous?" Chu Feng asked without words. He. Have to go exploring and have to eat well, that way I can bring back more food." Yoon Exian's crisp voice was full of longing. "Then you have to eat more." Chu Feng smiled. For breakfast, the two ate well and began to pack the things they would take to the jungle. "Chu Feng, besides water, what else should I bring?" Yoon Exian hurriedly asked. She had already filled her bamboo basket with 4 bamboo canisters of water and some rope. "You don't need to bring anything else. Just bring more water." Chu Feng shook his head. Most of the stuff he had brought with him: a wood chipper, an engineer's shovel, rope, and a bamboo tube filled with water. "The last and most important piece is the bow and arrow." Chu Feng went inside the shelter and took out the bamboo bow and arrows, which had been smoked by him these days, and then the bowstring was removed. In order to preserve the bow's bow power, the bowstring is usually removed when not in use and restrung when in use. After spending a few minutes, Chu Feng strung the bamboo bow, then hung the arrow pouch made of bamboo cylinder on his waist, tucked the bamboo bow into the bamboo back basket, and held the firewood knife in his hand so that he could open the road. "Let's go. While the sun is just rising, let's rush a little more," Chu Feng said as he put the bamboo basket on his back. "Okay." Yoon Exian also carried a bamboo basket on her back and held a bag made of rope in her hand. The two then took advantage of the rising sun and entered the thicket. Chapter 122. Welcome aboard. Early in the morning, just after 8 o'clock, the sun was rising. "Hurry up and get ready to go hunting," Zhao Lei urged. He looked at his brother who was lying on the haystack, suddenly regretting such a grouping a bit, and his brother was too lazy. Zhao Lei thought, should have come with his wife by the time he stayed for a year. By the way, bring a child back. Good. Zhao Lei sleepily opened his eyes and answered in a confused manner. His entire body felt little strength, a lack of stamina brought on by the low amount of food he had ingested. "The sun is out now, and it will get hotter and hotter if we don't leave now," Zhao Lei said expressionlessly. "Got it, don't rush," Zhao Lei answered with a bit of annoyance. Not having enough sleep and a bit of weakness in his body, and hearing someone chanting in his ears was really distracting. "Today is the 11th day since I came to Stringy Moon Island, and the food I ate was just that little bit of lizard meat and some wild berries and such, which is totally insufficient to support the calories consumed by an adult. If you were to lie still and go to sleep after eating every day, you might still be able to go into low consumption mode, but that would result in the more you sleep, the more wasted you become. Zhao Lei frowned and looked at the sun in the sky, and finally resisted the urge to get angry, or else he would have to quarrel today, and then hunting would be out of the question. After a bit of packing, and armed with bows and arrows and rope, the two headed into the jungle, avoiding the places where bear poop appeared. The two entered the jungle and just explored while eating wild vegetables and wild berries raw for breakfast. More than half an hour later. Wait! There are footprints here. Zhao Lei lowered his voice and shouted. What footprints? Zhao Lei was slightly startled in his heart and hurriedly took a step to gather over. Human. Zhao Lei's voice was very grave. What? A human? Zhao Lei froze, then reacted and asked, Are they other challengers? Most likely, this footprint is about the same size as us. It should be two males. Zhao Lei analyzed in a deep voice. The size of the footprints, when analyzed a little, tells you whether it's a man or a woman. About 90% of boys have larger feet than girls. Around our campsite. Since when are there other challengers around? Zhao Lei's face did not look good. A place with too many challengers would definitely consume more resources, and now that the food in this jungle was limited, 2 more people coming in would leave them with much less to harvest. Let's go along and have a look. Zhao Lei stood up and said in a deep voice, It's always important to understand what the other side is. Aha! Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. The two of them just explored the footprints and moved forward. The more they walked made them look more and more unsightly. The trees around them had been cut down and cleared a path. Obviously the other party had settled in the neighborhood. What should we do if they live nearby? Zhao Lei asked his brother. First look at what kind of person the other party is, then make a decision. Zhao Lei just wanted to put a vicious word. Thought of it as live before timely break corner. Zhao Lei knew what it meant. Now that wilderness survival involves amazing bonuses, a lot of things can happen, like grabbing food. There's a sound. Zhao Lei jerked to a halt, reaching out to stop his brother behind him, his eyes staring ahead. Zhao Lei sidled his head and listened carefully to the sound. It didn't take a while to distinguish it, and lowered his voice. It's the sound of chopping wood. They're chopping down trees. Be careful and run when you realize something's wrong. Zhao Lei admonished. I know. Zhao Lei nodded. The two men lightened their steps and tiptoed in the direction from which the sound had come. Click here. A few minutes later, Zhao Lei saw who was chopping wood. 2 shirtless men, looking about 30 years old. They were building shelters. They should have just arrived here. Zhao Lei analyzed in a small whisper. Well, it looks like the two want to settle here. Zhao Lei nodded. The extra competition also made the two start to get a little nervous. Anyone who wanted to win. What now? Should we go up and say hello? Zhao Lei asked. Both groups survived in this jungle, and sooner or later they would meet each other there, and now was the time to get a head start on declaring their sovereignty and giving each other something to sink their teeth into. Yes. Zhao Lei nodded. Let's go then. Zhao Lei got up and didn't cover his tracks anymore. Click! The sound of a withered tree branch breaking rang out, immediately putting the other two on alert. Greetings. Zhao Lei was the first to speak, head up and chest out, tensing his body used to show off his aura. The 2 men froze, then one let out a surprised smile. Finally, I see the others. Ah! Zhao Lei, the 2 of them completely froze. What is this? Seeing the 2 of them so happy, the 4 of them then sat down on the floor and introduced themselves. My name is Chun Jishi, a wilderness survivalist. The younger one spoke up. Chun Jishi is 28 years old, a second-generation rich man and an extreme sports enthusiast. After all, with money, some material pursuits are much less. Then some excitement is what he seeks. Chun Jishi, with an inch of hair and a gentle smile on his face, introduced. The one next to him is called Black Bear, a retired Special Forces soldier. Hello there, Black Bear said lightly. Body big, 3 thick. Black Bear is very intimidating, especially Zhao Lei brothers too are hurt each other or retired Special Forces, but also feel the pressure. I'm Zhao Lei, he's my brother Zhao Lei. We're both wilderness survivalists. Zhao Lei briefly introduced himself. You guys landed in this area, right? Chun Jishi asked with a light smile. Yes. Zhao Lei nodded and asked back without any loss. What about you guys? I saw that you guys just built the shelter. Did you relocate from somewhere else? Yeah, we have saltwater crocodiles in that area. It's too dangerous. Chun Jishi sighed and said a bit helplessly. So there's no choice but to leave. I didn't expect to meet you guys. This is really great. Ah! Zhao Lei was speechless. Is that too good? Not really. Let's work together, Chun Jishi said in a shocking voice. Huh. Zhao Lei and Zhao Lei were dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? You guys could have thought about it. Chun Jishi smiled faintly. We. Zhao Lei just opened his mouth to refuse, but was stopped by his brother. Let's go back and think about it. Zhao Lei hurriedly answered. His finger was poking his brother Zhao Lei's back. Good. You are always welcome to join us. Chun Jishi grinned. Thank you, we'll leave first. Zhao Lei nodded and got up to leave. Chapter 123. The Key to Surviving the Winter. Click here. Chu Feng and Yun Xian had entered the jungle for more than half an hour. It's only been a few days since I've been here, and the vines here are sprouting again. Yun Xian looked around at the vines. If we don't come for half a month, this side of the road will be gone. Chu Feng took his firewood knife and opened the road, once again chipping the vine branches and leaves that grew into the road. Hey, there seems to be wild berries over there. Yun Xian's sharp eyes spotted the dots of red in the jungle. Go over and pick some for dinner. Be careful of the barbs. Chu Feng walked over with his firewood knife and cut off the branches that were blocking the way so that it would be easier to pick. The wild berry is a fruit with a sweet and tart flavor and barbed thorns on the branches of the plant, and has a number of aliases. Raspberry, and so on. It's been a long time since I've seen wild berries. In the past, Master Wang often brought some back for us to eat. Yun Xian lamented. In an orphanage childhood, you don't think much of snacks like chorizo, you have to eat wild fruits and such, and wild berries are one of them. Then pick a little more. You can eat it on the way. Chu Feng took out 2 small bamboo baskets from his back basket and distributed one to the young girl. The small bamboo basket was made by a young girl, made of tiny bamboo strips, the size of a palm and about 10 centimeters in height. Luckily, I wove 2 extra small bamboo baskets last night. Yun Xian laughed lightly as she took the bamboo baskets. Such a small bamboo basket is not difficult to weave as long as there are bamboo strips 10 minutes to weave a. If it is not because of the itchy back, the young girl is planning to weave 5 or 6 bamboo baskets. The flavor is a bit sour. Chu Feng stopped eating after trying 1 or 2 and focused on picking them. Familiar flavor. Yun Xian, however, was eating with joy, just like a greedy little girl. Chu Feng saw the few wild berries in the young girl's bamboo basket and looked down at the dozens of wild berries in his own bamboo basket. He rolled his eyes and spat. Yun Xian, are you trying to fill your stomach here? Yun Xian's hand that was stuffing wild berries into her mouth froze and turned back to Chu Feng with a sardonic smile. She turned away and silently stuffed a few more wild berries into her mouth before placing her picks into the bamboo basket. Slightly tart with a hint of astringency, they are very refreshing to eat, and it's no wonder teenage girls are addicted to eating wild berries. Yunqin picked wild berries and peeled back the branches to see that it was a wild berry bush. She turned her head and shouted to Chu Feng, "Come here quickly. There are more wild berries over here." Here it comes. Chu Feng opened the way with his wood chipper and froze when he saw a patch of wild berries. Piles of wild berries grew together in what looked like dozens of plants. Chu Feng, our bamboo basket can't hold that many wild berries, Yun Xian said with a bitter face. Then you'll eat a little more, Chu Feng said flirtatiously. Oops, I meant what I said, Yun Xian pouted. Just use a bamboo tube. Chu Feng smoothly pulled out the bamboo tube from the bamboo basket and handed 2 to the young girl. The 2 men had also come out with many empty bamboo tubes, just for situations like the one at hand, to hold a load of easily rotted wild fruits or some small prey. Chu Feng, how about we save some to make wild berry sauce? Yun Xian softly said. We don't have any candy, Chu Feng said softly. It's okay to use salt. Let's make it salty and get some wild berry sauce for the grilled fish later. That'll taste delicious. Remembering the wild berry sauce taught at the orphanage, Yunqin licked at the corner of her mouth and said, and it can be used to stir up wild vegetables. You're the chef, you have the final say, Chu Feng mildly responded. It was nice to have wild berry sauce to eat, and it was a luxurious treat, especially when there wasn't much seasoning out in the wilderness. It's just as well we have clay pots now, we can store a lot of wild berry sauce, Yun Xian exclaimed. With a target in mind, the young girl picked faster and stole food less frequently. An hour later, the bamboo baskets and 6 bamboo cones brought in were filled with wild berries, and the patch was almost empty. In the end, the 2 picked and stuffed them into their mouths, not letting go of what they could. The two ate until their teeth were sore before they stopped. No more. Can't eat anymore. Yoon Exine covered her face and said, her pretty face full of helplessness. Let's go. The harvest is enough. Chu Feng pursed his lips and also felt his teeth sour. Aha! Yoon Exine nodded with a smiling face. There are quite a few of these wild berries made into wild berry sauce, so saving them will last you a long time. Let's go. After picking this time, there shouldn't be any wild berries until next year. Chu Feng scanned his eyes at the wild berry branches, and some of them had already withered and yellowed. Then come back next year to pick it, Yoon Exine said without thinking. Chu Feng shook his head in amusement. The young girl was still worried about what to do in a month's time last night. Now I see that there are wild berries, but I am thinking of next year. Click here. Chu Feng proceeded to open the way in front, while the young girl looked around in the back, hoping to find some edible ingredients. Yoon Exine, pay more attention to mushrooms, like chanterelles or something like that, Chu Feng reminded. The ingredients on the dietary supplement formula, he was already collecting them, but what he gathered were the usual wild vegetables and herbs, etc., and the main ingredients were nowhere to be found. Good. Yoon Xinqing responded in a crisp voice. She thought more of it if she could find a lot of mushrooms, that way they could be stored for a long time when made into dried goods as well. Thinking of dry goods, the young girl's thoughts radiated out again. Yoon Exine sipped her water and asked, Chu Feng, the seaweed is going to be finished. When are we going to the beach again? Let's go in a couple days. Chu Feng casually answered. He also wanted to check out the beach to see if he could catch any big fish, and it was time to plan for those saltwater crocodiles. I also want to make some oysters into dried goods. That way the soup will taste better and add a lot of nutrients, Yoon Exine said in a hurry. After last night, the young girl pondered for a long time, thinking that Chu Feng wouldn't quit easily. Then she had to think of the upcoming winter. How can you survive a depressed winter, which leads to a recipe for dried seafood with dried wild greens? She remembered that she had eaten oysters like that before, and felt that it was too wasteful. She should have sun-dried them and cooked oyster soup with dried wild vegetables. That would all last a month or two, right? It's all about whether or not the two will make it through the winter. Chapter 124, Hunting. There were more than 3 months of winter, and Yoon Exine didn't know how winter would be like on String Moon Island, but from analyzing the weather these days, it was estimated that the temperature would be very low, and it might even snow. How to survive 3 months is the key. By storing meat to last more than 90 days, the teenage girl completely feel unrealistic. Then how much meat to store enough to eat for 90 days? All right, we'll go to the beach in a couple days. Chu Feng nodded and agreed, storing more dried seafood. He was also very happy to do so. Who would mind having too much food? And the beach hasn't been seriously explored yet, so maybe we can find more food. Aha! Yoon Exine nodded her head joyfully, her beautiful eyes looking at Chu Feng's back, a trace of tenderness flashing under her eyes. One of the young girl's favorite of Chu Feng's many strengths was that she would be good at listening to the advice she gave. Of course, as to whether or not to accept it was one thing, but it was soothing to the senses. It's not going to be like some people who don't listen to advice at all and rush to rebut it. Or to appear superior, it's all about making excuses to refute it. Chu Feng, why don't you refute me? Yoon Exine suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Why do you want to retort? Chu Feng was a bit confused and looked back at the smiling young girl. Why did he feel a little strange about the young girl? Just going to the beach, huh? Maybe this request of mine will conflict with your plans, Yoon Exine said with a serious face. She knew that Chu Feng would plan things first, especially some very complicated things. There's no conflict. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. He did have to go to the beach in the last 2 days, and he was running out of bamboo so fast that the bamboo tube thing was really handy. Ah! Yoon Exine's expression stalled and she hurriedly asked, then what if there's a conflict? Implement whichever is more important, Chu Feng said easily. He would only listen to the advice of those close to him, and like some people who came up with a preachy tone of advice, then don't blame him for giving a face. That's enough, Yoon Exine said with a dimpled smile, having gotten the answer she wanted. Is there something wrong? Chu Feng was a bit puzzled. It's nothing. I'm just casually asking. Yoon Exine shook her head with a smile on her lips. Pay attention, we're going to reach the small meadow, Chu Feng admonished and didn't bother thinking too much. Okay, Yoon Exine answered softly. The two of them proceeded along the path that had been opened earlier, and after 10 minutes or so of walking, they reached the small meadow area. Take the firewood knife for defense. Chu Feng handed the firewood knife to the young girl. What about you? Yun Xin took the wood chipper in her small hands. I have a bow and arrow. Chu Feng took the bamboo bow in his hands and knocked the bamboo arrows, ready to hunt. The two hid behind the tree from behind, their eyes scanning the grassy area. Chu Feng, there's no rabbit in sight? Yun Xian lowered her voice. It's estimated that it will be over the big meadow. Chu Feng held his bow and aimed it in the direction of the meadow. He thought of the last time he'd been here, when a large group of rabbits had come alive in the big meadow. Then shall we go over and take a look? Yun Xian asked in a small voice. To go over there, let's set up a rope trap over here first. There might be a harvest on the return trip later. Chu Feng did not put down his bow and arrow, and carefully stepped towards the grass. The young girl tiptoed along behind, her hands gripping her wood chipper tightly, sometimes glancing back warily behind her. There are new rabbit holes. Yun Xian came to the grass and found the blocked rabbit holes, some of which had already been dug up again. As usual, block some of the rabbit holes, and this time, only leave 6 rabbit holes as traps. Chu Feng commanded. Okay. Yun Xian responded, grabbing an engineer's shovel and heading off to plug the rabbit hole. Chu Feng set up a rope trap outside of the free cave according to the old way. If he could catch a few rabbits, the two of them would be almost worth it even if they didn't have any other gains from this trip. With the experience of the last time, the traps were set this time and it took the two men half an hour to complete the ropes. Chu Feng, where is the great meadow? Yun Xian asked curiously. Follow me. Chu Feng led the run in front of the band, and shot an arrow before drilling the bushes, lest there was a jackal hiding somewhere. He dug into the jungle with the young girl, retrieved the bamboo arrow he had shot, and stepped toward the large meadow. Chu Feng, do you think there will be many rabbits over there? Yun Xian asked longingly. That much is unknown. Chu Feng shook his head in amusement. A few minutes later, the two reached the edge of the large meadow silently, their eyes wide as they gazed at the animals in the large meadow. Chu Feng, dear, there are deer. Yun Xian's voice was like a mosquito, and her elbow stabbed Chu Feng's waist. See. Chu Feng's mouth lips moved slightly, already calculating how many deer there were. There were a total of 17 deer in the large meadow, individual size only, probably because of the shade of the tree branches. The deer were not very far away from the two Chu Feng and Yun Xian, but they did not find the two. What to do? Yun Xian said in a small voice. Don't come out. I'll try to see if I can shoot a deer. Chu Feng admonished. He immediately used his scent to hide his instincts and moved slowly through the jungle to find the best spot to shoot, which was closest to the deer. A few minutes later, Chu Feng found the best hunting spot, and it just so happened that a bucket-sized deer was nibbling grass with its head down, and it was only about 30 to 40 meters away from him. It's a bit forced. Chu Feng muttered. The killing power of the bamboo arrows shot with the bamboo bow was not very sufficient after 30 or 40 meters. He pursed his lips. There didn't seem to be much else he could do. Any closer and he was in danger of being spotted. Realizing that there were other deer helping to let the wind out. That's the bad thing about big grassy fields. There's not a lot of shade. It must be hit. Chu Feng bent his bow and arrows, and his entire body became very focused. Whoosh! Chapter 125, Maiden of Luck. Whoosh! Bamboo arrows shot out of the jungle in a cold manner, because of the air resistance, that even with the guidance of the arrow feathers was a little bit floating. PFFT. The bamboo arrow missed the deer's neck and dug headfirst into its front leg, causing it to jump violently and then dash off into the jungle. Yoo-hoo! The deer were attacked and all of them were startled and ran furiously in one direction in the jungle. Damn it! Sure enough, it's still a bit far away. Chu Feng rushed out from the bushes onto the grass and looked at the direction the deer had fled. The power of the bamboo bow was still not enough, and the bamboo arrows that were shot floated, even if they floated just a little bit, resulting in not hitting the desired location. Having the gift pack gave him a lot of archery experience, but he also had to be within a reasonable range to show his skills. Well, in the end, it was still the bamboo bow that was not powerful. Hoo. Yun Xian ran over furiously, holding Chu Feng's bamboo basket in her hands. She gasped her breath and said soothingly, Chu Feng, it's okay. We'll have another chance in the future. Chu Feng froze, then smiled and said, Let's go. Let's go track this deer. He probed his hand and took the bamboo basket from the young girl's arms and reloaded it, not a trace of chagrin visible on his face. Going after that wounded deer? Cloudhaven asked hesitantly. Well, that deer's front legs are injured, so it definitely can't run far. Chu Feng nodded and said, "Okay." Yun Xian nodded. "You stay close behind me. Don't fall behind." Chu Feng earnestly admonished. "This area is unexplored, so it would be a problem if people were lost." "Understood." Yun Xian gave a quirky salute. "Naughty." Chu Feng rolled his eyes in amusement and turned around in the direction where the deer had fled. Knowing that the young girl was appeasing his reluctance, he wasn't a deadbeat, he just wanted to chase some distance to see if he could track it. If he could, it would be best, and if not, he wouldn't be forced to do so. The two went into the jungle, following the deer's blood trail. 10 minutes later. "Chu Feng, there is blood here." Yun Xian pointed at the red dots on the ground in surprise. "See, let's go this way." Chu Feng answered and looked at the bushes in front of him that were not as dense. "Huh? Why aren't there any trees here?" Yun Xian asked in shock. "Geological reasons, I guess it's probably from the saline soil," Chu Feng said softly. "So that's how it is." Yun Xian knew about this aspect, but it was the first time he had seen it in reality. "Let's go. There's less and less blood here," Chu Feng said in a deep voice. Less blood meant that tracking would be harder. "Good." Yun Xian took a drink of water and followed. The more Chu Feng walked, the more familiar he felt. Looking at the hill not far away, it was not the hill where he had picked black fungus before. The corners of his mouth rose, a guess in his mind, and he said softly, "I didn't expect to come here." "Eh? Chu Feng, you've been here before?" Yun Xian asked in shock. "Well, the place I told you before where I found the deer is that hill in front of me," Chu Feng said as he raised his hand and pointed ahead. "Are you saying that the injured deer might have gone there?" Yun Xian guessed. "Yes, I suspect that deer have the habit of migrating back and forth," Chu Feng said softly. "An island's resources are limited, especially in terms of grass, and there simply isn't enough grass on the big meadow side for this herd. So there are definitely other meadows." After encountering the deer 2 days ago, and today the deer also headed for the hill, Chu Feng ventured to guess that there should be grass on the other side of the hill. "Then do we still have to chase after them?" Yun Xian asked softly. "Let's chase after it for a while and see. If it doesn't work, we'll go pick some black fungus." Chu Feng sighed and said, "If the deer did run up that hill, he would not chase after it. Don't see that the hill is not too high and not too big, but under the dense jungle it will take more than half a day to traverse it at least, so that he won't be able to make it back to the camp before nightfall at all. Don't be discouraged. Maybe the deer is just ahead," Yun Xian softly soothed. "Yes, it's most likely right up ahead." Chu Feng responded in obedience. The two of them chased the blood trail towards the hill, and Chu Feng soon saw a familiar scene of a mudslide-washed gully, with broken logs and huge stones everywhere. "Mudslides are still terrifying," Yun Xian marveled. "Be careful when you go over. Don't step on the air," Chu Feng admonished. The ruins left behind by the mudslide were not very walkable, and there were broken logs everywhere. "Good," Yun Xian responded, following closely behind Chu Feng. It took the two of them a few minutes to arrive at the foot of the hill, and Chu Feng carefully checked before finding the blood trail left by the deer and tracked it again. A few minutes later, Chu Feng found the traces, and after distinguishing them, he said, "There are deer footprints here. More than one deer has passed through here." There was little hope of finding this place, and the wounded deer had probably followed the herd. Who? Want to chase again?" Yun Xian gasped. "I asked. Let's look for some black fungus in the neighborhood." Chu Feng looked at the young girl's tired appearance and said helplessly, "It seems that we didn't have the luck to eat that deer, and we didn't know that it would be cheaper for that beast. A deer that injures its leg is certainly not going to live long. And let's not forget that the jungle is full of predators that won't leave a wounded deer alone. We'll eat on it later," Yun Xian softly said. The young girl didn't know how to comfort her. After all, she would soon be able to eat venison, and she didn't realize that the injured deer was so tenacious. Chu Feng led the young girl to look for black fungus in the neighborhood. If there were enough black fungus, it would be a quality reserve food after drying. The two men went apart, specializing in picking out fallen logs, especially those that were a bit rotted and more likely to find black fungus. The hill had quite a lot of rotting wood, and 7 or 8 minutes of time allowed Chu Feng to find quite a few black fungus. "Chu Feng, quickly come over." Yun Xian's surprised scream rang out. "I'm coming." Chu Feng ran over furiously when he heard the shout, and from afar, he saw the young girl standing frozen. He rushed over, shouting as he did so, "What's wrong? What happened? Chu Feng, look what's this?" Yoon Exine smilingly jumped to the side, revealing what was in the way. The deer, the wounded deer, dramatically found by the young girl. Luck girl on the line. Chapter 126. Reserve food. Chu Feng was in a very complicated mood right now, pulling the corners of his mouth as he looked at the smiling young girl. This is just giving a disappointment and then a surprise in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng, look over there. Aren't there many black fungus? Yoon Exine's eyes carried a smile, and her white finger pointed at the rotting wood in front of her. It was a large dead tree with very large branches, divided from the main pole into 3 forked branches, 2 of which had already broken off and fallen to the ground, and it was the forked pole that had fallen to the ground that was covered with black fungus. You're really my lucky star, Chu Feng said with the corners of his mouth rising. He looked down at the deer that had fallen to the ground, still struggling to get up, the bamboo arrow on its front leg rubbed off somewhere. I just stopped by to take a look, and I didn't expect to find the deer. Yoon Exine stuck her hands on her hips, her expression full of excitement. Can you not be excited? The two were going to have venison to eat, and that was going to make the young girl happier than catching a fish. I'll take care of the deer, and you go pick the black fungus. Chu Feng lightly laughed. Leave it to me. Yoon Exine cheerfully answered and trotted over to pick the black fungus. The black fungus on these 2 logs, picked at less than 3 or 4 pounds, makes another great side dish. Chu Feng squatted down, took the rope, tied the deer's back legs together, and only realized the problem when he went to turn over the front legs. He saw the deer's front legs, which were just stuck in the cracks of the rocks, and shook his head with a lost smile and said, You're really unlucky, or else you'd have really let you escape to the hills. First help you stop the bleeding, we can't let you die now. Chu Feng brought a rope and wrapped eye around the deer's wound to cover it up. He had to take the living deer back to be disposed of in this weather. Animals die and all kinds of parasites in the intestines and stomach can get into the meat if they are not disposed of in a timely manner. A live deer would be better instead, and it's not a good place to dispose of meat outside of this wilderness, which would be a problem if you accidentally attracted a predator to the area. A more important point is that the heart, liver, etc. of a deer is something that should not be left on for long, and should only be cooked and eaten immediately after handling. Hey! There are 40 pounds to say the least. Chu Feng weighed the deer and roughly estimated the weight. 40 pounds of raw venison after dealing with the bones and offal etc. It is estimated that there are only about 20 pounds left, save some food, can eat for a month. After all, venison stewed with wild greens makes a delicious meal. As for trying to eat venison alone until you're full, then 20 or so pounds of venison might not last 10 days. We have to hurry back before we can do that. Chu Feng put the bamboo basket down, put the deer into the bamboo basket, and then tied it with a rope before putting the bamboo basket back on his back again. He stepped toward the young girl and asked, How's it going? Is it all picked? Finish picking right away. Yoon Exine didn't lift her head, her small hands nimbly grabbing the black fungus. Chu Feng also went up to help, specializing in picking those large black fungus. This time the dietary supplement recipe is again only the chanterelles are not looking for. He plans to find a free time to specifically look for chanterelles so that he can provide an adequate dietary supplement. In about 3 minutes, the black fungus was picked. Come on, we're going back. Chu Feng shook his shoulders, allowing the straps to shift their position slightly. The deer or 2 people to help carry it back. Yoon Exine frowned. No need, it's not very heavy. Chu Feng shook his head and walked faster with the deer on his single back. He led the young girl away from the hill, over the mudslide-swept gully, and the 2 headed for the meadow. Originally, Chu Feng wanted to go over to the banana tree to take a look, but the deer's appearance caused him to change his plans immediately. The 2 had just reached the edge of the large meadow when they saw a group of rabbits scurrying back to the rabbit hole. Chu Feng, look, there's a rabbit. Yoon Xinqing shouted in a crisp voice. Both escaped. Chu Feng laughed bitterly. The 2 of them did not cover their tracks and were easily discovered by the rabbit. What a shame. Yoon Exine pouted. The young girl wouldn't mind a little meat. Now she just wants to eat meat every day until she throws up. Let's go. Let's go and see if there's any harvest from the small meadow. Chu Feng softly said. He figured that after 2 round trips by the 2 men, the big meadow should have rabbits rushing over to the small meadow side of the past. Good. Yoon Exine answered obediently, following behind with a similar step. A few minutes later, the 2 men arrived at the small meadow and were pleasantly surprised to find 2 rabbits caught in the rope snares. Chu Feng caught the rabbit. Yoon Exine shouted happily. Looks like today is a good day. The curve of Chu Feng's mouth curved even more. He put down the bamboo basket and rushed forward to untie the rabbits. Now that he had the deer, he couldn't let the 2 rabbits die. If we do the math like this, we'll have 4 rabbits. Yoon Xian took the bamboo basket and placed it in front of Chu Feng to hold the rabbits. The young girl's thoughts drifted to the fact that if 4 rabbits had bunnies, wouldn't that be a lot of rabbits to eat? Alright, let's go back. Chu Feng tied the rabbit's feet and put the 2 rabbits into the young girl's bamboo basket. Aha! Yoon Xian carried the bamboo basket on her back. These 2 rabbits must weigh about 10 pounds combined. The 2 set off on their way back, and along the way the smiles on both of their faces didn't let up. Drink more water. Don't carry it back. Chu Feng took out the bamboo tube from the young girl's bamboo basket and pulled out the stopper to drink it in a big gulp. Drinking some of the water off will reduce the burden. Okay. Yoon Xian also took out the bamboo tube from Chu Feng's bamboo basket and took small sips of water. Although the bamboo basket is very convenient, but the shoulder of the strangulation is really sore, especially not much shoulder to shoulder. The 2 are not very accustomed to the shoulder straps to bring the pressure of the shoulder. Harvest is joyful, but harvest that hard work also have to bear down. That is the real harvest time. It was over an hour before the 2 returned to the campsite sweating. Finally back. Yoon Xian's tired pretty face was immediately energized when she saw the shelter. Quickly go and put the things down. Chu Feng took large steps toward the shelter. Good, said Yunishin in a long drawn-out tone. Chu Feng entered the wooden shed and took the lead in helping the young girl put down the bamboo basket, then squatted down and put down the bamboo basket, testing the neck of the deer and found that there were still signs of beating. The deer was still alive. Put the rabbits into the bamboo cage first. Yoon Xian didn't stop for a moment, carrying the 2 rabbits and stuffing them into the bamboo cage. She hugged a stack of weeds and stuffed them in, then crouched down next to it to look at the reserve food, which had increased to 4. Chapter 127. Feeling safe. Chu Feng, these 2 are also female rabbits. Are they able to give birth to several litters of rabbits? Yoon Xian tilted her head and asked. She was already fantasizing about having a large herd of rabbits to eat in a few months. It should be fine. Chu Feng sat down on a wooden bench to rest, holding a pottery cup and drinking water. So when can we have bunnies? Yoon Xian asked with a nice frown. I wouldn't know about that. Chu Feng handed over the pottery cup and calmly said, to raise rabbits to the point of giving birth to baby rabbits, the grass should be well stocked, or else there will be nothing to eat in the winter, and then you will have to cook it in the pot, said Yoon Xian as she took the pottery mug and rolled her eyes. I'll go cut the grass. She's looking for sustainability, and in the future, she'll have dozens of rabbits that will last her for months on rabbits alone. Chu Feng could see the young girl's thoughts and didn't try to crack down on her. He just hoped that he wouldn't eat too fast. He got up and prepared to get a small fence out to keep the beasts from prying eyes tonight. Chu Feng, don't you want to deal with the deer? Yoon Xian asked suspiciously. We'll get it later. Right now, surround the shelter with thorns. Otherwise the smell of blood will attract some wild beasts over. Chu Feng said in a deep voice. Once the venison is handled, the smell of blood will surely emanate, and the nocturnal carnivores will surely sneak up on you when night comes. Especially animals like bears and jackals. The smell of bacon must be very appealing to them, and the wattle fences must be gotten up for safety's sake. Is it time to come? Yoon Xian asked in shock. Just get a smaller fence and surround the shelter. Chu Feng said softly. Originally he was planning to get the big fence with a small yard, but now he had to put it on hold for the time being. He could only ensure the safety of the shelter and then slowly expand it out. Yoon Xian hurriedly got up and said, I'll come and help too. No, this isn't difficult. You should take care of the wild berries first, otherwise they will rot. Chu Feng shook his head and said, Is it really too late? Yoon Xian's beautiful eyes flashed with worry. Don't worry. The wood thorns are already there. It's completely in time. Chu Feng waved his hand and stepped out of the wooden shed. He was to erect stakes around the shelter and would shed, then tie sticks horizontally, then put thorns diagonally to make a simple thorn fence. Chu Feng went to open the cellar furnace after he exited the wooden shed before he took the engineer shovel and dug up around the shelter. He wanted to finish the construction of the thorn fence at dusk, leaving time to deal with the deer. Click here. The rocks were stripped away, and having an engineer's shovel to dig through the dirt was several times more efficient. The young girl came out with a pot of earthenware water, filled with wild berries, which she was to take and wash, and then dry the water so that she could make wild berry sauce in the evening. Wow! The water from the bamboo pipe of the sink washed over the wild berries, and some of the bad ones were picked out and thrown away by Yoon Exayan. The washed wild berries were spread flat on a meter-long bamboo mat, which she had spent a few minutes weaving last night so as not to waste the bamboo pieces, and which was just right for drying the wild berries today. The wild vegetables and black fungus need to be dealt with as well. Yoon Exayan stretched down and took out the black fungus she brought back to dry. The wild greens were picked out and washed, some for dried wild greens and some for the evening meal, all sorted and arranged. After doing this, it was already more than an hour later. Yoon Exayan lightly patted her waist. Squatting for too long was a bit of a backache. When she came out of the wooden shed, she saw that Chu Feng was already laying thorns on the wooden railing, and turned around to go back to the wooden shed to pour a cup of water out. Chu Feng, drink some water. Yoon Exayan handed over the ceramic cup. Chu Feng took the pottery cup and finished it in a few sips and said, "Go and bring out the pottery from the cellar furnace." "Good. Do you need more water?" Yoon Exayan answered softly. "Don't." Chu Feng shook his head and handed the pottery cup back, then set up the thorns. The reason the wooden fence was changed to a smaller size, the thorns completely densely blocked the shelter so that the beasts had no way of getting in at all. Time was slowly passing, the sun was slowly moving, and when the sun was high above the western sky, Chu Feng's thorn fence was completed. "This one is also fantastic," Yoon Exayan exclaimed with a dimpled smile. The thorn fence in front of her possessed a complete sense of security, just like a fortress. Just one more door to go. Chu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the thorn-covered shelter in front of him, feeling very satisfied. He estimated that he would have to go and collect thorns in a few days to use for a larger fence and a new shelter. The one in front of him wouldn't have to be torn down, it could be used for firewood, rabbits, etc. "Chu Feng, with this thorn fence in place, there's no need to guard the fire at night," Yoon Exayan said happily. "Yeah, it can be a lot easier." Chu Feng nodded his head. With the thorn fence in place, he could not have to be constantly vigilant. That would be too tiring for his mind. He got 4 logs, built them into a rectangular frame, and then tied thorn branches to them, and that was the gate to the thorn fence. Chu Feng had also placed some stones around the perimeter to prevent some animals from digging in through the thorn edges, reducing an unlikely loophole. Yoon Exayan sat on the side of the stone and was tearing the fibers from the banana bark, which had softened a bit in softness after soaking in the grass ash water. She saw Chu Feng enter the wooden shed, and in no time he came out with the deer in his arms, holding a firewood knife and a steel pot in his hands. "Chu Feng, do you need anything else?" Yoon Exayan got up and shouted. "Bring over 2 clay pots for the stuff and salt as well." Chu Feng responded. "Okay." Yoon Exayan carried the banana bark into the wooden shed. These would be dealt with at night. The most important thing now was the deer. She trotted to catch up with Chu Feng, holding the clay pot and salt, and asked beside her, "Is this deer dead?" "Almost there. The heart will still beat a few times now." Chu Feng hugged the deer and no longer had the strength to struggle. "Chu Feng, is this deer antler edible?" Yoon Exayan curiously glanced at the horns on the deer's head, and the antler was as long as a palm. She had only ever heard of deer antler, a great tonic, but in reality it was the first time she had seen it. "You have to treat it before you can eat it, otherwise it will get on fire," Chu Feng said softly. There are still simple treatments for deer antlers, and this one was the first tonic for the 2 men outside of the wilderness. "I haven't eaten venison yet, and I don't know how it tastes," Yoon Exayan said with a light shake of her head. "We'll see if we try tonight," Chu Feng said with a smile on his lips. He'd never eaten venison before either, first time in his life. Or many people in society have never eaten venison, let alone wild venison. Chapter 128. Little Loi Piao Li. The live broadcast room of Chu Feng and Yoon Exayan had already been agitated long ago. After waiting all day, it's finally time to kill the deer. First time I've seen a wilderness survivalist kill a deer. Lori's going to have a big meal. I've never had venison. Does the meat taste good? There are farmed deer to try. A regular deer, about 4,000 or 5,000 or more. I have one as a pet at home. Wow! The 2 of them, Chu Feng, are now eating a meal that costs several thousand ah. Chu Feng didn't think about it as much as the people on the internet did, and carried the deer to the sink, twisting his head to look at the young girl. "What's wrong?" Yoon Exayan asked, blinking her eyes. "Are you afraid?" Chu Feng held the firewood knife and asked softly, "Turn your head if you're afraid." "Afraid? Why should I be afraid?" Yoon Exayan cocked her head strangely. "Ah!" Chu Feng froze, suddenly remembering the young girl in front of him, the one who dared to kill chickens and ducks at the age of 12 or 13. What's wrong? Yoon Exayan frowned and asked suspiciously, is it that you don't know how to kill a deer? Do you want me to do it? Is the young girl really not afraid? No, she is a little bit afraid. But she'd already killed chickens and ducks, and was far more receptive than the average person. Not one of those little girls who wailed at the sight of blood. No, it's nothing. Chu Feng shook his head and took his wood chipper and prepared to help the deer with his life's suffering. Wait, don't waste the deer blood. Yoon Exayan handed over a clay potion and placed it on the deer's neck area. As a member of a foodie nation, much of an animal's body is not to be wasted. And as a thrifty teenager, deer blood is even more so. It won't go to waste. Chu Feng pursed his lips, and the firewood knife cut hard, settling the deer for life. He just didn't want to waste the deer blood. That's why he built the wattle fence. Otherwise he wouldn't have been here to handle the deer. Thumbs up. The deer's neck was cut open, and after slightly stomping its feet, it stopped moving, and the fishy red blood flowed out of the wound and dripped into the clay pot. Chu Feng, how do I cook this deer blood? Yoon Exayan asked hesitantly. The young girl had never cooked deer blood, and was now at a loss. Well, Chu Feng was stumped by the question, and after a little thought, he said tentatively, cook it like duck blood? Will it taste good when it's done that way? Yoon Exayan asked with a raised eyebrow. Try it out. If it's not delicious, then say so. Chu Feng said with a shrug. Also, I'll go get some wild vegetable juice to adjust the flavor. Yoon Exayan held the earthenware jar containing the deer blood and left, going to get rid of the fishy flavor before it solidified. I hope it's not dark cuisine. Chu Feng looked at the young girl's back and prayed in his heart. He looked down with his wood chipper and disemboweled the deer, putting the innards inside into a clay pot. The heart and liver were separated. He would deal with the intestines and such later. This piece of deer skin is a good thing. Chu Feng washed his hands and started peeling the deer skin. With this piece of deer skin, you can make a dress. Of course, the dress might be a little small after all, deer aren't very big. After Chu Feng finished skinning the deer, the young girl came over holding 2 more clay pots. Got it. Chu Feng raised his head and asked, well, just wait for the deer blood to solidify. Yoon Exayan squatted down and put the clay pot away. She scanned the circle, and her white hands probed into the clay jars containing the entrails, and began to process the deer's organical innards. Chu Feng, are these intestines going to be cooked directly? Yoon Exayan asked as she cleaned the intestines. You're the chef of our family. How do you think it would taste better? Chu Feng asked with a smile. How about chopping up some venison to make salami? Yoon Exayan said with a smiling face. It's fine. It's great to be able to eat salami outside of the wilderness. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. But with only salt, the flavor should be worse. Yoon Exayan pouted and sighed helplessly. A young girl with a good heart and hands. There is good meat but no seasoning. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. It's fine. I'm not a picky eater. Chu Feng responded with a light smile. He. Then make salami, so it keeps longer and doesn't waste the intestines. Yoon Exayan was amused. The young girl made the meal. The first thing she did was to think about Chu Feng's flavor. She herself didn't care. People who weren't picky eaters were just so capricious. You have to put a little bit of salt, otherwise it will be hard to preserve. Chu Feng reminded. Understood. I'll use a bit of salt to pickle the intestines as well. Yoon Exayan nodded down lightly. It doesn't matter if the sausage is made a little saltier. So cut up a few pieces of sausage and serve it with wild greens for a pot of soup. It's better not to smoke the fatty meat. That would be too wasteful. Use it all to make meat for salami. Chu Feng pondered and then took the wood knife to cut the meat, cutting out some of the more fatty ones and placing them in the clay pot. Yoon Exayan separated the deer's heart and looked up to ask, is it to eat these livers? Well, the ones that are harder to preserve are eaten first. Chu Feng nodded. The meat could be smoked and preserved for longer. Good. Then let's eat deer blood and offal tonight, or let's cook it into a hot pot? Yoon Exayan said with glowing eyes. Chu Feng froze, then laughed. Cooking hot pot is also fine. The idea of a hot pot meal was realized so quickly, and not just any meat. Luckily there's lemon juice and mint leaves. Otherwise it would be a bit difficult. Yoon Exayan chimed in. Didn't we find a bit of wild ginger today? Making ginger puree should be quite good as well, right? Chu Feng softly said. Right, ginger puree can also be used as a hot pot dipping sauce. Yoon Exien said indistinctly. There's no need to rush about the seasonings. There will be other seasonings discovered in the future. Chu Feng said in a gentle voice. The two had a cozy conversation, but on the air, the scene was different and hit many people's psyche. After all, Chu Feng and Yoon Exien were not very old, but they were talking and laughing as they killed the deer, making many of the spectators dumbfounded. How come it feels like Chu Feng and Yoon Exien are completely different from us? Two people who aren't afraid of blood and internal organs. I'm afraid to look. It's too cruel. Oh, the sanctimonious ES are coming out of the woodwork again. This is hardcore wilderness survival, not some romance movie. Some mouths I have the Virgin Mary in them, and in private they eat more than anyone else. I love that Lori is so feisty, unlike those soft girls who can't even kill a chicken. Isn't it normal to kill pigs and slaughter sheep in the countryside? What else is eaten at the table? Chapter 1 Orders from the Schoolgirl. Now insert a news item. The warplanes of the Pretty Country illegally invaded our airspace 2 more times today to scout the terrain. This is the 362nd invasion of our country by the Pretty Country since the global arms race began. We strongly condemn this kind of behavior, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has made serious representations to the beautiful country. Lin Hai had seen it all by listening to the news. From the initial outcry against the Pretty Country, it is now on the verge of numbness. Because the new warplanes of the Pretty Country fly at an altitude of more than 30,000 meters and at a speed of more than Mach 4. Plus excellent stealth performance. Even the most advanced missiles in China couldn't shoot them down, and even radar had trouble tracking them. It just leads to Pretty Country getting more and more arrogant. Doggone Pretty Country, you won't be able to be arrogant for long. When my system mission is complete and I successfully open the system, I will definitely shoot down all of your fighters. Lin Hai clenched his fists tightly and took the scientific and technological materials he borrowed from the library home to read. Lin Hai, come with me. There's something I want to ask for your help. A sudden gust of fragrant air hit the room. The extremely good-looking beauty took Lin Hai's hand and pulled him into the corner of the building. Looking back around again to make sure no other students were around, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Lin Hai looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and recognized her as the school beauty, Zhou Qi. The two of them were leaning so close that Lin Hai could clearly smell the faint scent of the other's body. True to form, the schoolgirl, stunning face, beautiful body. It gives a thrilling beauty. Being so close made Lin Hai's heart beat faster. What's the situation? Is the schoolgirl going to confess to me? Yes, what's the matter? Lin Hai forced himself to stabilize his emotions and opened his mouth to ask. I've heard that your family has a model factory that makes exceptionally good models. I want to ask you to customize a fighter jet model, but the time is urgent again, it has to be ready in a week. Zhou Qi explained. Only then did Lin Hai figure out the situation. It turned out that Zhou Qir's grandfather was a retired airman, and it was his 70th birthday again this year. Zhou Qi thought about it and decided to give her grandfather a customized model of a fighter jet as a birthday gift. No problem. Just tell me what you want, and I'll try my best to do it. When there was business on the doorstep, Lin Hai certainly wouldn't turn it down. Lin Hai had bound the technology system a year ago, but in order to activate the technology system he had to accumulate enough points. There are 2 ways to get points. One is to make and sell various models of technology products for sale to the public. The second way is to learn a lot about technology. After saving up enough points, you can successfully activate the tech system and get really top-notch tech. With the technology provided by the system, the toy factory, which was about to close down, produced high-quality models with Lin Hai's help, and business became more and more prosperous. It has even become a minor national phenomenon. This was also the reason why Zhou Qi had found Lin Hai to customize the fighter jet model. I don't know much about fighter jets. My grandfather's lifelong wish was for China to have the strongest air force in the world. So you try to make the fighter jet model as good as the real thing and use your imagination to make the shape cool. All the features of a fighter jet plus. Zhou Qi said a whole bunch of requirements summarizing only one, and that was to do the best possible. That's not a problem. But if you make it very realistic and add all kinds of features, it won't be cheap, Lin Hai said with some hesitation. Zhou Qi took out a bank card and shoved it into Lin Hai's hand. This is all my savings. The password for the bank card is 6 sixes. Just withdraw as much money as you need. But it's only for a week and it has to be done on time. When it's done, you send it to me at this address. Lin Hai took the note with the address and glanced at it. nodding his head in agreement. Don't worry, as long as there's enough money, there's absolutely no problem. Let's add a WeChat. It's easy to contact in the future. Birthday banquet gift, that's on you. I've got things to do, I've got to go, bye. Zhou Qiu finished and trotted away. Lin Hai looked at Zhou Qiu's departing silhouette with some daze. Oh my god. I actually added Zhou Qiu's WeChat. I can't be dreaming. Lin Hai pinched his thigh. Ouch. This is not a dream. I have to get my hands on the work. Chukul's order must be handcrafted to be the best it can be. Lin Hai took his bank card to the school's ATM and checked the balance inside. It is only according to the amount of money that it is easy to develop a design program. After entering the password, I saw that the numbers were followed by a series of zeros. Lin Hai thought he had blurred his eyes and hurriedly rubbed them. That's right. Surprisingly, there are more than 8 million. Gosh, what exactly is Zhou Qiu's status? How come you have so much money? Ding! Technology system prompts, obtaining a huge order, acquiring points has reached the activation system requirements. Does the host activate the technology system immediately now? Of course, activate the system. Lin Hai's mood was incomparably excited at the moment. System successfully activated. Rewarding the host with a super processing platform. Open the worldwide procurement channel. The raw materials needed to make products can be purchased directly through outside channels. All bonus techniques the host can integrate and completely master. Based on the points accumulated previously converted into 100,000 technology points, you can purchase the required technology at the system mall. Listening to the system's prompt, Lin Hai was in a state of great excitement. What are you waiting for? Go back to your own factory immediately. Lin Hai has its own R&D laboratory. Summon the super processing platform. Lin Hai's words just appeared in a very sci-fi space. The huge processing equipment in front of us with 8 octopus-like flexible processing arms is very technological. Open the system mall. A semi-transparent panel appeared in front of Lin Hai's eyes with all sorts of advanced technological products. Lin Hai quickly spotted a fighter jet that very much possessed a sci-fi feel. The all-black, streamlined body is extremely cool. View product introduction. 6th generation super high-speed stealth fighter, codename J-50. Technology exchange requires 1,000 technology points. Super processing platform cost 8 million Chinese coins. Processing time 1 week. This is the one. It'll definitely please Zhou Qiu. Lin Hai swiped his card on the spot and $8 million arrived. J-50 6th generation fighter aircraft order received successfully. Processing begins. At the same time, Zhou Qiu received a text message that her bank card had been swiped with $8 million. Instead of being heartbroken, I was very happy. It's surprising to spend $8 million on making a model of a fighter jet. The quality must not be bad. She had long ago already inquired that the models sold by Lin Hai's family were based on quality. The higher the price, the more refined and functional they were. Zhou Qiu had saved so much money in the hope of surprising her grandfather. Spending more money is rather more reassuring, and a customized fighter model is certainly not bad. Chapter 2. Suspected of being a liar. The week passed quickly. The central military region was bustling with activity on this day, and all levels of generals from the military region had already arrived. Because today was Elder Zhou's 70th birthday, he had wanted to have a good celebration. But Master Zhou doesn't like to spend money. That's why the army's general decided to arrange a military exercise so that Master Zhou could see the various new types of weapons in the military region. Zhou Zhenlong was once one of the 5 marshals of Huaxia. In those years, when he was penniless, he organized the central military region with his own hands against all odds. Not only did they build the central region into a world-class army, but now they are responsible for guarding the capital. So Zhou Zhenlong's prestige in the military region was so high that even at retirement age, he was still rehired back as Chief of General Staff. Elder Zhou, this military exercise is all about the latest weapons in service in our military region, and their power has been increased by a large margin. Of our 5 major military regions in China, the central military region has always been far ahead of the rest, and the other military regions will never be able to catch up. The high-ranking generals around you spoke with pride in their words. Zhou Zhenlong sighed helplessly and looked forlorn. Although our Chinese military power is not weak, it's still a far cry from the high-tech weapons of the pretty country. How many times has pretty country invaded our airspace this year? And we can't do anything about the other side. When our Huaxia can develop a weapon to restrain the pretty country, I will be able to rest in peace after I die. The man next to him was taken aback, hastily persuading, "Don't worry, Elder Zhou. The pretty country will only be arrogant for this period of time. Our researchers are developing brand new radar and missile weapons. Yes, our scientific research level in China is not bad. I believe it won't take long to develop the new weapon. We'll shoot down as many of the pretty country's reconnaissance fighters as they come by then. Today is your 70th birthday. Elder Zhou can't say such unlucky words. You can definitely live a long life." Zhou Jinlong didn't want to affect everyone's mood and shook his hand with a smile. "You guys don't have to worry. I'm just heartbroken. Pretty country has brand new fighters, but they wouldn't dare to make a move against us easily. After all, we have nuclear weapons which are enough to deter our enemies. It's just that watching the pretty country flaunt its power really makes me unhappy." Zhou Guohua didn't want to worry his father on his 70th birthday. Hurriedly, she said, "Dad, a week ago Kur said she was going to prepare a gift for you that was guaranteed to be a surprise for you to see. Look at the time, it should be soon." "Oh? What kind of gift did Kagome get me?" Sure enough, the moment he mentioned his granddaughter, the sadness on Zhou Jinlong's face was immediately swept away. The exchange was full of love and relief. Zhou Guohua said helplessly, "This girl just said that she was preparing a gift that would bring a surprise, but she wouldn't say anything about it no matter how I asked. This girl, she's really spoiled. See how I'll teach her a lesson later." Zhou Jinlong's face sank. What kind of words are these? Preparing a gift certainly needs to be kept secret in order to have a surprise. Kur is so well behaved. If you dare to lay a finger on her, let's see what I'll do to you. Fine, fine. Kur is your precious granddaughter. No one would dare touch her. Zhou Guohua immediately admitted defeat. The generals next to him were eating melons next to them and watching, and the corners of their mouths were unconsciously smiling into crescent moons. The usually majestic and unsmiling commander-in-chief was still being lectured like a child in front of Master Zhou. "It makes you smile. Report, Smith, the military expert from the pretty country, has paid a visit and says he's coming to celebrate the Chief of General Staff's birthday." "Smith came to the military district to wish me a happy birthday? I think it's a weasel paying homage to a chicken without good intentions. Right?" Zhou Jinlong sneered. "The pretty country has been invading our airspace, and this is definitely not a good time to come to our door, so let me get rid of them." A general huffed. "Slow down. If we don't see it and think we're afraid of them, won't it make the other side more arrogant? Bring him to the conference room and I'll meet him there." "Yes, Dad. I'm going over there to see what tricks they're pulling." "You're the commander-in-chief of the Central Military Region. Of course you're going along." The others were explained to continue preparing for the military exercise. Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua left the scene. Zhou Qir arrived at the entrance of the military district in a red flag sedan. The left and right kept glancing around. No delivery vehicles were seen. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It's almost time. Why hasn't it been delivered yet? Hurry up and call Lin Hai. "Student Lin Hai, didn't we agree to deliver the model to the entrance of the military district today? Why don't I see it?" Lin Hai confidently said, "Not said 9 o'clock to send on it. The goods have been sent over. There are still 10 minutes less than 9 o'clock. Absolutely on time to send. Because the model airplane is a bit extra wide, you have to apply to the transportation department in advance. Luckily, it was only easily approved when I said I was delivering to the military district. It's fine if it's not too late, thank you." "Haha, you're welcome. Of course we have to look out for our customers after charging them." Only after receiving an affirmative reply did Zhou Qir completely put her heart down. More and more anticipation for the model airplane designed by Lin Hai. Arriving at the exercise site, Zhou Qir saw many officers commanding the site. But there was no father or grandfather to be found, and it was curious. These officers also recognized Zhou Qir and greeted her warmly. "Kagome's here. Surprisingly prettier after not seeing her for a while. That's a great outfit today, proper schoolgirl level. No wonder Elder Zhou loves you so much. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful granddaughter?" Zhou Qir's cheeks reddened when she was given a flurry of compliments. "Don't compliment this uncle and uncle. I'm embarrassed. By the way, where are my grandpa and dad? How come I haven't seen them? Elder Zhou and the commander have gone to receive foreign guests and will be here soon. By the way, didn't you prepare a birthday gift for Elder Zhou? How come I didn't see it?" After all, they had just chatted and many were very curious. What kind of gift did Zhou Qir prepare that could surprise the Zhou elderly council? Zhou Qir didn't hide anything and replied, "I made a customized model of a fighter jet for Grandpa. His old man had always aspired to build the world's strongest air force for his country. I'm sure Grandpa will love this gift. After hearing Zhou Kuer's words, they all stuck out their thumbs, and there were others who regretted slapping their thighs straight. No wonder Elder Zhou loves you so much. This gift is truly delivered to his old man's heart. Why didn't I think of that? I should have known to customize a model airplane. I don't know if it's too late to buy one. Where did you buy the model airplane? Is it still in stock, and how much did it cost? Zhou Kuer replied, this airplane model of mine is specially customized. There should be no stock. It cost a total of 8 million. How much? The crowd was shocked on the spot at the words. You're not getting ripped off, are you? How can a model cost so much money? Army Commander Zhao Tian was immediately nonplussed. Chapter 3, Really Flying. They didn't really care why Zhou Kuer had so much money, because Choco's mother runs a very strong tech company. $8 million is nothing to her. But spending $8 million on a model airplane is outrageous. That much money could buy a real airplane. No, it won't. I had it customized by a regular manufacturer or a classmate from school. It costs so much money because of the design and the many features that had to be added. I've spent all my savings, but as long as the model airplane makes my grandfather happy, it's all worth it. His old man has been chanting every day, hoping that our country can develop the most advanced fighter jet in the world. Hearing Zhou Kuer's words, the crowd was very moved. But then again, it feels a bit implausible. What kind of model can cost $8 million? Combined with professional habits, there was always a feeling that something was fishy. It has been secretly resolved that if the model airplane delivered is not worth the price, definitely need to get tough on this manufacturer. Daring to deceive Master Zhou's jewel in the palm of his hand and slaughtering it as an ingrate, he was simply living with impatience. Where's the model airplane? Why haven't we seen it yet? It'll be here by 9. I've called to confirm. Okay. Let's also have a long look today and see what an $8 million model airplane looks like. Army Commander Zhao Tian said through clenched teeth. At this time, a guard ran over quickly, reporting to the leader, there is a van at the entrance, saying that it is a model airplane for Chief of General Staff Zhou. Zhou Kuer was overjoyed and quickly said, that's right. I had them sent. Quickly let them in. Zhao Tian said, let the car drive over. A flatbed truck drove slowly by, the model airplane on it covered with a tarp so that only a rough outline could be seen. Oh, this airplane model is not small. It looks like it is made according to the real airplane 1-to-1. So what? After all, it's a model airplane and it can't take off. So I still think it's a bit too expensive. Yeah, we have armament factories in the military district too. What model can't be made and it's cheaper? If he dares to deceive Kuer, see if I don't kill him. The officers consulted privately and secretly. The military district had specialized unloading machinery that quickly unloaded the aircraft onto the runway. It was only then that he had the covering rain cover removed, instantly leaving everyone stunned, dumbfounded. A super handsome fighter jet came into view. The streamlined fuselage is extremely sporty, and just looking at the shape makes you think it will fly very fast. It gives a very strong sci-fi impact. It didn't feel at all like the look of this era, but rather like it had traveled from the future. Wow, this airplane model is so cool. If only we could build such a fighter in our country. Zhou Kuer instantly had 2 glowing eyes, and just by looking at the warplane modeling, she felt that the $8 million was well spent. Army Commander Zhao Tian's expression froze for a few seconds. This look made him feel extremely stunning. I didn't realize that anyone had designed a fighter shape so far beyond modern times. Holy crap! The factory that made the model is really something. Leaving aside the price of this model airplane for a moment, the shape is really full of points. That's really nice, but a shell alone isn't worth $8 million, is it? Unless this plane can fly, which I think is about right. Why do I feel as if this airplane could take off? It's so realistically done. Come on. Let's go over and take a look at the cockpit of the airplane. Look inside to know if it's worth $8 million. I asked for a lot of added features when I ordered it, and although it can't fly, it can simulate the operation of a real fighter jet. Zhou Kuer said with great joy. She was very pleased with this model airplane made by Lin Hai. It must be comforting to keep it in the house so that Grandpa can see it often. Together, they came to the airplane and opened the hatch. The sight of the airplane cabin was even more astonishing to all present. It's very different from conventional airplane design. Many functions are centralized on the LCD control panel. Even the joystick is handsomely designed. Very sci-fi, like the cockpit of a spaceship inside a sci-fi movie. Many of the generals present were from the Air Force. See, the cockpit present officers cannot help but heart itch. There is a kind of driving a model airplane to fly a strong impulse. It's unimaginable. Is model factory creativity so great these days? If this layout ever comes to fruition, I'd love to go back to being a pilot again. It's so awesome to fly a fighter like this. What are you thinking? It's just a model airplane. You really want to take off? Zhao Tian reprimanded him. How does this model airplane work? There's not even an instruction manual. The cockpit has been changed a bit, but it's much the same as a real airplane. The structure of basic maneuvering is all there. Maybe the designers designed it that way to differentiate the model from the real fighter. Someone speculated. Makes sense. I now think it's kind of worth spending $8 million on this model airplane. Kagome, since it's your customized flight model, go into the cockpit and try it out. Let's figure out the function of the model airplane first. And when Zhou Lao comes, hello, teach him. Okay. Zhou Kuo also really liked the cool airplane model. No hesitation in agreeing. Sitting in the cockpit, the screen immediately lit up. A mechanical voice rang out. Driver entry detected. Is driver identity bound? Yoo-hoo. That's pretty smart. Quite a lot of features. Just like the real thing. Everyone sked. Zhou Kuo got more and more excited, and more felt that the money spent was worth it. This airplane model was too technological. Even if you can't fly, the various driving functions simulated can be very impressive. Bind the identity. Zhou Kuo spoke. Voice collection successful. Iris scan successful. DNA collection successful. Driver's identity is bound. Is the war machine activated? Fighter activated. Zhou Kuo agreed, already eager to find out what it was like to simulate turning on a fighter. A mechanical voice rang out. Cockpit closed. Everyone else and others stay away from 10 meters away. You can watch via cellular connection. That's a hell of a plane to add so many smart features. The cockpit was closed so that onlookers could not watch from beside the fighter. Turning on his cell phone, there was indeed a connection signal, and after getting Zhou Kuo's consent, he connected to the warplane model. A screen in front of Zhou Kuo also displayed a cell phone camera shooting the image and could see each other. Flames erupted from the back of the model fighter jet and a roaring sound resounded. Holy! This is too real, isn't it? The officers were shocked. It's not even close to a real airplane anymore. Could this model airplane really be propelled forward and take off? What are you talking about? A model is just a model no matter how realistic it is. At most it can slide forward. Taking off is impossible. Kagome, hurry up and try flying the plane. How fast can this plane go? Someone exclaimed excitedly. Okay. Zhou Kuo had followed to the military area to play since she was a child. Many of the piloting functions are already familiar, and I've even flown with the trainer a few times, so I'm not at all unfamiliar with the controls of the airplane. I'm going to start. Taxiing for takeoff. Pull the lever to simulate a taxiing takeoff. I had thought that at most I would be able to taxi forward in the airplane, but I didn't expect the plane to accelerate rapidly. And in the next moment it took off directly into the clouds. The smiles on the officers' faces froze on the spot, and after a few seconds the smiles turned to panic. Chapter 4. Whose fighter is it anyway? What the hell? Isn't this a model airplane? How can it fly? Zhao Tian could no longer remain calm. The one who piloted the airplane was Zhou Lao's precious granddaughter, and she wasn't even a professional flight crew. If anything goes wrong, no one can afford it. Hurry up and shout. Kagome, hurry up and land. You can't take off. Zhou Kuo was also a bit flustered at the moment. We said we were making a model, how come it took off just like a real airplane? Hurry up and try to make a landing. The mechanical voice continued. Taking off in progress. Forcing a landing risks a crash. Zhou Kuo was taken aback and didn't dare to force a landing. Watch as the plane quickly rushes into the clouds. Everyone was so stunned that they didn't know what to do with them for a moment. Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua were receiving Pretty Country's military expert Smith at this time. As the Pretty Country has been going into China to scout, China has been unable to do anything about them. Smith's arrogant and domineering demeanor simply could not be hidden. Zhou Zhenlong opened the door expressionlessly and asked, Speak. What is the purpose of arriving today? Don't say anything false about wanting to celebrate my birthday. Just tell me what's going on. Haha. Truly worthy of being Zhou Zhenlong. It really hurts enough. This is to come to discuss a matter indeed besides celebrating your birthday. Go ahead. I'm listening. I want Huaxia to give up Area 97 on the border with San. Zhou Jinlong's tiger eyes opened roundly, and he was furious on the spot. Absolutely impossible. My Huaxia will not give up an inch of territory. Besides, you shouldn't be negotiating with me on such matters. You should go to the foreign ministry. Elder Zhou has a high status in Huaxia, and what you say still carries a lot of weight. What's more, Area 97 is difficult to defend, and it's not cost-effective to keep generating conflict with the three kingdoms over this area. Might as well just give it up. It's good for China. I tell you, there is no door, no need to talk about it. If the pretty country wants to interfere in my China's territorial disputes, feel free to come over. My Huaxia is not afraid of any provocation. Zhou Jinlong got up and prepared to end the conversation. Don't be in a hurry. There's no harm in not agreeing. Then we'll each have our own strengths. It depends on whether or not Huaxia has the ability to hold on to the land. Also, I have a gift for Elder Zhou. Our pretty country has just developed 2 of the latest reconnaissance planes. Not only did it fly at an altitude of over 30,000 meters, it was extremely fast, and its stealth performance was surprisingly good. It's already entered Chinese airspace, and your radar is actually unresponsive. Smith said with a bad smile on his face. Never. There is no such advanced technology in the whole world. Zhou Jinlong simply didn't believe what the other party said. It would be horrible to have no radar to detect it and have the enemy attack at any time without knowing anything about it. If such technology really existed, wouldn't pretty country have the ability to rule the world? You can hit whoever you want and no country has the power to fight back. It seems that Elder Zhou's cognition can't keep up with the times. Our 2 reconnaissance planes are right over the military base. Have you detected them on your radar? Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua's hearts sank when they heard this. In the past, beautiful country fighter invasion, Huaxia, although not capable of expulsion, missiles cannot hit, radar cannot lock. But as usual, it shows the approximate position of the opposing aircraft. But there are no reports now, which means that the radar is picking up nothing. You really don't know how to lie. I also said that Huaxia's reconnaissance planes are right over your pretty country, Zhou Guohua said in a cold voice. Ha ha ha. I knew you guys wouldn't believe me, but I can prove it. Let's go to the command room. Just connect to the communication equipment and naturally we'll know. What? Don't dare. Smith asked with a provocative face. What kind of trick are you trying to pull, trying to hack into our defense system? Zhou Guohua asked in a deep voice. You're overthinking it, the defenses aren't that easy to hack. If it's not possible, I can have our scout planes arrive at the exact location and you guys can check it out with your high-powered binoculars. Smith was incredibly smug at the moment, having determined that Chinese air defense weapons had completely lost their threat to them. Go to the command room. Zhou Jinlong took the lead and walked out of the conference room. Come into the command room and make contact on the signal band provided by Smith. The big screen really showed the other side's reconnaissance planes, which were over the military base. Zhou Jinlong's heart tightened and he clenched his fists, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Incredible despair fills the heart. This means that all of Huaxia's weapons defenses have been rendered obsolete. The enemy enters and exits Chinese airspace like nobody's business. However, he knew that this was an even more important time to not show weakness. If even the will to fight was broken, it would be completely over. Reporting to the commander and general staff, using high-powered binoculars, we saw 2 enemy planes circling directly over the base. But there was no response from our radar. The radar soldier was full of indignation and very upset. Elder Zhou, our pretty country's new reconnaissance aircraft, its performance is still in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? Smith kept talking smack, with a very beat-up expression on his face. I hope that Huaxia will seriously consider the proposal I just mentioned. In the face of Smith's threat, Zhou Jinlong was so angry that his teeth were almost clenched. Suddenly another person shouted. Reporting to the commander and general staff, an unfamiliar airplane has been spotted over our military area, flying at an extremely high speed. Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua looked violently at Smith. There was also a flash of confusion in Smith's eyes. Our pretty country only sent 2 scout planes, and this one is definitely not ours. Immediately lock the plane down and order the other party to land at the airport immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Zhou Jinlong was already burning with rage. What kind of cats and dogs dare to invade China now? As long as it's determined that it's not a Chinese airplane, just shoot it down. Negative. The plane can't lock on. It's flying too fast. It's over Mach 5. Zhou Jinlong opened his mouth, his heart bitter. Do we let our enemies come and go as they please? Smith smiled even more joyfully at his words. A fighter with such advanced performance, that must be owned by our beautiful country. I guess it was just developed. The secrecy is so good that even I don't know about it. It looks like our pretty country's military power can be boosted a whole lot more. Elder Zhou, Commander Zhou, we, the pretty country, have decided to assist the A3 in occupying the 97 area. I hope you'll think it over carefully. There's no good end to making an enemy of us. Smith had just finished speaking when he received a call request from the scout. Unwillingly, he glanced at Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua. To keep hitting the two, Smith deliberately put it on speakerphone. This is Smith. What's up? Reporting, sir. An unfamiliar fighter is heading our way. Speed over Mach 7? Please advise. Smith was dumbfounded on the spot and said in a hurry, a fighter plane this fast must be from our beautiful country. Didn't you ask? We have inquired with the military base and we have no fighters of this type, nor have we sent any other fighters into China. Confirm that this fighter is not ours. The enemy fighters are too fast and will soon catch up with us. Please instruct us on what to do next. The entire command room became incredibly silent, with only the eager inquiries of the pretty country pilots. Chapter 5 Enemy aircraft shot down. How is this possible? Smith yelled, his face full of disbelief. Flying at over Mach 7, even their latest reconnaissance planes couldn't reach that speed. This is a living hell. Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua were also puzzled. What other country besides pretty country could build such an advanced fighter? If it was a warplane from China, they would have been notified long ago. It's impossible to fly over a military base without any notice. Everyone was puzzled. Zhou Qir was nervous at the moment. The airplane was going too fast. Panicked, he called for help from the officers on the ground. Uncle Chiu, I'm so scared. What should I do? I can't operate this plane at all. Zhao Tian was in a hurry. Who did you find to customize the model airplane? Hurry up and contact this person and ask him how to operate it. Zhou Qir's hands were gripping the joystick. Where could she free her hands to make a phone call? The fighter system has detected that the pilot's handling techniques are extremely rusty. Is it possible to enter autopilot mode and at the same time turn on the teaching mode to learn the operation of the aircraft? Zhou Qir begged for more and hurriedly agreed. Go into pilot mode and hurry up to teach me how to fly this airplane. Autopilot teaching mode is on. Low-speed pilot mode. Maximum speed Mach 7. Maximum altitude 40,000 meters. The airplane not only explains the various functions, but also shows the operation on the screen, which is easy to understand. And it also offers a voice command mode. Many function controls require only voice commands. Zhou Qir was a fast learner, and in less than a minute she had already mastered the general method of maneuvering. Finally, a lot of peace of mind. Thanks to the cell phone connection, the officer on the ground could also see everything going on in the cab. All of them had been completely numb. Is it true what the airplane said? This fighter can reach Mach 7 even in low-speed mode? Flying up to 40,000 meters in altitude? That's too much, isn't it? It's definitely a fake, probably just bragging to show how powerful the airplane is. It would be nice to be able to fly. How can we reach such high speeds? But I think this plane is taking off fast, much faster than even our fighters can climb at full power. As he was talking about it, he heard the fighter cue again. Autopilot detected by radar. Turn on stealth mode and block all detection signals. In an instant, both the military base and the pretty country's reconnaissance planes lost their tracking targets instantly on radar. This scared the hell out of everyone. Suddenly losing track of the target is definitely not a sign that this plane was shot down, but that there is technology to block out the radar altogether. The pretty country pilots panicked even more. Reporting to General Smith, we have lost the target signal. Please advise. Reporting to Commander Zhou, Chief of General Staff Zhou, our base radar has lost track of the target. What the hell is going on here today? Have we seen a ghost? Where the hell did this strange airplane come from? Immediately call and ask your superiors if I don't have any new airplanes on test flights? Zhou Jinlong was angry and anxious. He had never encountered such an outrageous thing in these decades. Has the airspace of China reached a point where other countries can come and go as they please? The heart felt an overwhelming sense of sadness. Smith had also been completely baffled, and he called with his superiors to inquire as well to make sure that no planes had entered China, much less any news of new fighter development. And seeing how Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua were in a hurry, it wasn't an act at all. It's completely certain that it's not a new type of fighter developed by China. If Huaxia really had such advanced fighters, they definitely wouldn't be allowed to enter and scout at will. Smith didn't know what to say to the pilot's inquiry at the moment. The fighter plane piloted by Jokir had already arrived at a high altitude. Another alert from the fighter was heard. 2 scout planes sighted. Screening for enemy. Screening complete. This aircraft is a pretty country reconnaissance aircraft, piloted by a pretty country pilot. The enemy plane has excellent flight performance and possesses advanced stealth performance. Will it be shot down? On the screen of the airplane also appeared a clear picture of the pretty country's reconnaissance aircraft. Even the appearance of the enemy pilot was clearly displayed. Even the pilot's name and details were investigated a second later. Army Commander Zhao Tian was confused. Was this model airplane that powerful? It really flew to a height of over 30,000 meters? Chief, why do I feel as if the data provided by the airplane model is true? Even the enemy planes were photographed, and the enemy pilots were clearly photographed. How can this be faked? All the officers looked up at the sky in unison. You can't even see it from this high up. Go to command and ask if enemy planes have been sighted or not. An officer rushed to drive there as fast as he could. Returning a few moments later, he said under his breath, "The information is correct. There are 2 scout planes from the pretty country scouting over my base. Our radar is completely undetectable. And the pretty country people are extremely arrogant and are using it to threaten our elder Zhou and the commander. T&D, that's just arrogant." Zhao Tian was furious on the spot and reached for his cell phone to contact Jokir. "Kagome, shoot down the 2 enemy scout planes for me if you can." "Huh? Can we really do that?" Jokir was a bit flustered. After all, it was still just a student. Where would he dare to do such a thing? "Feel free to fight. I'll be responsible for all the consequences." Aren't fighter jets autopilotable? If you don't know how to operate them, you can turn on the automatic attack mode. Let pretty country know that my Chinese territory is no place for their arrogance. Zhao Tian finished nervously looking at his cell phone. He didn't have a clue in his heart. Could a model have the ability to attack? But there was no other way out now. The radar and weapons in the military area were not working, so we could only pin our hopes on this model airplane. Understood. Zhou Kuo had just heard her grandfather and father being threatened by people from the pretty country. Pretty country is relying on the 2 advanced reconnaissance planes in front of them. I order you to shoot down these 2 enemy planes. Zhou Kuo gave an automatic attack order. Command accepted. Enemy aircraft locked on. Missiles launched. Whoosh whoosh. 2 missiles were fired. 2 pilots from pretty country are still circling overhead in their reconnaissance planes. The radar has suddenly picked up the signals of 2 missiles and has locked on to them. The missiles were extremely fast, far outpacing their scout planes. Immediately, he panicked and yelled, "Reporting General Smith. My plane has been locked on by missiles. My plane has been locked on by missiles." Reporting as he frantically fled in his fighter. "The enemy missiles are too fast, over Mach 10. There's no way to get away." The report's voice had begun to tremble. Felt a strong threat of death. Smith blurted out in unbelievable anger, "That's nonsense. Where can you get an air-to-air missile that fast?" Zhou Zhenlong and Zhou Guohua were also confused, completely unable to understand what was going on. Listening to their calls, it seems that the fighter jets that mysteriously appeared have attacked them. The missiles have all been fired. At the same time, the radar in the command room picked up the missile signal. Just felt the whole thing go numb. The planes at high altitude had been fighting to a standstill, and they were still completely confused as to the origin of the mysterious plane. Boom! Boom! There were 2 loud bangs and everyone looked at each other. The plane was shot down. Zhou Zhenlong was pleasantly surprised. Quickly running out of the command room, he looked up into the sky for the wreckage of the downed airplane. Chapter 6. People are numb. Whose fighter plane is it? The naked eye was able to see the smoke in the air after the explosions and the wreckage of 2 airplanes falling down. "Come on, hurry up. Make sure you find the airplane wreckage for me." Zhou Zhenlong reacted with great speed and immediately gave the order. "If any pilots escape, absolutely do not let them escape." Zhou Guohua directly added immediately. Zhou Zhenlong and Zhou Guohua glanced at each other, and both could see the other's heartfelt joy. If we could get the wreckage of the plane, we might be able to work out some technology. Upgrading the technology of national warplanes. Also, since the enemy plane was shot down, this meant that this mysterious warplane was definitely a Dragon Kingdom fighter without a doubt. Has the country really researched a world-leading fighter jet? Smith stomped his feet anxiously. "How dare you shoot down our airplane? This is a declaration of war against our pretty country. Also, no one is allowed to move the airplane wreckage. Wait for me to contact our professionals immediately to take the plane wreckage away. If any pilots escape, you are not allowed to restrict their freedom. Much less an interrogation. Zhou Guohua's mood at the moment was completely different from before, becoming confident. Now that Xia has the ability to shoot down the most advanced fighters in pretty countries. Naturally, there was no need to put pretty country in the spotlight any longer, and there was a sudden surge of confidence. With a cold snort, he looked at him contemptuously. If you dare to invade my China, you deserve to be shot down. Anyone who commits an offense against my Huaxia will be executed even though it is far away. It seems that our Huaxia has gone too long without making a move for many years, and has made you forget that phrase. Go back and tell your superiors that if you dare to violate my Huaxia again, this is what will happen. You guys wait for me. If you dare to go against us, Huaxia will regret it. Knowing that there was no point in saying more, Smith left with his men in a huff. Zhou Zhenlong didn't even bother to send it off. Quickly, he returned to the command room, trembling with excitement. Hurry up and contact the pilots and ask them which military region they are from. Reporting to the general staff, the other side signal is completely blocked. No contact at all. The mystery plane is heading off into the distance and is expected to have broken 40,000 meters in altitude. Radar still can't detect it. We have to use high-powered binoculars. Reporting to the general staff, Commander-in-Chief, the mysterious fighter has moved away from the base, and the high-powered binoculars are no longer able to observe it. Then immediately ask the other military districts and relevant departments as to which department is testing the new fighter. Zhou Zhenlong immediately said. In terms of weapons research capabilities, it seems that our Central Military Region Research Institute is the strongest in the country, right? Can other military regions surpass us? Zhou Guohua said with a frown. Since it's not a pretty country's fighter, who else is there if not us Chinese? The two men talked, and the inquiries were answered. Not your Western military district? Do you want to ask again and really not test the new airplane? Got it. Nothing much, just asking. Your Eastern military region is the one with the brain problem. If I hadn't found the unreported airplane, how could I have called to inquire about it? Well, if it's not you guys, forget it. After asking all of them, he immediately reported, Chief of General Staff, Commander, all of them, including the General Aviation Directorate and all of the war zones, said that they didn't test the airplanes. Even the Central Military Department is completely unaware of this. What's going on here? Could it be the woolly bear country? Zhou Zhenlong's heart sank. Alas, what a waste of joy. But it's too much for the woolly bear country to enter our borders without a word. Humph, don't think that the woolly bear country is on good terms with us. For so many years, it's actually all seemingly in harmony, just trying to take advantage of us. Zhou Zhenlong was still very angry when he remembered what had happened before. The woolly bear country often cuts off technical cooperation with Huaxia at the most critical times. Both want to unite with Huaxia against the West and are afraid of being overtaken by Huaxia. Not at all sincere in cooperating with Huaxia. Organize this matter into a report immediately and report it to your superiors. Perhaps Bear Country has developed an advanced fighter plane. The state has to have a response to that. After the mood has gone through a big ups and downs, Zhou Zhenlong did not even have the heart to write a report, and directly handed this matter to his subordinates to do. Let's go. Let's continue to the military maneuvers. We can't let this incident spoil the maneuvers. Zhou Guohua also sighed, happy for nothing. Zhou Kuer was both nervous and happy to see the missiles bring down the enemy planes with her own eyes. Uncle Zhao, did you see that? I shot down both enemy scout planes. See, this model airplane is awesome. Well done. Let's see if pretty country still dares to be arrogant in the future. Their fighters are even more powerful. It's still a death when they come. An officer next to him was full of doubts and said, Do you think this can still be considered a model airplane? I'm afraid it's already the most advanced fighter in the world. Crowd. The person who built this airplane is definitely not simple. Could it be some retired hidden bigwig from the Science and Technology Institute? Not really. If they're really that good, how can they retire? The temperament and character of this kind of high-ranking person must be very eccentric, and one must not offend him. We need to get Kuer to talk to him about joining our Central Military Region Weapons Research Institute. With someone like that, it's definitely possible to develop stronger weapons for Huaxia. That's right, just do it. I guess he's been wanting to dedicate his new fighter to the country for a long time. Take advantage of Kagom's custom modeling and send it to our military district. Kur, the enemy plane has been shot down. You can land now, Zhao Tian said. When the plane lands, be sure to tell the Chief of General Staff and the commander the good news quickly. Huaxia finally has a top-of-the-line fighter. No, I can't land yet. The fighters are still teaching me. I guess I'll have to learn it all before I can land back. Chukul replied. Then you should study hard and make sure to be safe. Zhao Tian had been quite relieved. This airplane was really too advanced. Even the autopilot can shoot down enemy planes. And there's an automatic teaching feature, which other fighters don't have that advanced. That's when the only thing that could be heard was the fighters beeping again. Basic maneuvering instruction has been explained. Opening advanced instruction. J50 speed limit program lifted. Boom! The flames at the back of the fighter erupted violently, spraying even more powerfully. The fighter jet accelerated steeply and headed off into the distance. Mach 8 per hour. Mach 9 per hour. Mach 10 per hour. All the officers had been shocked and dumbfounded. Just now it showed a top speed of Mach 7, which already felt extremely incredible. The effort in the blink of an eye has surpassed Mach 10, and it's continuing to increase, which is outrageous. Isn't it? Chapter 7. The whole military region is numb. Zhao Tian snapped out of it in a startled reaction. Kagome, hurry up and reduce your speed. Your body won't be able to handle such a high acceleration. Nope, I don't even feel much pressure. Chukul replied. Is this airplane using some advanced technology? Not even steep acceleration will affect the driver. Zhao Tian felt extremely unbelievable, knowing that nowadays fighter jets accelerated extremely fast and demanded extremely high physical quality from pilots. Too high an acceleration, an ordinary person would immediately pass out. Zhokir actually said, it's fine, what's the situation? The other pilots were thrilled and chattered. The design of this fighter is really advanced, and all the details have been very well thought out. If this warplane can be mass-produced, Pretty Country will no longer dare to be arrogant in front of our Huaxia. Army Commander, let me go to the Air Force as a pilot. I have no regrets in dying if I can fly this fighter plane to defend the country. Shut up. I'm not even qualified to fly such an advanced fighter, so how can it be your turn? Not to mention the fact that Kagome was still flying the plane and was in danger at all times. Better figure out how we can land safely. It was amazing that the fighter had broken through Mach 12 as he spoke. After adjusting to the speed, the fighter's program handed control back to Zhokir, and she was taught to maneuver the fighters to make various maneuvers. Due to the speed of the flight and the low altitude, the fighter jet tore the air apart like a sharp blade, and a white stream of air appeared in the back of the plane, stretching for thousands of meters. Many people saw this phenomenon and rushed to grab their cell phones to take pictures. Holy, what's going on in the sky? It looks like something flew past. It's too fast to be seen at all. This can't be an alien craft, can it? Maybe our country has developed a new weapon. Wait for it, it will be announced soon. The Pretty Country has been invading us, so the country can't just sit back and do nothing. Definitely a new flying machine has been developed and is being tested. Taking pictures and posting them online quickly caused quite a stir. This was the first time this phenomenon had occurred and all were intrigued. Say what you will. There were 2 Chinese fighter jets in the air on a training flight, when suddenly they only felt a giant object flashing overhead. The pilot was outright confused. 2-2. Did you see anything fly past overhead? I felt it, but I didn't see anything. It was all too fast. But why isn't my plane's radar responding at all? Is it just us? Nonsense, one person has an illusion, not both. Hurry up and report to headquarters. It might be a missile launched by the enemy. The 2 pilots didn't even think about the fighters. Besides, what fighter can go that fast? I'm afraid only ICBMs and long-range missiles can do that. If Pretty Country attacks, it's no small thing. The commander of the Eastern Military Region received an urgent report and cursed under his breath. How is this possible? Even the most powerful missile radar can monitor it. It's true, we both sensed it, and there's a long white stream of air that remains clearly visible. I also think it's hard for a missile to cause this phenomenon, rather like it's produced by an airplane flying at high speed. But to get to that point, it would have to be at least Mach 10 or higher at ultra-high speeds. Hearing the words of the 2 pilots, the commander became even more angry and directly reprimanded. It's just nonsense. What kind of fighter can reach such a speed? There's no need to fight at all. Pretty country will soon be able to dominate the world. Reporting to the commander, we're monitoring a white airstream high in the sky, as the pilot said. And a lot of people on the internet saw it and got pictures to post online. Predicted flight speed should be at Mach 12. As he was saying this, another report came in. The commander-in-chief of the military region was dumbfounded on the spot after hearing this. Couldn't help but burst out. What the hell is this? Rush to utilize radar tracking. The military region immediately activated its Level 1 combat readiness. Whichever country sends an airplane, it must be shot down. Also report to the War Office that the enemy may launch a surprise attack on our country. Report, Commander, our radar shows nothing. The other side's stealth technology is very advanced. The radar soldier was sweating nervously. Never met anything like it. Once the radar is out of action, it is the equivalent of all armies losing their eyes and becoming blind. Anti-aircraft weapons were also all disabled. The whole country is facing the enemy as if it had no defenses and was at the mercy of the enemy's strikes. The commander's heart lifted as he sniffed. The tiger's eyes opened roundly and he shouted, "How is this possible? Is there a mistake somewhere? Maybe it's a smokescreen put out by the enemy, deliberately to confuse us. There's absolutely no mistaking it. I just calculated it according to the air currents in the air, and it's definitely a phenomenon that can only be caused by fighter jets. And flying at no less than Mach 12. A specialist walked into the command room with an incredibly heavy face. This person is Ma Dongfang, director of the Weapons Research Institute of the Eastern Military Region. What he says holds enough authority. The military commander's eyes froze and his fists clenched. What is to be done? We have no fear in the face of any enemy. But how can we cope with an enemy who is invisible and unseen and who attacks us at any time? The point is, we don't even know who the other guy is. I'm afraid that only a beautiful country can have such powerful technology. They deliberately flew fighter jets at high speeds through our airspace. Just to demonstrate to us, even to taunt us. But their technology is so advanced that it's really desperate. Although the enemy's fighters are advanced, our air defense systems have to be turned all the way on to deal with them at full strength. If the enemy dares to launch an attack, at least we'll intercept the missiles." The commander of the military region gave immediate instructions. Alas, it can only be so. Ma Dongfang sighed deeply. In fact, there was one thing he didn't say. Other people's fighters are so advanced. Can their missiles really intercept them? The Department of Defense received a report from the Eastern Military District and was equally as alarmed. Much relevant news has been quickly gathered. An emergency meeting is being held. It's simply too deceitful. A Mach 12 craft flew over a small half of the Chinese territory in a short period of time. What the hell does pretty country want? I suggest that serious representations be made to the pretty country at once, and they must be made to stop all invasions. The pretty country is so despicable, they are asking us to give up the 97 area. No sooner had we sternly refused than they immediately sent their state-of-the-art warplanes to provoke us. It's putting pressure on us. It doesn't seem to be getting much out of the ASS. The Minister of Defense was furious and slammed his fist on the table. Our territorial integrity is inviolable. It is impossible to bow down to the Western powers in any case. The hardest thing for me right now is how to upgrade my radar and not being able to lock on to opposing fighters. Once the pretty country really strikes, we don't have any way to defend ourselves. An official's face was filled with worry. Chapter 8. A fighter in his own house? Zhou Kuer hadn't realized that just learning to fly an airplane had caused such a huge stir in the country. Even the entire military region was put on a state of first-degree readiness. After flying for some time, the teaching was finally completed. The speed of the airplane also dropped. The pilot has mastered the piloting technique and can return at any time. Pilots have mastered their piloting skills and are ready to return. Zhou Kuer surveyed her surroundings, incomparably unfamiliar. What is this place? Turn on flight navigation. This location is in the vicinity of the land of small days. The screen shows the flight path back. Zhou Kuer was greatly surprised. Ah, flying to the land of little days so soon. That is, of course. The top speed is limited to Mach 12 due to the fact that the instructional mode has been used. If it's combat time, the top speed can be increased to Mach 15. I see. Then let's return to the ship first, Zhou Kuer said. Zhao Tian, a few officers were shocked and dumbfounded by what they heard. Originally, I thought that the high speed of Mach 12 was already the limit, but I didn't realize that it could break through Mach 15. This means that even if the enemy fires a missile, our fighters can catch up and destroy it. Several people were breathing heavily with excitement. Zhao Tian was even more careful as he urged, "Kur, be sure to be more careful on the road and fly the airplane back safely. With this fighter, what pretty country, doesn't have to be put in your eyes at all. We have to hurry up and report to the leaders and study the relevant technology as soon as possible to get more fighters produced. What are you all doing with a bunch of people gathered around?" A majestic voice suddenly sounded behind him. It was only when he turned around that he saw that the visitors were none other than Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua. As a high-ranking general, what is the decency of being like this in a military area? Zhou Guohua's face sank as he prepared to reprimand them. Military discipline is very important to an army. If you can't even be a good general, how can you lead an army? With a crash, one stood up straight. Zhou Jinlong didn't say anything. His eyes swept around and asked suspiciously, "Didn't Kur say she'd come over to wish me a happy birthday? Why hasn't she come yet?" The crowd wanted to speak. The Chief of General Staff's precious granddaughter has arrived in the land of small days in her fighter jet. Who can believe that? "Commander, Chief of General Staff, I want to report a piece of news." "You mustn't get excited. What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. What's the matter with the stammering?" Zhou Guohua reprimanded. "Here's the situation. Kagome has just arrived and we're looking at gifts together. I had thought it was just a model airplane, so I let Kagome familiarize herself with the various functions and simulate piloting. I didn't think it would actually take off. And also shot down 2 invading enemy planes." Zhao Tian knew that he couldn't hide it, so he had to carefully tell what happened. "Ha ha ha. You boys, is it fun to tell these lies just to amuse me? Is Ko-air hiding? Hurry up and let her out." Zhou Jinlong didn't believe it at all and said with a big smile. In the back of his mind, he also thought that these people really thought of anything to amuse themselves. "Reporting to the Chief of General Staff, what I just said is all true, absolutely no lies. Anyone who was there can testify to that." "Yes, the plane really took off," the crowd said in a rush. Zhou Guohua suddenly thought of what had just happened. "Dad, weren't 2 pretty country reconnaissance planes shot down just now? Could it really be?" Zhou Jinlong also realized that something was wrong with the situation. With an incredibly serious face, he looked at the crowd. "Just now you said that 2 enemy planes were shot down. Did someone tell you guys about this?" "No one told us. We all saw it clearly. The plane is still hooked up to a cell phone right now. Ask yourselves if you don't believe me." Zhao Tian brought his cell phone over. The picture on the cell phone was none other than Cho Kur being piloted in a fighter jet. "Grandpa, Dad, look, I can fly an airplane already." Zhou Kir happily greeted the two. Zhou Zhenlong and Zhou Guohua were shocked and dumbfounded on the spot, and with the facts in front of them, there was no way for them not to believe it. "Ko-air, where are you?" Zhou Zhenlong asked in a hurry. "I just finished teaching this fighter and am traveling through the land of small days. I'll be right back." "You're the only one flying a fighter jet? That's too dangerous. You must be careful and never be afraid." Zhou Zhenlong's voice trembled with fear as he spoke. He was the one who personally led the battle and defeated the allied forces of the pretty country back then. Never knew what fear was, but knowing that Zhou Kir was piloting the fighter alone was nerve-wracking. "Don't worry, Grandpa. This fighter is very easy to fly. I've gotten good at it." Well, don't be in a hurry, always be safe." Zhou Zhenlong continued to persuade. "Okay, no problem. Just give me a minute and I'll fly back to the military soon." "Didn't you say it's just a model airplane? How did it fly?" Zhou Guohua acted with a serious face. "We were surprised too. When we first saw it, we were wowed by the look of the model. It's done almost exactly like the real thing, but it was completely unexpected that it could actually take off and perform amazingly well." Zhao Tian told a detailed account of what had happened. Zhou Zhenlong and Zhou Guohua looked at each other in disbelief as they listened. How they didn't feel it was quite real. $8 million to buy a top fighter, but also the beautiful country's most advanced 2 reconnaissance planes were shot down. Flying speed can even reach a shocking 12 Mach, and can even break through the 15 Mach when fighting. Who would believe that? Not even pretty country has such advanced technology. Besides, even if such an advanced fighter jet could be produced, 8 million would never be possible, 8 billion would be more like it. This factory must be blocked immediately to prevent the technology from leaking. Zhou Guohua was ready to give the order. "We were just considering this matter, and the one who took the order was Kagome's classmate. I always felt that there must be something not so simple behind this man. Probably a top tech guru, trying to take advantage of the opportunity to give us advanced weapons. However, there is some confusion as to why such a powerful person doesn't work in a national research organization. Could it be that he's too eccentric to be bothered? Zhao Tian said. Wait a minute, what Army Commander Zhao said makes sense. The person who built this airplane is definitely not simple, and since he's not willing to show his face, he shouldn't take the initiative to disturb it. Geniuses have eccentric temperaments. If we annoy him, it won't do us any good. Zhou Jinlong also said immediately. He had met several top genius specialists in his lifetime and had indeed encountered similar situations. The stronger the ability, the more eccentric the temper, not knowing which word or action has violated the taboo and annoyed the other party. Then what should we do? Zhou Guohua also realized that things were a bit tricky. Since the other party gave Kagome the airplane, they must have a good impression of Kagome, so let her make the first contact. Knowing the specifics, we'll be able to deal with it, Zhou Jinlong said. Chapter 9. Little Day fighters shot down? While others were talking about it, Zhou Kuo was piloting a fighter jet through the airspace of the Little Day country. Unexpectedly, a fighter jet flew head-on. Since Zhou Kuo wasn't flying too fast, the two fighters passed close to each other. The man flying this fighter was none other than the pretty country pilot. Got the news that the reconnaissance plane had been shot down in Chinese territory and was going to send him forward to reconnoiter the situation. I didn't expect to meet up with Zhou Kuo shortly after takeoff. Fark. That's not our fighter. It was immediately obvious that it wasn't one of their planes by the enemy identification signals. Another entry into the airspace of a small day country was naturally ruled an intruder. The J-50S have also prompted, enemy aircraft sighted, locked by enemy fire control, entering combat mode. The plane accelerated steeply and climbed rapidly. Zhou Kuo's first thought is to quickly get rid of the other plane. After all, this is in the territory of another country, was found invasion may cause international disputes. Hearing the words coming from the cell phone, Zhou Jinlong's few people also instantly became nervous. Hastily, he looked at his cell phone. By switching lenses, fighters are seen coming after them from behind. No good. It's pretty country's most advanced F-60s. Retreat quickly. Zhou Jinlong's heart was in his throat as he was concerned. If pretty country dares to open fire, I will definitely not spare them, Zhou Guohua roared angrily. His own daughter was only flying this fighter for the first time and had little training. How can it be a match for the enemy? It's all tense. The pilots of the beautiful country were not known to be equally horrified. The aircraft radar could not lock on to the target at all, and it didn't even show anything on the radar. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that there was a fighter jet flying right in front of me. Even if it's a stealth fighter, you should never be allowed to escape. Pretty country's military bases in the small days have too many secrets to ever be detected. The pretty country pilots went after it with maximum horsepower and fired their missiles directly. Strike using heat tracing. The voice of the J-50S rang out. Enemy planes are attacking. Requesting counterattack. What are you waiting for? Give me a shot. Shoot them down. Before Zhou Kuo could reply, Zhou Jinlong had already yelled. Turn on the counterattack. Zhou Kuo immediately gave the order. Whoosh! A missile was launched just as Zhou Kuo's words fell. At the same time, the J-50 fighter accelerated violently and in the blink of an eye left the missiles far behind it. The pretty country pilots couldn't believe their eyes as the mysterious fighter suddenly accelerated and disappeared out of sight in just an instant. Alert! Alert! My aircraft has been locked on by a missile. Pretty country's fighter jet's dashboard is giving a red alert. The pretty country pilots were scared out of their wits. Haven't had a chance to maneuver yet. Boom! The warplane was hit by a missile. The two heat source missiles suddenly lost their target and actually locked onto the factory on the ground. This is because the factory chimneys give off the most heat at the moment. Boom boom! Two loud explosions and the factory was bombed. Everyone who survived the small day was bombed out of their minds and ran out of the room in fear. Immediately after the downed fighter dropped to the ground. Many people have taken out their cell phones to film and upload to the internet, and Little Day officials can't cover it up even if they want to. There has been an uproar all over the world. Zhou Jinlong saw everything through his cell phone. Totally unexpected to face the most advanced fighter of the pretty country, but was directly killed in seconds. The fighters accelerated, and the other side's missiles couldn't even catch up with their wake. Zhou Jinlong was shaking with excitement. This fighter is too damn awesome. With this fighter, anyone who dares to violate my China will have no return. By the way, notify down immediately and blockade the airports in the military region. Everything you see is all military secrets, and anyone who dares to leak half a word to the outside world will be punished for treason. Zhou Jinlong had been depressed for more than a year after being suppressed by Pretty Country, so he could finally raise his eyebrows. I'll call and report this news to my superiors immediately. The new fighter is to be placed under the highest level of secrecy. Also, bringing down the Pretty Country fighters of the small days has to be known to the higher-ups in advance. So there's a countermeasure. The entire central military region is standing by, waiting for the plane to return. A classified document was received at a meeting being held by the Department of Defense. The Minister of Defense opened it and looked at it, freezing on the spot. A frown furrowed his brow. Repeatedly looked at the packet of papers to confirm that there was no problem. Still have some doubts. Can't believe it at all. The officer next to him had never seen this before. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this document? The central military region says a mysterious fighter plane suddenly appeared and shot down 2 of the Pretty Country's newest reconnaissance planes, and it was confirmed that the mysterious warplane did not belong to our country. They analyzed it as likely to be from the Woolly Bear country. This fighter is flying extremely fast and has excellent stealth. Our radar is completely undetectable. One officer was shocked. Could it be that the phenomenon occurring in our eastern military region was caused by this fighter jet? Damn! Is the Woolly Bear Nation also so arrogant as to completely disregard us? It's really abominable. With the Pretty Country leading the way, all the other countries that have developed new warplanes are using us as experiments. The angry officials were on fire. Since it shot down all the Pretty Country's fighters, it can definitely be confirmed that it wasn't the Pretty Country's fighters. No other country other than the Woolly Bear Nation could have developed such an advanced fighter plane. I propose to make immediate and solemn representations to the Woolly Bear Nation, strongly condemning their invasion of our territory, and make the Woolly Bear Nation make a pledge that the same thing can't happen again. But we don't have any evidence. And what can we do if the Woolly Bear country doesn't recognize it? The Minister of Defense frowned. Although China's military industry has developed rapidly since the founding of the country, the heritage is too weak and the development time is too short. This has led to a disadvantage in the arms race. It was suffocating to face someone else's provocation. Report, breaking news, a major event in the land of small days. A fighter plane from the Pretty Country suddenly crashed shortly after takeoff and 2 missiles were launched into the factory. Caused great casualties. The officials present all froze. Pretty countries have military bases in the small days, mainly to deal with Wasia. They are all very advanced main fighter planes. How could a crash happen? How is this possible? A fighter jet crashing doesn't launch a missile, does it? There's definitely an inside track to this story that hasn't been blown up yet. I suggest sending someone to investigate quickly. A military expert immediately perceived the intelligence implicit in the message. The Minister of Defense immediately ordered. Immediately send people to investigate in detail to find out what information Little Day is hiding. After giving the order, the Minister of Defense muttered, "What's going on today? So many outrageous things have happened in one day." Chapter 10, The Negligence Bureau Strikes. Minister, the Chief of General Staff of the Central Military Region, Zhou Lao, called and said he has important news. Put the phone through. The defense minister's heart thumped. Something bad couldn't have happened again. Could it? Hello, this is Tao Yuanxiu. What happened in such a hurry to call again? Here's the thing, the fighter that shot down the Pretty Country's fighter was one of our new fighters. The plane accidentally flew over the small country and shot down another beautiful F-60. But they started the fire and we were acting in self-defense. What did you say? Our fighters? Didn't the report just now say it wasn't one of ours? Besides, there are such advanced fighters. Can your military region not know about it? Tao Yuanxiu stared, only feeling that his brain CPU was about to be burnt out. It's a long story and I just found out about it. The plane is on its way back. I've blocked off the military area. The news won't leak out to the outside. I'll write a special report on the details. Zhou Jinlong was also very helpless. After all, the mysterious warplane is our own. Who can we talk to about this? This thing is no joke, are you sure? Tao Yuanxiu reconfirmed. This is outrageous. Domestic development of fighter jets. Don't the entire military region's top brass know about it? I promise to tell the truth. It was my granddaughter who flew the fighter, and there's no mistaking it. The fighters will be returning soon, so I have to get ready to meet them. I'll get the report in as soon as possible afterward. Zhou Jinlong hung up the phone directly after saying that. Tao Yuanxiu still had a dazed look on his face as he held the phone. When did Elder Zhou's granddaughter join the Air Force? What happened? Everyone's eyes went to Defense Minister Tao Yuanxiu. Elder Zhou called. It was our warplanes that shot down the Pretty Country's reconnaissance plane over the central military region. Also, the Pretty Country warplanes that crashed in the little old country were shot down by us. As for the special phenomenon found in the eastern military region and online, it is also estimated to be the effect of our fighters flying too fast. Just after Tao Yuanxiu finished speaking, the crowd all looked at each other. No one believes it at all. This is too outrageous, isn't it? How come there's no news at all about such an advanced fighter jet developed in our country? The warplanes have been conducting test flights, and they haven't even made a report? That's a serious violation of the rules, isn't it? What's wrong with the central military region? They're doing something big without a word. Are they even hiding it from us? Cough. Tao Yuanxiu coughed twice lightly. It's impossible for Elder Zhou to lie. Since he said so, it must be true. There had been many misunderstandings before. Perhaps there were other hidden reasons. But Zhou Lao would soon hand in a detailed report. We'll see what's going on then. The crowd felt it made sense and became excited. Right, Elder Zhou wouldn't joke about such an important matter. Anything else doesn't matter anymore. The point is that we've got top-of-the-line fighters that can shoot down even the most advanced fighters and scouts from pretty countries. It means that pretty country can no longer invade our territory at will. Yes, production of such an advanced fighter can be ramped up quickly. Equip the entire army, and pretty country will never dare to be arrogant in front of us again. That's right. Being able to successfully develop an advanced fighter jet, that's the most important thing. The depressing atmosphere of the conference room was swept away. All of them were full of joy and were talking gleefully. There was even a proposal to release some data on the new fighter aircraft as a deterrent to pretty countries. Everyone calm down. There are very important things to do right now. Although Tao Yuanxiu is also very happy to receive the phone, but the problem in front of him is also very headache. The new fighter is developed and has excellent real-world performance. But it shot down 2 of their planes in front of military experts from pretty countries. The test flights in turn caused amazing phenomena in many areas of the country. Even more dramatic was running to the land of lesser days and shooting down a fighter jet from a pretty country. It's a real headache how to round these things off. There is only one of the new fighters at the moment, and it is not capable of forming a combat force. Thankfully, the information about our new fighter jet is not known abroad. So we have to try to keep it a secret and buy enough time to use it for production. That's good to know. The Bureau is good at handling this sort of thing. It's time for the War Office to step in. Seeing the spotlight on him, the Bureau straightened up with confidence. Though I'll take care of it, I promise, Tao Yuanxiu said with a grave expression. This matter concerns the stability of the current situation. One has to be very careful. Take the blame for everything and never draw fire. Even less can we give the West an excuse to continue targeting us. Yeah, it's up to you, Bureau Chief, to buy enough time. Make sure to convince all the other countries that none of this stuff that's going on has anything to do with us. The Bureau smiled and said, You still haven't realized the essence of the War Neglect Bureau. It is true that in the past the negligence agency's aim was to convince the West that we were lagging behind in development and were no threat to them. But I think things are different now than they have been in the past. The current situation is characterized by an arms race in all countries. If you fall behind, you will be beaten, and if you are not strong enough, you will be bullied. Just the right opportunity to both deny everything and make the enemy think we've got advanced weaponry. This gives them something to fear, and they dare not violate our territory at will again. Fantastic, true to form, this strategy is indeed the best current response. Not only do we have to deny it, but we have to make it seem as if the other side really does have advanced weapons in order to make the enemy afraid. It's true that only the unknown is the scariest. The Department of Defense side quickly negotiated a response. Of course, the most important thing is that with advanced warplanes, there is plenty of ground to stand on. The Department of Defense quickly issued an announcement. The effects of the special weather have resulted in some unusual weather. But there is absolutely nothing to worry about. The white clouds that appear in the sky are special weather. It won't do any harm. As it turned out, the message went out and none of them believed it. Do you yourselves believe the official reasons given? It is purely to fool us. I also find it very outrageous that so many people have seen a black object flying through the air at great speed. Only a very long white cloud of air was left behind. Explain to me what the black flying object is. Since it's weather, it can't be an advanced weapon being tested, can it? It would be great if that were the case. The pretty country has been too arrogant for a while now, and has been constantly invading our airspace to scout for military bases. Better shoot down their fighters. Seeing that netizens don't believe it, some military experts and even meteorologists have started to popularize it to the public on TV or online. Beat it to death by not recognizing that the peculiarities are caused by weapons. But the principles they explain simply don't stand up to scrutiny and are simply full of holes. Let the netizens even read it as a paragraph. It doesn't matter though, as long as it's not officially recognized. There's nothing anyone can do about it. Chapter 11, Requirements for Models to Look Like the Real Thing. You build real airplanes? It wasn't long before Zhou Kuer piloted the fighter jet back to the airport without incident. The airfield where they landed was guarded at every step, with soldiers heavily armed and protected. It is recommended to use the vertical landing feature, which is not only convenient but also safer. Chukul has not received professional airplane landing skills at all. Was at a loss for words when the airplane beeped just in time. Zhou Kuer hurriedly agreed. Turn on the vertical landing. The screen in front of her eyes appeared to demonstrate the functions in order for Chukul to learn the landing operation. I had the airplane chute ready, but I saw the plane stall in mid-air and start to come down slowly. All of them stared at the airplane with wide eyes and tilted their heads. I'm not hallucinating, am I? This fighter still has vertical takeoff and landing. Zhou Jinlong's face was filled with shock. Vertical takeoff and landing is a highly technical function that only a handful of countries in the world have mastered. And only the beautiful countries have the most mature technology. Even Xia is in the process of developing it. This is because not only is this technology extremely difficult to develop, but most critically, the addition of vertical takeoff and landing capabilities would add a large number of complex parts. Not only does it add weight to the fighter, but it also takes up most of the space, making it impossible to carry large amounts of ammunition. Even the flight distance is drastically reduced. But this fighter not only flew very fast, it also flew quite far. Took off from the central military region and surprisingly flew to the land of lesser days after shooting down 2 enemy planes and returned without incident. How much fuel is this plane carrying? You should know that the faster the flight speed, the higher the fuel consumption. With the ultra-high speed of Mach 12 flight, other aircraft, even if they can reach this speed, I'm afraid that only a few minutes will take all the fuel depletion. This airplane is really not low-tech. Zhou Guohua's face was full of shock, and it took him half a day to utter such a sentence. Watching the fighter jets slowly land, the hurried ones all ran forward. The hatch opens automatically. Chukul walked out of the airplane, flying into Zhou Jinlong's arms. Grandpa, Dad, I've learned to fly a fighter jet. Any injuries? Any discomfort, tell Grandpa quickly. Call a doctor to come and treat you right away. I'm fine. Nothing happened. It was very stressful at first, but this airplane is very smart. Not only can you switch automatic flight modes, but you can also teach live in the air. Zhou Kuer said with an excited face. The excitement still hasn't fully subsided. She had shot down 3 enemy planes in a fighter jet, something she would never have dreamed of doing before. Well, what a good granddaughter of mine. You've done the country a great service. With this battle, I believe the pretty country will no longer dare to invade our territory at will. Zhou Jinlong was thrilled and in tears. By the way, did you really buy this fighter from a classmate? I thought you said you did modeling. How can you build all the real fighters and be so advanced? Zhou Guohua asked in a hurry. Zhou Kuer was similarly confused. A week ago I found Lin Hai's classmate and told him to make a model airplane. Be sure to make it exactly like the real thing and add all the features you can. He just said it wasn't cheap to do these features, so I gave him all my bank cards. But I didn't expect him to make a real airplane in any way. Zhou Guohua said with a very serious look on his face. You have to know that this fighter is so advanced that even we in China cannot produce it. There must be someone high up behind this Lin Hai student of yours. You go and ask around. Such talent cannot be buried. Make sure you convince him to join our Central Military Region's Weapons Research Institute. Let him contribute to the development of the country. Huh? Could it be that this airplane wasn't made by Lin Hai? Zhou Kuer was surprised. By no means. I'm afraid that such an advanced fighter would be difficult to develop in a short period of time, even with thousands of research experts. So he must have a talented top expert behind him. There's even a large team of experts. Zhou Jinlong said with a straight face. Then I'll call him and inquire. Although Zhou Kuer was in an agitated mood, she was also a bit angry at Lin Hai. He himself had clearly progressed to a model airplane and was surprised to be given a real fighter jet. Fortunately, fighter jets are very intelligent. If you can't learn to drive yourself, the consequences are simply unimaginable. It rang for a few seconds and connected without incident. Mr. Lin Hai, I'm Zhou here. Zhou Kuer. The model airplane should have been delivered by now. Have you seen it? Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Very satisfied. Zhou Kuer clenched her silver teeth and said, simply satisfied beyond satisfaction. It's amazing that this plane of yours can take off as smoothly as a real one. It almost scared me to death. Huh? You've already flown an airplane, yeah? I thought you said you wanted to make it look like the real thing and add all the features you could. I did everything you asked. Added takeoff features to maximize flight performance, as well as stealth features, missile weapons, and super radar capabilities. Listening to Lin Hai's words, all the officers looked at each other. I can't believe you can justify such a big deal. People want to make model airplanes and demand that they try to make them as good as the real thing. You guys are good, you just make it real. Luckily, it was sent to the military region. If this plane had fallen into the wrong hands, how serious would the consequences have been? It's unimaginable. Zhou Kuer became even more angry. Since it can fly just like a real airplane, why didn't you tell me earlier? No, this airplane is very intelligent. All you have to do is ask how to maneuver and the plane will show you all the functions. How was I supposed to know that you were flying the plane straight into takeoff before you understood the features? Lin Hai was also helpless. First of all, it was a reward given by the tech system and had to be made in order to complete the mission. Secondly, Zhou Kuer was to deliver this plane to the military region. It was logical that such a real airplane must be flown by a professional pilot first. I didn't expect Zhou Kuer to be so bold as to dare to be the first to drive by herself. You're okay. Even if you drive without learning, you'll be fine. Because this fighter is very intelligent, it can autopilot and detect danger and make reasonable responses. It's the same with teaching in the air. Lin Hai said. It was felt that since it was flying domestically, it would not have any serious consequences. The big deal is that if you fly around in the air and teach how to operate it, you can land it without any problems. Yes, nothing serious. It's just that we shot down 3 pretty country enemy planes. Zhou Kuer gritted her teeth and said word for word. Huh. Lin Hai felt his head buzzing. You're not kidding me, are you? How could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 12. There must be someone behind the scene. Lin Hai hadn't anticipated this consequence at all, and his entire body was confused. There was even an immediate urge to run away. It only cost $8 million to build a top-of-the-line fighter, and the price-performance ratio is simply outrageous. Even if you don't give a reward, it's not like you're going to be penalized. But shooting down 3 of another country's fighters is no small matter, and could lead to international strife. You're not going to turn yourself in to appease the pretty country's wrath. Are you? Lin Hai didn't expect things to come to this point at all. I'm the one who piloted the fighter jet. How could I possibly joke with you? Zhou Kuer was still a bit shaken even thinking about what happened earlier. Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua looked at each other, showing a look that says it all. They guessed that Lin Hai knew it was a real fighter jet from the start. Charging only $8 million is an excuse to give the fighter jets to the state. That, shooting down enemy fighters should be considered meritorious. I won't be penalized, right? Lin Hai asked carefully. It's not so bad to punish you, my dad and grandpa are quite happy. Zhou Kuer replied. Let me have a word with him. Zhou Jinlong figured everything out and planned to speak to Lin Hai personally. Hello? I'm Kagom's grandfather, and I'm also the chief of staff of the Central Military Region, as well as the director of the Central Military Region Weapons Research Institute. Lin Hai was taken aback, only knowing that Zhou Kuer's grandfather was a retired airman. I didn't realize there was such a high position. Hello? I'm Lin Hai. I heard Kagom say that this fighter was customized from your house. Can I ask who built the fighter? It's the fighter I personally designed and built for classmate Zhou Kuer. Lin Hai replied. It seems that the master behind this is ironically unwilling to show his face. Still, you can't push too hard and upset the other side to get the full set of technology. Zhou Jinlong secretly thought to himself in his heart. Another change of compromise inquired. It's really worthy of being a hero so young to be able to build such an advanced airplane. I would like to ask if I can give the full set of technical drawings to the state. Don't worry, the country won't want it for nothing. Just name your price. As long as it's not outrageous, it can be met. No problem. Since it's useful to the country, I'm happy to hand over the full set of technical drawings to the country. As for the price, just watch and pay. I'm sure you won't let me lose. Lin Hai had also thought of giving it directly to the country. But it also costs money to build weapons using the supermachining platform. In order to provide the country with more advanced weapons, more or less money has to be collected. What's more, it's not like the country is short of that kind of money. How about giving you $50 million? Zhou Jinlong said. Lin Hai's eyes snapped wide open and his heart almost jumped out in excitement. $50 million won't be spent in one's lifetime. Although compared with the whole set of technology, not even a fraction if you get the international sale, even if you sell a few billion or even tens of billions of other countries will rush to buy. However, he himself had a super processing platform as well as a technology system that allowed him to purchase processing materials from all worlds at a very low cost. 50 million is enough. No problem. Let's go with that price. How can I give you the technology when I've sorted it out? Zhou Jinlong had never expected Lin Hai to agree so readily. Originally, I thought that the other party would definitely not agree to the price of $50 million. It's intentionally low just to draw out the people who actually build the fighters. But I didn't expect Lin Hai to follow the rules at all. Could it be that the other party really wants to give away all the technology to the country? Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to accept an offer of $50 million. Forget about it, as long as he's willing to continue to provide technology for the country, there's no need to have him come out of the woodwork. Zhou Jinlong finally put it down completely and decided that as long as the other party kept providing the technology, it was fine not to show up. I'll have Kur go over to pick it up. Just give it to her, Zhou Jinlong said. No problem. I'll organize all the techniques on a USB drive. Just come and get it directly. Lin Hai agreed very dryly. Hang up the phone after the conversation. Zhou Jinlong frowned. The other party is willing to charge only $50 million and give us a full set of technical drawings. As long as we have the drawings, we will soon be able to produce this fighter as well, Zhou Jinlong said to the crowd. Everyone was ecstatic. Well, as long as it's real technology, it's not expensive. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and trade. If we can mass produce these fighters, we'll never have to worry about pretty countries invading our airspace again. Grandpa has given you a task. You have to fulfill it with all your heart, Zhou Jinlong said with a straight face. No problem. Just tell me what the mission is. Lin Hai is not a simple person, and there must be a very powerful technical expert behind him. In the future, you must familiarize yourself with him more and try to be good friends. Find out who really has the technology behind it. It is better to be able to persuade together to let him serve his country. Grandpa means that this fighter wasn't made by Lin Hai? Zhou Qir asked. That goes without saying? He's just a student. How can he know so much about technology? Zhou Guohua said. I understand. I'll definitely figure this thing out. Chukul agreed. After this incident, Zhou Qir was also filled with curiosity towards Lin Hai, determined to get to the bottom of everything. Well, send this fighter to the Weapons Research Institute so that all the experts can study it in advance. As soon as we get the drawings, we'll make arrangements for production. Also, all those with access to the new fighters are not allowed to leave the military area without orders. Zhou Jinlong gave orders one after another. The airplane was transported to the Weapons Research Institute in the military district, where experts immediately took measurements and studied them. But the process of dismantling could be carried out only to discover that the structure of the airplane was incomprehensible to all. What's wrong? Why doesn't this fighter have a fuel tank? Not to mention the fuel tank, the engine isn't even a conventional fuel engine. What kind of technology is this using? Is the takeoff not electrically driven? There's absolutely no way it's electrically powered even if the plane was filled with batteries. It wouldn't provide enough power. All the experts looked at each other and thought the same thing. Fusion supply energy? Hiss. Who on earth is the person who developed this fighter plane? How dare they use nuclear power in an airplane? A miniature fusionable nuclear reactor. Can it be a product developed in this era? The experts looked at each other with extremely shocked expressions on their faces. It's no wonder that the airplane can achieve speeds of over Mach 10, and the shape uses metals that are simply unheard of. This metal is several times stronger than titanium alloy, but tests at 1/3 the density of aluminum alloy. Being able to spot a stealth fighter from a pretty country and shoot it down shows that the radar on the fighter is also extremely advanced. We should hurry up with research, mass production, and use it on all military bases as well as fighter jets. Chapter 13, General Counsel of the Arms Research Institute. It's a real shock at first glance without research. The experts were overwhelmed by every piece of technology on the fighter jet. After hours of discussion, a conclusion was finally reached. This fighter simply cannot be copied with current technology. There is only one way to get it produced, and that is to bring in the person who built this model fighter as a mentor. Because the technology of this fighter model is too advanced, from the manufacturing materials, radar, power system to energy system, the experts can't solve it at all. The technical expert immediately reported the news to Zhou Jinlong. Zhou Jinlong was also extremely shocked to hear this. What? The samples are in front of you and you can't even imitate them. I'm afraid that's it, and one of the most difficult things about it is that the material used to make the fighters is an entirely new metal. Lightweight and strong, it's simply the perfect material for building airplanes. You can't even get a sniper rifle through the shell of an airplane. So this airplane is quite resistant to strikes. But this material is one that we can't analyze to find out exactly what it's made of, and the technology is far beyond our time. Secondly, we speculate that the fighter uses a nuclear power system, which is microscopic controlled fusion technology. Not even our current technology can dismantle this fighter. If we destroy the power system, the explosion will be as powerful as a nuclear bomb. All in all, this airplane is so technologically advanced that any aspect of it could shock the world when taken out. Zhou Jinlong was both shocked and thrilled to hear the technician's words. In that case, stop the research for now. Get the drawings and then redo the research. Plus, I'll find a way to hire the expert who actually developed the fighter to assist us in the production of brand new fighters. This is the best. Having a technician to guide us will save us a lot of time. Classifying the fighter jet as top secret in the military region already, more than 100 soldiers were assigned to take turns to closely protect it. No one is allowed to approach without Zhou Jinlong's order. Zhou Qir came to Lin Hai's house specifically as her grandfather had instructed. Why are you here so soon? Aren't you celebrating your grandfather's birthday today? I was thinking of bringing you the production drawings for the fighter jet tomorrow for school. Lin Hai said. Where is the mood to go on with the birthday when something that big happens? Even the military exercises that were prepared were cancelled. That customized model of a fighter jet from you has become the treasure of the Military Region's Weapons Research Institute, and all the technical experts are studying it. Zhou Qir had her hands behind her back and looked at Lin Hai with a smile on her face. Who the hell did you honestly say designed this airplane? Is it possible that you want to give this fighter to the country by your hand? Lin Hai simply cried and laughed when he heard this, not realizing that it would actually cause such a big misunderstanding. What's more, I didn't realize that even Zhou Qir had stopped believing in herself, thinking that she couldn't build such a fighter. Looking at Zhou Qir's delicate and beautiful face, the two of them were so close that Lin Hai couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. Truly worthy of being the school's flower, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a dumping ground. It's completely different from the usual high-flying, rejecting look at school. This time of year, Choco is even more adorable and down-to-earth. What am I lying to you for? I really did design and build this fighter. I'll show you my studio, Lin Hai said. Yeah. I'd really like to see where you build airplanes. Zhou Qir came to Lin Hai just to clear things up. If it was really Lin Hai's own fighter jet that he had designed and built, then Lin Hai would have to be invited to join the Military Region Weaponry Research Institute no matter what. Worked out more advanced fighter jets for the country. Lin Hai's studio is a wide workshop with more than 300 square feet, and there are many processing machines inside the plant. There were many various models on one shelf, airplanes, cannons, tanks, ships, everything. And each model is very well made. Zhou Qir was dazzled. These models are all very small. Can they fly too? Zhou Qir asked curiously when she saw a model airplane that was more than 20 centimeters long. Of course you can fly, except that these model airplanes fly rather slowly, at a few hundred kilometers per hour. It can be used for civilian purposes. It's too poorly performing to try to use it on the military. From what you're saying, you can also produce small military airplanes with stronger performance? Zhou Qir instantly grasped the point and asked immediately after. What you're talking about should be called a drone. It's certainly fine to want a military drone with better performance. Lin Hai replied seriously. So can you build me another drone that I can control? Only the price can't be too expensive. I don't have much money left, Zhou Qir said. Sure, no problem. Would one costing around $20,000 be okay? Zhou Qir nodded her head repeatedly. $20,000 is fine. I want a small drone myself. I can fly it for fun when I'm idle. Okay. Just come pick up the goods after 3 days. Lin Hai simply agreed. There's still change left over from Chaco's money, enough to customize a small drone. If it wasn't for Zhou Qir's huge order, Lin Hai wouldn't have been able to successfully awaken the technology system. So Lin Hai planned to build a small drone with excellent performance to show his appreciation to Zhou Qir. By the way, I came over today because I received a mission from my grandfather, inviting you to join the Weapons Research Institute in the military region. Feel free to mention any treatment you want, Chaco said. Lin Hai was hesitant to listen. The Weapons Institute is indeed a dream job for many. Not only are they treated well, but they have high status as well. But Lin Hai had a technology system and needed to rely on it to make money. The more money you make, the more you can unlock many of the technologies in the tech system. How else can you make money working every day after joining the Arms Research Institute? Lin Hai doesn't want to lose his freedom. What's wrong? Could it be that the one who built that fighter wasn't you at all, afraid of exposing your true level after entering the Weapons Research Institute? Zhou Qir asked with a wry smile. That's not so bad. I gave you the technical drawings, and I'm sure you'll encounter difficulties in the production process as well. Feel free to come and ask me directly with any questions you may have. But ask me to join the Arms Research Institute, and I really don't have that much time. Not only do you have to take care of the family business, but you also have to go to school. There's no way to get to work. Lin Hai could only find a reason to shrug it off first. Zhou Qir was not only not disappointed by Lin Hai's rejection, but instead had a good plan. It had been expected that Lin Hai would refuse the invitation from the Weapons Research Institute. Zhou Qir said, I have another compromise that can help you solve this problem. My grandfather said he could give you a position as a technical advisor. Come to the Weapons Institute whenever you have time to guide your work. It's okay for you to come back and solve the problems at the Institute. That won't keep you from doing anything else at all. Chapter 14. It's dog eat dog. It's something to consider if that's the case. Lin Hai felt that this proposal was good. It doesn't take up too much of your time and you are able to contribute to your country. Today, the entire Western camp is targeting and suppressing China. Lin Hai also wants to contribute to the country. Don't think about it. I'll tell Grandpa you've said yes. All right then. Here's all the information on the fighter. Take it back with you, by the way. Lin Hai handed the USB drive to Zhou Qir. Zhou Qir picked up the USB drive and directly called Zhou Jinlong. Grandpa has good news for you. I've already established that the fighter jet was made by Lin Hai alone, and he's already agreed to be a technical advisor to the Weaponry Institute. Zhou Jinlong had been waiting for this good news and immediately said, Great. Ask Lin Hai if he's free right now. Our technologists working on the new fighter aircraft encountered many problems. Can you come over and help guide us? Zhou Qir looked at Lin Hai. Grandpa said that he encountered a problem in researching a new type of fighter. Do you have time to go over and help guide him now? No problem. Lin Hai simply agreed. This fighter, since it can shoot down the latest reconnaissance planes of pretty countries, it's a great help to the country's military industry. Lin Hai also hoped to be able to mass-produce the new fighter as soon as possible. Good. Then let's hurry to the Weapons Institute. Zhou Qir gave Zhou Jinlong a word, hung up the phone and pulled Lin Hai away. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster at the hand he was holding once again. Zhou Qir's hands were simply soft and boneless, gripping herself especially soft and comfortable. A red flag sedan pulled up at the door, and Zhou Qir pulled Lin Hai into the car. Together they came to the Weapons Institute. Zhou Jinlong was waiting with all the experts. Grandpa, I've successfully completed my mission and brought Lin Hai to you. Well, you've made another mark today. Zhou Jinlong complimented Zhou Qir very favorably and looked Lin Hai up and down with a burning gaze. Satisfied, he nodded. Not bad. What a hero. The production and development of new fighter planes will have to rely on you a lot. No problem. I'll do my best. You guys can stop with the pleasantries for now. Lots of questions to ask. The technologist couldn't wait. Fine. Just ask any questions you guys have. Because the expert whose hair was all white asked Lin Hai. The shell of this fighter, what kind of metal is used? Why is it so strong with little density? This metal is called titanium crystal alloy, which is made from an alloy of more than 30 metals, including titanium, aluminum, and magnesium, using a special process. The production process is all inside the profile. Hearing Lin Hai's words, he immediately took the USB drive and opened it from the computer. Several material experts studied it carefully. General staff, this alloy material is very advanced. I suggest giving Lin Hai enough money to purchase the production technology. A materials expert immediately said. No need. Said I'd give a full set of warplane production techniques. It's a gift. Lin Hai said in a hurry. No. Since you're giving the technology to the country can't let you suffer, or else who will be willing to serve the country in the future? Zhou Zhenlong said with a serious face. One must pull in a talent like Lin Hai and not let him have any grievances. Slightly pondering for a moment said, this metal material production technology billions are not too much, but our military region's current budget is not too much. To give you 20 million, how do you think? If I think it's too little, I'll apply to my superiors again. Enough is enough. $20 million is enough. Lin Hai immediately said. For him with the tech system, it's simply not too easy to make money, just charge a token amount. Leave more money for the military district to produce more weapons and hit the pretty countries harder later. Zhou Zhenlong nodded with great relief, becoming more and more optimistic about Lin Hai. Not only are they talented, but they are also not greedy and think of the country in every way. Other technicians continued to ask questions. What technology is used in the radar on this fighter? How can it detect and lock on to a stealth fighter? Because this is quantum radar, it can detect targets up to 20,000 kilometers away. Stealth fighters are nothing in front of quantum radar. Is this fighter's power system nuclear? What's with the elaborate design of the nuclear reactor? The energy source for the power system is powered by controlled nuclear fusion, which not only has a low flight cost but also an exceptionally long endurance. Listening to Lin Hai's explanation, all the experts were shocked and dumbfounded. It was simply inconceivable that a young man had mastered so much advanced technology. Now they were fully convinced that this new fighter jet was indeed designed and built by Lin Hai, because all the techniques and questions can be easily answered by Lin Hai. Thoroughly worshipped Lin Hai as a treasure. Chief of General Staff Zhou, this radar technology, controlled fusion technology, is it also necessary to give money? It was studied until midnight before Lin Hai was released to go back. But the technologists are still working through the night to get the full set of technology all the way through. Get the new fighter jet into production in a hurry. Pretty country had lost 3 planes in a row, and the senior leadership was already furious. A steel mill in the land of small days was blown up with heavy losses. Request for compensation from the pretty country. Pretty country never gave a damn about the small days, and how could they compensate the small days when their anger over the loss of 3 airplanes was still fresh? Garrison Commander Hans pointed at the nose of the small-time officials and cursed. Are you guys out of your minds? How is it possible to bomb your factories? Our fighter just took off, fired a missile and crashed, obviously shot down by an enemy plane. Our fighters are protecting your little country of days, and how dare you ask us for compensation? Impossible, your fighter jets are state-of-the-art. Which country can destroy your fighter jets? The officials of the small day country were completely disbelieving. It goes without saying, it's either the Manhwa country or Huaxia. It must have been these 2 countries that made the move. How is this possible? Your fighters often go into China and the woolly bear country to scout, and their radars can't detect it and the fighters can't catch up. How can you run to our little country of days and shoot down your fighters? How dare you question what I say? If they didn't do it, are you still questioning the fact that we crashed the fighters on purpose just to destroy your factory? What's in it for us pretty countries to do this? The small-time officer's aura was shortened by half in the face of General Hans's ragged words. They also found it a million times stranger. How could the pretty country's fighters be so advanced and make such a low-level mistake? But if Manhwa and Huaxia have the strength to shoot down the pretty country's fighter jets, doesn't that mean that the military technology of the 2 countries has already posed a threat to the pretty country? That little day country is even more insecure. The official from the small day country stuttered nervously. Then what should we do? Pretty country has to keep us safe. Don't worry about it. No one will dare to touch you guys with us, the pretty country, around. The thing to do now is to blame all the problems on Wachovia. Say that China invaded your airspace, shot down our fighter jets and destroyed your factory. Make Huaxia responsible and pay for all your damages. Okay, at your service. Little Day and Pretty Country simultaneously accused Huaxia of invading them through the news media. The Pretty Country refers to Huaxia shooting down their fighter jets. The Small Days accuse Wachovia of bombing their factories. It also posted the gruesome scenes of the aftermath of the bombing of the factory on the internet in an attempt to elicit sympathy from netizens around the world. Before the Chinese officials had a chance to reply, the Chinese netizens were completely outraged. kick off an all-out counterattack online. Pure fart. How dare you accuse us of China? Show me the evidence. The pretty country has been invading our Huaxia all along. And how dare you falsely blame us for your own mishaps? Honestly, I wish we had done it so we wouldn't have to be bullied by pretty country all the time. Every time I see a pretty country invade, it pisses me off to no end. It would be nice to take them all out sometime. Chapter 15. A little life in a beautiful country is a lot to talk about. Likewise, there are many netizens from other countries who don't believe that it was Huaxia that shot down the pretty country's warplanes. The pretty country and the small day country use such an excuse to accuse Huaxia, but the practice is too poor, right? It's always been the pretty countries that have been invading Chinese airspace, and there's nothing China can do about you. Now it's backfiring and falsely blaming Huaxia. It's ridiculous that pretty country keeps invading Chinese airspace to scout for military bases. I can't believe they are saying that Huaxia went into a small day country and shot down their fighter jets. Do you guys think the internet will believe these lies? All I can say about what happened in pretty country and little day country is that it was deserved. Who let you go around bullying other countries? This is something that even God can't stand. Pretty country and little life were completely unprepared to lift a rock and hit themselves in the foot. Even many of the people in this country don't believe that it was China that shot down their fighter jets. If Huaxia and the woolly bear country really had such a powerful weapon, how could they let the pretty country's fighters go ahead and reconnoiter? It is perfectly possible to shoot down a reconnaissance aircraft in your own airspace. Still absolutely legal behavior. The bottom line is that Westerners also don't believe that the pretty country will be overtaken by the Chinese and the woolly bear country. In their view, pretty country is the world's dominant power, with the strongest technology and weapons. The Chinese officials took a look at the world's public opinion all in favor of themselves. How can you pass up such a great opportunity? The Negligence Bureau immediately stepped in and arranged for a large number of people to post on the internet. The pretty country says we shot down their fighter, and we'll just admit it. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll invite them to crack down even harder. In fact, if the pretty country wants us, Huaxia, to pay compensation, just say so directly. There's no need to play this bitter game, is there? In order to find a reason to deal with Huaxia, destroying their own fighters and also bombing the factories of the little old country, what a blood money. We in Huaxia have dreamed of having weapons that can shoot down pretty country's fighter jets. But it's a pity we don't have them. For these remarks, even more so, they have triggered the sympathy and recognition of many people abroad. After all, there are many countries that have also been perennially bullied by the Western Alliance and can especially relate to this sentiment. Pretty country is really going too far. Is this preparation for an attack on Huaxia? First, they generate international public opinion to discredit the other side, and then they look for excuses to attack. Pretty country hasn't done this kind of thing once or twice. Damn beautiful country again want to find an opportunity to provoke a war, but China is not a soft persimmon, but they have nuclear bombs, want to bully China first way their own can carry the bombing of nuclear bombs. The little day country is also really hateful. In order to help the pretty country suppress Huaxia, it even bombed its own factories and didn't care about the deaths of its own workers. It's better to try to stay away from people from the land of small days in the future. If they are so hard on their own people, it's even worse for others. With the Negligence Bureau pushing the envelope, more and more people are thinking that the pretty country is directing itself, crashing their own fighter jets on purpose to put the blame on Huaxia. This has made pretty country and little day country become 100 times more furious. The president of the pretty country was so angry he broke his glass of water. Loudly he roared, "Who said we shot down our own fighters? Know how much such a fighter jet costs? Know how much money and time it takes to train a pilot? Is it necessary to use such a stupid method when we, the pretty country, want to deal with any country? This is an insult to our intelligence." The small day country even launched a small demonstration. They see this one as a bitter ploy designed by the story's own country and pretty country. The bombing of the factory, not to mention the casualties of so many workers, was unacceptable to the nation. The top brass of the small day country were so pissed off they almost spit blood. They have the most to lose, and they actually all think it's a self-directed bitter ploy. It is not at all clear who to turn to for compensation. I was even called deserving by many. The leaders of Huaxia were simply happy to watch the news. Finally, it's a tough out. Until Huaxia had the technology for advanced fighter jets, it immediately ordered the Central Military Region Weapons Research Institute to research and mass-produce advanced fighter jets as soon as possible, especially after knowing that the radar technology of the fighters could lock the stealth fighters of pretty countries. Instructions were given to produce the radar first. With radar that can lock onto stealth aircraft, missiles can be intercepted. At least there will be no more enemy incursions into the airspace without their knowledge. Lin Hai would ride with Zhou Kuo to the Military Weapons Research Institute after school every day to help guide the technology. Back home, building another drone for Choco. The system rewarded 8,000 technology points for the last $8 million order. A small stealth drone only requires 500 tech points plus 20,000 Chinese coins. Lin Hai doesn't intend to make money off of Zhou Kuo. Besides, with the $50 million from the military, Lin Hai was very well funded. Add all the techniques you can. After all, this is your goddess order, so you have to go all out and do your best. After these 2 days together, Lin Hai and Zhou Kuo's feelings quickly warmed up and became more and more intimate. Lin Hai had guided the experts in the development of new weapons over the past few days, convincing them all and making Zhou Kuo more and more admiring. The two are just one window pane away from being broken. By the third day, Lin Hai finally built the drone. The drone is shaped a bit like a devilfish, flat and streamlined, and with the addition of vertical takeoff and landing. And this drone is not a commercially available propeller drone, but a proper jet. Flight speeds can exceed Mach 10. The drones are simply too small to carry missile weapons. So Lin Hai changed his strategy and added a laser cannon to the drone. It became an advanced drone with reconnaissance and air attack capabilities. Finishing building the drone, Lin Hai called to tell Zhou Kuo, "Your customized drone is ready. Let's go to the military district after school to test fly it together. And they'll be able to make the first base quantum radar sample today, and I'll help them debug it. Yeah. Get the drone after school and we'll go to the Weapons Institute together." Zhou Kuo was full of anticipation for the drone Lin Hai had built for himself. After the last experience of flying an airplane, Zhou Kuo was addicted. Unfortunately, that J-50 prototype, Zhou Jinlong, is as tightly protected as a baby. Even Zhou Kuo couldn't see it if she wanted to, let alone drive it. That's why this is a customized drone, so you can have a good time in your spare time. The only thing I feel bad about is that the controls of the drone are quite a bit worse than the experience of flying a real fighter jet. When school ended, Zhou Kuo immediately found Lin Hai and pulled him outside. "Let's hurry up and go to your house and get the drone. I can't even be bothered to listen to the class after you called me." Zhou Kuo didn't even know that her behavior had stunned the students next to her. Chapter 16. Public enemy of the school? Did I see it right just now? Wasn't it Zhou Kuo who ran past? Besides Zhou Kuo, which girl in the school can be this pretty? What's going on here? Zhou Kuo is actually holding a male student's hand. Tell me who that male student is. How dare he hold Zhou Kuo's hand? I won't spare him. This student, don't be so agitated. You've got it wrong. It was Zhou Kuo who took the initiative to pull up the male student's hand. Even if Zhou Kuo takes the initiative, it won't work. My goddess won't allow anyone to defile her. Holy, isn't that boy Lin Hai from our class? How does he know Zhou Kuo? He can actually let Zhou Kuo hold his hand. Soon the story quickly spread throughout the school. All thought that Zhou Kuo was in love with a boy. Zhou Kuo's admirers were going crazy, shouting that they wanted to hunt down Lin Hai. Lin Hai doesn't know anything about what happened at school. Get in the red flag sedan that picked up Zhou Kuo and head for home. All the way, Zhou Kuo was incredibly excited. "How is the performance of the drone you specially built for me? How high can you fly and how fast can you fly? Any fun features? Performance and flight speed are pretty good. I know you like to fly airplanes, so I also added a special AR feature. You can put on AR glasses to control it, and you can see all the drone's view in full view." Lin Hai replied, "Really? You're amazing. And you didn't let me down. It's so much more fun to play that way. That's for sure. After all, it's for $20,000. So it's definitely more capable than drones on the market in the same price range." Lin Hai said confidently. This drone could well be a military drone, and it's still the most advanced in the world. Soon arriving at Lin Hai's studio, seeing the drone placed on the shelf, Zhou Kuo's big beautiful eyes were wide open. Super cool shape with a black metallic shine that you can't take your eyes off. "Wow, this drone is so cool. It seems to be a bit like Pretty Country's B-2 bomber." Lin Hai nodded and said, "That's right. The only way to get faster is to design it like this. I have to say that Pretty Country is very technologically advanced, and the stealth bomber they've designed is very ahead of its time. Let's go. Let's hurry and bring it to the military area to try it out." Zhou Kuo already had some impatience. With a length of 1 meter and a width of 1 meter 3, the drone can be lifted by 2 people. Just put it in the car and take it there. The Weapons Research Institute, where he had just arrived, saw many experts all gathered around, watching a piece of equipment. Even Zhou Zhenhua and Zhou Guohua were all there. Seeing Lin Hai very warmly greeted, Lin Hai came. Hurry over to see. We have assembled a sample quantum radar according to the technical drawings and requirements you provided. It's in the process of being finalized. Lin Hai was surprised. Finished so quickly. You guys are really efficient. We can't do it without speeding up. Who knows when the pretty country will send another reconnaissance plane to invade our airspace. With radar, at least there's some peace of mind. Zhou Jinlong said. Seeing someone coming up behind him carrying something, he asked suspiciously, "What's this?" "This is a drone toy that I made especially for Kagome, and you can see the flight using the brand new AR glasses, and it's very easy to operate." Lin Hai replied. The crowd gathered around to watch as they listened. Zhou Guohua was surprised and said, "Holographic operating glasses? How come the structure is so simple? It's more delicate and detailed than even our military ones. This airplane is in good shape. It's actually a jet. It's not cheap, is it? $20,000 to make it to this level. I think it's a great deal, much cheaper than the drones on the market." "Only $20,000? I'm afraid you can't buy just a jet engine." The experts took a very keen interest in this drone. "All want to study it." Lin Hai smiled and said, "Let's test the radar first. That's the most urgent thing. As soon as it is determined that the radar will perform as designed, it has to be put into production quickly." "That's true. We'd better hurry up and test the radar first. That's the proper thing to do. You guys get busy. I'll study the operation of the drone." Zhou Kier put on her AR glasses and turned on the drone, letting it glide out and take off. Lin Hai mainly worked with the experts on the quantum radar test. As long as the quantum radar test is successful, any country's airplane or even missile that enters China's airspace can be detected at the first time. As long as it can lock on to the enemy aircraft, it can show the direction of attack to the air-to-air missiles. The top brass of the pretty country's military are very fired up these days. 2 of their advanced stealth fighters were shot down in China, and China only released the pilots. The wreckage of the planes was firmly withheld. And the fighter jets that were shot down over the small country of days became a hot topic on the internet. The vast majority of people are mocking pretty country online. Neither believes it was shot down by China or the Woolly Bear Nation. Damn it! The news of the fighter jet being shot down must have been secretly speculated by Huaxia, trying to hit the pretty country in public opinion. I don't believe that Huaxia really has such a powerful fighter jet. Maybe it's really possible that the pilot made a mistake or the plane malfunctioned. Even if Huaxia is capable of shooting down our fighters, we'll have to investigate before we can do so. Maybe it just happened to be them. In fact, Huaxia doesn't even have such a powerful weapon. Listening to the words of the generals, the pretty country's garrison commander also felt it made sense. What's the point of just blaming HWA? The most important thing is that you have to get your face back again to do it. I've decided to send another fighter into China for reconnaissance. It's our fighters being shot down again, showing that China really does have weapons that are threatening to us. But we also have to figure out exactly what weapons they're using and can continue to upgrade our technology to stay ahead of the curve. If it goes into China and comes back safely, it means that China doesn't have such advanced weapons at all. Then it's the Woolly Bear Nation that's out to get us. Carry enough weapons and send the best pilots. So what if China has researched advanced fighters? If we really fight head-on, we may not be our match. That's right. The last time we went to China to reconnoiter, it was because our pilots were too careless and didn't even think about being attacked. With sufficient preparation, it will surely be possible to shoot down the Chinese fighters. The base commander was very much in favor of the other generals' proposals. That's it. So what if we shoot down a Chinese fighter? They wouldn't even dare to make war on us. At most, they will condemn it. It's important to prove to the world that it's our beautiful country's fighting force that's state-of-the-art. At any time, they can attack Huaxia, and there is absolutely nothing they can do about it. Chapter 17, Enemy Aircraft Again. The military base in the pretty country sent another advanced fighter jet to China, because many people around the world believe that Huaxia is already capable of fighting the pretty country. This is a serious threat to the hegemony of the pretty country. This reconnaissance trip to China had a large number of cameras mounted on the fighters, not just for scouting military installations on the ground. It will also film the combat. If it was shot down again, it would be possible to know what weapons were used by China. Flying the plane was Williams, the military base's ace pilot. His flying skills are quite impressive. In a military confrontation exercise, He shot down 7 enemy planes by himself. The strength displayed shocked everyone. It has a great deal of prestige among airmen on military bases. Williams reacted very violently when he learned that their plane had been shot down. He was the representative of the main war faction, demanding that fighter planes be sent immediately to retaliate against the Chinese. Now the opportunity has finally arrived. Get the order to fly the plane to China immediately. Humph. Old me never thought of Huaxia as a threat. They don't deserve it at all. If they really dare to send fighters to intercept me, I'll just attract them to the open sea area and destroy all their fighters. Just a bunch of sick East Asians. I'll let you see what it means to be an ace pilot today. Better send a few more fighters to intercept me, or there's no way to get me over the edge. Williams accelerated the throttle. His heart was so proud that he couldn't wait to arrive at the Chinese airspace immediately. He even contemplated flying his fighter jet at low altitude in a Chinese military base if it was not detected by the Chinese radar. Humiliate Huaxia severely. The more I think about it, the more I feel an overwhelming sense of relief in my heart. It soon reached Chinese airspace and flew unobtrusively toward the central Chinese military region. Because 2 of their fighters were shot down in the central military district, and the central military district has to protect the capital. To provoke the defense capability of the central military region is to humiliate the whole of China. Ha ha ha. China's defense force is nothing more than that. I've been in the airspace for so long, and there's no reaction at all. I think the 2 pilots before were just stupid. Maybe it was an operational error that caused them to be shot down. But I didn't even turn on the stealth function, and the Chinese radar didn't even pick it up. I really don't know what those 2 idiots did. It's a disgrace to our pretty country. Williams couldn't help but spit it out. Even his own country's people he totally despises as long as they are losers. Williams, you're approaching the range of the central military region of China. Be sure to take extra care and turn on the invisibility feature in a timely manner. Retreat immediately in case of danger. Protect your own safety first. The commanders at the base took this reconnaissance very seriously. Command alerts in real time on a military base. Don't worry. The person who can beat me in the world hasn't been born yet. Even if I don't turn on the stealth function, the radar of Huaxia can't detect me. If they find out, all the better. Let them send as many people as they want after them. I'll teach the Chinese Air Force a good lesson this time. Good. If you can shoot down the Chinese fighter, I'll immediately claim credit for you. That's what you said. Don't regret it. Having the reward energized Williams even more. Flying in Chinese airspace has become more reckless. Lin Hai side finished checking the quantum radar and turned on the test. See, this little dot of light is the drone Kagome is flying. Flying at an altitude of 5,600 meters and a speed of 900 kilometers per hour. The radar display is very clear, especially the reconnaissance target. A lot of data is displayed very accurately. It's really good. The display is very clear and the longest test distance is 20,000 kilometers. Easily enough to cover the whole territory. The drones are good. Can they speed up a bit more? If we can break through Mach 2 or more, we can do it almost unopposed. An expert has taken a keen interest in Lin Hai's drones. Of course it's no problem. Kagome, have you mastered the drone yet? Test the drones at their peak performance. Lin Hai said with a smile. Zhou Qier immediately replied, no problem. I'm going to start accelerating. Zhou Qier immediately lifted the speed limit and allowed the drone to climb quickly. Flight level 7,000 meters. Flight level 8,000 meters. Flight level 9,000 meters. Everyone was glued to the radar screen, not realizing that a drone had flown up to 10,000 meters and was still climbing rapidly. Good Lord, is this still a drone? If we could get a drone bomber group, wouldn't we be able to fly to any country and bomb it? In one breath, he flew to a height of 25,000 meters, leaving those present in some disbelief. This is too much, isn't it? Aren't you a toy drone? What's the design flying so high for? Zhou Guohua said with a frown. Even domestic military drones can't lift to such a high altitude. Lin Hai smiled and said, this is specially made for Qier. The trade version for foreign sales needs to meet the requirements of the relevant national regulations. It's not just made. Keep a copy of this drone drawing as well, and have the Weapons Institute study it carefully. Let's see if we can use it to carry ammo. There's no fear of air-to-air missiles flying this high. We can consider producing a batch out of it. Zhou Jinlong immediately said, if you guys want to watch the flight of the airplane, you can connect the signal to the big screen. Lin Hai reminded again. What? There's even this kind of function. Zhou Jinlong was very surprised. Of course, that way you can get a better visualization of the plane in flight. Soon after connecting the signal, shots of the airplane appeared on the big screen. Next, I'm going to speed up and test the top speed. Chukul gave a reminder and began to make the plane accelerate. Over Mach 1 per hour. Over Mach 2 per hour. Over Mach 3 per hour. Watching the rapidly soaring speed, everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Didn't you just say this is a toy drone? How is it possible to break through so fast? You wouldn't have put a miniature nuclear reactor on such a small drone as well, would you? The extremely fast flight speed caused a slight delay on the big screen. The refresh rate of this big screen doesn't work. It's so fast that the response has some trouble keeping up. Zhou Jinlong was instantly speechless. Whose airplane can fly so fast? And still be able to connect the signal to the big screen? There was no need for this before. Okay? Understood. This will make up for it. Lin Hai didn't want to irritate Zhou Jinlong at this time. Not only Zhou Jinlong, but the other experts and officers were looking at the flight data with dumbfounded eyes. Chapter 18, Drones on the Move. Good lord, with drones this powerful, what with the pretty country and the whole NATO alliance? A frontal battle could crush them all. The production cost is only 20,000. That's too cheap. Isn't it? It's perfectly capable of equipping the entire army as a main battle weapon. Tell me, how much does this set of techniques cost? Zhou Jinlong was even drier, directly asking Lin Hai to make an offer. Drones are simpler in structure and a little less technical. How about giving $20 million? Lin Hai said. No problem. It's the same account number as last time. Let's arrange to call you right away. Zhou Jinlong agreed very dryly. 20 million Chinese dollars was not even enough to cover the cost of ordinary drone development, and it was too cheap to buy a full set of drawings directly. I'll organize the drawings tomorrow. Lin Hai was in a very happy mood as he had made another business deal. Look, why is there suddenly a fighter plane here? Quickly ask which unit is training. We don't have a flight training mission in the central military region today, not in our military region. As he was saying this, the radar suddenly showed an unfamiliar fighter jet flying this way, much to the confusion of all present. It's only right that other military districts should greet us in advance when they enter our defense area. Does that mean? The crowd looked at each other. It's not going to be another incursion into our airspace by a pretty country's fighter jets. Is it? Turning on the radar analysis function will allow you to derive the model of the aircraft based on the feedback of the aircraft's shape signal. Lin Hai immediately commanded the radar soldier to operate. The next moment on the radar screen appeared the information about the airplane. F-60 new fighter aircraft. Sure enough, it's the pretty country fighters. They're so arrogant that they're rampaging through our airspace again, completely disregarding us. It seems that the lesson given to them is still too light. This time the enemy planes must not be allowed to leave. Pretty country really doesn't know how to repent, and after suffering a big loss last time it still dares to come and violate our airspace. Zhou Guohua slammed his fist on the table in anger. Immediately send someone out in a J-50 fighter to shoot down this invading enemy plane. Zhou Jinlong decisively gave the order. Please wait. Lin Hai immediately spoke out to stop it. What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhou Jinlong was puzzled. This drone can't carry missiles, but I've added a laser cannon. It's a bit less powerful, but it's still fine against a fighter jet. Moreover, the drone controlled by Kuer is only more than 200 kilometers away from the other side, so it can arrive in the blink of an eye, and it's more effective than taking off a new type of fighter plane. Lin Hai said. What? Letting drones take on enemy fighters? Is that even possible? We'll see if it works. Just try it. The F-60 fighter's top speed won't be more than Mach 7. I'm guessing it'll be around Mach 5 or so. Even if the drones can't bring down the enemy, it's not too late to send out another J-50 fighter. Enemy planes are guaranteed not to escape, Lin Hai said with a smile. Good. If this drone can even bring down the enemy's main fighter, I'll personally give you credit for it. Zhou Jinlong said with incomparable excitement. Kagome, connect to the quantum radar and go after it to take the enemy plane down. No problem. Zhou Kuer increased the drone's speed to the extreme, and it actually did break through Mach 10. The people in the room looked dumbfounded. My God, drones can break Mach 10 high speeds. That's outrageous, isn't it? You can't go wrong with radar test speeds. It's absolutely true. A young man can build such an advanced drone. How can we old guys be embarrassed? Zhou Jinlong shocked. The mood of the cool cannot, cheerfully said words. This is a good thing. Young people can exceed us, we should be happy. Only then will the country's technology be able to grow. That's right, I agree with that. If all the young people could reach this level, we in China wouldn't care about the West's suppression at all. At the high speed of Mach 10, a distance of 200 kilometers was reached almost in the blink of an eye. The fighter jet Williams was proudly flying reconnoitered the military base, while making small talk with the commander of their base. I'm almost over the military base, and Wasia hasn't reacted half-heartedly so far. Once I've recorded all the terrain, I'll lower my altitude to give them a run for their money. If I don't humiliate them a bit before I leave, it wouldn't be a wasted visit. That's strange. According to this, it looks like the Chinese radar can't detect our stealth fighters at all. How did you shoot down our scout plane before? It must be that those two pilots made operational errors and deliberately exaggerated China's military strength in order to get rid of their responsibilities. I'll be sure to interrogate those two pilots later. Also take extra care on your end to stay safe and return to the ship as soon as things get bad. Got it. I'm not going to be shot down by the Chinese Air Force, and they won't be able to do it in another 100 years. Before the words were out of his mouth, an object flew past. Williams gave a big scare, rushed to check the plane's radar, which shows nothing. I'm still so nervous that I'm hallucinating, but it's over 20,000 meters high. The Chinese fighter jets can't even fly here. Zhou Qier maneuvered the model airplane and brushed head-on with the pretty country fighter. Sure enough, it's a fighter from a pretty country. Shoot it down immediately. The other searching troops were ordered to move out immediately and cordon off the scene after shooting down the enemy aircraft. Never let the pilot escape. Zhou Guohua immediately gave instructions. Watching the enemy's planes flying with incomparable arrogance, Zhou Guohua hated his teeth. Yes, Zhou Qier remotely controlled the drone to meet it at an extremely fast speed. Kuer, turn on the invisibility function. Don't be discovered by the enemy, Lin Hai reminded. Got it. Zhou Qier turned the invisibility function on. Originally, drones were relatively small and difficult to detect on radar, plus extremely good stealth features. Even when it came to heal, the enemy didn't notice. Zhou Qier controlled the drone to not far behind the enemy aircraft. You can get a very clear picture. Look, the enemy planes are loaded with cameras that detect all directions. I guess this time I came over just to film how we shot down their fighter, Lin Hai said, pointing at the screen. That's right. It's a good thing you had Kagome turn on her invisibility ahead of time. But then again, it's been this close and the enemy hasn't reacted, which means their radar can't even detect the drone. How did you do this? Even the drone's stealth function is so well done. Gotta hurry up and produce this drone. With this drone, we can secure our airspace. Not only is it inexpensive to build, but it performs amazingly well. The most important thing is the simple structure of the parts, which is much easier than producing the J-50. All the experts at the scene were extremely shocked by the performance of the new drone. Chapter 19 easily shot down. It shouldn't be a problem to produce drones for a short period of time. With our own production technology, we'll be able to build a production line soon. Lin Hai replied dryly. I've locked on to the enemy. I'm going to prepare to fire, Zhou Qier reminded. There's no need to wait. Shoot down the enemy aircraft immediately. I'll be responsible for all the consequences. Zhou Jinlong dryly gave the order. Zhou Qier no longer had any hesitation and directly opened her attack. A laser shot directly into the enemy plane's engine. Boom! The pretty country fighter exploded in the tail, with only one engine left working. Fighter flight became very erratic. Williams was horrified, struggled to maneuver the fighters to maintain balance. Anxious and sweating. What the hell is going on here? Why is the fighter suddenly malfunctioning? Commanders at the military base also noticed problems with the fighter jets. Hurriedly, he asked loudly, what exactly happened on your side? Was it attacked by the enemy? Report, I have found no signs of an attack. It's possible that the fighter jet's engine malfunctioned and exploded. I'll prepare to return immediately. Williams never looked the same again as he did when he was so spirited. He didn't dare to land in China. Gotta fly to the Little Days International Field quickly, or be able to land at a military base in the stick country as well. Never let the fighters fall into the hands of China. If China had done disassembly research, it might have learned some techniques and we would no longer be able to stay ahead of the game. Then hurry up and return to flight. Damn it, how did the engine explode when it was flying fine? Couldn't it be that the plane was shot down before that and actually had engine trouble? As there was no detection of Wasia attacking with missiles or fighters. They could never have imagined that it was Wasia who launched the attack. What's the situation on your end? Can you fly back with just one airplane engine? The officer in command at the moment was incredibly worried, afraid that the airplane would not fly back to land in China. Don't worry, I can definitely fly the plane back with my piloting skills. Although this reconnaissance mission was a failure, the stealth of our fighters is particularly good, and China doesn't even know about it. Williams replied. Just as he spoke, the plane's other engine was shot up again. The fighters lost power completely. Williams was completely flustered. The fighters are landing quickly. Even if his piloting skills were superior, he couldn't fly the fighter back without power. Report to base, the second engine has exploded as well. I was no longer able to pilot the fighters back into the air and had to turn on the fighter's self-destruct mechanism. Make sure you get me back, Williams shouted eagerly. How is this possible? Our fighters have been tested for a long time. It doesn't make sense that there would be such a huge flaw. You should hurry up and parachute to escape, and you must remember not to say anything after being captured by the Dragon Army, which will immediately intervene with China to get you back. You'll be court-martialed if you reveal any secrets. Don't worry, I won't say anything even if I get caught, Williams said in a hurry. As I watched the plane land at breakneck speed, I didn't have a chance to escape if I didn't. Had to turn on the ejection escape. The next moment, the fighter jet exploded in the air. The missiles carried were so powerful that they blew the fighters to pieces. Zhou Jinlong was very excited and slammed his fist into his hand. Well done. You've done it again. That's awesome. Taking down enemy fighters with just drones. The performance of this drone is amazing. It must be mass-produced and rolled out to the entire army. With such advanced fighters, we will never have to worry about the threat of pretty countries again. No matter how many fighters the platoon comes to scout, we'll be able to shoot them down. At this point, I'm afraid the pretty countries' pilots are still in a daze and have no idea how their plane was shot down. That's right, the first time I blew out the engine of an enemy plane, the other didn't immediately flee. Coupled with having excellent stealth and an exceptionally long attack range, the pilots of the pretty country couldn't detect the drones at all. Maybe he thought something paranormal had happened, Lin Hai said with a smile. Send someone to arrest the pilot immediately. Remember, during the interrogation, never reveal that it was us who shot the fighter down. Ask for more information about them. Zhou Jinlong gave the order on the spot. The guardsmen immediately notified the army and told them to send their men to make the first arrest. The fact that the fighter jet exploded in the air alarmed the military. Zhou Guohua has already given the order to send people forward to search. That's a bit of a shame. If this fighter had crashed, we could have gotten some complete parts. This damn pilot even turned on the self-destruct device before escaping. Zhou Jinlong said regretfully. I don't think it matters anymore if we can get the complete wreckage of the airplane. Our new fighter jets are far more capable than pretty countries. What's the point of continuing to work on backward technology? Lin Hai said with a smile. You have a point. It's me who is always stuck in my old ideas. It always seemed like the pretty countries' fighters were very advanced, trying to get their technology. In fact, with the J-50 fighter you built, pretty countries' technology has fallen behind across the board. It was only then that Zhou Jinlong fully came to his senses. Pretty countries' advanced fighters are worthless in front of J-50. What's the point of studying their technology? Chukul quickly flew the drone back and landed it without incident. Take the AR glasses off. Excitedly, he ran towards Zhou Jinlong. Grandpa, did you see that just now? I shot down another enemy fighter. Zhou Jinlong looked at his granddaughter with a face full of love. Well done. You have made another war achievement for the country. This credit must be given to you. No, I think it's Lin Hai who deserves the most credit. If he hadn't been able to create such an advanced drone, I wouldn't have been able to bring down the enemy fighters. The biggest credit should still go to Lin Hai. Don't worry. Our country won't miss anyone who makes a merit. I will immediately report Lin Hai's merits to the state, and the rewards and honors that should be given must be given. You maneuvered the drone to shoot down the enemy plane. You also made a war achievement. No need to be modest, Zhou Jinlong said. Prior to that, the Supreme Chief had given instructions. Whoever can shoot down an enemy plane will immediately be promoted 3 times in a row. Unfortunately, neither Lin Hai nor Zhou Qir had joined the army yet. It can only be exchanged for other rewards and glories. Great. Now we've all done our country a favor. Zhou Qir excitedly grabbed Lin Hai's arm. Yeah, I feel very honored too, Lin Hai said. Chapter 20 Pretty Country is in deep As a result of this test, it was determined that the new radar could detect enemy aircraft and had many additional features. With the new radar, the pretty country will be the first to detect any further invasion by airplanes. As long as a new type of missile is developed again, if enemy planes dare to come to invade, they can be shot down directly with missiles, which is even more convenient. It was also discovered that Linhai's drones were superb. It's much easier to produce a small drone than a complex fighter like the J-50. It added several advanced equipment to Xia at once. The Chinese side was happy, but the pretty country's military was furious. They watched their plane crash and there was nothing they could do about it. And the cameras on the plane did not detect any attack. So they all think that their own airplane must have a quality problem. Damn it. What the hell is the R&D department doing? They still have the nerve to say that the new fighter they're working on is the most advanced in the world. Can't even guarantee quality issues. Immediately send diplomatic officials to negotiate with China and make sure Williams is picked up quickly. He's the ace pilot of our base and has tons of information. It must never fall into the hands of China for a long time. The Ministry of Defense in the pretty country heard the news coming from the base in the little daylight country. Could have pissed off their defense minister. Called the director of aerospace as well as the chief designer of the F-60 over for a rant. Throw the report information directly in front of them. Open your eyes, all of you, to the enormous safety hazards of the F-60 fighter you developed. 2 engines automatically explode during reconnaissance, and look what you've done. It was sworn at the time that it was the most advanced fighter in the world. It's a shame that we can't even guarantee flight safety now. Chief Designer Thompson was filled with disbelief. There is absolutely no way that the new fighters I designed could have quality problems. It is important to realize that this new fighter has been very rigorously tested and can fly normally even in very extreme environments. Not to mention it's been in production for over a year now and there have never been any accidents. This has proven the quality of the F-60 fighter is up to snuff. The pretty country's space chief also immediately said, "That's something I can attest to, that the F-60 won't have any quality problems." Pretty defense minister was straight up pissed off and laughing. The evidence is in front of you guys and you still have the nerve to talk tough. Look at the video taken. While on a reconnaissance mission in China, without any warning 2 engines exploded back and forth. And it was our ace pilot Williams who flew the fighters. You guys can't say it was an operator error on his part, can you? After saying that, he projected all the footage on the big screen. Every angle of the fighter can be seen very clearly. Everything was going very well when suddenly one of the engines exploded for no apparent reason. 10 seconds later another engine exploded again. The pilot's final panicked words of explanation can still be heard. The 2 men, the director of space and the chief designer, looked at each other in disbelief. All data on the airplane's maneuvers was reviewed and no irregularities were found. That's so strange. How did the engine explode when all the data was normal? Thompson was puzzled. This is not scientific at all. Since everything flew normally, there was no error in operation. There could not have been a problem with the engine. The director of the space agency explained with immense urgency. His brain CPU was burning out and he couldn't figure out what the problem was. What was happening in front of him was completely beyond his knowledge. There must be some quality problem you haven't taken care of. I'll give you 3 days to have to find it out. We have produced several F-60 fighters and they are so expensive to build. If there is a quality problem, even shooting you won't make up for your fault. The Minister of Defense glared hard at the 2 of them and cursed. The 2 men shrank in fear, realized that the problem is very serious. We're going to test the airplane right away to troubleshoot quality issues. Come up with a solution as soon as possible. Thompson had no choice but to stall as long as he could. If there is a real problem, it's not hard to research a solution. But the biggest problem is that they have no idea where the airplane engines have quality problems. What should I change if I can't find the problem? All of you get the hell out of here. I have to keep wiping your asses. The Secretary of Defense did not give the 2 men the slightest bit of face. Once the 2 men had lumbered away, the pretty defense minister called for his men again. The news that our fighter crashed in China must be completely sealed. Absolutely no news media coverage whatsoever. Also have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs put pressure on Xia to get the pilots back as soon as possible, no matter what it takes. Yes, I'll get right on it. Pretty country thinks he's done a drop in the bucket. But Xia doesn't spoil them. The pretty country's fighter jets have invaded China again, and the whole world must be made to realize their ugly faces. The military quickly captured the pretty country pilot while photographing the wreckage of the plane crash. Get all the information online. The spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs cursed and condemned the invasion of Chinese airspace by the pretty country. A wrecked fighter jet from a pretty country has been found in our central military region. According to the comparison of the wreckage of the plane should be the most advanced F-60 fighter of the beautiful country. The cause of the crash is still unknown, but we have found the pilot who flew the fighter, and we're told it's Williams, the ace pilot of the pretty country military base. We strongly condemn the violation of our airspace by a beautiful country. At the same time, according to the speculation of relevant experts, the latest type of F-60 fighter aircraft of the pretty country is likely to have huge defects. Engines explode in flight. Although it is condemning the invasion of the pretty country, the words are telling of the fatal flaws of the pretty country's new warplanes. Could explode at any time during normal driving. The news immediately triggered a massive public outcry, with netizens all over the world reprinting it. Pretty country is so evil to violate another country's airspace again. Ha ha ha. Seeing this news really made me laugh. Isn't pretty country arrogant? Their fighter jets have huge flaws. It doesn't even have to be dealt with specifically. It just crashes on its own. What do those touting the pretty country have to say now when they don't even want quality for great performance? The quality of the pretty country's warplanes is too poor, isn't it? It seems that Wasia has always said that they are paper tigers, and it's true. It also bragged about being the world's most powerful fighter jet, and it turns out it explodes on its own in flight. For a moment, all public opinion hit the hot seat. All flirting with the pretty country. Especially those countries that have been suppressed and hurt by the pretty country are clapping their hands. Chapter 21 Orders from the Pakistani state. Just a few days ago, the pretty country's fighters crashed, and they blamed it on a sneak attack by Wasia. I think it's just that they crashed their own plane and then framed Wasia. The pretty country is so shameless, and the little days country also cooperates with them to frame other countries. They were never any good in the first place. All they think about is starting wars to bully other countries. I hope Wasia becomes strong and can't let them do whatever they want. The pretty country didn't think that Wasia would dare to bring things to light. It makes them incredibly passive. The deterrent effect of the new F-60s on the international scene has declined dramatically. After all, a fighter jet that could crash on its own at any moment is not even in fear. By now, it had all alarmed the president of the pretty country, with angry orders to get the situation investigated. But their space experts stayed up all night troubleshooting the problem and found nothing. Everything is perfectly normal for a fighter jet. Can't really figure out what the problem is. I've got my hair out and I still can't find a solution. More than anything, it pissed off the higher-ups. Almost every day they would call them over and give them a hard time. The F-60s in all the military districts are also afraid to take off easily, and all of them are sealed. Fear that another fighter jet crash will affect the pretty country's deterrence around the world. The Chinese side has stepped up the speed of production and research and development. Rewards were given to Lin Hai and Zhou Qir for their merits. Only this matter needs to be kept secret and medals can only be given out in secret. Give both men the honor of first-class honors. Another $5 million in cash was rewarded to Lin Hai. Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua were asked to keep Lin Hai safe. Such talent should be reused. Since then, the country has been building production lines for new radars and drones at breakneck speed. Lin Hai returned home, turned on his computer, and watched the news. Pretty country has been a lot more honest lately because of all the negative issues. Don't dare fly F-60s to scout other countries anymore. But lately the three countries of the Arakanese state have become restless. With the covert support of the pretty country, it began to plot to seize the 97th region of China. The army was also sent to fight against the PDA. Wanted to try to annex the Beitiatus in one fell swoop and incorporate it into their territory with the support of the pretty country. Deliberately causing friction along the border between the two countries, it has sparked small-scale wars every other day. Although the armies of the PDA countries fought valiantly, their economy was so poor that they were a long way behind in weapons and equipment, and their armies were no match for those of the three Arab countries. Several friction wars have been fought at a great loss to the PA. Had it not been for the large amount of weapons aided by Huaxia, the PDA would have been unable to support itself long ago. But the three Arab countries also have advanced weapons supported by beautiful countries, and become more and more arrogant and attack more and more fiercely. No, I have to think of a way to help the Beitiatsu nation and give them something useful, Lin Hai said to himself. A message suddenly popped up in the online store. It's a client of the BSA. Hello, how can I help you? Lin Hai immediately sent a message to the other party. Hello? We heard that this store can customize all kinds of model airplanes. Is that true? That's right. What kind of model airplanes would you like? Please? We want to customize a batch of drones that fly at least 1,000 meters high, have a range of more than 30 kilometers, and fly at a speed of more than 800 kilometers per hour. And a dropping device is to be installed on the drone. Lin Hai looked at the other party's request and immediately guessed that the other party intended to use it for military purposes. What kind of unit are you? It's not for war, is it? That's right, we're the military of the PDA. It's fighting against the 3 countries of the Arakanese. Although regular military drones are better, they are just too expensive. Seeing that the data of the drones in your store is good and can initially satisfy the military, so we want to order a batch from you. The other side did not hide its purpose. After all, Huaxia has a very good relationship with the BSA, and as long as it is known that the BSA is at war, even private companies will provide full support. Lin Hai asked about the other party's identity and became excited. No problem, I can fulfill all the requests you have made, and I can double the performance if I can add some money. And add more useful features. But such a drone needs a unit price of 10,000 Huaxia coins. Is it acceptable? You also feel that the other side is simply too demanding. Fighting a war on the front lines simply doesn't work if the performance is too poor. What do you mean? There's also added invisibility? Great. 10,000 Chinese dollars is 10,000 Chinese dollars. We're ordering 100 drones. But asking for a week to produce it, can it be done? It won't take a week. It'll be shipped in 5 days. However, the store does not accept credit and must be paid in full. But you don't have to worry, you can check our store's previous transaction records. There are a lot of international orders and there has never been a default. Okay. Trust you. Make sure you produce it for us as soon as possible. We're in a bad situation over here. The other party was also very quick and very trusting to call the money over. After all, this is the Ali International Trading Platform with official certification. There is absolutely no need to worry about the security of the transaction. Lin Hai was energized when he saw that the money had arrived. As long as we can deal with San, this order must be fulfilled properly. Ding! Tech system alert. 1 million orders received. 10,000 tech points awarded. Recommend suitable technical drawings for the host for drone production. Low-end stealth drone. Speed of Mach 1.5. Maximum flight altitude of 3,000 meters. Worldwide procurement costing 3,000 Huaxia coins. Can carry 3 small grenades. Carries a small missile and has an attack strike capability. Lin Hai was overjoyed when he heard the system prompt. This tech system is timely. Immediately, he came to the studio, summon the super processing platform, and turn on the universal procurement function. Instantly, Lin Hai's account was deducted 300,000 costs. All materials were successfully procured. The super machining platform began to process automatically. At this moment in the military department of the Beishiatsu state, a procurement officer breathed a deep sigh of relief. There was a look of excitement on his face. Take a copy of the information and report it immediately to your superiors. Reporting to the commander, a Chinese factory has taken our drone order and can customize the drones to our specifications. Not only is it cheaper, but the performance and functionality of the drone exceeds our requirements by a lot. The frontline commander of the PA was full of haggard faces. With the support of the beautiful country and a large number of advanced weapons, the 3 Arab countries have been attacking with great momentum, inflicted a large number of casualties on the PAF. And the pretty country has also united with the entire West as well as its allies to put pressure on the rest of the world not to allow any military assistance to the PAK or else they will be sanctioned jointly by them. This has led to a serious shortage of military weapons in the PNA. Chapter 22. Still thought to be a liar. Although there is a strong support from China, it is not possible to donate weapons for free without any limitations. Donate a bunch to them and you'll need to buy the rest yourself. But the PA can't afford such a huge military expenditure. Coupled with the fact that the pretty countries were in a joint blockade of Huaxia, Huaxia was also under tremendous pressure. To add to the situation in the PDA. That's why the PAF state has begun to focus on civilian ventures, hoping to purchase civilian drones for modification that can play some role on the battlefield. But many civilian businesses are also controlled by pretty countries. As long as the technology or accessories provided by the pretty country are used, they are not allowed to be sold to the PAA countries. Either the performance of the drone does not meet the requirements for use, and it can only be used as a living target in the battlefield. The frontline commander was also very happy once He heard that a Chinese company had finally taken their order. But after reading the order information, he frowned again. That's not right. So many advanced features add up to only 10,000 huaxia coins? There can't be a mistake somewhere. Can there? It shouldn't be wrong. I see that this store has an exceptionally good reputation and does tons of international orders. It's specialized in all kinds of models and the reviews are pretty good. You can't be careless. There are a lot of online stores whose reputation ratings are brushed and specialized in deceiving customers. They get orders and then they roll up their money and disappear, never to be contacted again. How much did you pay them? This online store is demanding full payment. $1 million Chinese dollars have been called. It's nonsense. You must have been fooled by the other side. Hurry up and call the police and get your money back. Maybe it's not too late to call the police. I'm afraid this won't work. The person who signed the order was taken aback and stammered. A contract has already been signed, and at the moment we don't have any evidence to prove that the other party is a fraud. Even if we call the police on the Chinese side won't file a case. You're an idiot. You're just going to die of stupidity. A few days later, the other party would have long since run off with the money and couldn't be found to sign a contract with the other party with such obvious loopholes. If this $1 million Chinese dollars goes down the drain, I'll have you removed and court-martialed. Don't you think about it. How in the world can something like this happen? I'm afraid that selling you such an advanced drone for $10,000, even if it was $100,000, wouldn't be enough to cover the cost. The officer in charge of procurement also realized that something was wrong. The heart grew apprehensive. It didn't even dare to take the initiative to contact Lin Hai. Fear of spooking a snake and disappearing with the money. I just hope that in a week's time, I'll get my shipment. Even if the quality of the drones given to them was poorer, they were more or less able to deliver and keep their official positions. Lin Hai took 2 days vacation directly in order to catch up with the order. Working day and night, it took only 2 days to produce 100 drones. I've been reading in the news for the past couple of days that the PDA is losing ground in the confrontation. The 3 countries deployed a large number of tanks, artillery, and other heavy weapons, and the PDA was powerless. Lin Hai was also very anxious, even backed up the money and shipped it by air. 100 drones packed together doesn't take up much space. And look at the shape of the material are plastic, even the customs inspection, a glance looks like a toy model. A drone like that would be lucky to fly a few meters high, and it's impossible to use as a weapon. So it passed the inspection easily. Anyone who doesn't know this plastic is very strong and has much superior properties to many alloys. It also allows for significant weight reduction and increased speed and range. Most importantly, this composite plastic has higher signal strength and is highly resistant to interference. After the smooth shipment, Lin Hai sent a message to the other party. The order has been successfully completed and 100 customized drones were shipped using air freight. It arrives at the airport in 5 hours, so please receive it promptly. The officer who placed the order was pleasantly surprised to see the news, hurriedly replying, "Thank you so much. I didn't realize your production speed was so fast." Knowing the urgency of your situation on the battlefield, the factory is producing 24 hours a day just to buy you more time. I hope these drones help. Remember to support our business more if you use it well. No problem. After concluding the conversation, the procurement officer rushed to the theater commander to report the good news. Coming before the commander with a joyful face, he said loudly, "Reporting to the commander, there is good news that drone manufacturer is not a fraud. It only took them 2 days to produce the order and ship it to us by air. It will be there in 5 hours. After saying that with a gorgeous face, he waited for the commander's praise. It seems that the commander was overly concerned and the merchants on Ali's platform are very reliable. Whereas the commander's face became even more somber. Don't you get it, you dumbass? It's blind to use a guy like you for procurement. Think about it with your pig brain. If you produce 100 drones in 2 days, will the quality be good? Can they meet our requirements? It's probably just an airplane toy that came out of that toy factory. Now I'm absolutely certain you've been had. Such a drone would cost at most a few $100s or even cheaper to purchase in China. It can't be used as a weapon at all. They're giving you regular shipments, but only to keep us from calling the police." Huh? How could this be? Huaxia has such a good relationship with us. Why would they lie to us like this? There are so many people in China. Most of them are friendly to us. Also, do not exclude there are individual bad people. Maybe there's a chance that the person taking the order is a Westerner, deliberately luring us in. Well then, forget about this order. Better think fast about how to buy some weapons from other countries. With successive losses on the front battlefields, even the theater commander has lost the mood to punish procurement officers. If he keeps fighting like this, he'll be punished by going to the front lines of the battlefield to redeem himself. The officer in charge of procurement also thought he was being cheated. The mood was very low. But think about it, this is 100 drones after all. Now that it's been sent, you can't just drop it off at the airport and not want it. Even if the quality is worse, selling the lot will at least cut some losses. Got 2 guys to drive ahead and pick up the load. It didn't take long to pull the drone into the military area. When I opened the package, I was even colder. Although the drone looks well made, but seeing that the shell is all plastic, isn't it just an ordinary toy? Damnable adulterer. How dare you deceive even us? If it falls into my hands, I will surely break you into pieces. The purchasing officer was furious, not even in the mood to test performance. Waving his hand toward the others, he said, "It's true that cheap goods are no good, $10,000 for a toy. It's really a big loss. You guys find a toy merchant and ask how much you can acquire a drone like that and get rid of it all." Chapter 23. So it's not a liar. Chinese businessmen are really treacherous. I think it's better to call the police to arrest him. The others were also very angry. How can this be reported to the police? The name of the person's online store was originally a simulation toy model and it was shipped to us. Even if we call the police, we have no proof of being cheated. Forget it, let's buy a lesson. In the future, when docking to purchase military materials, you still have to look for large companies or directly approach national government departments. Private companies are not reliable at all. There was a soldier who loved to play with drones. Unpacked it and wanted to play it first. It also specifically found a good reason. Even if we sell it, we have to know how fast and how high this drone can fly, right? Having real data allows for better negotiations. Others thought it made sense. Watch him maneuver the drone from the sidelines. It's a toy, but even the AR glasses come with it, so it's still well made. If it flies fast enough, I think it could still fetch a couple $1,000s. While maneuvering, evaluate the quality of the drone. Just as it began to maneuver, the drone whooshed straight up into the sky and disappeared in front of it in the blink of an eye. The rest of the scene was taken aback. This drone is taking off way too fast, isn't it? Simply stunned. Have controlled military drones that didn't take off this fast. Not only does it take off fast, the noise is exceptionally low. It's not easy to be detected by the enemy in advance. The soldier operating the drone wowed with excitement. "Oh my God! The performance of this drone is so awesome. The AR glasses are also very high definition and I didn't feel any signal delay at all." The others also realized that they seemed to have thought wrong at first. The flight speed of this drone alone is no worse than the performance of any military drone. Test the drone to the limits of its performance to meet product requirements? It didn't take long for the test results to come in. It is even better than what was requested in a previous order. Both the flight speed and distance as well as the weight carried exceed the product requirements by more than 10%. The commander of the front line is holding an emergency meeting. The army of the Three Kingdoms has advanced another 30 kilometers. If they get over the big mountains, we will completely lose all our advantages and be even less of a match for them. Hurry up and think of a way to stop the advance of the mechanized forces of the Three Kingdoms no matter what. We are desperately short of heavy weapons, not to mention air superiority. Bringing artillery to the front line also exposes us to bombing by enemy planes, and there is simply no way to cope with it. The frontline commander's face was grim, a cold aura emanating from his gaze. If it's not possible, then form a death squad and use explosives to blow up the enemy tanks. Whatever the cost, the enemy must not be allowed to go over the mountains. The officers present were astonished. Forming death squads means there will be huge casualties, and there may not be a 100% guarantee of winning. If it fails and there are large numbers of casualties, how will it be accounted for to the nation? If it gets out into the international arena again, the morale of the PAF will take a serious hit. This decision must be careful. The enemy's firepower is too strong. Even daredevil teams are difficult to approach. We don't have any way back anymore? Huaxia has been stared down by a coalition of Western countries, and it's impossible to send troops to support us at this time. Only by fighting to the death could there be a chance of survival. Tell the fighters that they must never retreat, even if they fight to the last man. If everyone dies in battle, I will also take my weapon to the battlefield. The frontline commander had a sad face. It leaves everyone in awe. Even the commander had said so what did they have to complain about? The only way to serve your country is to fight to the death. The commander is right. If there are no mountains to stop us and we are crossed by the enemy army, we will never have a chance to resist again. Set up a death squad to give them a fight. Absolutely cannot admit defeat. I don't believe that we can't defeat the three kingdoms. Let them pay if they dare to bully us. Reporting a major discovery. A soldier darted in and out of the office with a drone. The eyes of the crowd all looked at him. Don't you know that an important meeting is being held? What else could be so important that it has to be reported at this time? Reporting to the commander, the performance of the drones purchased from Huaxia is beyond imagination. It's not at all just a toy like we thought. The other side is not deceiving us. The soldier gasped, very excited. The commander drew himself to his feet. What did you say? Get it straight. Here's the thing, we were going to want to test the airplane. If the performance is too poor, sell it to a toy dealer to make up for the loss. I didn't expect a drone that looks like a toy but has amazing performance, can reach a maximum flight speed of Mach 1.5, a maximum altitude of more than 3,000 meters, is capable of carrying 3 grenade bombs, and can also mount small missiles. After hearing the soldier's words, all of them were shocked and dumbfounded. Commander, with this drone you can even carry larger bombs for bombing enemy tanks and artillery. Even ordinary enemy fighter jets and helicopter gunships can be easily shot down. Come on, let's hurry up and take a look, and if it's really what you guys say it is, put it into battlefield use immediately. Just now the meeting was full of sadness, planning to die with others. I didn't expect to peak so soon, and the performance of the drone bought from Huaxia was so powerful. The sudden good news gave everyone confidence. On the front line of the AS, the soldiers of the AS were all very proud. After so many years of fighting with the Ba'athist state, it has never been able to take advantage of anything. With the support of the pretty country, get a lot of advanced weapons and hold Huaxia even more in check. This one launched an offense that won consecutively and had everyone drifting. The next attack will be directly over the mountains, and it will hit the plains of the Bart country. This war will surely merge the Beishiatsu state into our map. Once we defeat the Beishiatsu state, we can clean up Huaxia next, to take back Area 97. Ha ha ha, I can already imagine the soldiers of the Beishiatsu country shivering now. They are simply unbeatable without the support of Huaxia. Soon the soldiers of the ASS were given the order to attack again. Fighter jets and helicopter gunships took off and all kinds of heavy weapons were driven to the front line. They intend to use fire strikes to repel the soldiers of the BATF in one fell swoop. Each face was incredibly excited, thinking that victory was in sight. Charge! Let the soldiers of the Beishiatsu nation tremble at our feet. At the word of command, the tank battleships pushed forward at full speed. Suddenly a slight buzzing sound was heard in the sky, as if bees were hovering. A black object fell from the air, hitting the tank accurately. Boom! Chapter 24. The Great Exhibition. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions followed one another, the bombs landing accurately on the tanks and armored vehicles. The armored car was blown apart on the spot and all the soldiers inside were killed. Tanks have a bit more defense. But as usual, it shook the heads of the people inside, even losing their hearing for a short time. If one bomb isn't enough, then 2 bombs, 3 bombs. Soon all the tanks and armored vehicles in front were destroyed. The helicopter gunships were hit immediately afterward, detonating in the air and falling rapidly. What's going on? What's happening up front? The frontline commanding generals of the 3 kingdoms were angry and anxious, their faces full of puzzlement. Such a precise attack doesn't even look like a cannonball. Not to mention the fact that the PA has almost lost air control, and as soon as the artillery assembles, it immediately suffers an airstrike from them. If planes were sent to bomb them, radar would surely show it. But their radar didn't pick up the fact that the PAF had sent out warplanes. Very puzzled by the sudden blow, the advance cast of heavy troops suffered heavy losses and the charge of the ATA forces came to an abrupt end. Rush to send fighters to the front to check out the situation. After a round of bombing, 30 tanks, more than 20 armored vehicles, and 13 helicopter gunships of the ASS were destroyed. After dropping all the bombs, the drone quickly returned. Found out that the range can actually be used for another 3 round trips. This surprised the frontline commanders and officers of the PDA. It's me who misunderstood Huaxia. I didn't expect to sell us so many advanced weapons at a low price. This must be the latest military drone developed by Huaxia. Otherwise, it couldn't have been so strong and outstanding. Thank you so much to Huaxia. It must be that Huaxia knows that we are in a difficult situation, so it secretly aids us in this way. Definitely, No more powerful toys and models could have such a strong performance. If you want to defeat the three kingdoms, you really have to rely on Huaxia's support after all. Stop standing around. Immediately load the drones with bombs and continue the attack. Destroy all their heavy weapons. When you come across a crowded place, you throw a bomb into the crowd and blow up a bunch of AA soldiers. Next, the army of the three kingdoms felt as if they were in hell. Not prepared at all, bombs fell from the sky, and they picked on crowds of soldiers. All armored vehicles, tanks, transports, artillery, all are prime targets for attack. There were even several fighters shot down. After a long fight, this realized that the PA was actually using a very small drone. Small and fast, but can carry a lot of bombs. Can't hit, can't chase, can't spot, can only be beaten. In less than half a day, all the heavy weapons were all destroyed, and the soldiers suffered more than 2,000 casualties. The morale of the entire army had been completely shattered, and many of the frontline soldiers had fled in terror. The commanding general had no choice but to order a retreat. The BTP's army took advantage of the opportunity to launch a countercharge and drive the AT army 100 miles away. Only then did the army retreat and report back to their superiors. None of the governments of the PDA expected the victory to come so suddenly. Knowing that they were even prepared to raise their country to fight the war, they didn't realize that relying on a batch of drones could backfire. Happily, the news was immediately announced to the world. Hearing that the Beishiatsu nation had actually won a major battle left everyone overwhelmed. It's unbelievable that the PDA has defeated all the three countries of the Arab world. Isn't it? Weren't they all losing ground before? How come all of a sudden they're winning big? Ha ha ha. It seems that San is just a tough talker, fighting a very trashy war completely solid. Good job. Just need to teach San a hard lesson. Possessing such a great advantage under which even the Batai country can't be defeated. San even dares to mess with Huaxia. In the end, who gave them the courage? All over the internet, the entire country is making a snide remark about the ASA. The top brass of the ASS are simply furious. Their troop strength is more than 5 times that of the PA, and their military equipment of all kinds is far superior to that of the PA. I can't believe I've suffered such a big defeat. Almost shot all the commanders on the front line. It was only after inquiring that we learned that the PA actually used drones that had never been seen before. This made the three countries immediately realize that the drones must have been provided by Huaxia. Because I'm afraid that no other country can produce such an advanced drone except for Huaxia and Pretty Country. It made the three countries angry and gnashing of teeth. It's Huaxia who has spoiled us again. Definitely can't let Huaxia get the better of us. Since it's no longer possible to attack the Beishiatsu kingdom, this time we'll join forces with the Pretty Kingdom to deal with Huaxia with all our might. Gotta buy weapons that restrain drones from pretty countries though. You can't take the same loss twice. The three countries of the AR counted all their anger on the side of China. Where do they know that the top brass of Huaxia are equally puzzled? During this period of time, in order to deal with the pretty country, Huaxia was very passive. It barely frees up its hands to explicitly support the PA. I can't believe that I defeated the three countries by myself or with fewer people. It's really shocking. Immediately after his victory, the president of the PDA expressed his gratitude to Huaxia. While talking to the Chinese Foreign Ministry, the drones supported by China were greatly appreciated. This left China's foreign minister in a daze. When did we ever aid your military drones? Immediately, the president of the Beishiatsu state turned his words around and said with a smile, "Understood. Huaxia has never assisted us with any weapons. This matter indeed cannot be leaked out." That day, procurement officials from the frontline military continued to contact Lin Hai from the internet. "The drones you provided to us were so good that the first time they were used on the battlefield, they defeated the army of the three kingdoms. We intend to purchase one more batch to prevent the next invasion by the AS state. The Ministry of Defense has granted us enough money this time, so we don't need to take care of us anymore, so let's just deal at the normal price." Immediately after its victory, the BSA got the relevant experts to evaluate the drones. It is thought that this drone will cost at least $300,000 to build, and the estimated price for external sales should be $500,000 or more. A drone is only sold for 10,000 Huaxia coins. It's like giving it away for nothing. This made them even more convinced that it was the Chinese government that had utilized this method to provide the weapons in order to help them. But they also know in their hearts that one cannot be insatiable. You can't always take advantage when you want to buy more drones. Lin Hai had also seen the news and was also very happy that the Batai country was able to win. "Congratulations on your victory. I've seen it on the news. But Lin Hai was still very puzzled. What did normal market price mean? Could it be that the other side is too cheap? Chapter 25. Another new client. Lin Hai quickly figured out the reason for this. The official impression of the Bart state has been raised considerably more. Although their country is poor, they're not always the ones to take advantage of it though. Lin Hai continued typing and inquired, "How many drones are you going to order this time?" "At least 500 more must be ordered." Lin Hai did some slight calculations and still decided to give them a more favorable price. "Since it's all said and done, 100,000 Chinese dollars a drone, what do you think?" Lin Hai knew that with the performance of this drone, even selling it for $1 million would be worth it. But by providing it to the PAF, you can fight the A3. Add to that the fact that the PA is already poorer and doesn't want excessive prices. The purchasing officer of the PA was so moved that he almost shed tears. In their opinion, 100,000 Chinese dollars is not even enough for the capital. The Chinese government is just too good to them. No problem. Just 100,000 Chinese coins to procure 500 drones. Without waiting for Lin Hai to speak, he directly called all $50 million. Lin Hai heard a text message alerting him that there was an extra $50 million in his card. The mood was suddenly great. The profit from this order made another $40 million. The PA procurement officer continued, "The money has been transferred. And again, thank you for your support. No need to be polite. The drones are good for introducing more customers will do." Lin Hai also sent a smiley face emoji. The PA procurement officer came to a realization. So China wants to sell this drone in the international arms market. Immediately replied, "Don't worry. We'll recommend this drone to more friendly countries and make sure we get you a few more customers. Also, the price of our purchase will be kept strictly confidential and will never be divulged to the public." Lin Hai then realized that even if this drone was sold for 100,000, the other party would consider it very cheap. Immediately decided to make a good inquiry about the price of military drones in the international market. Can't be sold too cheaply. Chatted for a while to set a delivery date. Since the BSA is out of danger for the time being, the delivery date does not have to be rushed. So just agree to deliver in a month. Lin Hai certainly agreed with this. The Camel country has a pretty good relationship with the Beishiatsu country, and I heard that the Beishiatsu country had won a big battle. Immediately come forward to contact. Not only was it to congratulate the PDA, but another purpose was to try to figure out the reasons for winning the war. Bataigua didn't hide it from them either. Not to mention that in talking to Lin Hai, he promised to help find new customers. Tell the Camel country it's because it bought a bunch of extremely capable military drones from China. That's what makes a big comeback on the battlefield. The performance and operational capabilities of the UAVs were appreciated by all. It gave Camelot Nation an immediate and intense interest. The whole Camel country is a big dog and makes more money than it can spend by selling oil. But they also have a very big headache. That is, there is a group of armed forces around that attack them regularly. Camelot is rich, but their army sucks at fighting. No matter how well equipped with advanced weapons, they were beaten by the armed forces. As soon as the enemy attacked, they immediately dropped their weapons and fled desperately. Dubbed by many netizens as the Transportation Brigadier. Therefore, the Camel country has also hired the military forces of the Botha state to fight against the hostile forces in order to protect the security of the country. A drone that can be operated remotely is simply the perfect weapon for the Camelot military. It only requires remote maneuvering to destroy the enemy and is completely lifeless. That's how they can get their soldiers to fight. Hurriedly asked for contact information and prepared to place an order in the online store. Badakuni told them that they would be contacted only in the evening and that no one would reply at any other time. Lin Hai came to school after he finished everything and realized that the students in his class were looking at him in a wrong way. "Lin Hai, when did you guys get together with Zhou Kier?" Lin Hai's good buddy Li Kuan walked forward and slapped Lin Hai on the table. Took Lin Hai by surprise. "What nonsense. Zhou Kier and I are just ordinary friends. Don't talk nonsense." Laughing my ass off. "A few days ago when school was over, I saw Zhou Kier pulling you away by the hand with my own eyes. How can you hold hands if you're not boyfriend and girlfriend? Also, you've been on vacation for the past 2 days. And Zhou Kier has been coming to class every day to look for you." "Huh? Zhou Kier came to see me in class? Why didn't she call me if something happened?" Li Kuan violently grabbed Lin Hai's neck and shook it vigorously. "You guys even have Zhou Kier's phone number and you're saying you're okay?" The eyes of the male students around them could literally kill. Lin Hai forcefully broke away from Lin Kuan's hand. What's gotten into you? Want to strangle me? I really want to strangle you to death. Zhou is my dream goddess. Such a good cabbage has been given to you. Li Kuan had a sad face. A deep sigh. But since you're my good buddy, I forgive you. You have to be good to Zhou. If you dare to let her suffer in any way, Laozi will definitely not spare you. What's all this mess? Lin Hai simply cried and laughed. Who the hell is spreading gossip here? But you have to pay more attention. Many of Zhou's admirers are ready to hunt you down. There must have been at least a couple dozen sets of people coming to see you in the last 2 days. I thought you were too afraid for your life to come to school. But you must be more careful when you come to class today. Dude can't protect you anymore either. Li Kuan patted Lin Hai's shoulder with a sympathetic face. Lin Hai suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. Zhou was not your average school flower and had tons of admirers in school. If word got out, they all thought they were in love with Zhou again. The consequences will be severe. For a moment, Lin Hai even had an urge to run away. No, I need to get something to protect myself before I do. Lin Hai quietly opened the technology system store. Look for weapons that can protect you. Single body mech requires 10,000 tech points, worldwide procurement costing 300 million Huaxia coins. Isn't this the Iron Man battle armor? It's pretty cool looking, and the power isn't bad. But wearing this thing to school is too much. A miniature laser gun that can penetrate 10 centimeters of steel and kill you in one move, that's definitely not going to work either. It's not like I'm an evil person. I can't just take out people when they come after me. Super Guard Watch. Nuclear energy battery for permanent powerful electricity. It can inspire the user to exert 10 times the power. And it can use a strong electric shock to attack enemies. Forms a lightning shield around the user, tearing through all attacks. I'll go, this thing is fine. It's not obvious when you wear it on your body. It has defense and attack power. It's perfect. Lin Hai looked at the price and sucked in a breath of cold air. Good guy. Redemption requires the consumption of 5,000 technology points and 50 million Chinese coins for worldwide purchase. Chapter 26 Threats from a Love Interest. Although it was said to be very expensive, it was still a very good deal in Lin Hai's opinion. First of all, this watch is so cool that watch lovers simply can't resist it. Secondly, the watch is really quite powerful. It's high-tech and very expensive, but it can save your life when it counts. He himself will do business abroad in the future and provide various advanced technologies to the country as well. Over time, there is a risk of being targeted by foreign spies. That's why Lin Hai must have some ability to defend himself. Although one could apply to have the military district send bodyguards 24 hours a day to protect one's safety. But that can lead to a very inconvenient life. It's too conspicuous wherever you go. Lin Hai didn't want to be such a conspicuous bag. Secondly, his own technology systems and processing platforms. Lin Hai didn't want to expose them either. It is better to ask for help than to ask yourself. Besides, you can afford to pay this money yourself. Lin Hai decided to get out of school and build the Super Guard Watch first. As Lin Hai was pondering, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm. Wow, it's Zhou. In our class again. Zhou is so pretty, worthy of being the school beauty of our school. It looks even better up close. It's mind-blowing. Lin Hai looked up and Zhou was waving at him. Instantly, he felt countless murderous auras shooting towards him. Lin Hai hurriedly rushed out and pulled Zhou to a place where no one was. What are you doing in our class? I was going to ask you, why haven't you come to school for the past 2 days? If I don't come today, I'm thinking of looking for you at your home, Zhou said. There's a bit of business at home that needs to be dealt with. It's a foreign order that's more urgent, so I took 2 days off. Lin Hai replied, do you want to find me for something? If you have something, you can just send me a WeChat or call me all you want. But don't come looking for me in the class from now on. I wasn't afraid of disturbing you by calling. Besides, coming over was to meet you and talk to you. Is this a sign that you resent me? Zhou was in a very low mood, watering her eyes.
Lin Hai instantly panicked.
It was mainly because Zhou had already sparked anger by coming to herself. The tone of his voice couldn't help but be a little more anxious. I didn't expect to make Zhou cry. The boys at school would flay themselves alive if this got out. You mustn't cry. I don't mean that. I don't know what's going on at school right now. But the rumor is that the two of us are in love. Those admirers of yours are literally eating me alive. I would have been able to explain. As a result, you came to me, further confirming the rumors out there. This whole thing is even more indefensible, Lin Hai hurriedly explained.
PFFT.
Zhou Qir suddenly laughed. Lin Hai was filled with confusion. What's going on here? Does being in a relationship with me make you feel so ashamed? Zhou Qir asked. That certainly won't happen. What worries me is that your admirers are afraid they'll eat me alive. Seeing Lin Hai was anxious to explain. Zhou Qir smiled and said, All right, I won't tease you. I came to find you because I want to tell you something. We in the Central Military Region are developing new tanks. All the tank experts will do everything possible this time to develop the most powerful tanks. Do you have any good suggestions or ideas? Go over there and mentor. In that case, no problem. I'll definitely go over and take a look. Lin Hai was also very interested in this. Tanks are all relatively low-end tech for a tech system. Production technology requires very few tech points to redeem and is very fast to produce with the super processing platform. Lin Hai mulled over whether or not to take the deal. My grandfather said that this weapons competition is not only about the face of the Central Military Region. If any of the military districts had good quality tanks, they would also have to sell them on the international market. Over the years, our Chinese military market share has been getting smaller and smaller, and all the experts are holding their breaths, wanting to develop a new type of tank with stronger performance.
Zhou Qir explained.
I see. Don't worry. I'll definitely provide as much help as I can. Well then, let's go to the Weapons Institute together when school is over. Lin Hai just returned to the classroom. Immediately, he felt countless killing auras. Take a few quick steps back to your seat. This whole thing is pretty much a mouthful. The boys in my own class are dying to kill me with their eyes. If the rest of the class found out, they'd come over and beat me up. I'll have to run for my life when school is over. Lin Hai secretly made up his mind. And it was decided that even if I stayed up at night, I had to make the super guard watch. Wait until school is out. The teacher had just finished saying class was over when Lin Hai ran out with a swish. See the teacher dumbfounded. Helplessly, he shook his head. Such a student is really hopeless. How can you think about studying when you're just thinking about going to play after school? Include Lin Hai directly among the poor students. Nowadays, students are becoming more and more rebellious, and they are simply too lazy to care about such students. The exams will never take care of that. Lin Hai ran to the door in one breath. The red flag sedan had been waiting early and went straight to the car. Luckily, the driver knew Lin Hai and didn't say anything. It was only a few moments later that Zhou Qir came over. Seeing Lin Hai in the car was a million times more surprising. How did you get here so fast? It's not because I'm worried about those suitors of yours that will come to block me after school? Lin Hai said without a good mood. How can you say that? This is a school no one dares to mess around. That's easy for you to say. I've had several waves of people launching warnings at me to stay away from you in between classes. So you promise? Are you kidding? Of course they won't agree. I'll let them have it one last time today. If they dare to find trouble with me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Hai said in a cold voice. In order to prevent from continuing to be pestered, Lin Hai decided to make an example of him tomorrow. How can you handle that many people on your own? Why don't I talk to Grandpa about sending you 2 guards? Zhou Qir also began to worry about Lin Hai's safety. Never. I can take care of this little thing myself. Are you still a hidden martial artist? It's a secret. If you don't say it, then I'll go see for myself. Zhou Qir said. It was impossible to watch someone else hurt Lin Hai no matter what. Come to the Tank Research Department of the Weapons Research Institute. The experts are all huddled together and are arguing heatedly. I didn't realize there were a few foreigners present. If we can't get what we want, then we'll resign. Without our technical support, Huaxia will never be able to break through the tank technology. Whether it's the fire control system or the engine, the core technology is in our hands. It's impossible for Huaxia to buy these technologies without paying a big price. The expert from Huaxia's face was unusually ugly. It was Huaxia that took you in during your most difficult times and gave you generous treatment. I'm paying you guys well enough now. How dare you leonize your conscience at such a critical juncture? Chapter 27. Threatening Huaxia, roll. Ha ha ha. How much is a conscience worth? We have to get enough benefits when we come out to work. It's true that we didn't have a good unit to take before, but not anymore. The arms companies in pretty countries are going to hire us back at a high price, much higher than what you're paying. If you want to get our technology, you need at least 1 billion Chinese dollars, plus an annual salary of up to 200 million Chinese dollars. Or we'll resign at once and go to the arsenal of the pretty country. You guys, You really are a bunch of heartless things. Don't think that the pretty country's arsenal will offer you a good deal. They're just trying to suppress our wasia. When you go back, you may not be able to get the promised salary. Although the Chinese expert was very angry in his heart, he still had that nature to persuade. The Weapons Research Institute cannot complete the development of a new generation of tanks on schedule if it loses these foreign experts. And the tanks produced could not meet the design requirements. There has to be a way to leave these people behind. But these foreign experts are not at all militant, eating up the fact that Huaxia desperately wants their technology. Even if there's a chance that pretty country's arsenal won't keep its word, you're in dire need of our technology at the moment, aren't you? Without us, Huaxia can't produce advanced tanks. In a confrontation with a pretty country, Huaxia will be at a disadvantage. Also, on the international arms market, your tanks are equally unsellable. Just by agreeing to our demands, we can improve the performance of the new Chinese tanks in order to have enough competitiveness in the international arena. But asking for $1 billion and a salary of $200 million a year is too much. There's no such outrageous salary in the whole world. The old expert was exasperated by his opponent. The foreign expert was full of smugness. This has nothing to do with us. Without our technical support, the tank program, which is more than halfway through its development, would have to come to a standstill. You still have to develop it from scratch. I'm afraid the wasted funds are going to be far more than $1 billion and our paychecks, right? You are robbing while the fire is burning. Who will dare to use you in the future if you don't keep your honor? Don't talk about these useless things, whether or not you will agree to our conditions. Give us a quick answer. If we don't agree, we'll leave today and return to pretty country immediately. The experts in China were exasperated, but there was nothing they could do. Spend a high price to hire a foreign technical experts did not expect the key time to turn against the water, taking advantage of the opportunity to extort. It is truly abominable. But the new tank project was about to be completed when the foreign experts suddenly gave up. Billions of dollars in research and development are on the line. Even if they were developed from scratch, there's no telling when the engine power and fire control system issues would be resolved. Although it is very reluctant, but things have to increase the budget and accept the other party's extortion. Lin Hai walked forward and said loudly, "Opening your mouth to ask for $1 billion, you're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. Where are you guys with no credibility to deserve such a high price? Who are you? There's no place for you to talk here." Seeing that Lin Hai was very young and even wearing a school uniform, the foreign experts didn't even put him in their eyes. To briefly introduce myself, my name is Lin Hai and I'm a current college student. It's also a technical advisor for the Central Military Region Weapons Research Institute. Lin Hai said. The 5 foreign technical experts looked Lin Hai up and down curiously, suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Simply laughing my ass off. The Weapons Research Institute of the Eastern Military Region of Huaxia actually hired a college student as a technical advisor. No wonder your weapons technology is so far behind our pretty country. It's been reduced to hiring current college students, which is ridiculous. China's top Weapons Research Institute has turned into this. It seems that in another 100 years China won't be a match for the pretty country. It seems we're still asking for less in price. I think we can ask for $2 billion in order to sell them the technology. Zhou Qir was very angry and reprimanded them. You frogs at the bottom of the well, you don't even know how powerful Lin Hai is. All of you put together are no match for one finger of his. Qir, take it easy. I'll tell them. Lin Hai was afraid that Zhou Qir would misspeak in her anger and spill the beans about the new fighter jet, and hurriedly snatched the words out of her mouth. Lin Hai said to the expert, "We have an old Chinese saying that those who are not of my race will have different hearts. There is nothing more to say to them. Since these people are willing to go, let them go, just let them go. Just give me $100 million and I promise to build you the most advanced tank in the world." Lin Hai had just finished speaking, and before the Chinese experts could reply, the foreign experts had already burst out laughing. How dare you say you can build an advanced tank? How about building a model tank? Just a milquetoast brat. How dare you say such big words? Do you realize that without us, the core technology of your tanks can never be upgraded? We've changed our minds, it has to be $2 billion to stay. Or we'll just leave. Then what are you waiting for? You guys just leave. Since Lin Hai said that he can build advanced tanks, he no longer cares about your technology. Zhou Qir trusted Lin Hai 100%. Being able to create the J-50 and top-of-the-line drones, Zhou Qir was absolutely confident that Lin Hai could also create advanced tanks. This is what you guys said. Don't regret it. I didn't realize that the Chinese Institute actually believed the words of a student. It's really ridiculous. We can't leave yet. We can't take charge of this matter. We have to report it to Dean Zhou. I'll give you my approval. Since you're not following the contract, you can just submit your resignations. Without the contract we hired, you people are no longer eligible to stay in China. Buy a plane ticket and leave immediately. Zhou Jinlong led the men over. Grandpa, you're here. Zhou Kur happily went over to greet her. Will this work? Are we going to pin all our hopes on this young man? Experts in tank research are not familiar with Lin Hai. After all, strict confidentiality is required among all departments. It was only known that Lin Hai was a technical advisor hired by the Fighter Jet Research and Development Department. The point is that there is no correlation in technology between fighters and tanks. Would it be okay to leave it to him to work on tanks? Zhou Jinlong turned to Lin Hai and inquired, Are you sure you can develop an advanced tank? Lin Hai stretched out a finger. Give me 100 million huaxia coins, and give me another week's time. Guaranteed to give you one of the most advanced tanks in the world. As soon as you find out anything you're not happy with, all your money will be refunded and compensated tenfold. Chapter 28. Nuclear-powered stealth electromagnetic cannon tanks. Zhou Jinlong's eyes glistened at the words. Lin Hai dared to put out big words to his face, so he naturally had enough certainty. $100 million would be a very good deal indeed for researching the most advanced tank in the world. At that moment, he agreed without thinking. Okay. Then, as you said, 100 million plus 1 week's time. By the way, there is one more thing, so that the semi-finished tanks also give me many parts can be used directly, the production speed is faster. No problem. These foreign technical experts have resigned anyway. There's no use for this tank semi. Since you're useful, feel free to take it. Zhou Jinlong simply agreed. Foreign experts were first incredulous. They looked at each other. Quick reaction. Thinking that he had seen through Zhou Jinlong's ploy. Tilting his head back and laughing again. He looked at Zhou Jinlong with a face full of mockery. Dean Zhou, I didn't expect that a person of your stature would still be acting in front of us. And with this guy saying he can build a state-of-the-art tank in a week, do you think we'll believe it? I have long heard that the Chinese are good at scheming. It's really an eye-opener to see it today. Deliberately looking for someone to say they can research a new type of tank so that we will fall for it and not dare to offer a high price. But at least you have to find someone reliable. Gotta look like an awesome expert to do that, yeah. How can such a young man fool us? You guys need to stop pretending. Both the actors you got and the acting is just terrible. We'll never fall for that. Not a penny less than $2 billion plus $200 million a year. Or we'll leave right now. Go, 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 send someone to check them out in a hurry. Tell them to leave China immediately. Zhou Jinlong waved his hand impatiently. Now that the dean has said so, from now on you are no longer experts employed by the Weapons Institute. Pack up and leave immediately after checking in. Immediately, a staff member removed the foreign technician. You guys can't be serious, can you? If you get rid of us, no one will ever develop fire control and power systems for you again. The foreign expert was full of incredulity. Thinks he sees through all of HWA's plans. I didn't expect to actually have to kick them out. The heart panicked. Leaving China, they would never be able to find a job with such high pay again. Even if they get into the pretty country's military factories, they won't get much attention. After all, there are better technologists than them at the arsenal. No one will spoil them in pretty country. There is also the risk of being fired for failing to complete a job or for having a poor work ethic. Where they make more money than in China, where everyone holds them up and the job is so comfortable. Hurry up and let them go. It's annoying to see these guys, spending so much money to hire you guys and offering you the best treatment, and so far you haven't come up with any useful technology. How dare they still try to blackmail when it matters? In the future, all the state departments in Huaxia will not hire you again. Zhou Jinlong felt very happy at the moment. Have long looked at these foreign experts with disdain. But before there was really no way but to hire these foreign experts to break through the technology. Given Lin Hai's promise, foreign experts were nothing. We don't want 2 billion or 1 billion. Can we still follow the original treatment? We vow to absolutely not continue to delay any longer and to complete the fire control and power systems for you as soon as possible. The foreign expert regretted it and desperately wanted to stay. But the soldiers still forced them away anyway. Zhou Jinlong said to Lin Hai, I'm putting all the glory of the central military region on you, so don't let me down. Lin Hai smiled faintly. I'll take care of it. Have someone send this tank semi-finished to my processing plant. You'll be done in a week. Guaranteed. Good. Then I'll wait for your good news. Zhou Jinlong was very happy and trusted Lin Hai completely. The tank experts on the scene looked at each other in disbelief. Dean Zhou, are you sure you're going to leave the development of the new tanks all to him alone? I'm sure Lin Hai will be able to do a good job with the project he dared to take on. Isn't it just a week? Just wait and see. Zhou Jinlong said. The new tanks have been in development for more than 2 years, and key technologies still cannot be broken through. Zhou Jinlong knew that it was impossible to come out on top in the tank competition by relying on these experts alone. It doesn't matter if you lose at home, but if we don't get orders in the international arms market, the loss is for the whole of China. Whenever there is any chance of a breakthrough in technology, it should not be missed. I'm sure Lin Hai can do what he says. Lin Hai said with a smile, don't be in a hurry, seniors, you've been working so hard this time, so take a good rest for a while. If the new tank meets the requirements, we will have to rely on you to provide technical support for the next production. It'll be busy again by then. As long as you can develop the new tank successfully, we're willing to work even if we're busy. The old expert said, definitely won't fail you all. Lin Hai immediately made a promise. The military quickly delivered the half-finished tanks to Lin Hai's workshop. Summon the super processing platform to evaluate new tank modification options. Tank conversion program under evaluation. Evaluation of the entire retrofit program is complete, 2 retrofit packages are offered, and the semi-finished tanks are utilized at a rate of 15%. Modification option 1, heavy artillery auto tank, attack range increased by 200%, speed of movement increased by 105%, armor defense increased by 400%. Heavy artillery auto tanks consume 2,000 tech points and cost $10 million to remodel for worldwide procurement. Ooh, the modification program is good. Range, firing speed, and traveling speed can all be increased dramatically. With such a drastic increase in performance, it can definitely be included among the world's top tanks. Lin Hai was very pleased with the first program. The key is that the cost of remodeling is acceptable to yourself. The sound of the STS report continues. Retrofit option 2. Nuclear-powered EM gun stealth tank. The maximum range distance is 50 kilometers, the barrel can attack without dead angle, and the maximum rate of fire is 10 shells per second. Maximum travel speed, 180 kilometers per hour. The nuclear-powered electromagnetic cannon stealth tank requires the consumption of 5,000 technology points, and the cost of the worldwide procurement transformation is 50 million Chinese coins. After hearing the system's introduction, Lin Hai's entire body froze. Nuclear-powered tank performance is nothing short of awesome. It has almost unlimited range and travels super fast. Electromagnetic artillery is extremely powerful, not only to very fast speed to launch the shells out, the huge kinetic energy coupled with the power of explosives to the same caliber of shells powerful dozens of times greater. Even if it is powerful, it even has anti-aircraft capability. The radar on the tanks detects attacking shells and missiles as long as they can. It would be possible to fire the first artillery shells to counterattack and knock the missiles out of the air with them. On the battlefield, there are hardly any shortcomings left. Even when encountering bombers and fighters, they possess a strong ability to defend themselves. Chapter 29 Orders from the Camel Country. Does it even need to be said? Make a nuclear-powered stealth EM gun tank, of course. Lin Hai directly exploded. Without thinking, it was decided to produce a second tank. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive. Put on the battlefield 1 tank to fight 100 is perfectly fine. Ha ha ha, pretty country and all of NATO and all hostile countries. You guys wait. Huaxia will soon have the most advanced tanks in the world. Encountered on the battlefield, all your tanks would be living targets. Even your fighters could be shot down. The more Lin Hai thought about it, the more excited he became. Immediately arrange for production on the super processing platform. No, I have to build the Super Guardian watch first. Otherwise, if I get to school tomorrow and run into Zhou Qir's crazy admirers, then I won't be able to cope. Lin Hai first exchanged the Super Guardian watch's processing technology and procured the required materials from the outside world. The production cycle takes 12 hours. It's too slow, that's not good. Lin Hai frowned and once again inquired, Technology system? Can you speed up production? No problem. Just pay the $500,000 expediting fee, and the processing time will be reduced to 2 hours. Say it earlier. $500,000 expedited is not expensive. Lin Hai immediately paid the $500,000 expedited fee. 2 hours later, Lin Hai got a very cool watch. When not in use, the screen is black, simple and stylish. When Lin Hai needed to look at his watch, the watch screen lit up and he could see the very cool mechanics. It has a very sci-fi, ultra-modern feel to it. Cool. Understated yet luxurious. That's a great watch. Let the super machining platform start modifying the tanks first. Then he carefully studied the various functions of the Super Guardian watch. Function 1, Basic Function. The Super Guardian watch can emit bioelectricity to stimulate the user's potential. Up to 10 times the combined power increase can be achieved. The more the power increase, the greater the load on the body and the shorter the time of safe use. Function 2, the Basic Function. The Super Watch can normally emit bioelectricity, transforming to stimulate the user's potential and make the body stronger and stronger. Function 3, Advanced Function, can form an electromagnetic barrier when in danger, up to 1 anti-tank missile power. Function 4, Advanced Function, can manipulate thunder and lightning to launch an attack with a maximum attack distance of 50 meters, destroying everything with thunder and lightning. Function 5, Advanced Function, Automatic Protection Function. Monitoring danger can automatically form a shield. Good lord, this Guardian watch is really something. Lin Hai was shocked. Not only did it possess powerful attack and guarding abilities, but surprisingly, it could also keep transforming its body to become stronger. Lin Hai immediately put it on, and immediately felt that his entire arm was a bit tingly. But it quickly adapted to the feeling, knowing that the Super Guardian watch is emitting a bioelectric charge to transform his body. Not bad, with the Super Guardian watch, it's enough to deal with ordinary people even if you use the basic functions. After Lin Hai finished his research, he then opened the online store to check if there were any orders. I can't believe I saw several messages. And the message indicates that it came from Camelot. Hello, is the store owner there? I want to buy your drone. Store owners see the message. Please respond promptly. No news yet. Lin Hai immediately replied, I'm sorry. I've been too busy working with more orders lately. I'm sorry for not replying to messages in time. The message was just sent and the other person replied immediately. Great. Finally got in touch with you. I'm the military procurement officer for the Camel country. The PAK says that they were able to defeat the A3 forces only because of the drones you provided. So we'd like to purchase a bunch of them too. So it was recommended by a customer. That's no problem. May I ask how much you're purchasing? Purchase 200 first. Quote a price. Ooh, no wonder they're called the dog dogs, you know they're rich just by the way they talk. Lin Hai said to himself. Although Lin Hai wanted to do business to make money, good equipment was only sold to countries that were friendly to Huaxiali. Hostile countries don't sell even if they offer more money. Camelot has always had good relations with China, but they are so rich there is no need to give them a discount. 500,000 Chinese dollars per drone, and it doesn't include shipping costs. Lin Hai quoted them a price after considering it. No problem, 200 drones is $100 million. As long as the performance is good enough to win the war, it's too cheap. The other side was very happy. Camelot's intelligence services have specialized in prying. The PAK used drones to destroy a large number of tanks, artillery, and even heavy helicopter gunships and fighters, shooting down many of them. In their opinion, a drone was only $500,000 Chinese dollars. It was simply a cabbage price. It's really worthy of being a big dog. The price quoted is still too low. Lin Hai immediately had some regrets. I should have known that I could have easily made an extra billion by quoting them $1 million per drone. Because Camelot only values the results of use and doesn't care about the price. As long as they could defeat the enemy with drones, they felt it was a good deal even if it was expensive. There was some regret, but on second thought, since it's your first time doing business, you should sweeten the deal. If you are happy with the drones, you will certainly order other weapons in the future. When that time comes to quote a high price, the other party certainly won't mind. We'll ship it to you 1 month after the full payment arrives. Just airmail it over and receive it in time. Lin Hai sent over the message. Money is no problem, but can you shorten the delivery date? We are also at war on our side, and the recent offensives by hostile armed forces have been very aggressive. Besides, your drones are needed. I see, for the sake of the friendship between the two countries, half a month then. You won't be asked for the cost of the overtime rush. If it works well, remember to take care of our business. Lin Hai said. That's no problem. Thank you so much. As long as it works well, I promise to keep ordering again. Lin Hai had already heard the SMS alert of his bank card arriving when he saw the message. The other party very simply transferred all the money. Thanks for the trust. We'll let you know in advance when it ships. Lin Hai was in a very happy mood. I didn't expect to make another sale. The tech points earned have accumulated over 20 million. And the redeemed technology can be reused without consuming any more tech points. Business is better, but a super processing platform is still a little too inefficient. If we continue to take orders in the future, we won't be able to fulfill them at all in a short time. Lin Hai fretted a little more. Ding! The tech system has monitored a backlog of orders. Are you willing to consume 1,500 tech points to exchange for a super processing platform? What? Can the super processing platform be redeemed as well? Of course. The technology system supports the host in expanding his operations, and as long as he has enough technology points, he can build a super processing factory in the future. Great! Redeem the super processing platform. Chapter 30 Solo Singles. The technology system heard Lin Hai's reply and deducted 1,500 technology points. Lin Hai immediately had a second super processing platform. The two super platforms work together to catch up on work, and efficiency is dramatically increased. This is an authentic thing to do in the BART country, to introduce a big customer so quickly. It didn't live up to my hard work with them. Lin Hai was in a great mood. Sort out the rest of the model orders and let the workers finish them. Then rest early yourself. By the early morning of the next day, Lin Hai woke up feeling particularly energized all over. Spirits are much better than ever. What's going on here? It's like I can't use up all the strength in my body. Lin Hai's gaze fell on the Super Guardian watch. Could this be the result of the Super Guardian watch's transformation of my body? Lin Hai immediately turned on the watch's function. The watch projects a translucent three-dimensional screen. See, there is a progress display bar. Body modification completed at 0.002%. Indeed, Lin Hai was overjoyed. Never thought the watch would work so well. The body was slowly getting stronger, which meant that the Super Guardian watch could be utilized with more power. Eat and go to school in high spirits. Just as he walked into the school, he felt several murderous glances towards him. Lin Hai looked up and several boys were staring at him viciously, walking straight towards Lin Hai in front of him after being discovered. Lin Hai, I'm warning you to stay away from Zhou Qier. You don't deserve to be her boyfriend. Che, who do you think you are? On what basis should I stay away from Zhou Qier with one word from you? Lin Hai bristled and looked at the other party with contempt.
好好好，既然敬酒不吃吃罚酒，那可别怪我不客气了。
Don't run after school. It's useless to run. Let you know the consequences of offending me today. Want to fight with me? Fine. Make a date. It's better to end this kind of thing early. Lin Hai was also very curious to know how strong the Super Guardian watch's power was. A free chaperone delivered to his door. Lin Hai certainly wouldn't refuse. Good. Count on your kids' balls. You have to be true to your word. Don't run away in advance. Oh, don't worry. The smile on Lin Hai's face couldn't be wider. A few people warned Lin Hai before leaving. Zhou Qier just happened to pass by and came over with a face full of concern. Are those people bullying you? If not, I'd better tell Grandpa to send you 2 guards. Your current status is very important to the country, and it is imperative that you are kept safe to do so. Never. I was thinking of trying my kung fu. Lin Hai hurriedly stopped it. Where's your after-school date? I'll come over and help you too. Zhou Qier was still a bit uneasy. If they really fought with their hands, they always felt that Lin Hai would be at a disadvantage. You mustn't go. Just wait in front of the school. If you go over there too, you might not be able to fight. I'll soon finish off my opponent. Wait for my good news. Lin Hai finished and headed to the classroom. Zhou Qier was full of doubts. Where did this confidence come from? Could it be that he is really a hidden martial arts master? No matter what, Zhou Qier couldn't let Lin Hai get hurt. Hurry up and call Zhou Zhenlong. Grandpa, I want to tell you something. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenlong was surprised that a student was looking for trouble with Lin Hai. Immediately, he was exasperated and blew a gasket. Outrageous. These students don't have a lot of guts. How dare they bully the most important scientific and technological talent in China? I'll send his guards over there and see who dares to lay a finger on him. That's what I said. But Lin Hai strongly disagreed. He said he wanted to settle this matter himself. I think it's better to send someone to secretly protect them. If Lin Hai can beat the other party, of course it's a good thing. If he can't, it's not too late to step in and help. Zhou Qier spoke her thoughts. Zhou Zhenlong thought it made sense. Since Lin Hai had already clearly refused to help, sending more people to protect him would instead make him unhappy. It would be better to secretly send someone to protect him, just to make sure he's safe. Just do as you say. I'll immediately arrange for manpower to covertly protect Lin Hai. By the time school was over, some people were already guarding Lin Hai outside the classroom ahead of time. It's to prevent him from escaping early. But today, Lin Hai wasn't exaggerating at all, acting very confident. It was even quite expected. Lin Hai, do you want us to help? With so many people looking for you, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to make peace today. But don't worry, you will never watch other students bully those in our class. Although the boys in the class were also very jealous of the rumors about Lin Hai and Zhou Qier. But when they were really bullied by outsiders, they all stood up to help. Lin Hai was also quite touched in his heart and quickly said, "There's no need for you guys to help fight. I'll take care of this matter." Lin Hai didn't want to turn this into a mass brawl. As long as a few pricks were taught a lesson, the others would naturally not dare to come back for more trouble. Persuaded everyone to walk outside the classroom alone. Only the faceless crowd was left behind. I don't know why Lin Hai has so much courage to face a group of love rivals alone. Seeing that Lin Hai dared to face them alone, he couldn't help but stick out his thumbs. Good, enough balls. Lin Hai counted 15 people on the other side. All of them were tall and big, the kind of pricks you don't mess with in school. Ordinary students have to walk around these people when they see them. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and give me a promise to stay away from Zhou Qier in the future. It could be one less beating. What's all this nonsense for acting like a pussy? If you're going to do it, hurry up. Lin Hai adjusted the power of the Super Guardian watch to 3 times. The safe use time is only 15 minutes. It has to be done quickly. Lin Hai's words had really angered the other party. Here you are, toast. You have to be taught a good lesson today. Let you know the price of being wild in front of me. The leader's fingers clenched and crunched. Walking forward, he reached for Lin Hai's neck. After the power-up, it felt as if the opponent was moving in slow motion. Lin Hai grabbed his wrist and slammed an over-the-shoulder drop. It was almost as easy as grabbing a chicken and flinging the opponent out. It was thrown straight out 4 or 5 meters away and snapped to the ground. The other party arched his body like a shrimp in pain and screamed, "Ah, ah, ah. Hurts me, what are you guys still waiting for? Get together and beat him up." Seeing the boss suffer, his companions all rushed forward in a swarm. Lin Hai felt that his bodily functions had been greatly enhanced. Whether it's hearing, vision, strength, or reaction speed, it's far beyond ordinary people. Facing a group of people instead of retreating, he slammed his fist into the face of one of the foremost people. The whole person flew out backwards due to the tremendous force. Lin Hai was afraid of breaking someone, so he hurriedly controlled his power. Fly throws several punches to the face and specifically to the face. Beat these people into a pig's head, so that everyone knows that they have taken a fat beating, lost their face in school, and will never dare to mess with themselves again. Chapter 31 Friendly Exchanges. In less than a minute, more than 10 people were all beaten up by Lin Hai, collapsed on the ground, covering his face and rolling around in pain. All of them were hit with panda eyes and their faces were swollen and bruised. It's unlikely that the swelling will go down without 10 days and half a month. They were all put down without even touching a corner of Lin Hai. The soldier sent to protect Lin Hai watched from the corner, immensely surprised. Is there any need to send us over for protection when you're this good? Sun-bearer, you are the champion of our military region's martial arts competition. In your place, can you beat more than a dozen people down in such a short period of time? A man shook his head back and forth. I have no problem putting down these dozen or so people, but it could never be done so cleanly. It's unimaginable. Looking at his body like a weakling. How is he so good at kung fu? There can't really be a martial arts master, right? At this level of kung fu, even if we look at the entire military region, no one is his match. I'll be sure to have a go at him when I get the chance. Lin Hai knocked everyone down and immediately deactivated the bioelectric stimulation. Reduced the burden on the body. Looking contemptuously at the man lying on the ground. Anyone else not convinced? Stand up and keep fighting. No more fighting, we were wrong. Definitely won't come back to trouble you again in the future. You and Zhou Qier are a match made in heaven. We don't match at all. Whoever Lin Hai was walking towards was shivering with fear and scrambled backwards. I've never seen kung fu this good. Hit their heads buzzing. Seeing Lin Hai one by one, They all cringed in fear. Don't think that just because you're big and tall that you can just bully people. If I see you again, I will never forgive you lightly, Lin Hai warned and turned to leave. Zhou Qier sat in the car in front of the school waiting apprehensively for Lin Hai, constantly looking toward the distance. Can Lin Hai really fix it? Don't suffer. Grandpa should have sent someone over to protect him. Surely he won't let anything happen to his. Finally seeing a familiar figure, Zhou Qier stared wide-eyed in an effort to view it. Seeing that Lin Hai was fine, the heart that had been lifted was relaxed. Rush over to greet them. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I didn't have anything to do with anything and made very friendly conversation with those students. And they all realized their mistakes and won't bother me again. Lin Hai said with a smile. Zhou Qier really thought that there was no fight, but she was also very curious as to how Lin Hai had convinced those people. Are those people really that nice? But it was also very nice to see that Lin Hai was safe. It's good that it's okay? I was really worried to death just now, Zhou Qier said as she patted her chest. There was a shaking and it was a bit dizzying to watch Lin Hai. I didn't expect Zhou Qier's body to be so great anymore. I usually didn't notice it much. The key was that Zhou Qier's face was so stunningly beautiful that one could even overlook her figure. Are you still going to the military today? No go. I have to hurry up and work on the tank. I'll take you home then. Thanks a lot then. What's polite with me? Back at home, Lin Hai looked at the Super Guardian watch. Body modification is 2.6% complete. Not bad, the strength is slowly getting stronger, until it reaches 100% strength doubled. There's no way an ordinary person could ever be a match for me again. Such good equipment is just too expensive. If only it could be mass-produced to equip the whole army. Even equipping the special forces with it can drastically increase combat power. You know that the cost of procurement in all worlds is $50 million, which is comparable to the price of an ordinary fighter jet. It would have cost more if it had been produced normally. Ding! The technology system has detected the host's request. Is the technology simplified? Reducing the need for use as well as the cost to achieve large-scale use? Lin Hai was still feeling emotional when he heard the system's prompt, and was instantly elated. And that's a good thing? Surely a technical simplification is in order. Lin Hai immediately agreed without even thinking. Parsing the technology will take 500 hours and consume 1,000 tech points. Do you agree? Agreed. Lin Hai immediately agreed. Technology is being optimized. Technology resolution progress 0, 500 hours. The technology system is so convenient. If we can keep the cost of construction under $1 million, it's absolutely unbeatable equipment. Lin Hai muttered to himself excitedly. Special forces equipped with this watch after the combat effectiveness increased substantially. In the battlefield, 10 are not excessive. Criminal police officers equipped with watches are like Superman. Fighting criminals will be easier and more convenient. The key thing is that the longer you wear it, the stronger it becomes as it keeps transforming your body. Both the army and the police force will become stronger and stronger. There is no place for criminals to go. Destroy all the enemies. After deducting the tech points, Lin Hai turned on his computer to check the news happening in the world, as well as looking at the back end of the online store to see if there were any international orders. Just after opening the news page and reading a few times, Lin Hai's face suddenly became gloomy. What had been a happy mood was very much on fire at the moment. The 5 weapons experts who were fired have been deported to their home countries. The 5 foreign experts were not successful in their extortion and became irritated. A press conference was held immediately after returning home. Said a lot of bad things about Huaxia. Talented experts should never go to China. They are all crooks who don't pay and want our technology. Huaxia doesn't value talent at all. It says it's hiring us at a high price, but in fact it's just lulling us over first and trying to empty us of our advanced technology. Trying to get fire control systems and engine technology for tanks just by paying us a small salary is a fool's errand. We are never going to work in China again, and we hope others will never fall for it either. When they didn't pay us and we didn't want to continue working, they immediately turned their backs on us and forcibly deported us back to our country. The video of the interview is trending all over the internet, driven by the government of a beautiful country. Recommended for many viewings. It was a huge hit. No way. I didn't expect Huaxia to treat talent like this. I used to think it was nice to work in WH, but I seem to have been deceived by the WH propaganda. It's a good thing we haven't gotten around to working in China yet. Do you know why so many talented people in China go abroad every year? Their employment environment is so bad that talents simply don't get the respect they deserve. Gosh, if we don't even respect such a top talent, who will dare to work in China in the future? It's horrible. I think these 5 experts should sue Huaxia for damages. The water army hidden in Huaxia also began to make waves online. The country pays too little attention to talent. Even the experts invited from abroad at high prices are not treated properly. Who will be willing to work for Huaxia in the future? That's why it's better for talented people to rush abroad. Staying at home doesn't get the attention it deserves, and even basic rights can't be guaranteed. If this continues, our technology will never match that of foreign countries, and those in charge must be held accountable for this. Chapter 32. It's too early to smear us. You people know a hammer. These experts are taking advantage of the opportunity to extort the country. So how can you possibly agree to their demands? Lin Hai was so angry that he couldn't help but burst out and slammed his fist on the table. The other party's backpedaling made Lin Hai furious. Not only are foreign countries smearing Huaxia, but even many domestic sheepdogs, 500,000 traders have suddenly all popped up, spouting nonsense on the internet and desperately trying to suppress the country's credibility. If this matter was allowed to fester, there would surely be many top talents who didn't know the truth who would misunderstand Huaxia. Especially the experts in military industry are afraid to accept the invitation from Huaxia. But with all the major foreign media pushing the issue, the Central Military Region Weapons Research Institute is having a hard time explaining the matter away. So there was no official reply to the rumors. Even if it is explained, I am afraid that many people will not believe it and will continue to bash the Arms Research Institute. Just let you guys get carried away for a few more days. Wait until the new tanks are developed and slap your faces hard. Lin Hai was pissed off enough. Shelled out another $10 million to speed up production. Simply can't wait. Zhou Zhenlong, including the entire technical staff of the Central Military Region Research Institute, was under tremendous pressure. There have been many calls from the news media asking for interviews. All have been shrugged off. More than anything else, the Arms Research Institute is considered to be weak-minded, sitting on the fact that it doesn't value talent. These foreign experts are so hateful. Give them an unbelievably tempting treatment and turn their heads and stab at us. The pretty country is not going to pass up any opportunity to suppress us. They would love to take all the researchers and put our industrial development into reverse. The superiors have inquired, we have to find a way to respond. It's really not possible to hold a press conference to explain this to the world. Expose the greedy and shameless face of foreign experts. Someone offered to say, no way, this kind of thing is definitely getting darker and darker, and it can't be explained at all. After all, it is a fact that there are technical difficulties in the development of our new tanks that we have not been able to break through so far. As long as the enemy seizes on this in hot pursuit, the entire population of the network will not believe our words. Zhou Zhenlong has seen too many big storms and waves, and this is not the first time that this kind of trick pretty country has been used. People should not be influenced by what is said online and must continue to work seriously. Wait until our new tanks are successfully developed before we can strike back hard at these unfavorable remarks. Zhou Zhenlong sees clearly and will not easily foreign forces to bring the rhythm. He had to wait for the new tanks that Lin Hai had made. With the J-50 and the drones, there is a lot of anticipation for the new tanks made by Lin Hai. Seeing that there was no official response from Huaxia, it made the media in the pretty country more and more arrogant. Every day, there is a flood of propaganda, desperately trying to discredit and suppress Huaxia. It made many of the country's netizens incredibly angry. What's going on in the government sector? There's not even a response to this. I think they are afraid to respond. This is what happens when you don't value talent. It will only result in a massive brain drain. Bull, the country is already paying a lot of attention to talent, okay? Especially those foreign experts hired, the treatment is all first class. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many specialists joining our domestic scientific organs. We don't lack these experts in China, so let's just go. We can't run out of technical experts in China. That's a nice thing to say, saying that there is no lack of talent in the country. Why are our tanks no better than those abroad? To be precise, our tanks are no better than the pretty countries, and the quality and performance are not bad at all compared to the others. Unfortunately, even if our tanks are cheap, they still don't sell much on the international market. If we don't pay attention to talents and step up the speed of our military market will be eaten up by other countries. Lin Hai saw the online public opinion every day and held his breath. Took only 4 days to produce the new tanks. The new tanks weighed 50 tons and were larger than other heavy tanks. The barrel is a terrifying 240 millimeters. The large size does not mean that the tank is too bulky. On the contrary, the power can reach a horrible 3,000 horsepower. A large amount of titanium crystal alloy was used to reduce the weight of the tank. If you use normal steel, it weighs over 100 tons. Titanium crystal alloys are not only lighter in weight but also more powerful in defense. There is also a groove on top of the turret that allows the barrel to move up and down. You can even shoot at targets directly above you. Any airplane within 10,000 meters can be shot down. Although fighters and bombers are able to fly at a limit altitude of more than 20,000 meters, and advanced fighters even exceed 30,000 meters. But to hit ground targets accurately, you have to lower your altitude to do so. That means this tank is a big threat to any existing fighter. In particular, the use of electronic cannon firing technology has drastically reduced recoil and the shells are fired quickly. Cannonballs don't need booster powder, just the warhead, which drastically reduces the size of the shell. The same magazine can store more shells. Lin Hai finished checking the nuclear-powered stealth electromagnetic cannon tank and familiarized himself with all the operating steps. Extremely happy with the performance of this tank. That's why I called Zhou Jinlong. Elder Zhou, the new tank has been successfully developed. Please send a truck to deliver the tank to the military area. I thought it took a week to build it? How come it only took 4 days to build it? Zhou Jinlong was very surprised to receive the call and was shocked and delighted. However, there were some concerns that due to the short manufacturing time, Lin Hai was afraid that he would compromise the quality in order to rush the process. Lin Hai certainly heard his concern. Smiling, he explained, "What I said before was that it takes a week to build a full tank. Doesn't this give me a half-decent idea of how many parts can be used and save a lot of time? Plus, I've seen a lot of unfavorable comments about us on the internet. So I wanted to get the tanks built early to shut all the people up. Good job. I really wasn't wrong about you." Zhou Jinlong was incomparably excited at Lin Hai's words. "Just wait. I'll send someone to pull the tank right away." After Lin Hai hung up the phone, he made another call to Zhou Qir. "Hey, I haven't seen you around for a couple days. Why are you suddenly willing to call me?" Zhou Qir was a bit angry. Suddenly Lin Hai couldn't be found, and no one answered the phone. Didn't I take a leave of absence to busy myself with the development of tanks? The public opinion on the internet is very unfavorable to the Central Military Region's Weapons Research Institute. Only by developing the new tanks will we be able to punch those people in the face. Lin Hai said. The mention of tanks immediately aroused Zhou Qir's keen interest. In that case, you've already succeeded in developing a new type of tank? That's right, the military district will immediately send a vehicle to bring the tanks over, and they will be tested at the military district today. Calling you just to ask if you want to go watch. To be, I'll be right there. Zhou Qir hurriedly agreed. Chapter 33. Tank failure? And I'm sorry I misunderstood you. Thought you wouldn't bother with me these days and have been sulking about you. I hope you can forgive. Zhou Qir immediately apologized to Lin Hai. Lin Hai certainly wouldn't take such things to heart. It's okay. I won't be mad. Really? Of course it's true. Then let's meet at the military district. I'll treat you to dinner after the test. Don't refuse, yo. Yes. Lin Hai hung up the phone and thought that Zhou Qir had a really good personality. Never knows a mistake and has a straightforward personality. Not like the other girls. Even if he was angry, he was the one who held it in and let others guess. Zhou Qir would say whatever she had to say to her face, and it was not easy to have misunderstandings when everything was said openly instead. Followed by a car from the military district. It just so happened that Zhou Qir also arrived by car. Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua attached great importance to the testing of the new tanks, and all of them had also arrived early. Zhou Qir bounced towards Lin Hai's side. What's the new tank like? Can I follow along and test it? Of course there's no problem. It also takes 2 people to operate this kind of tank to maximize its power. You come to help with the arson control system. Lin Hai said with a smile. Zhou Qir was very happy to hear this, nodding her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. I will do my best. Lift the tarpaulin on top and let's see the shape of the tank. Zhou Jinlong was all a bit impatient. There were army generals on hand as well as specialists from the Military District Research Institute. All of them were looking forward to the new tanks developed by Lin Hai. All want to see the shape of the new tank design sooner rather than later. Several soldiers walked forward to untie the ropes and lift the covering tarp. A tank of enormous size was displayed in front of the crowd. The tank appeared to be particularly thickly armored, and the huge gun barrel showed even more destructive power. Amazing! Just by looking at the appearance, one can reach the powerful fighting strength of this tank. Zhou Ke's eyes were filled with shock and admiration. Zhou Jinlong's face instantly became gloomy, including other generals as well as technologists. Their faces instantly changed drastically in disappointment. Zhou Guohua frowned and said, "Although it is said to be a heavy tank, the size and barrel caliber are too big. Can the power keep up with a guy that big? Besides, how much recoil would a gun of that caliber have to generate to fire? I guess the whole tank would be shaken apart by continuous firing." An old tank expert shook his head helplessly. "This design concept is all wrong, and it can't be used in actual combat at all. After all, you're still young. Always thinking too idealistically. Why? I think this tank is particularly powerful. Doesn't bigger mean better defense? Doesn't a larger caliber throw tube mean more striking power?" Zhou Ke couldn't help but say, "It's not as simple as you think. The design of a tank is very demanding and complex. The overall weight of the tank needs to be kept under control due to the need to match the powertrain. Because it needs to be sufficiently resistant to blows, a guard that is too thin won't do. Too large a barrel caliber means too much recoil when firing, resulting in a tank that can't handle it. This one tank, individually, is too big and heavy to run at a speed that is too slow to affect maneuverability. I'm afraid it's hard to take the recoil of artillery fire. It's not true that it looks good, but yes, it doesn't work at all." Zhou Jinlong sighed deeply and explained, "Huh? How could this happen? Lin Hai shouldn't have made such an elementary mistake." Zhou Ke was very worried, afraid that this matter would have an impact on Lin Hai. Lin Hai patted Zhou Ke's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the tanks I designed aren't as bad as you think." Lin Hai said to the crowd, "Isn't the performance of a tank good enough to know when you test it? If it doesn't meet your requirements, I'm willing to compensate tenfold." Zhou Jinlong didn't want to put too much pressure on Lin Hai, not to mention blaming Lin Hai. Giving him comfort, he said, "Compensation is not necessary. It's already not easy for you alone to build the tank in such a short time. I was the one who didn't think it through. You're a genius with airplanes, but you're not good with tanks. You're not responsible for this. I'll take all the consequences." Lin Hai was full of bitter smiles. "It seems like you guys really don't believe in my abilities. Do you just dismiss my design without even giving it a chance to be tested? Since Lin Hai has said so, and we've all come over to watch, just test it." Zhou Guohua spoke. "Whether it works or not, you have to see it in person. After all, this was a weapon that cost $100 million to issue, so it couldn't just be thrown in the trash. Could it? Since you're so insistent, let the tanker drive it and see how it performs in every way." Zhou Jinlong agreed. "No, this tank has some added features that are a little different from driving a regular tank. Let Ku'er cooperate with me and be my assistant," Lin Hai said. Zhou Ku'er had wanted to drive this tank for a long time and grabbed Zhou Jinlong's arm and pouted. "Grandpa, just let me drive the tank with Lin Hai." Well, let's let you two drive then. Make sure to be extra safe though." Zhou Jinlong no longer had much expectation for this tank. "Why not just let your granddaughter have fun? Don't worry. The tanks I designed will never be a problem." The two men entered the cockpit. Compared to regular tanks, there are a lot of LCD screens in the cockpit. You can watch the outside clearly. Vision is much better than regular tanks. Come control the fire control system as well. It's about as functional as maneuvering a drone. Lin Hai explained the functions to Zhou Ke. Chowker is a very fast learner. The main thing is that the tank's fire control system is very intelligent. Almost at a glance, it automatically locks on to the target and completes the launch with a simple operation. In order to follow the command, Lin Hai also connected to Zhou Guohua's cell phone. You can see what's going on in the cockpit from your cell phone, enable calls to give orders, and more. This cockpit, isn't it a bit too fancy? Instead of being happy, Zhou Guohua frowned. Tanks are not like other weapons. Besides performance, the important thing is the fire control system and defense capability. Other features that are more than enough will take up space to increase failure green and are not suitable for tanks. Being able to design a tank independently is good enough. Don't ask for too much. Let's see what kind of performance we can achieve, shall we? Let's find some more problems and talk to Lin Hai. Maybe we can improve and produce tanks that meet the requirements. I see that Lin Hai's child is still very talented. Zhou Jinlong had already figured it out a long time ago, so he thought of it as Lin Hai practicing to learn. It's pretty impressive that $100 million of RD can do this. Chapter 34. racing with tanks. It's not bad if you put it that way. Zhou Guohua nodded in agreement. Our side is ready. Please give instructions, leader, Lin Hai said. Zhou Guohua had a burst of spirit, and his entire aura changed drastically, just like a god of war commanding in front of the battlefield. I order. Immediately travel at the fastest possible speed towards 2 o'clock and arrive at the shooting range. Roger that. Lin Hai agreed and pressed the gas to the floor. The tank whooshed out, didn't hear any engine sounds and produced very little noise. All of them were wide-eyed and full of incredulity. A tanker exclaimed, "Is this tank electrically driven? Doesn't it have an engine?" An army general was similarly filled with shock. That's too fast to start, isn't it? Not at all slower than a sedan's floorboard start. The officers and soldiers, who already had little expectation, all stretched their necks to watch. It seemed to see something incredible. There is absolutely no way a normal tank could start that fast. Testers began to report data from the test. Tanks at 45 miles an hour. Tanks at 60 miles an hour. Tanks at 80 miles an hour. Next, even the reporting officer's eyes grew wider and wider in disbelief at the data he was seeing. The tanks are going over 100 miles an hour, 102, 103. Holy crap, the tank is hitting 150 miles per hour and the speed is still increasing. Impossible. How can a tank weighing dozens of tons soar to such high speeds? Is the test equipment malfunctioning? Zhou Guohua loudly reprimanded with a face full of disbelief. Can't be wrong. You can look at it with binoculars, it's taking off. A general who had been watching with binoculars handed them over. Zhou Zhenlong directly reached out and snatched it over towards the distance to watch. How is this possible? Normal tanks weigh around 40 to 60 tons. The weight of the tank Lin Hai had developed was feared to be close to hundreds of tons. How much power does it have to be to drive that fast? There's no engine sound, and that's charge-driven because the motor has a lot of torque. It's also the only design that can deliver enough power. That's not right. Driving a tank close to 100 tons, even with such a big motor, the battery can't carry it. Unless it's using nuclear power. An expert's words immediately reminded Zhou Zhenlong. The fighters and drones developed by Lin Hai are nuclear-powered. It's no surprise that it's used on tanks. After thinking about it, Zhou Zhenlong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This kid, he's really given us quite a surprise. No wonder he dared to make the tank so big, so he had solved the underpowered problem a long time ago. You guys were right. This tank is definitely nuclear-powered, Zhou Zhenlong said to the crowd in an incredibly uplifting mood. Since those on the scene were tank experts, they didn't yet know about Lin Hai's use of nuclear power in his fighters. They were all stunned at the sound of the words. Dean Zhou isn't kidding. Can a nuclear power system be used on top of a tank? An old expert asked with an incredulous face. No one else can, but this Lin Hai kid is completely fine. Controlled nuclear fusion technology has long been broken through by him. Why didn't I think of that at first? With such a powerful powertrain and energy unit, it's entirely possible to make the tank larger. Zhou Zhenlong instantly aroused enough confidence. The maximum speed has reached 200 per hour. It can't be increased any further, the tester reported loudly, his voice trembling with excitement. Tell him quickly that the speed test has been completed and is fully operational. Don't let him drive so fast. A tank this heavy soaring to 200 must have a lot of wear and tear on the tank. Zhou Zhenlong hurriedly gave the order. This is the army's big baby. It has to be used lovingly. Zhou Guohua also finally reacted and immediately said to Lin Hai, lower the tank's traveling speed. The speed test has met the requirements. Okay, so let's go 102 even. Lin Hai's reply almost made Zhou Guohua freak out once again. Tanks running up to 102 actually say it's normal driving. Who would believe that? A famous saying suddenly came to Zhou Guohua's mind. As long as the power is strong enough, even a brick can fly. Lamenting to the crowd, he said, this Lin Hai kid really does things that are unexpected. If he was given the idea of making a tank fly, I doubt he could even do it. Ha ha ha. As the saying goes, 1 power to 10. Having solved the heavy tank's power problem, I think this tank is completely qualified for use in actual combat. Zhou Zhenlong laughed loudly and cheerfully. When I first saw the size of the tank, my biggest concern was the lack of power. I didn't expect this tank to be able to drive up to 200 miles per hour, which was faster than an armored car or even a buggy on the battlefield. With that much maneuverability, maybe even enemy missiles can be dodged. What's there to worry about? As for the issue of the barrel being too large a caliber, it's no longer an issue at all. Changing the caliber of the cannon to a smaller one is not technically difficult. With a little bit of improvement, it would be fully capable of being the main battle tank of China. The previous worries and mental depression were all swept away. Huaxia can build tanks with excellent performance even without the support of foreign technologists. Soon Lin Hai arrived at the firing position. Targets were placed in front of the tanks. There were rows of targets every 2 kilometers, with the furthest target at 14 kilometers. Zhou Qir got out the precise data through the aiming device and report the data to Lin Hai. The furthest target is only 14 kilometers. Ah, it can't even take advantage of this tank's performance. Lin Hai was disappointed. Why don't I talk to Grandpa and ask them to put the target farther away? Zhou Qir said. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by Zhou Guohua. Zhou Guohua was disgruntled, thinking that Lin Hai was talking big. You've got a big mouth. The effective range of main battle tanks in the world today is around 10 kilometers. Even with the addition of the most advanced targeting system, it can only hit a target at 14 kilometers. This is also the reason why the furthest hitting distance of our experimental range is 14 kilometers. Zhou Guohua said. Then let's hit the farthest target. Lin Hai said without thinking. Don't be overly ambitious for your first test. If you can hit a target at 8 kilometers, your fire control system is considered qualified. But then again, can a tank withstand a barrel of that caliber? Zhou was worried about the recoil destroying the tank, trying to research tank technology and spending quite a bit of effort on repairs. Don't worry, I've done all the math. Absolutely nothing will go wrong. Please give the firing order, Lin Hai said with incomparable confidence. Chapter 35. Are you a nuclear bomb? I order. Shoot at the target. Zhou Guohua decisively gave the order. Zhou Qir had already taken aim at the farthest target. Press the launch button immediately. Everyone looked nervously at the tank. All wondered just how powerful a tank shell of that caliber could be. Also looking forward to seeing if I can hit the bullseye accurately. Boom! The shells flew out. The firing rate is much faster than conventional artillery shells. You can see where the targets are being hit from the monitor screen. But immediately afterward, there was a loud explosion. Even from a very long distance, the earth trembled violently. Took all the people watching the battle by surprise. A small mushroom cloud actually rose in the distance. The huge wave of air destroyed all the other targets and facilities around them. The explosion produced a force more than several hundred meters in diameter. The viewing crew stared blankly into the distance. The muscles on Zhou Jinlong's face are trembling. What kind of shell is this? Don't tell me what was fired out was a nuclear bomb. What the hell did this Lin Hai guy do? Even missiles don't have such tremendous power. Zhou Guohua's mouthful of anger went straight to his head. With such a big commotion, maybe the residents around the neighborhood could feel the tremor and thought there was an earthquake. Zhou Qir was able to clearly see the scene of the explosion through the targeting system. Equally shocked and dumbfounded. Why are the shells so powerful? It's creating a mushroom cloud. Lin Hai smiled and said, How was it? The power of the tank still speaks for itself, doesn't it? I can assure you that any other tank would be unbeatable in front of us. Believe. I believe too much. Zhou Qir nodded her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. A look of adoration was all over her delicate cheeks. I've seen several military maneuvers and no other tanks are this powerful. Or you're good. You make the absolute strongest tanks. Lin Hai and Zhou Qir chatted excitedly. The rest of the military watching, eyes wide, mouths wide open, jaws dropping to the floor. Half the time he couldn't close his mouth. This is a 240mm ING gun? Why do I think it's ridiculously powerful? What a joke! How can an ordinary 24mm gun be that powerful? That's as powerful as an intercontinental missile. The shells must be specially made. Don't tell me they're nuclear. Doesn't that take a life? What kind of 24mm shell, other than a nuclear bomb, could exert such power? Retreat quickly. But don't suffer from nuclear radiation. Protect the Chief of General Staff and the Commander-in-Chief in a hurry. And don't allow anyone near the explosion site. The officer didn't react. There was no time to be happy. Instead, they were all terrified. Wait. Hurry up and ask Lin Hai what's going on. Zhou Jinlong finally came back to his senses, simply shocked and delighted. I saw the surveillance footage just now, and the shell had accurately hit the bullseye before it flew over and exploded. It shows that tanks shoot with extreme accuracy and have reached the highest effective range recorded for tanks. This had proved that all aspects of Linhai-made tanks completely exceeded military standards. To say it's the most advanced tank in the world is an understatement. Linhai, what the hell is going on? Why did the shell explode with so much power? Did you launch the nuke? Zhou Guohua hurriedly took his cell phone and asked. No, this is a high-explosive bomb I developed. Although it's powerful and generates a mushroom cloud after the explosion, it's completely different from a nuclear bomb.
Linhai Viplit.
So, this shell won't produce nuclear radiation after it explodes. Of course. How could I possibly use a dangerous nuclear bomb in a test? Isn't that a joke? Zhou Guohua was finally relieved. You boys are really scaring us. How do you fit a tank with such a powerful shell? Linhai explained. The tanks were equipped with a total of 3 types of shells, the first being the most powerful high-explosive shells, which were specifically used for fire coverage. There is also an armor-piercing bullet, which is not as powerful, with an explosive power of only about 30 meters in diameter. Not only does it penetrate well enough to blow enemy tanks to smithereens, but it can also blow up infantry around the tanks. Prevent the enemy from using the tactic of Bhutan synergy. The third type of shell is an anti-aircraft shell that automatically chases down enemy aircraft when fired. After listening to Lin Hai's explanation, one was stunned and dumbfounded again. The jaw was almost dislocated. Are you kidding me? Fighting an airplane with a tank? That's something you really dare to think about. Really, I'll show you today. But there's no target. Can you get a drone or a scrapped target plane so I can shoot you guys? Lin Hai replied. Hiss. Hearing Lin Hai's words, there were sounds of cool air being sucked in everywhere. It's never been the case that fighters are the nemesis of tanks. How dare you talk about hitting an airplane with a tank? How can I adjust the tracking fighters when the shells go out in a straight line? Plus the shells don't go out fast enough to catch up with the fighters, I'm afraid. Add to that the fact that the tank's gun barrel tilt is limited and can't hit targets above it. At least with the current battlefield, tanks are no threat to fighters. No one believed Lin Hai's words. Even Zhou Jinlong found it extremely unreliable. I'm talking about Lin Hai. Nowadays, fighter jets fly extremely fast and also have the detection function of radar. There's no way a tank shell could hit a fighter jet, Zhou Jinlong said. Conventional tanks won't work, but this tank of mine is fine. Kagome. Demonstrate the air-to-air function. Zhou Qir immediately operated, in front of everyone's shocked eyes. The tank's gun barrel can actually move up and down and the turret rotates extremely fast. This feature is too outrageous, isn't it? Even all the tank experts were in an incredibly messy mood at the moment. It's not scientific at all. To support such a complex function, the material requirements are extremely high. With existing alloy technology, it simply can't be done. But Lin Hai had just fired a cannon and the tank was unharmed. How does that explain it? Zhou Jinlong grew more and more agitated and immediately gave the order. Go. Have someone fly the target plane over the tank. As long as you can hit an airplane at 10,000 meters, you're considered qualified. It's no problem, it's a breeze. Voucher targets fly at the fastest speeds and at the trickiest angles. Otherwise, it's not challenging. Lin Hai said. Everything is as you wish. Zhou Jinlong immediately agreed. Everyone was glued to the screen. They were going to see how the tanks brought down the target plane. If this could be realized, such a tank would be amazingly useful on the battlefield, especially bombing our tanks with fighter jets without the enemy's knowledge. I'm afraid I just got into bombing range and got shot down by a tank instead. Chapter 36. Tanks fighting airplanes? The target plane wasn't flying any slower, exceeding Mach 1. Hovering flight at 10,000 meters. Zhou Guohua immediately gave the order to attack. The target plane is in place, start attacking. Saying that, he stared intently at the screen. He also wanted to know how a tank took down a fighter jet. As a military commander, the mood had never been so tense. If it could hit the target, it would be the biggest breakthrough in tank technology ever. Lin Hai acted very calmly when he received the order. To Chukul, he said, aim at the target plane and use air-to-air shells. Chukul operates quickly. As soon as the target of attack is set, the aiming system will automatically complete the locking procedure. The officers observing saw the turret turn quickly and the barrels aimed at the sky. It was all very shocking. This turret rotation speed is indeed fast. Even if 2 tanks are bombarded face-to-face, they can still have a huge advantage. Yeah, the tanks are overpowered and the strike accuracy is world-class. It's good enough to be a main battle tank. As far as the tank being oversized as well as overweight, it's not a problem at all. The winds of what everyone is talking about have also changed dramatically. All were very impressed with the performance of the new tanks. Zhou Qi was ready to launch at Lin Hai's command. The shells were fired straight into the sky at an extremely fast speed. The men remotely operating the target plane had already spotted the shells through the radar system. Turn at once to get rid of the shells. That's too fast. Shells traveling at Mach 7. My God! Is that a shell or a missile? Is it really coming from a tank? No, there's no escape. This shell can even turn. Although the controllers were desperately trying to turn the direction of the target plane to get out of the way of the shells. The shells, however, could adjust their direction and remained in close pursuit. Especially since the shells traveled so fast that there was no escape at the speed of an airplane. Boom! There was a loud bang. The shells hit the target plane accurately and blew up into pieces. Zhou Qi could see clearly through the targeting system. Almost jumped out of his skin with excitement when he saw that he had hit his target. Yay! Got it! Well done. You are now a qualified tank soldier, Lin Hai said with a smile. Still, you commanded the tank really exceptionally well. Even a novice like me can easily learn to operate it. I'm sure it can be our country's main battle tank. Zhou Qi was thrilled and looked at Lin Hai with a face full of admiration. The performance has been tested. Let's drive the tank back. Lin Hai drove the tank back. All the officers watching were filled with shock. Still looking up at the sky with his head held high. It always feels like it's in a dream. Report, Chief. According to radar tests, fired shells can reach a maximum speed of Mach 7. And the shells have a tracking feature that allows them to be redirected in flight. Conventional fighters, there's no way to escape against this kind of shell. The observer reports the detailed data once. Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua sucked in a breath of cool air. Is there a mistake somewhere? Can cannonballs also achieve such speed? Absolutely impossible according to the formula for kinetic energy. The faster the firing speed and the larger the caliber, the greater the recoil produced by the propelling powder. Really, if we could reach such a speed, I'm afraid the recoil would tear the tank to pieces in an instant. One expert remains still unconvinced. The facts in front of us make all the knowledge held by the technologists scientifically unsupported. Don't be in a hurry, guys. Lin Hai must have used brand new technology for this tank. They're returning. Just ask him about it when you get back. Zhou Jinlong was in a happy mood. This tank is far more than meets the eye. Once it is unveiled around the world, it can definitely cause a huge stir. The sensation will be accompanied by panic on all sides. Everyone must remember that not a single word about today's tank test can be leaked to the public, and strict confidentiality will be maintained. Yes, everyone agreed in unison. The look of excitement on one's face had not yet dissipated. As army generals, they know very well what kind of changes this tank will bring to China. To say it's the king of land forces is an understatement. Facing enemy tanks 1 to 10 can easily win. Enemy fighters come with the ability to counterattack. What would it be like to have hundreds or thousands of these tanks? Even on the modern battlefield, pushing all the way across to the past God blocking to kill Buddha. It's no good for enemy fighters to come in. Chief of General Staff, this tank should be mass-produced right away, right? We in the Central Military Region should all replace them with these new tanks. What are you thinking? These tanks are certainly not cheap to build, and it's not practical to replace them all. Our tank brigade would be satisfied to equip 100 new tanks this year. I think you're all daydreaming. It must be difficult to produce such an advanced tank and costly to build, which is so easy to quickly equip the entire army. And have the nerve to say 100. I'll be lucky to equip you with 20 this year. Zhou Jinlong laughed and cursed. At the moment he was in such a good mood that he even joked with all the officers. After all, many of them were his old subordinates. We're all very familiar with each other. I think there has to be a suitable opportunity to announce the success of our development of the new tank. We can't let the foreign media go around smearing us anymore, Zhou Guohua said. Because of the opening of 5 foreign experts under the smear campaign of foreign media, it made the image of China very bad. Even some technical experts who were abroad and wanted to return to China for development have changed their decision. That's right. It is indeed necessary to find a suitable opportunity. Zhou Jinlong nodded in agreement. That's when Lin Hai sped up in his driver's tank. He came to a steady stop in front of the crowd. Open the hatch and take a turn out with Chukul. Are you leaders satisfied with the testing of the new tank? If there are any problems, feel free to raise them and I'll correct them as soon as possible. Lin Hai asked, Grandpa, Dad, did you see when you hit the target plane? It was me who fired the shells, yo. Zhou Qir asked excitedly. See, you all performed well. Zhou Jinlong smiled and nodded. The tank is perfect and performs far beyond our expectations. I think it's perfectly fine to just include military district equipment. Zhou Guohua was looking at Lin Hai at the moment, his eyes all full of appreciation. Forget the pleasantries for a moment, and quickly tell us how it is that artillery shell launches are able to possess such high speeds. What did you do about the recoil problem? The tank expert couldn't wait and anxiously asked Lin Hai about it. It's simple because of the use of electromagnetic cannon technology. Not only does it have high kinetic energy and fast-firing speed, but it also has little to no recoil. Lin Hai replied. Chapter 37 Chameleon Invisibility. What do you mean? The tank gun is actually using electromagnetic gun technology? The eyes of the experts at the scene almost didn't glaze over. Electromagnetic artillery is a theoretical technology proposed by the West. Even the Western countries didn't do it, but I didn't expect Lin Hai to use it on a tank. This is outrageous. Isn't it? Electromagnetic cannons? You can even get that technology? Zhou Jinlong felt that his heart could barely stand it. Next time he tested a new weapon, he had to bring some quick-acting heart pills. Otherwise, if Lin Hai came up with any more advanced technology, he might not be overly excited and his heart wouldn't be able to withstand it straight away. Lin Hai nodded and said, That's right, it's the electromagnetic cannon technology. This technology has significant advantages over conventional artillery. Without booster powder, shells are much smaller and tanks can be armed with more ammunition. It is also fast to launch not only against armed forces in the air, but also to quickly shoot down enemy missiles or artillery shells. The air defense is very strong. As long as there is enough ammunition, there is no need to worry about being hit by the enemy. Lin Hai said proudly. Of course, the tank defense is also very impressive. Ordinary armor-piercing rounds don't pose any threat to tanks at all. Because all of this tank's armor is made of titanium crystal alloy. Not only is it super defensive, but it's also relatively lightweight. The total weight of this tank is only 50 tons, which allows for better maneuverability as well as storage space. Lin Hai explained while looking at the dumbfounded crowd. Then a mysterious smile. The tank actually has excellent stealth features. It wasn't shown to you guys in the test just now. This is because the tank is not only insulated from thermal imager detection, but also capable of chameleon capabilities. It allows the tank to completely blend in with its surroundings. Unless one gets very close to get a good look, there is no way to spot a tank at a longer distance. There's such a good function? Hurry up and give us a demonstration. Zhou Guohua couldn't remain calm at once. With the stealth capabilities of a chameleon, this means that the tank's combat capabilities can still be increased dramatically. It's incredibly scary to think about. Possesses extreme maneuverability and firepower. You can't even run up to someone without being detected. Put on the battlefield, that must be the equivalent of a weapon assassin. You can get close enough to spot the enemy and launch a surprise attack. The enemy was blown away without knowing anything. Lin Hai didn't hesitate and directly entered inside the tank, driving it to activate the stealth function. The tank's color turned into a burst of ripples, blending in completely with its surroundings. It can even be transformed into objects that are more easily integrated into the environment. In the yellow earth into a yellow stone, disguised as a bunch of bushes near the woods. It blends in perfectly with the rest of the vegetation, not even close enough to be easily detected with ease. Good man. If this tank enters the battlefield, who can be our opponent? Zhou Guohua gave a shock on the spot. In an instant, countless ways to respond came to mind. If it was the enemy who had such a tank, there was no way to deal with it. I'm afraid the only way to do that is with heavy artillery or rockets, and fire coverage. Bomb all the areas where tanks appear. But Lin Hai had said that the tank's defense was so strong that it could even carry anti-tank missiles and armor-piercing bullets. Then the only weapon that could threaten this tank, I'm afraid, would be a nuclear bomb. The more Zhou Guohua thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Incredibly fortunate that Lin Hai was on his side. If we side with the West, I am afraid that China will never have a chance to rise again. Zhou Jinlong also took stock of this weapon's role in the battlefield in his mind and came to the same conclusion. The two men glanced at each other, and both could see the shock in the other's eyes. Lin Hai, what is the cost of this tank? After R&D costs, it should be in the neighborhood of $50 million for mass production. The main reason is that it is more difficult to process and the cost of the titanium crystal alloy is higher. But although the cost is more expensive than any other tank, I think the price is well worth it.
Lin 2 Riplit.
That's right. This tank will be our country's main battle tank, but all the technology must be kept strictly confidential and absolutely cannot be exported to the outside world, Zhou Guohua said with an extremely serious face. Yes, this tank uses so much top-notch technology that it can't be leaked to foreign countries. Can we develop another conventional tank with world-leading performance? Zhou Jinlong asked. No problem, conventional tanks are easier and less expensive to develop. Visualize that the production cost can be controlled at about $20 million. And the same goes for heavy tanks. Okay, this tank is left in the military district. All the technical drawings should be prepared in a hurry. We need to build the line as soon as possible. Also, with the foreign trade version of the tank, you'll have to catch up on your research quickly. Just tell me how much you need. How about $20 million for production costs and a full set of technology? Lin Hai asked. No problem. Get the money into your account right away. In 7 days at the most, the foreign trade version of the new tank will be built. Lin Hai immediately made a promise. The central military region had a new tank and immediately called an emergency meeting. The original plan was to announce the new tanks to the world as soon as they became available. But this tank's performance and power far exceeded expectations. It seems that such a powerful weapon should not be divulged so easily. I think our new tank technology is too advanced to be shown to the outside world, Zhou Guohua said. Yes, once the information on the new tanks is known to the outside world, it will definitely cause the Western countries to be on guard. Today, our military weapons are still no match for those of the West. It's better to try to hide your strength, a staff officer said. But the current situation is very unfavorable to us. Outside opinion is that we don't value talent. I'm afraid that if time drags on, we'll lose a lot of talented people who are willing to return to our country to serve. Another military expert said. I do have a good idea, a staff officer said. Hurry up with any good ideas. Don't hide them. I think we should announce our new tanks immediately, of course not to demonstrate the performance of the tanks, but only to publish the appearance information. Think about it, you guys, since you sacked the foreign experts. The pretty country won't let it go. They'll think we have the technology and send spies to steal the information. The pressure for secrecy would then be enormous. On the contrary, if the shape of the tanks is announced, foreign experts will definitely think that our new tanks cannot be used in actual combat, but are just look-alike goods. Isn't that what we all thought when we first saw the tank? If the West can fall for it, our secrecy can be a lot easier. Chapter 38. Questioned by the world. This is a wonderful solution. Zhou Jinlong happily slapped his thigh. As the saying goes, when the false is true, the true is true, and when the false is false, the false is false, so that the enemy country will never be able to figure it out. Zhou Guohua also thinks that this method is feasible. Even their own experts, when they saw the tanks with their own eyes, thought the new tanks were unreliable. Foreign experts can only analyze it through pictures and some appearance data. It was probably immediately assumed that the military district was putting out fake news. Think it's a smokescreen put out by the military region to deliberately confuse their intelligence services. In the future, when investigating intelligence, we will definitely avoid the new tanks and look for other relevant intelligence information instead. All agreed that the approach was feasible. Immediately have the publicity department take video photos. Even reported some of the appearance data in detail. The tank was posted online and immediately caused quite a stir. After all, China was the key target of the entire Western alliance, and once a new type of weapon was developed, it would receive a great deal of attention. Not to mention the fact that the firing of a foreign expert for developing a new tank became a hot topic on the World Wide Web. They all want to know how Huaxia developed the new tanks without the support of foreign experts, and what kind of level the tanks can reach in terms of various data. People who didn't know anything about the military at first were very excited to see the new tanks. This tank has a really powerful look and a sci-fi futuristic feel to it. No one should object to saying it's the most handsomely styled tank in the world. Right? Beautiful. Who says we Chinese designers can't do it? This tank absolutely kills other countries' main battle tanks just by its shape. My God. It's a 240mm caliber tank. How powerful must it be? Indeed, the larger the caliber of the barrel, the more powerful the shell. A 24mm gun is almost the equivalent of a missile. Just when everyone was incredibly excited, There were some military-savvy people that threw a wrench in the works. Foreign military experts, in particular, immediately analyzed the tanks when they first saw the news. The many shortcomings of the tank were discovered. Immediately cynical about Wasia. It's a real laugh. China can only fool people who don't know anything about the military when they build this kind of tank. What do you mean? Could it be that you guys are getting jealous when you see that Huaxia has successfully developed a new type of tank? You ordinary people really don't know anything. The tank body size made it so big that it was visually estimated to have exceeded 100 tons. What kind of engine would have to power a tank that size to run? It is well known that China's engine technology has always been among the industrial shortcomings. Even our pretty country can't build an engine to drive a 100-ton tank. May I ask how China did it? Also, the bigger the tank body is made, the more imposing it looks though. It also means that the target is too large and easily hit by anti-tank weapons as well as missiles. A tank that is too heavy to cross a bridge in battle may collapse it. The ASS has developed super heavy tanks before. Many bridges can't be crossed. It's been on the news, you guys wouldn't be unaware of that, right? Thirdly, the new Chinese tanks are surprisingly using 240mm caliber guns. Do you guys have any idea how much recoil a shell of that caliber would generate when fired? Let me tell you, one shell fired is enough to shake this tank apart. The foreign experts were incredibly excited after analyzing the Chinese tanks. The consensus was that China had assembled a random look-alike tank purely to save face. It simply cannot be used in real combat. They want to expose HWA's lies. Foreign experts have also cited many formulas as proof that their analysis is correct. Eventually came to a conclusion. The new Chinese tanks are purely a fraud. The weight is too heavy to drive properly. The caliber of the barrel is too large to fire the shells, and the recoil from forcing them would destroy the tank. Many well-known tank designers, too, have been cynical about China online. They will never let go of any opportunity to suppress Huaxia. Haha. Huaxia has completely run out of ideas. Can't even design a new tank. The only reason to release the new tank in such a hurry is to prove that firing the foreign experts was the right decision. It's a pity. No real strength can only add to the laughingstock. It seems that Huaxia has lost the ability to even develop new tanks under our Western country's blockade. It won't be long before Huaxia will completely collapse. The only way out for China in the future is to bow down to the West and accept all of its conditions. Not only did foreign military experts question it, but domestic tank experts all came to the same conclusion. Isn't this a joke? What is the Central Military Region doing, disgracing itself internationally? It's amazing that at this point in time they are making false claims and trying to fool the netizens. Countries all over the world are staring at us, and doing this will only make people think that we, Huaxia, are faking it. I'm afraid that after this incident, other countries will have even less confidence in our Chinese weapons. Something like this shouldn't have happened. Old Zhou is not only the director of the Weapons Research Institute, and it's still the military district chief of staff. How could he make such a cheap mistake? With the Central Military Region pulling such a stunt, it does seem like they're under a lot of pressure. But fudging it really shouldn't be. Now we in the Eastern Military Region have a chance to come out on top in a military exercise. Finally, we can end the Central Military Region's winning streak. Yeah, the Central Military Region has made a mistake, and it's an opportunity for us instead. Just because it's a country's army doesn't mean you have to give in to them. All the more reason to pull out all the stops and beat them to the punch. Let everyone know that war depends on real hard power, and that you can't make things happen by fudging. You can only harm others and yourself. Army guys are straight shooters and do things the straight way. All the major military regions have decided to deploy the latest tanks in military exercises to defeat the Central Military Region. If it's before a maneuver, it's all about meeting up. The heads of the commanders of all the major military regions get together to discuss confrontational maneuvers. Due to the Central Military District's consecutive championships, every meeting travels to the Central Military District. Soon the other 4 major theater commanders, general staffs, and senior officers arrived at the Central Military Region on military aircraft. Everyone revealed a flirtatious smile and looked at Zhou Guohua with a smirk. Commander Zhou, I heard that you have developed the latest model of tank. Is this something that will be deployed for the military exercises? The Eastern Theater commander asked with a smile. This is, of course. Since the new tanks have been developed, the best testing ground is the battlefield. Though it was said to be just a drill, not a real battle. But it also tests out most of the performance. Zhou Guohua replied calmly. Chapter 39. Gambling. But we watched the news. Many foreign experts are not optimistic about your new tank. Can't figure out what's going on with your design concepts. Huh. The commander of the Western Theater asked curiously. I say, Commander Zhou, Chief of General Staff Zhou, are the rumors on the internet true or not? Is this tank a smokescreen put out to confuse the enemy on purpose? Have you secretly developed other new tanks? Did you do that to keep it a secret? Others think a little deeper. Although it is said that Zhou Guohua is relatively younger and is prone to doing things aggressively. But with Zhou Zhenlong as the Chief of General Staff, it's not as bad as watching Zhou Guohua make such a low-level mistake. The announcements we made are all true. The Dragon Scale I tank is indeed our newly developed main battle tank. Didn't lie to anyone. As for foreign experts questioning us, there is no need to ignore them. Strategically speaking, being underestimated by the enemy is instead a good thing, not a bad thing. Zhou Zhenlong said with a smile.
No?
Has your engine technology really improved so dramatically? Can you even carry a 100-ton tank? A 240mm caliber cannon. The recoil is no joke? Unless non-metallic materials are able to make major breakthroughs, they are unlikely to withstand it. Many people didn't believe what Zhou Zhenlong said and questioned it with your words and mine. There's no need to hide it from us at this point, is there? In a month or so, there's going to be a big army-wide drill. What's the point of keeping it from us? The Eastern Theater commander said. We have no intention of hiding the new weapon. Since you're all here, it's a good time for you to see the power of the new tanks with your own eyes. After all, we've won the Central Military Region back-to-back years. It's all a bit embarrassing. This is to show you our latest model of tank weaponry. I hope you guys can come up with a crack, Zhou Guohua said confidently. This statement made the generals of the other war zones a little less confident. Can't figure out what the hell this gourd is selling. The new tanks are announced, they have also been analyzed and are not usable at all. They are nothing more than lookalikes. But Zhou Zhenlong and Zhou Guohua both claimed to be the main battle tank of the military region. They were also allowed to watch the new tanks in action. Could this tank indeed be used in battle? Yeah, we'd like to see if such a big, heavy tank will work or not. The crowd agreed at once. Got very curious about the new tanks. In fact, they didn't even know that the military region had specialized in all-around testing of the Dragon Scale I tank in the past few days. And several drivers have been trained. Each test left them stunned and dumbfounded. It was discovered that the new tanks could actually hit targets up to 50 kilometers away. As long as you know the exact coordinates, you can hit with precision. What's even scarier is that it can also capture enemy radar signals for localization. You know that distance is already equivalent to a proximity missile. The key firing rate is also extraordinarily fast, and a single tank can cover a small range of targets with fire. Even the supersonic missiles and artillery shells that were fired at them could be easily intercepted by the Dragon Scale I tank. The launch position can even be calculated from the trajectory of missiles and shells in a very short time. Thus, the first counterattack against the enemy. After understanding all the performance of the new tanks, the shock in everyone's heart could not be calmed for a long time. Zhou Zhenlong immediately commented, with this tank guarding the country's gates, it can be used as a national shield. That's why it was named the Dragon Scale I tank. This is because the new tanks are not just good at attacking, they are also extremely impressive at defending. Zhou Guohua had the tanks driven to the large field. Lead all the officer heads to the command room. Some people are very puzzled. Since they want to show us the tanks, they should be there. What brings us all to the command room? Not regretting it again, are you? Don't want us to see the tank. Facing the others teasing, Zhou Guohua smiled faintly and explained to them, this tank of ours has an advantage. The range distance is a bit longer. It is impossible to observe the target of the strike and the power of the shell explosion at the site. It can be seen clearly on the screen from the command room via a high-speed drone shot. How far away can a tank be? Wouldn't it be better to stand up high and watch it with binoculars? I think you guys still have a weak heart. There must be something fishy about not letting us see it on the spot. Ha ha ha. You guys are really overthinking it. If there is really something fishy, wouldn't it be better if we don't demonstrate? Zhou Zhenlong said with a smile. It can be visualized more clearly on the screen in the command room. You guys want to go watch it live, that's fine. We'll take you to the site when we're done watching. Even if you want to drive the tanks yourselves. They were all military district executives, so of course Zhou Zhenlong would not suspect that there would be foreign spies. Not to mention the fact that you don't have to worry about them leaking the information. It is possible to be generous and show them all the details. Well, if you say so, let's just watch the firing drill in the command room for now. Everyone stood in front of the big screen and saw the new tanks traveling to the firing site. Yes, that's the tank, just as it was advertised online. It's not right. It's so big. I'm afraid it's over 100 tons this second. The run doesn't look slow. Some people saw the writing on the wall right away. How much horsepower does this tank have? It must have at least 1500 horsepower to pull it, right? Did it use 2 engines at the same time? You may not believe it when I tell you that the tank is powered by 3000 horsepower. What's that speed? It can travel at a maximum speed of 200 kilometers per hour on level ground. Zhou Guohua proudly said. Don't kid yourself. If a tank this heavy can go 200 miles an hour, I'll write my last name backwards. Zhou Guohua skimmed his lips, not giving the other party face in the slightest. It's also a king in reverse, but we can bet on a little something else. Fine, what do you want to bet? Commander Wang was not willing to show weakness. If the tanks can run at 200 per hour, you don't have to participate in the maneuver confrontation, just admit defeat. Oh, don't think that this can scare me. If this tank can really reach such a high speed, even if it participates in confrontation exercises, it's meaningless and it definitely can't win. I'll bet you. The other military chiefs watched the two fight with interest. All of them also supported Commander Wang. Your central theater of operations is blowing more and more bull. I'm afraid such an iron lump running at 200 miles per hour can only be realized in dreams. If it's really that highly maneuverable, we in the northern theater of operations concede defeat. What's the point of comparing? The tank units alone could have pushed us all the way across. That's right, the Western War Zone bets too. Chapter 40. You're all scared out of your wits. Zhou Guohua only used a small ploy to get all the military region commanders to agree to the bet. The key in everyone's perception: tanks could never race to such a speed. First of all, they all agreed that the tanks were overweight and could not reach such high speeds even with all the engines inside. Secondly, tanks are all tracks, not tires. Once it reaches a high speed of 200 miles per hour, the tracks simply can't take it. Even if you were to rely on common sense, there is no way you could run that fast. Zhou Guohua confirmed once more with a smile on his face. You guys had better reconsider. It's not honorable to admit defeat voluntarily. Saying that we voluntarily concede defeat? I think it's you, Central Battlefield, who ceded the championship archly. Still, if you can get a tank up to 200 an hour, we'll admit defeat immediately. All right. Speaking of which, there's no need for me to postpone. Zhou Guohua was simply happy in his heart. It literally doesn't take a single soldier to win the military regional grand championship. Report, Chief, the tanks are in position and ready to fire. Good. I order fire immediately, 50 kilometers away from the target. Everyone was shocked when Zhou Guohua said this. What were you talking about? It wasn't a joke, was it? It's come to this, why are you still bragging? This is a very serious occasion. Tell me what kind of tank can hit 50 kilometers away? All felt that Zhou Guohua was still bragging. No respect for facts at all. A joke or two in such a serious and formal setting would have been fine. He kept saying unrealistic things, much to the displeasure of many of the commanders and chiefs of general staff present. I'm not talking nonsense. It is true that the longest effective precision attack range of our tanks is 50 kilometers. Since you've come to watch, of course you have to show the highest level. Zhou Guohua replied. He could certainly tell what the other man was thinking. But the more angry the other side acted, the more it showed that they couldn't even imagine the true power of the new tanks. Zhou Guohua, on the contrary, was the happier. You just blow hard. A tank this heavy has to race to 200 kilometers per hour and hit a 50-kilometer target. Why don't you say your tanks can even take down fighters? Commander Wang huffed. Zhou Guohua nodded and replied, That's true. Our tanks can indeed deal with fighters. It can also take on air defense duties in the event of a shortage of air defense weapons. Whether it's enemy fighters or missile shells fired over, they can be intercepted with tanks. Say you're fat and you're really panting, aren't you? If we really have such a tank, it would be invincible in the modern battlefield. I've noticed that you guys in the central military region are very out of place, doing things more and more outrageously, not respecting the facts at all. We've known each other for so many years. Why have you guys suddenly become so unrealistic? Zhou Jinlong faced the accusations of the crowd and said soothingly, Everyone calm down. The launch is coming soon. Whether or not what Guohua said is the truth, won't you all know after reading it? Well, since Elder Zhou has said so, I'd like to see how a tank can hit a target this far away. As soon as the words were spoken, images of tanks firing their guns could be seen on the big screen. The drone takes a live shot, quickly stretching the lens to capture the trajectory of the shell. There was a filming drone at regular intervals. Camera switches at very fast speeds allow for continuous shell footage. Everyone was wide-eyed and glued to the screen. The point is that the velocity of the shells was also tested out. The fastest speed shown is up to Mach 7. Soon the shells hit their targets accurately. Boom! Even at a distance of 50 kilometers, the power of the explosion could be felt. A number of improvised military installations were constructed at the range just to test the destructive power of artillery shells. Only a huge wave of air was seen, destroying all the surrounding bunker walls with ease. A small mushroom cloud rose into the air. The explosion site was a small hilltop over 10 meters high, which was surprisingly leveled directly into a depression. The breathing of all the leading heads became incredibly rapid. Both eyes were wide and stretched out, staring straight at the screen. Full of incredulity. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't known it was filmed in real time. The tank shells actually hit the bull's eye at 50 kilometers accurately. And it's surprisingly powerful. It's almost comparable to an ICBM. This is a 240mm NG shell? This isn't an animation you guys made ahead of time, is it? How come I don't feel like it's real at all? Zhou Guohua was very satisfied with the expressions of the crowd. This moment of vanity was simply overwhelming. It was able to dazzle these commander-in-chiefs who had been displeased with the central military region. The heart couldn't be happier. Of course it's true. The earth was trembling slightly just now, and the sound of explosions could be heard coming through. Could this even be faked? Impossible. How can a 240mm caliber shell be that powerful? I'm afraid what was fired out was a missile. Another questioned. The shells can be clearly seen in the footage just taken. If it's a missile, there will be propulsion behind it. Our artillery shells are shot, they're a completely different thing from missiles. And artillery shells are cheaper to build and have an advantage over missiles. Zhou Jinlong said. I still can't accept that this is true. It's amazing that tanks have such great firepower. How did the little shells do it? It's outrageous. With tanks like this, then conventional artillery can be done away with. This is not scientific at all. We are also considered half technicians, and we still know the basic principles of weapons very well. It's completely against all the rules. Ha ha ha. I knew you guys would react like this. Let alone you guys. We were more shocked than you were when we first built the tanks for testing. Zhou Jinlong laughed brightly. To be honest with you guys, this tank of ours uses nuclear power. That's why it can explode 3,000 horsepower and is capable of reaching 200 kilometers per hour. Don't look big, but the use of special alloy materials, not only high strength and lighter weight. It only weighs 50 tons. Also, tanks use electromagnetic gun technology. Not only can you shoot the shells farther and faster, but there is very little recoil. The biggest advantage is still the fast firing rate, up to 10 rounds per second. It is because of such advanced performance that even airplanes can be shot down with ease. We've tested it several times, and it's a hit and miss for target planes up to Mach 2.5. As for faster target planes, we don't have any at the moment. There's no way to test them. Chapter 41, we all want it too. Even an airplane? Everyone's jaw shells nearly fell to the ground once again. They simply could not imagine how they could hit an airplane with a tank gun. After all, airplanes move and have no pattern to their trajectory. How can I anticipate? A tank has nuclear power, electromagnetic gun technology. How can you not think this is true? Can't be in a dream, can it? I say, Lao Zhou, you're not kidding, are you? Nuclear power for a tank? Wouldn't our country's technology take off then? That's right. Controlled fusion technology is within our grasp. Technicians are analyzing studies to generate electricity using controlled fusion technology. Once the technology matures, an unlimited domestic energy supply can be realized immediately, Zhou Jinlong explained. Good guy. The whole world is looking at the central military region as a joke. I didn't realize you guys were doing great things without a word. No wonder you guys didn't even react a little to the mockery of the foreign media. Turns out it wasn't even bothering to explain it to them. That's right. That's how it was considered. Zhou Jinlong replied with a smile. Let's not wait any longer. Let's get to the site. Didn't you say we'd be allowed to drive it ourselves? Nuclear-powered tanks. I've never seen them before in my life. Your central military region is really bullish. Such an advanced weapon can be developed. Hurry up and tell us. What is the cost of this tank? Equip some for our military region as well. That really hits the nail on the head. With this year's military appropriation, more of these tanks must be procured. The two men, Zhou Zhenlong and Zhou Guohua, were surrounded. All want to purchase new tanks. I'm sorry, the Dragon Scale 1 tank production line is still under construction, and this year's production capacity can't even be guaranteed by our central military region. Even if there is extra capacity, it will have to wait until next year. Zhou Guohua said, "Are you kidding me? With new weapons, of course, you'll be able to use them for yourself first. It certainly can't be given to other military districts until the needs of their own military districts are met." The other chiefs were immediately displeased. Let's hear it for everyone. What a thing to say. You develop a new weapon and then you eat it all by yourself. Are we, the 4 major war zones, not the country's army anymore? That's right, all 4 of our war zones are also trying to protect national security. And it's also in a frontier zone, so it stands to reason that we should be equipped first with advanced weapons when they become available. As long as our 4 major military regions can hold back the enemy, your central military region will always be safe. I'll put my word down here today. If you don't provide us with a sufficient number of new tanks this year, I'll live in your military district and not leave. Some people have even played hard to get. Both put on an attitude that they won't stop until they get what they want. Determined to get the new tanks. Everyone else saw this and followed suit. They are all old acquaintances. Rivals, but even more so friends who can live and die together. There are no scruples at all. Fine, let's talk about this later. Let's go see the tanks up close first. Look at the capacity of the tanks this year, and make sure you equip your military districts with them as well. As for how much equipment, it will have to be redistributed on a case-by-case basis. I'm here to assure you all that I will do my best to increase production capacity to meet your needs. Zhou Zhenlong persuaded. Worthy of being Elder Zhou, the work is just atmospheric. We're just waiting for the good news. I'll put the word out here that if you need funding, just say so and we'll call it in ahead of time. That's right, it doesn't matter if the price is higher for a tank that performs so well. Not only are there many uses on the battlefield, there's no problem with a dozen of them. With these tanks, our country's reputation as the dominant land force can be fully realized. Whether it's the woolly bear nation or the pretty nation, put them together and I'm confident that I can defeat them as well. Chatting away as we arrived at the test site, an exciting tank drag race was demonstrated in front of all. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded when they saw the tested MPH. Keep in mind that the test sites are bare dirt fields and not as smooth as a highway. To be able to race that fast, it's an unbelievable performance. Good guy, running to such a fast speed, is afraid that the enemy's artillery shells and missiles can't catch up at all, right? Yeah, if they run into an enemy tank battleship, they'll have trouble locking on to their shells. This is so outrageous. I literally feel like I'm dreaming. It's really unimaginable that our country could have such advanced tanks so quickly. Ha ha ha, I really want to see the day when all the detailed data of this tank is released. How the leaders of those hostile nations will look. That's going to be fantastic. All the chiefs were beyond amazed at the performance of the new tanks. It's a far cry from the mood I was in when I first arrived. What military confrontation exercises, all thrown to Java. Military confrontation, mainly with land maneuvers. With this king of army weapons, there are still maneuvers against a hammer easily destroy all of their heavy weapons units. There is no possibility of defeating it at all. Next, everyone got to drive the tanks themselves for the experience. Once again, I was amazed by the variety of features of the tank. I didn't realize that tanks could be so intelligent. It is easy to become proficient in the various functions. Even newbies just need to understand for a few minutes. You can then drive directly to the battlefield based on the cooperation of various automatic functions. After the experience, I got off the tank and still couldn't get enough. Almost everyone said the same thing. Be sure to speed up production and hurry up and distribute one to our military district. As for the tank stealth feature, it was not demonstrated. Instead, they intend to reveal it to them when it is delivered. After all, this feature is just too unbelievable. Strict confidentiality must be maintained. Even the soldiers who have access to this tank must be carefully selected. Guarantee absolute loyalty to the state. Even in the coming decades, the Dragon Scale I tank will lead the world. By the time the military leaders went back, there was a powerful confidence on every face. It has been completely different from the questioning that was going on before I came here. After deliberation, it was decided that all the military confrontation exercises in the 5 major war zones would be cancelled. Keep the money to buy more tanks. Lin Hai had a very relaxing time over the next few days. Even if you go to school, no one comes after you anymore. After all, Lin Hai had made a name for himself by beating up the toughest guy in the school. To the other students, Lin Hai's personal combat power was explosive. There were even rumors that it could be that Lin Hai used force to force Zhou Qier to date him. Even if they were worried about Zhou Qier, no one dared to stand up and accuse Lin Hai. After all, no one wants to get punched in the face. Soon Lin Hai completed the order from Camelot Nation and packed and shipped all the drones. Chapter 42. Lycanthropy. After everything was done, another message was sent to the other party telling them when it would arrive. The customers in Camelot were very happy to receive the news. It's wonderful. The militant attacks have been getting more and more rampant this time, and we have no response to it. We were defeated in 2 consecutive battles with heavy losses. Hopefully, we can use these drones to even the odds. Don't worry. The drones can definitely surprise you with their performance. If you're not happy with the results, a full refund. Lin Hai was very confident, but in his heart, he was thinking, the Camel country's fighting ability can be really bad. Obviously, the weapons used were many times stronger than the enemy, but the enemy immediately threw away their armor in fear as soon as they charged to the death. Throw down your weapon and turn your head and run. As a result, a large number of advanced weapons have fallen into the hands of the enemy, and the more they fight, the stronger they become. But these are drone weapons that can strike the enemy remotely from a great distance. If you can play the game, you can utilize the power of drones. Doesn't run away from an attack when there is no danger. After contacting the other party, Lin Hai then went to bed to rest. Pretty Country and the 3 kingdoms, however, have been getting more and more dishonest in the last few days. The tanks announced by the Central Military Region, in particular, were considered to be hard-faced fakery. Make the ASS feel like they can do it again. The Pretty Country also watched the fun, and they were more than eager to take this opportunity to let the 3 kingdoms test the strength of Huaxia. If it can be successful, it will be able to get the maximum benefit from the 3 countries of the Arab world. And by the way, it also strikes a blow to HWA. If it fails, it will be San who will be unlucky, and the beautiful country will not suffer any loss. In the negotiations between the 2 countries, the Pretty Country showed great generosity. We support the occupation of Area 97 by the ASS, but on one condition, and that is that $30 billion in weaponry must be purchased. The diplomat from the Pretty Country saw that the other side was shocked by the number. Continuing, don't think we're Pretty Country to make money. This is all for the sake of your country. Think about it, you guys. If we capture the 97th district, China will definitely not be willing to do that. They will find a way to take it back again by force. Only if you have a large number of advanced weapons will you be able to firmly occupy Area 97. Besides, with so many advanced weapons, not only can we deter Huaxia, but we can also improve the overall military strength of the 3 countries. International standing throughout the world can be raised dramatically. The officials of the 3 kingdoms heard the big pie painted by the officials of the Pretty Kingdom. It all became incredibly exciting. It has always been their dream to overtake Huaxia to become the dominant player in the Asia-Pacific region. With the support of the Pretty Country, this dream really seems to be within reach. Although it is said that there have been some setbacks in dealing with the Ba'athist state. But they believe that the main reason is that the PA has suddenly gotten drone weapons and they just didn't prepare for them in advance. To the Pretty Country's request, he immediately agreed. $30 billion of weapons is no problem. But we still have one request, that the Pretty Country send troops to assist us in capturing the 97 area. Also, according to the intelligence we've obtained, it's very likely that Huaxia is in possession of advanced drone weapons. In this military sale, Pretty Country has to give us some equipment that can restrain drones as well. Pretty Country officials watched the wrongdoers fall for it. Hurry up and keep on painting the big picture. It's too easy to deal with drones. We have electromagnetic jamming guns, we have anti-aircraft missiles, and more capable drones. Either weapon could easily defeat Huaxia's drones. It's a little more expensive, but it's definitely a good deal. Excellent, then it's a deal. Please deliver the weapons as soon as possible. We intend to forcibly occupy Area 97. All that's needed is for the Pretty Country to cooperate with us in a military exercise. Huaxia surely wouldn't dare to take a shot at us. No problem. You have the full support of our beautiful country. The officials of the Pretty Country were simply happy in their hearts. All the weapons sold to the three countries are second-rate weapons that have been eliminated, and the price has increased tenfold. But it is like a treasure for the three countries of the Arakanese. All the pretty country needs to do is send its troops to perform a joint military maneuver with them. It would be an easy $30 billion. And all the costs of the military exercises are also borne by the three countries. This deal is a total steal. The key thing is that it can also provoke the conflict between the three countries and China, keeping Wasia held back by the ASS in the rear. The officials of the three kingdoms were equally elated. Getting the full support of the pretty country to seize the 97th region would open up the route into the Chinese hinterland. At any time, you can launch an attack on China, and there is no longer any obstacle. The two countries are in cahoots with each other. The pretty country quickly shipped large quantities of weapons to the vicinity of Area 97, especially the tanks, armored vehicles, heavy weaponry, all of which were second-hand goods that had been phased out of the pretty country's military. But as a top-developed country, even the weapons that are phased out are very advanced for the vast majority of countries. Accepting a full set of beautiful country equipment makes the AS self-confidence even more explosive. The officer of the AS country looked at the tanks of the pretty country. Think they're invincible already. This is the most advanced main battle tank in the world. We equipped 50 of them in one breath. Chinese tanks have become a laughingstock internationally. It's just the right time to take this opportunity to show our power to Huaxia. This time, let's see how Wasia should be able to resist our attack. I order the army to leave immediately to rush to the front. The armies of the three kingdoms did not even wait for the pretty country, and the mechanized forces drove forward. Intends to give Wasia a head start. The defenders at the border gate of the 97th region of China immediately noticed the movement of the enemy army. Report immediately to your superiors. The three countries of the Arab world really dare to come and violate our territory. They are simply living beyond their means. The defenders get ready at once, and if they dare to invade by half a step, give me a severe return fire. What did you say? The pretty country's army is following us? Stand on strict alert, wait for follow-up orders, and don't fire the first shot at will. The defending generals immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, and also understood why the three kingdoms dared to be so arrogant. Involve the pretty country in this, and if there's ever a war, just hurt anyone from the pretty country. They then have an excuse to move against China. With China's current strength, it's not enough to take on the entire West. One has to be careful in dealing with it to not fall for the enemy's tricks. The first chief received the emergency report and slammed his fist on the table in anger. The pretty country is simply too deceitful. If our new fighter jets could be mass-produced, wouldn't you be so arrogant? The chief rests his anger. Don't get angry. Our fighters and tanks have made amazing breakthroughs. Access to controlled fusion technology. Western imperialism can certainly be defeated if enough time is bought. All we can do now is try to hold back as much as possible and try to avoid going to war with the enemy. As long as you endure this time, you'll never have to be afraid of pretty country again, the chief's secretary persuaded. Chapter 43. Extremely Arrogant Provocation. The number one chief forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. Calm down quickly. Nodding his head slightly, he said, "You're right. Now is not the time to move. Inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the solemn representations and condemnations made to the pretty country and the three Arab countries. Use diplomacy as much as possible to put pressure on the other side. Secondly, media propaganda was utilized to expose enemy plots. Third, let the Western military region organize military exercises to show the enemy the strength of our army. If the other side goes too far and dares to shoot us, and do not have to keep holding back, the counterattack should be counterattack. Cannot be treated as a soft persimmon by the enemy. Yes. I'll immediately inform the Western military region commander of the message." After receiving the order, the Western military region immediately convened a meeting to discuss how to respond to the provocation of the three Arab countries. The chief of general staff slammed his fist on the table in anger. The other side is really too arrogant. The worst of all is the pretty country, which sold 50 main battle tanks to the three kingdoms in one breath, and also sent them to the front line. This is encouraging the AS to invade our territory. It may look like the three countries are provoking, but it's really the pretty countries we're dealing with. If you can't find a way to scare the pretty country back, the three kingdoms won't be afraid, one of the main war faction generals said in a cold voice. You have to be careful when dealing with the pretty country. The pretty country is desperate to find an excuse to hit us. Now is not the time to tear yourself away from them. The Western Theater commander sighed helplessly. If only we had Dragon Scale 1 tanks. The 3 Arab countries dare to be so arrogant or rely on advanced tank weapons. My guess is that their strategy is to use heavily armored tanks to push all the way across the border and use the exercise as a way to forcefully take the 97 area. No matter what, we absolutely cannot take a step back. National territory will never be violated. That's for sure. This military maneuver must strike a chord with our Western theater. Lin Hai was with Zhou Qi during recess. The two are now almost at the point where they are like glue. Even between classes, he would be asked out by Zhou Qi. It's really pissing me off. Look at the news. AS and Pretty are going to conduct military maneuvers in the area of 97, calling for the taking of the 97th district. What's even more odious is that they have gotten a lot of media publicity about getting advanced weapons from pretty countries. It also says that the 97th area is theirs, forcibly occupied by us, the Chinese. I really want to beat these people violently. It's so shameless. Pretty country can be so bad. They're only interested in the world. Lin Hai took his cell phone and swiped the news as well. A lot of Western countries and the ARC are screaming messages on the internet. We, the 3 kingdoms, are definitely the #1 power in the Asia-Pacific, and with the advanced weapons we bought from the pretty country, defeating Huaxia is just a matter of minutes. This time, not only do we want to recapture the 97th region, but we also want to take over the entire Tibetan region of China. This piece of land should have belonged to us, the 3 kingdoms. Our water in the Ganges Basin comes from the Tibetan and 97 areas. That's why it's important to keep this land under firm control in order to protect our drinking water. Ha 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 ha. This time no one will be able to defend us. We've just acquired 50 of the latest version of the beautiful country's tanks, which are absolutely invincible. For Huaxia to dare to go against the 3 countries is purely asking for trouble. We, the 3 kingdoms, can defeat Huaxia with nothing more than a slight movement of our fingers. Huaxia can't even develop new tanks, but actually take a bunch of broken iron to fool people, really laugh me to death. Let them taste the power of our new tanks. The Little Day country is also extremely arrogant at the moment. As the 3 kingdoms have captured the western region of China, I think we should also take the opportunity to send troops to capture the eastern region and hinterland of China. That's right. As long as we occupy most of China, we can realize the great glory of our little country of days. The people from the stick country were not shy either. The territory of China should be our stick countries. We, the kingdom of the stick, shouldn't be cowering in such a small place. Instead, they should take the initiative and occupy large tracts of land. Lin Hai looked at the news and laughed back in anger. With the support of the pretty country, all kinds of jumped-up clowns are popping out. Then we have to think of a way, whether it's international public opinion or the current situation, it's too unfavorable for our Huaxia. Zhou Qi was very anxious. Lin Hai stroked his chin and said, "Since the dog is fighting, the best thing to do is to return the favor with full force. As long as the dog's mouth is crippled, it will naturally run away with its tail between its legs. That's true, but it's a beautiful country behind the 3 kingdoms. Our current strength in Huaxia is still unable to fully confront the pretty country."
Zhou Qi was helpless.
Really? Why do I think it's still easy to clean up an agri-state? The corner of Lin Hai's mouth curved into an arc, revealing an expression that seemed like a smile. At the moment, it seems that the biggest support the pretty country has given San is the provision of 50 main battle tanks. As long as these tanks are destroyed, the 3 kingdoms will naturally not dare to remain arrogant. Destroying their tanks is certainly no problem, but pretty country's army is there too, and once we hit their people, it gives pretty country an excuse to attack us. Besides, pretty country surely wants the A3 to fight us in a protracted war as a way of draining our national power. We simply can't aggravate the conflict at this point. Yo, very impressive. Surprisingly, I analyzed today's situation so thoroughly. It really makes me look the other way. Lin Hai was surprised and looked at Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi was a bit embarrassed. With a shy face, he said, "That's all I heard Grandpa say when he was talking to Dad. I'm not that good at this. By the way, is there any way you can clean up the ASS? And only if it doesn't cause a war. Wait until school is over and go talk to your dad. Just let us drive the tanks to the front. I'll be sure to scare off San." Lin Hai said. "Huh? The new tanks are already being treated like babies. I don't think it will be promised to us. Don't worry, I'm sure your grandfather and your father are men of the greater good. Well then, I'll accompany you. When it was time for school to end, the two rode together in the car. The students who saw it were envious. Zhou Qi really has a boyfriend. My heart is broken. I heard that this guy fights so well that no one dares to mess with him. Alas, I hope Zhou Qi wasn't forced by Lin Hai as rumored. Lin Hai had long since gotten over the comments of the other students. There are rumors about everything. Moody also describes himself as an extreme berserker, forcing Chukul to go out with him. It's a crying shame. Coming to the military area together, all felt that the atmosphere of the military area had produced no small change. It became very depressing. The smiles were gone from every soldier's face. Apparently all have been affected by the mood of the provocations of the three countries. Chapter 44. Invitation to War. The two found Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua in the command room. They happened to be conferring on things. How did you guys get here? Zhou Guohua frowned. The command room is not for just anyone. Not even if it's your own daughter. Zhou Jinlong was very amiable and said, Lin Hai is not an outsider. He must have something important to come here to find us. Say, what's the business of finding this place? Lin Hai said, I want to borrow the Dragon Scale 1 tank. Are you kidding? The Dragon Scale 1 tank is now a top secret in the military region. What are you borrowing a tank for? Of course to fight San. Lin Hai said, it's simply nonsense. Even if the three kingdoms make a lot of noise, it will be handled by the state. What are you going over there to mess with? Lin Hai said, under today's situation, I'm afraid that even the country will find it difficult to cope, especially since the pretty country fully supports San. Once stationed by their heavily mechanized forces storming into the 97th area, our China will be in a state of international majesty. Pretty country and ASA will definitely build military bases in the 97th area immediately. It's also equivalent to completely opening the door into my China. Zhou Jinlong looked at Lin Hai with a pleased look. You analyzed it well. It's already rare to have such a vision at such a young age. I'm not here to be flattered. I'm the only one who can utilize the full performance of the Dragon Scale 1. As long as we can scare off the A3 and pretty states, naturally, the current crisis can be lifted. Lin Hai said, no. How can you two children be allowed to come over for national affairs? If things get out of hand, it might be more difficult to end. Besides, you're facing an allied army of pretty country and Azteca. If they capture the Dragon Scale Tank 1 and take it away from us, won't our most advanced tank technology be leaked to the enemy? Besides, a random attack on the three kingdoms would instead give the other side an excuse to start a full-scale war. I guarantee that I won't expand the conflict, Lin Hai explained. On the contrary, if our country's army also goes forward for the maneuvers, it will instead easily create friction with the other side. Pretty country must be doing everything they can to get AS to go to war with us. Then we'll end up on the back foot. Pretty countries and the entire Western Alliance will support the AT in draining our national power for a long time. But by letting me drive the Dragon Scale 1 tank over there, I can utilize the tank's hiding properties to destroy all of the enemy's tanks. Think about it. Neither pretty country nor A3 can find any evidence of us launching an attack. Naturally, they can't blame us. Instead, they thought that our Huaxia had some advanced weapons and felt fearful of US, so they would definitely retreat on their own initiative. Zhou Jinlong's eyes immediately lit up. The color-changing camouflage ability of the Dragon Scale I-Tank is quite impressive. It's hard to be able to spot even about 5 meters closer. In a place like 97 where the terrain was very complicated, it was even more suitable for Dragon Scale 1 to hide. Destroyed all the enemy tanks, but the enemy couldn't find out who attacked. How terrified they will be. I think Lin Hai has a point. This is indeed a good way to deter the enemy. Zhou Jinlong said. What? Zhou Guohua's face was filled with incredulity. Dad, how could you let them two little kids run amok? Because the idea Lin Hai put forward is indeed feasible. If we can teach the three kingdoms a lesson, and make it so that they can't find evidence that we did it, it can definitely solve the current crisis. You're so right, Grandpa. This suggestion Lin Hai made is great. Just let us go. Surely we can scare off the A3. It's okay to go, but we'll have to talk to the Western theater side. Get their permission to do so. This is outrageous of you guys. Zhou Guohua sat in anger and sulked. There's no way around it, even though he's the commander of the whole army. But who made Zhou Jinlong his old man? Guohua, you're a person who's too serious and doesn't know how to be flexible. We need to learn more from our revolutionary predecessors. The fact that they were able to repel the invaders when they were penniless was due to their flexibility and versatility. There are no absolute laws of battle. All means can be used as long as the goal can be achieved. Zhou Zhenlong persuaded in a serious tone. But letting them two little kids go to the battlefield, what should we do if something goes wrong? Zhou Guohua was still a little hesitant. Don't worry, Commander Zhou. I'm here to make a military order to ensure that the mission is accomplished, Lin Hai immediately said. He had strong confidence in the combat power of the Dragon Scale tank. Without going to the battlefield, the true combat power of our new type of tanks can never be confirmed. Zhou Kuo also said, well, since you've all made up your minds, and it's a time of national crisis, let's let you all try. Zhou Guohua finally let go. Zhou Zhenlong was immediately called by the Western Theater. Old Li, how is the situation in your Western Theater now? Is there any pressure? Commander Li was worried to death and returned in a good-natured manner. Tanks and other heavy weapons are not as advanced as those of the pretty country, and we have to make the enemy retreat without a conflict, which is not so easy. I've been worrying my hair off for the past 2 days trying to figure out what to do. If you guys can ship me the right amount of Dragon Scale 1 tanks, let's see if I don't scare the hell out of AS. Ha ha ha. I knew your side wasn't easy to deal with. That's why I'm going to send reinforcements to help you. 10 Dragon Scale tanks, no. 1 is still no problem. All right, hurry up and send someone over to me. Just showing off the power of our new tanks will more or less deter the enemy. Commander Li immediately perked up. Okay, I'll send it to you right away by air. Thanks so much. I'll buy you a drink next time we meet. A few hours later, Lin Hai and Zhou Qier faced the senior leadership of the Western War Zone. The look on their faces was as good as it was going to get. What does old Zhou want? Sending you 2 kids over for backup? What kind of international joke is this? We have no one in the Western Theater, do we? Commander Li broke defense on the spot. Lin Hai had already expected the other party to react like this. Smiling, he explained, don't be angry, chiefs, because I participated in the development of this tank, and only Zhou Qier and I have the best driving skills. That's why he volunteered to come and support the Western Theater. If there's any malfunction in the Dragon Scale 1 tank, I can be the first to repair it. Anyone else would not be able to do this. After hearing Lin Hai's explanation, the faces of the crowd eased up a lot. You're so young to be involved in the development of the Dragon Scale tank? Commander Li looked at Lin Hai with a surprised expression and asked. That's for sure. The tanks were all designed by Lin Hai, Zhou Qier said proudly. Such things don't matter. I have an excellent battle plan. Definitely scares off the combined armies of the AS and pretty states and gives them a hard time. Chapter 45 Dragon Scale Tank in Action. Took more than half an hour. Lin Hai went over his plan in detail. Commander Li and the staff officers were shocked and delighted after hearing Lin Hai's plan. Is the Dragon Scale Tank performance really that impressive? This is a real battlefield. Not a joke. If there's a mistake and the enemy launches a counterattack, if anything happens to you, what am I going to tell old Chow? Lin Hai smiled and said, don't worry. It has been thoroughly tested in the military area. Neither radar nor infrared could detect the Dragon Scale tanks. Coupled with the Chameleon's super strong stealth performance, it's difficult to detect even soldiers approaching with the naked eye. Besides, tanks have superior air defenses. Even if the enemy tries to cover us with fire, we can intercept the enemy missiles easily. Also, the effective range of the Dragon Scale tank is 50 kilometers. Connecting to our military satellites, as soon as we know where the enemy's location is, it will destroy all the enemy's heavy weapons. Even if you hit and run, the enemy can't catch up. Of course, the most important part of the plan is still the withdrawal of all our troops. There must be an alibi. Beat the crap out of them and never admit that we destroyed their tanks. At the insistence of Lin Hai and Zhou Qier, the Western Military Region decided to cooperate with Lin Hai's plan. For if this plan succeeds, the enemy can be repulsed at the least possible cost. All troops in the Western Military District withdrew. Soon the intelligence services of the 3 countries of Arabia found that all the Chinese troops had retreated. Even the border patrols, none of them stayed. This has made the top officials of the 3 countries of the AR immensely excited. Still think Huaxia is afraid of them. It was even mocked by speaking online. Huaxia is also too weak and timid. When they saw our troops, they all retreated in fear. It's true that our Armenian army is the strongest in the world, and the Chinese army was scared back 400 kilometers. If I had known this, I should have attacked the 97th area earlier. The performance against the Western theater of operations has left netizens around the world amazed and in disbelief that this is the case. It can't be, can it? I can't believe that before the war has even started, the Chinese army is voluntarily retreating. I can see that China is certainly not afraid of the Three Kingdoms, but is threatened by the Pretty Kingdom. They don't dare to go head-to-head with the Pretty Country's army. It's such a disappointment. I was expecting quite a lot from HWA, thinking that only Huaxia can stop the arrogance of Western imperialism. It seems that the Chinese army is nothing more than that, and it doesn't dare to confront them head-on. Chinese netizens are beyond furious. What the hell is the national army doing? It's chickening out before it's even fought. We must be given a statement. Soldiers should be fearless in order to protect national security. People are bullying them to their doorsteps, but they are retreating of their own accord. Decision makers must be held accountable. Don't worry for now. Maybe this is a ploy set up by our Huaxia. I will not believe that the country will easily retreat and allow the enemy to occupy our territory. That's what I think too. All lighten up. The country's decisions are not for us commoners to read. While many people are angry, there are equally people who are very calm. 100% trust in the country and never believe in admitting defeat easily. The internet has been up in arms. Huaxia officials in order to cooperate with this plan. A special announcement was also made to condemn the Pretty Country and the Three Kingdoms. Demand that they immediately cease their provocations and withdraw their troops to the borderline. Instead, this announcement caused even more ridicule from San. Ha ha ha. Huaxia will always only condemn. They don't dare to do anything at all. It seems that this time we gambled right, and it's not certain that we can successfully occupy Area 97. The ASS became more and more inflated, and mechanized forces moved quickly into the area of 97. The journalists accompanying the troops were excited to film and inform the world. It seems to have overtaken China and become the #1 power in Asia all of a sudden. Seeing that Huaxia is so good at bullying and not even reacting at all. Other countries around us, Vietnam, the Philippines, etc. are starting to get excited. It's all about trying to bully Huaxia. Fire toward the hills in front of you and flatten the ones in your way. The army commander of the AS has become so arrogant that he doesn't even know his own last name. Don't even bother with detours to bulldoze everything in your way. As a demonstration to HWA, the Pretty Country's army couldn't even keep up and fell far behind. But their commander felt something was very wrong. It's really strange. Knowing what we know about Huaxia, they would never stand by and watch being invaded by the Three Kingdoms. What the hell are they up to this time? I don't believe that if the 3 Arab countries get our heavy weapons, Huaxia will be afraid of them. With such a crummy fighting force, the AS can't bring it into play even if they are given the most advanced weapons. Inform all the troops not to rush too far ahead. The A's like to rush ahead, so let them be cannon fodder. We're just cooperating to make money. What's the point of playing with them? Lin Hai and Zhou Kuo, driving their tanks, were observing the other side's every move from a distance of 50 miles away. Several reconnaissance drones flew through the air, but there was no way to spot the tanks. Leaning against a small hill, it blended in completely with it. Even if someone walks by the front, it's hard to spot the tank without looking closely. Not to mention that drones rely on lenses and infrared for observation. Through the military satellite, it was clearly seen that the tanks of the 3 Arab countries were lined up and were firing their guns to bombard the hills not far away. 50 tanks lined up in a row was indeed quite impressive. These San are so wild that they dare to bomb indiscriminately on our territory. How can I teach them a lesson? Zhou Kuo was very angry. Haha. This is the time to wait. Aim at the opposing tank and use the group targeting feature. Switch to armor-piercing rounds and destroy all the tanks. Every last one of them. Lin Hai immediately gave the order. No problem. Zhou Kuo was excited to hear that she could launch an attack. Quickly maneuvering the fire control system, all tanks were selected. Fire! Boom, 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 boom. 10 shells per second lasted only 5 seconds, and all 50 shells were fired. The AS was still using tanks to bombard the hill, and the whole site was deafening. And it also produced a large amount of smoke, giving Lin Hai an excellent hiding place for their attacks. The shells were launched to travel at a maximum speed of Mach 7, a distance of 50 kilometers in almost the blink of an eye. Boom, 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 boom. Each shell hit the target as accurately as if it had eyes. The main battle tanks supplied by the beautiful country were like papier-mâché in front of the ultra-high-speed armor-breaking shells, blown straight to pieces after being hit. The infantrymen next to him were all still covering their ears, their heads buzzing from the shock. Combined with a lot of dust and smoke, they could barely see the tanks anymore. The sound of a tank being blown up, and they all thought it was firing shells. Chapter 46: San's ability to be funny. A few seconds later, all 50 tanks were destroyed. The sound of firing open cannons certainly stopped. No movement was heard for a long time. The soldiers of the 3 Arab countries following the military exercise raised their heads suspiciously and looked toward the position of the tanks. San's army commander was furious. Roaring loudly, he gave the order, "Who told you to stop firing? Keep it up for me. Be sure to level the hill in front of us to show our great destructive power." But no answer came from the intercom. The scene became silent. What's going on? Are people deaf? Send someone over to see what the tankers are up to. Realize that the technology is being broadcast live around the world. 50 tanks firing together was extremely loud. Wanted to use this to show the world the horrific combat power of the ASS. How dare you stop firing guns when you haven't reached your intended target yet? To the immense anger of the army commander of the ASA, a jeep sped off like a front, came to where the tanks were parked and was shocked and dumbfounded when he got a good look at them. His mouth dropped open and his jaw shell nearly fell to the floor. How is this possible? All 50 tanks that were supposed to be there have disappeared. The ground was strewn with blown-up iron parts, and there were a lot of bomb craters in the ground. It froze for a few dozen seconds until the commander's urging voice sounded over the comm. It was only then that they finally came back to their senses. "No, it's no good, report commander. All our tanks have disappeared." The commander of the army of the 3 Arab states immediately broke out in a torrent of curses. "What are you babbling about? How can a tank that was firing just now disappear? How dare you make such a joke on such an important occasion? Let's see what I'll do with you." Reporting to the commander, "We really weren't kidding. The tanks are all gone, only wreckage parts left all over the ground. It's like all the tanks exploded all at once. You bastards. How dare you talk nonsense? Military justice will never be lenient." The dust that had been raised began to dissipate as the army commander rushed over in a military vehicle with his men. He wanted to see for himself what was going on. Why are these damn soldiers talking nonsense? With a host of military and media reporters all rushing over as well. They were all stunned to see the scene in front of them. Especially the journalists from the 3 countries of the Arakanese and the pretty countries forgot to turn off the live broadcast. Just watch the shoot with a stupefied face. Scattered parts all over the place. Hardly any large pieces of wreckage to be found. Even the officers on the scene couldn't crack their heads to figure out what was going on. Even if all the gunpowder inside a tank explodes, it's not reasonably likely to be so powerful as to blow how tanks to pieces. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Why are all the good tanks blown to pieces? The commander of the army of the 3 kingdoms had a complete breakdown in his heart. Both eyes were bloodshot, glaring deathly at the people around him. It was only then that I realized that the reporters were actually still filming and broadcasting live. Yelling frantically at them, "Turn off all the cameras altogether. Who told you to broadcast this stuff?" As this military exercise has had a great impact around the world. There are tens of millions of online viewers at the same time. Tank fragments were clearly visible, as well as many craters caused by explosions. All confused. What the hell happened here? Did the gun accidentally blow up when it was fired? Didn't you say that these are all main battle tanks from pretty countries? Even if they're second-hand goods returned from the army, it's not like they're going to blow themselves up when they fire their guns, right? Ha 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 ha, that's a good laugh, always bragging about how advanced the tanks are in pretty countries. Surprisingly, they explode en masse as soon as they fire. Hearing you say that pretty countries' tanks are indeed very advanced. Being blown to pieces yourself after firing a gun prevents you from being bombarded by the enemy. What do you mean? No enemy can destroy me if I explode fast myself. After the netizens were shocked, they all started laughing and teasing. I didn't expect to have an accident so soon after blowing it so badly at the beginning. Ha ha ha. That was a laugh that made my stomach hurt. San is truly a magical being. Their fighters crashed regularly. I didn't realize that I couldn't even use a tank, and that I could blow myself up by firing a gun. It's true that the most invincible bug in the entire universe is the manga. The weapons of the pretty country were given to them and used like this. Once the 3 kingdoms invaded China, and it was fought as a battle for the defense of the capital. This time, when they invaded China, all the tanks blew themselves up just after entering the Chinese territory. I now finally realize why the Chinese army pulled back. It turns out that they were worried that the AS military would mess up their own weapons and blame it on Wasia. Netizens who were incredibly angry not long before saw the news. Laughed so hard it hurt to cover my stomach. Wahahahaha. This is really retribution. Even God can't stand it. Directly out to destroy your entire tank force. Let's see how you, the Three Kingdoms, still dare to be arrogant. I'm terribly sorry, I was questioning why the army was retreating before, but now it seems that our commanding general is simply brilliant. It has long been anticipated that the AS army will have problems without having to fight. Let's see if you As still dare to be arrogant and invade our Huaxia. This is what happens. For a while, the whole military maneuver between the AS and the pretty country became the laughingstock of the whole world. Though their media reacted by rushing to stop the live broadcast and all the online videos were removed. But they underestimated the speed of the netizens' hands, which had already cut off the video and spread it rapidly online. Randomly edited and reposted videos easily break tens of millions, or at least a few million views. The heat is just too much. Even if the site wanted to delete the post, it simply couldn't. The commander of the army of the Three Kingdoms was furious. It doesn't even take an investigation to know that they are being laughed at by the world. Call me the commander of the pretty country. What kind of crap tanks are being sold to us? Why did they all blow up when they fired? Must pay for all our damages. There is absolutely no way that Commander San will take the blame on himself. It must have seemed to him that he had been cheated by the pretty country, and that all the tanks he had paid high prices for were junk. The pretty country commanding officer also came over immediately upon learning the news. Seeing the debris parts all over the ground, he was similarly shocked and dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. This is not scientific. Even if some individual tanks malfunctioned and blew themselves up, it's impossible for all 50 tanks to explode, right? There's definitely something wrong here. What could be wrong with that? It's not like the tanks are complicated to maneuver, and they're all driven by skilled tankers. Must be the quality of your tanks. We spent $30 billion on your equipment, and we're given this crap. Pretty country has to give us a statement.
Chapter 47. Dog bites dog.
There's absolutely no way our tanks are in trouble. The pretty country commanding officer immediately denied it. The blame for this situation must be placed squarely on the shoulders of the three countries. Otherwise, $30 billion won't be saved. It's better to investigate your own soldiers in the ASS. If it wasn't for irregularities, there's no way such a problem could have occurred. Nonsense, our tankmen in ASA are highly trained and are the best soldiers. There can be no irregularities. Che, who in the world doesn't know? The one with the most fighter plane crashes is you, the three countries. I just can't get over how your soldiers can't even drive a tank. The pretty country commander did not give the other side the slightest bit of face and specialized in exposing their scars. Their information forces have not received any information that they have been attacked. Didn't even think about the Chinese side. The main reason is that tank shells are so fast and fly so low that radar can't detect them. This leads to both thinking it's the other's fault. After the two Lin Hai attacked, they continued to observe the other party's every move through the military satellite. There seemed to be a heated argument going on. The two were simply delighted. Haha. See? They're starting to dogfight. Our tanks are so powerful that after being attacked by us, the enemy doesn't even know it. Zhou would have jumped for joy at this moment if it weren't for the small space inside the tank. Whoever made them load up with weapons and bomb out tons of dust made excellent cover for us. Yes. Even the heavens are doing us a favor. Zhou was thrilled. What should we do next? Let's retreat or continue the attack. Of course they'll retreat first, with such a big thing happening. Even if Brother San's skin is thicker, they won't dare to move on. That's a good point. Let's quietly withdraw and let them keep arguing. The two were about to prepare to slip away quietly. Zhou suddenly realized through the radar that there were 3 armed helicopters flying over this way. Lin Hai, there are 3 Black Hawk helicopter gunships, 26 kilometers from us. What should we do? Lin Hai also hurriedly checked the radar. The food that was delivered to the door, if you don't accept it, you are sorry for the hospitality. Use small air-to-air stealth shells to take down all 3 helicopters. Lin Hai made the decision immediately. Fire control system locked on and 3 shells fired in 1 second. Didn't even bother to check it out after the launch. Lin Hai quickly retreated in his tank. 3 helicopter gunships were lost on radar. The commander of the Army of the Three Kingdoms and the commander of the Army of the Pretty Kingdom are still arguing. Another person came in a panic to report the news. Reporting to the commander, 3 of our Blackhawk helicopters have lost contact signals. It was last seen more than 20 kilometers from our side. What did you say? The commander of the Army of the Three Kingdoms was so angry that he almost spat blood on the spot. The Blackhawk helicopters from the Pretty Country are expensive, and there are only 3 of them in total trying to play hard to get in military maneuvers. It's not even enough to be viciously slaughtered. It hasn't even been used for an hour, and before it's even warmed up in your hands, it's crashed. Hurry over there and check it out. What's going on? The pilot must be found for me. I want to see the man dead. I just can't believe I'm seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The commander of the Pretty Country said in a cold voice, "Our Black Hawk helicopter gunships have never had this kind of accident. It was just delivered into your hands and immediately crashed. This will prove that our weapons are perfectly fine, and it's all due to your mishandling of them." The commander of the Army of the Three Kingdoms was seething with anger in his heart, but he couldn't find any reason to refute it. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have been better off parting with some tanks to be driven by soldiers from pretty countries. If the same problem occurs, it would be proof that the pretty country's weapons don't work. But there's simply no direct evidence to prove that it's the weapons now. Instead, the other side backtracked and said that their soldiers were not operating properly. There was such a big accident that it simply made him want to cry. The AS has been disgraced all over the world. What should I tell the Prime Minister and the President when I return home? How will I explain to the people of the country? I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on to his position as army commander. Word came back a few moments later that images and lots of photos had been taken. 3 Blackhawk helicopters were blown to pieces, scattering loose parts all over the place, and they found no signs of attack. One can only attribute the accident to oneself. A reporter from the Pretty Country quietly filmed it with a hidden camera. Although the military severely blocked the news, this kind of news is just too powerful. Take it to the black market and easily sell it for over $100,000 or more. The opportunity to make a fortune was certainly not missed. Anyway, it's the AS that ends up being humiliated. They don't give a. Commander, should we continue our military maneuvers? The AS Army commander gave a hard stare to the unopposed guy. The helicopter gunships crashed and all the main tanks were destroyed, so how can this military exercise go on? Even if Huaxia had withdrawn their troops so far away that no one was stopping them, the ASS would not dare to station their troops here. After holding his tongue for a long time, he yelled, "Retreat!" A joint military exercise of unparalleled magnitude ended with a tiger's tail. How cocky you are when you come, how lousy you are when you go. Their every move is under the scrutiny of the Western Military District. Seeing the retreat of the Union Army, Commander Lee was so excited that he stood up on the spot. A hard slap on the table. Ha ha ha. Lin Hai and the 2 of them really succeeded. Hurry up. Film these images and post the video online as soon as they leave the border of Area 97. Inform the entire army that when Lin Hai and the others return, our defenders will immediately depart. Each to his own quarters. I really didn't expect that 2 young men would be able to repel the joint army of San and Pretty Country so easily. Young people these days are really something. To make such a great achievement, how can we award first-class merit? That's for sure. I'll give them credit immediately. Still the Dragon Scale 1 tank, that's awesome. Surprisingly, they had destroyed 50 of their main battle tanks, plus 3 Blackhawk helicopters, right under the noses of the enemy. Such a battle record can be ranked since the founding of the country. We need to equip more Dragon Scale 1 tanks in the future. The combat power is just too strong. Yes, simply the king of land warfare. No matter what the cost, we have to equip more of them. Lin Hai and Zhou Qir drove their tanks directly to 200 miles per hour and quickly returned to the military area. Commander Lee, with all the top generals, came to greet him personally. The scene was extremely lively. Chapter 48. If you can't do it yourself, why rely on Huaxia? Reporting to the commander, the 2 of us did not dishonor our mission and successfully completed it. Lin Hai and Zhou Qir came out of the tank. A standard military salute was given to the chief. Everyone saluted together as well. What 2 good boys! You have done your country a great service by upholding its majesty. As it should be, this time we went out very well. I didn't realize that the Army of the Three Kingdoms was such a rookie. They've been cooperating with us from the beginning. If it weren't for the ASS bombing our hills, firing an artillery attack would have been easily detected by the other side. Lin Hai said, "Yeah, the more cocky they get, the more humiliated they are now. All troops have been withdrawn from the 97 area. Just wait. They'll be the laughingstock of the world in no time." Next returned to the conference room and questioned Lin Hai's in great detail about their actions. After making sure there was no mistake, Commander Li had the video passed out. "Inform the population at home and abroad that the A3 coalition forces have withdrawn." It was already hotly debated online and became the #1 trending search on every major network. Another video was seen of the gray retreat of the AS and the pretty country, which once again sparked a feverish discussion. The three kingdoms can be really amazing, invading China with great vigor for less than an hour, and then running away in disgrace. The point is that from the beginning the Chinese army was avoiding the battle and there was no contact between the two sides. The armies of the three kingdoms were then defeated. Such an invasion would probably have broken the world record, wouldn't it? Haha. The netizens' comments are really wonderful. It's not wrong at all to say that Agri is the country's second Ha. It is estimated that this invasion of China will leave an indelible psychological shadow on the three kingdoms. I'm afraid I won't dare to mess with Huaxia easily anymore, especially when the netizens of the three countries of the Arab world just speak on the internet. A whole lot of people will immediately go to ridicule them. Anxious Agri was on fire. Don't underestimate the power of our AS. This military exercise was an accident. And we're not invading, we're taking back the 97 areas that are rightfully ours. We, the three kingdoms, are the second most powerful nation after the pretty kingdom. So who are you to mock us? Ha ha ha. I'm sorry just to despise you, just to laugh at you all. Even tanks can explode on their own. What else can you do? This netizen of the Bajaj state is immensely proud to see the defeat of the AT state with heavy losses. The heart is even more incomparably happy. District San cannot even beat our Beishiatsu country, but even dare to take the initiative to provoke China. As soon as Huaxia strikes, you will wait to defend the capital. The AC is just so dirty. They are pulling it all over the place and there is cow dung all over the place. Wachovia has no interest in them. Otherwise, they would have been exterminated a long time ago. How could they be allowed to be so reckless? When the president of the three countries of the Arab world learned of this, he was even so angry that he fainted on the spot. $30 billion were spent on weapons purchases alone. Combined with military spending on exercises, expenditures topped $40 billion. The maneuver was a dusty retreat before it really began. The point is that the AS has become the laughingstock of the world. And I'm afraid that the shadow of this incident will remain for decades to come. Just mention the conflict with China and you're bound to be laughed at. Decades ago they invaded Huaxia and were almost exterminated. This time it's good. People haven't even made a move yet and their side has lost. The close-knit doctor went through a flurry of hand-to-hand resuscitation. The Prime Minister of the Three Kingdoms has finally come to his senses. The first thing he said when he woke up was, "Dismiss all generals above the rank of general and hand them over to the military court. Lord Emosien, please calm down, don't get angry. I think this whole thing is really fishy. What kind of tank blows itself up when it fires? I feel as if we're being punked by pretty country." The officer rushed to persuade and comfort. "That's right, it's definitely not our responsibility to have this outcome. There must be something wrong with the weapons supplied by the pretty country. The pretty country must be made to pay the price of taking responsibility for buying their weapons and screwing us all over." A lot of AS officials clamored to pursue the pretty country. However, there are some officials from scenario pretty countries that express a different opinion. "I'm against it. We'll have to rely on pretty country to deal with Huaxia in the future. The pretty country is currently the world's dominant power. If they were offended, the three kingdoms would be reduced to the same fate as Huaxia. It will face a total blockade and suppression by the pretty country. We're not China. We can't afford such consequences." When these words came out, everyone was silent, though they often clamor internationally about defeating Huaxia and surpassing the pretty country. But they simply don't dare to offend the pretty country altogether. Know what you've got. Then we can't just be the ones to suffer. It's fine if we lose a little money, but the weapons are all destroyed. What to tell the people at home? Took a long time before someone asked what the problem was. It seems that we can only get rid of the international ridicule by putting all the blame on Huaxia. How can this be pushed onto Huaxia? All of Huaxia's troops retreated and didn't fight against us at all. I'm afraid the people of the world won't believe it if we forcefully frame China. As long as we bite the bullet with the pretty country that this is a conspiracy by Huaxia, there will definitely be people who believe it. Why should they not defend their country and remove their troops? This is simply a plot and a trap for them. It's just that we didn't realize it at first. Let's just say that China bought the explosives in advance and wanted to blow up all our troops. That's why they pulled their troops out early, to try to get rid of suspicion. That's a reasonable reason. We can leave the pretty country's responsibility alone. But they must be made to cooperate with us in continuing to falsely accuse Huaxia. I'm sure pretty country will agree. After all that was destroyed were weapons supplied by pretty country, who are also suffering from public opinion. As long as they can shift the winds of public opinion to the Chinese side, they will definitely be very happy. Officials in the 3 countries of the AR have expressed their approval. Pretty country screwed us over this time, so let's keep that score for now. When we, the 3 kingdoms, surpass you, we will definitely make you pay 10 times over. The Prime Minister of the 3 kingdoms is still trembling with anger. The other officials were also filled with indignation. Screwing them over for $30 billion and helping to exonerate the pretty country. I can't tell you how much I'm holding back in my heart. The president of the pretty country was also pissed off when he found out about it. Joint military exercises between the 2 countries, the 3 countries were humiliated, and the pretty country did not take advantage of the situation. The pretty country's weapons credibility has been greatly diminished internationally, and there is no telling how many arms markets it will have to lose in the future in order to make $30 billion. Immediately declared the order to remove the Supreme Chief of Military Exercises from his post and to return him to his country to face trial. Chapter 49. The Laughingstock of the World. It was originally thought that it wouldn't take long to squash the invasion of China by the 3 kingdoms. I didn't realize that the reporter who was there had taken photos of the destroyed Black Hawk helicopter and posted them online as well. Those who saw it were shocked and dumbfounded, and quickly and frantically retweeted it. Immediately, it generated a lot of online discussion again. The 3 kingdoms are amazing. I would have thought they just lost 50 tanks. I didn't realize that 3 Black Hawk helicopter gunships had also crashed. Before, many people said that the quality of our beautiful country's weapons is not good. But now the truth is coming out. Isn't it? Our weapons are fine. It's the soldiers of the ASS that are so strange. Give them any kind of weapon and they'll get ate up and explode. Ha ha ha. It's a real laugh. Sand soldiers are so wasted. But their netizens are so self-confident that they think about surpassing Huaxia all day long. I don't know who gave them the confidence. These news again made the ASS spit blood, using every means possible to try to hold the exposing reporter accountable. But pretty country protects his calf and doesn't even bother with them. The 3 countries have no choice but to break their teeth and swallow their stomachs. Ask the pretty countries to work together with them to continue to smear China and put all the blame on China's military. The $30 billion arms deal still counts as long as you promise to cooperate with them. Seeing that he could make money, pretty country was very quick to agree. Utilizing the influence of the media in Western countries. Start making up fake news all over the world. The destruction of the weapons and equipment of the 3 Arab countries was caused by a sneak attack by Huaxia, and it was not at all due to damage caused by improper operation, as rumored on the internet. The official of the 3 kingdoms put on an angry and aggrieved look. We are only conducting joint military maneuvers on the territory belonging to the 3 kingdoms. China launched a sneak attack on us, resulting in the destruction of a large amount of equipment. This is an act of aggression by Huaxia against our 3 countries, and it must bear all the responsibility. The Chinese military unilaterally launched an attack on the troops in the joint military exercise, so China is a very dangerous country. There must be a total suppression of Huaxia to prevent them from being a threat to the security of the whole world. Many people are baffled by the sudden outpouring of publicity. It even felt incredibly ridiculous. These Western countries and the 3 kingdoms are too funny. People's armies in China retreated directly in the middle of a military exercise, and they can still falsely accuse China. Pretty country and the 3 countries can be so shameless. This is just like they can't afford to play and start playing tricks. Huaxia has retreated hundreds of miles, and they even have the nerve to say that Huaxia is sneaking up on them. I finally know what it means to be faceless and invincible. The Western military region of China, too, immediately released a message to dislike the past. It even has all the videos of the army buildup. It is stated that in order to avoid conflict as much as possible, the area was cleared of all personnel in a radius of more than 300 kilometers, and then left a message. May I ask the military of the pretty country and the three kingdoms how all your tanks and 3 Black Hawk helicopter gunships could be destroyed in an instant under these circumstances? Even in advanced missiles, there's a reaction on radar, right? And there were so many cameras in the room. Why was there no footage of the missile attack? The evidence given by the military in the Western Military District, once again, slaps the face that there is an AC and Western media. The entire internet literally laughed when they saw the video released by Wasia. Pretty country and agri country can be really shameless. This is a real shame. Piloted weapons to invade China, only to have all the weapons explode on their own and have to rely on China. Is there any justice in this? Fortunately, the commander of the Western Theater of Operations in Huaxia understands the three kingdoms and hurriedly withdrew his troops. Otherwise, it's really hard to tell. It simply kills me with laughter. The three kingdoms pulled a pretty country to invade China, wanting to create friction and thus go to war. As a result, all of their own weapons and equipment were destroyed, but in order to save face, they put the blame on Huaxia. Huaxia's army can be so difficult. I just want to ask you guys, if Huaxia really has the ability to destroy all your mechanized forces silently, do you still dare to strut your stuff like this against China? Ha ha ha. If Huaxia really has such a strong weapon, even pretty country wouldn't even dare to fart in the face of Huaxia. You know, this is a main battle tank that was retired from the pretty country's army. It's really hard to understand how the soldiers of the 3 Arab countries were able to maneuver the tanks to explode. It can't be helped. They're just such amazing beings. Lin Hai drove his tank back to the central military region after completing his mission. Zhou Qir was bored and swiped the video, happy to see the comments from the netizens. Both the three kingdoms and the pretty kingdom have become the laughingstock of the world and probably won't dare to invade our territory anymore. This is what they deserve. Little San thinks of invading us every day. If it weren't for the fact that our country is peace-loving and for the sake of our country's reputation, it wouldn't be a breeze to clean up a San. That's right. Especially with such advanced tanks, it's easier to defeat San. Even if the pretty country's army comes, we can easily defeat it, Zhou Qir said with a proud face. Soon returning to the military area, Zhou Guohua and Zhou Zhenlong brought people to personally greet them. Coming out of the tank, Zhou Qir jumped into Zhou Zhenlong's arms. Grandpa, have you seen the news? We've successfully completed our mission. See, you've done the country a great service again. Say it. What reward do you want? Commander Li of the Western Theater of Operations has already called in a merit report for you. The first-class national merit is not running away. However, in order to protect your safety, the rewards cannot be publicized, you have to understand. Zhou Guohua said. Understood, of course I understand. As long as it's beneficial to the country to be able to fight the enemy, I'm happy even if it's not rewarded. Lin Hai said with a smile. Good, all good children. The country is fortunate to have talents like you. Zhou Zhenlong was immensely pleased. Right, you guys write up a summary report on the details of the battle. The military district lacks combat experience with the new tanks. All of these experiences you have had have been invaluable. Zhou Guohua urged again. No problem. After this practical exercise, some combat skills have really been discovered. It's hard to be able to spot it during normal training. I'll write the report today. After spending some time in the military area, the battle at the front was explained in detail. The top leaders of the army were precisely overwhelmed by the combat power of the Dragon Scale 1 tank. One hit 50 straight-up seconds. Even the enemy doesn't know how the tanks were destroyed. Such a terrifying combat power is truly frightening. All of them were incredibly glad that Lin Hai was fortunate to be one of their own. If the pretty country gets such advanced tanks, I'm afraid it won't hesitate to start a war against Huaxia. And I'm afraid that China will have a hard time dealing with such a weapon. Chapter 50, Microtanks. Lin Hai returned home from the military area and actually didn't feel too tired. Because these days after the transformation of the Superguard watch, the progress of body transformation has reached more than 0.04%. Right now, Lin Hai's physical qualities had far exceeded those of ordinary people. Even if you go into boxing without training, you have a good chance of winning the title. Continuing the transformation like this, one could even ignore the weight rule, and even the strongest enemies could be easily dealt with. After his physical qualities had increased drastically, Lin Hai's mental state had also become stronger. Even sustained high-intensity work without much fatigue. Habitually, I open my computer to check for any foreign orders. Just after boarding the trading platform, I received several messages from customers in the Camelot country. Hello. May I ask if you're there? Hello? We have something important to inquire about. Please reply as soon as you see the message. Several messages were asked in a row, sent almost every hour or two. Obviously, the other side was in a great hurry. Lin Hai immediately resumed, Sorry, I've been busy lately. I went on a trip. I don't know what the problem is with finding me. Did you receive the drones and use them poorly? The message was just sent and the person replied immediately. No, sir is mistaken. The drones are being used very well. When they first put the drones into battle, they wiped out a large number of enemies. And it also blew up more than 30 tanks and armored vehicles of the armed forces. The corner of Lin Hai's mouth hooked up slightly as he looked at the replied message. Such a powerful drone would be ineffective on the battlefield. The Camelot army might as well find a block of tofu and run over it. It's important to realize that even though the drones are small, their performance is not bad at all. To prevent encountering handicapped manipulators, an auto-attack feature has also been added specifically to the drones. You can turn on auto-attack when you find an enemy and leave everything to the program. It's hard to beat a war with such good performance. If the drones work so well, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Here's the thing, although the drones played a good role, but the first drones were ordered in too small a quantity. After the armed forces suffered a blow, they increased the number of attacking troops. And the armed forces got a bunch of anti-aircraft weapons from somewhere and destroyed a lot of our drones. So we're going to order another batch. I see, no problem. How much to order this time? Lin Hai was happy in his heart. What else is there to think about? Who else could it be but Pretty Country, the old Deng, who supplied the militants with weapons? But it indirectly did itself a favor. The stronger the militants are, the more weapons the Camel Nation will buy from itself in response. Business won't be a worry anymore. We are ordering 1,000 drones, but the enemy has developed ways to restrain them. We also need to buy some other weaponry. Lin Hai froze after reading the message. No way? What kind of weapon can restrain my drones? This drone's anti-jamming ability is very strong. Even the Pretty Country's military may not be able to do it. Using anti-aircraft missiles can indeed be effective. The anti-aircraft missiles capable of hitting this drone cost several times as much as the drone. In any case, the Camel Kingdom is not at a disadvantage. What's there to worry about? That's not what happened. The militants added a steel plate to protect the top of the tank. The drones carry bombs that can't break the steel plates. The Camelot procurement officer also posted a picture. After Lin Hai saw the picture, he straightly called the insider. Such a brilliant method of protection could never be thought of by the regular army. It turns out that they welded an iron frame on top of the tanks and armored cars, and on top of the iron clamps was a layer of thick iron. With this sheet of iron in the way, the bombs could not fatally damage the tank. In fact, those armed forces used this method instead of allowing the tank driver to view the danger in the air. Even much of the vision is greatly affected. With the use of anti-tank weapons such as rocket launchers, the opposing tanks could easily be destroyed. But the soldiers of the Camel Country didn't even dare to come close enough to engage the enemy, resulting in drones not being able to pose a threat to enemy tanks in. Camelot can only use drones to bomb armed forces infantry exclusively. It works quite well in reverse. Can you provide us with a batch of more capable tanks? That way we won't have to fear enemy armor. The Camelot procurement official continued to ask. Tanks? Lin Hai immediately wanted to refuse. Even if you could build it yourself, you couldn't ship it. It is a felony for an individual to sell arms to the public. Besides, give them advanced tanks and they won't be able to utilize them as well as they should. It's not likely that people will charge in a round and directly capture people with their equipment. Such weapons have instead fallen into the hands of the enemy. But Lin Hai's mind quickly came up with a very effective method. Miniature self-exploding tanks. These tanks are the equivalent of mobile bombs and move fast with high off-road capability. And there's also excellent stealth. On the surface it looks like just a normal toy, yet it allows for ultra-remote wireless control. Put a powerful enough bomb inside the tank. Find enemy armored vehicles and tanks by remotely maneuvering the tank. Drive underneath and detonate them directly. The real-world results are quite good. As long as the hostile militants lose their armored heavy weapons, they are not much of a threat to Camelot. I can provide you with miniature tanks here that can help you against enemy tanks and armored vehicles. And it can be controlled remotely for guaranteed results. If you are not satisfied with the use, you can get a full refund. The price is going to be $500,000 apiece. How about 100 to try first? No problem, that's great. As long as we can take care of the enemy's heavy tanks and armored vehicles, the price is totally fine. There was no need for Lin Hai to even urge the other party to directly call the full amount over, and carefully asked, "The situation of our frontline fighting is very serious. Can this kind of tank be produced for us quickly? I can pay you overtime. They are all old customers. Overtime pay is not necessary. Our factory will do its best to produce for you. Here's the deal. Tomorrow I'll start by sending you 10 tanks by air. You guys try it out first. According to my prediction, even if the level of maneuvering is poor, destroying 6 or 7 enemy tanks is no problem. Thank you so much. I'm waiting for your good news." With an order for 1,000 drones and 100 tanks, Lin Hai easily pocketed another $550 million. In addition to making money, you also reap a lot of tech points. Let Lin Hai make a killing. Immediately turn on the super processing platform to produce miniature self-exploding tanks. Each tank costs $7,000 to purchase and makes a profit of 70 times that amount. Lin Hai simply earned numbness. Cool. No wonder they say that arms are highly profitable. It's true. Got to expand the operation a bit with the money. Buy up all the surrounding factory buildings. Lin Hai said to himself. A large number of toy equipments were exported to foreign countries, and the size of the factory was expanded. That way you don't draw attention to yourself. Lin Hai arranged the orders before going to bed to rest. The quartermaster of Camelot immediately reported the good news. Reporting to the commander, "There is good news. The manufacturers in China have been contacted. They built a miniature tank just for us that they said would help us destroy the enemy's mechanized forces." "Oh? Which main battle tank was sold to us? What's the price?" "The model number isn't mentioned, but the price is cheap. A tank only costs 500,000 Chinese coins." The continuing procurement official replied with incomparable excitement. The commander was not only not happy to hear this, but he was furious on the spot. "Are you kidding? What kind of tank can you build with 500,000 Chinese dollars? It's more like a toy." Chapter 51. Another provocation. The commander of the Camelot state confused the purchasing officer with one sentence. When you think about it, there does seem to be something out of the ordinary. Drones are cheap because they are smaller and $500,000 is normal. But a tank, even if it's easy to make, it's still a tank. $500,000 won't even cover the cost of the materials, I'm afraid. The other side told me that it was a miniature tank, and it guarantees that 10 tanks can destroy at least 7 enemy tanks. If it doesn't work well, he'll give you a full refund. The military district procurement officer stammered. It's really strange, since the other party was recommended by the Beishiatsu state, and also did business with us once. It doesn't make sense that it wouldn't screw us over. Commander Camelot was instantly a bit confused as well. He really couldn't figure out what kind of tank could be built with 500,000 Chinese coins. Anyway, the other side said they'd give us 10 tanks to airlift in advance. Might as well see it first. It's not too late to cancel the order if it really doesn't meet our requirements. The quartermaster said carefully. It seems that this is all that can be done. I hope the other party won't cheat us because of this amount of money. After all, we have a large number of weapons to procure subsequently. It won't do them any good to cheat us out of such a small amount of money. The Camelot commander could only agree. Chinese officials, in the end, what do they want? Could it be that they are also afraid that the armed forces are pretty no longer supportive and do not dare to explicitly provide us with weapons? Commander Camel was puzzled. After using drones to destroy a large number of enemy tanks and armored vehicles, they had also specifically thanked Chinese officials. But Chinese diplomats were apparently unaware of the arms sale. Thought it was a drone purchased a long time ago and didn't give it a second thought. There was only a vague promise of gratitude from Camelot Nation. Camelot offered to buy weapons through proper channels, but was rejected by Chinese diplomatic officials. This is a matter that must be discussed with the relevant authorities. Not just any weapon can be sold to the public. After all, Huaxia must take into account the international implications. The entire Western NATO alliance is looking for an opportunity to sanction Huaxia. Huaxia is not yet the time to tear their faces off, can only try to hold back. Waiting to buy enough time to surpass the West in both military, economic, and technological levels. Let them know the consequences of bullying Huaxia. The Camelot country, by talking to Chinese officials, thought that China was worried about retaliation by the pretty country. That's why it won't recognize the sale of military weapons to them. Use online shopping to support them. But this time, the tank deal has left the other side scratching their heads. Just have to wait patiently for it to arrive and see what kind of tank it is. When the next morning came, Lin Hai got up and went to the processing workshop. 10 tanks have been processed. The tank was very small, only 25 centimeters in height, no different from a toy. But the tank does have a very advanced battery and has a range of over 500 kilometers. And the driving speed can be up to 800 kilometers. With the camouflage function on, such a small size can't be detected in the desert area. The center of the tank can be opened and is a space for storing bombs. Put the bomb in this and drive the tank as soon as you spot an enemy tank or armored vehicle. By driving over and immediately blowing yourself up, you can blow up enemy tanks and armored vehicles. Even if you find an enemy, you can go after them and blow them up. Can be very flexible and handy to use for ground combat. The key thing is that this tank is able to be controlled over a super long distance. It's like playing a game. There is absolutely no need to worry about danger. Box up the tanks and call in the logistics for shipment. Then send a message to the other party. The goods have been sent. Please receive the goods in time. The instructions for handling the tank are in there. The purchasing officer has been glued to his computer since he woke up from his nap. Before I saw the message sent and had a chance to reply, I saw the merchant's avatar turn gray and show that it was offline. The procurement officer was in a hurry. What's the hurry to get off the line? I want to ask more questions. By the way, Wasia must have sold us the arms to prevent them from being traced by the pretty country. So don't dare talk much. I see it's true that China is cautious enough to do things, and we have to pay more attention in the future. We can't have spies from pretty countries knowing that we're buying new weapons from China. Lin Hai didn't even realize that the other party had forced a reason on himself. Excited to receive a new weapon soon, Lin Hai finished his shipment and ate his dinner to go to school. Just out the door, a red flag sedan pulled up in front of him. Zhou Qier lowered the window and waved at Lin Hai. Get in the car. Did something happen when you came over to pick me up this morning? There is indeed something going on. The pretty country is making a mess again. Lin Hai sat in the car and Zhou Qier put her cell phone in front of Lin Hai. The pretty country stick country and the little country of days are going to have joint military maneuvers? Yeah, this time it's rumored that the AS will also be invited. There's no doubt they're coming for us. Zhou Qier pouted and huffed. I guess it's because they've suffered a loss and want to demonstrate to us through military exercises. Pretty country really never stops. Lin Hai's face sank as well. If you add the ASS, it would also amount to 4 national navies united together. Our country's military development over the years has been fast though. But the Navy has always been our shortcoming. Large warships are still under construction and cannot be built overnight. Even if we pull all of our Navy out against it, I'm afraid we won't be able to take advantage. Zhou Qier was angry and helpless. Emotions are getting down. Grandpa and Dad were especially fuming when they got the news too. The pretty country really doesn't give us any breathing room these days. If you hadn't succeeded in developing the Dragon Scale 1 tank, I'm afraid the ASS is about to go to war with us in the West. Hold your horses. There's always a way to deal with it. Lin Hai was also very angry in his heart, thinking about how to deal with the enemy. The new tanks don't play to their strengths at sea and are simply not useful. A production line for the J-50 stealth fighter is being built. It's also not something that can be mass-produced anytime soon. A single fighter jet is a limited deterrent. If you want to strike back at the enemy, you still have to start with the Navy. Lin Hai, can you build awesome warships? When the enemy is in a military maneuver, give them something awesome to look at. Zhou Qier looked at Lin Hai with anticipation. How can a warship be so easy to build? After all, it's so big. And besides, I don't have enough factory space. Even if the technology is there, it's not something that can be built in a short period of time. It's simply too late to deal with the enemy's provocations. Lin Hai shook his head with a bitter smile. 52. Electronic reconnaissance ships. Chukul was not discouraged. What Grandpa means is, can we retrofit the existing warships with nuclear power and electromagnetic cannons? If we can add these 2 technologies, even if our warships are smaller, we can still intimidate the enemy. Lin Hai stroked his chin in thought for a moment. This suggestion is feasible. At the very least, install controlled fusion energy devices and build large electromagnetic cannons. It's a lot easier than producing brand new battleships. Zhou Qier was overjoyed at her words. It's true that it's still Grandpa's suggestion that's reliable. Let's go to the military district and tell Grandpa and Dad the good news. That's for sure. Dean Zhou is managing the Weapons Research Institute of the military region. Certainly understand the technical aspects. Lin Hai suddenly reacted. No way? Going to the military district now? What about classes? Just take a vacation. It's okay to take a few less classes. Besides, the time left to us is short. We must act quickly. All right then. Lin Hai agreed. With the system, it didn't matter to Lin Hai if he went to college or not. Even the teachers at the university are simply not as strong as the skills they have mastered. Lin Hai University is also just to mix up a diploma. Besides having the system, Lin Hai had already grasped a great deal of knowledge and his memory had been greatly improved. It is even possible to realize that you can't forget. Go back to the lecture material and you can still do well on the exam. Lin Hai also wants to contribute to the country. The military maneuvers should never be allowed to be successfully completed by the allied forces of the beautiful nation. If they get their way, where will China lose face? Together, they came to the military district, where Zhou Guohua was holding a military meeting, apparently discussing a response to the pretty country's military maneuvers. Every military maneuver they do is a demonstration to China, never with any good intentions. In particular, the location set for this military exercise is very close to the territorial sea area of China. The purpose of the provocation was undisguised. Seeing Lin Hai arrive, Zhou Zhenlong waved at the two of them, signaling them to sit beside him. Lin Hai, Ku'er should have told you the situation, right? The pretty country's plan to incite the three kingdoms to invade us has just failed. Now they want to conduct joint military exercises to try to put pressure on us. According to our latest news, this military maneuver of theirs may capture islands such as the Diaoyu Islands, trying to stir up trouble between us and the land of lesser days once again. If we can't stop them, our Huaxia will be very passive next. Zhou Zhenlong's face was full of fatigue and his eyes were red from boiling. Apparently none of them got a good night's rest last night. I heard from Zhou Ku'er that the country wants to change the warship to nuclear power to add electromagnetic cannon weapons. But I'm afraid I don't think these weapons alone will deter the other side. Zhou Zhenlong sighed deeply. You are right. Although you have provided the country with very advanced weapons technology, it takes time to produce the weapons. And the situation at hand is too imminent to wait. Lin Hai was silent. For a while, he couldn't think of a good way to deal with the enemy. The bottom of the Chinese Navy is just too weak. Trying to scare off the enemy through strength is just too difficult. Many of the pretty country's warships are nuclear-powered, and even if they were to modify one or two of them, they would at best be on par with them, and would not be able to take any advantage. Electromagnetic cannons are powerful though. But the pretty country, as well as several of its allies, had far more naval power than China. By relying on the numerical superiority of warships, it could crush the Chinese Navy. Pretty country is also very aware that Chinese industry is on the rise. It is necessary to fully suppress Huaxia before it rises to power. They were also very concerned that given enough time, Huaxia could produce a large number of advanced warships. This shows that the pretty country's intelligence service is quite good and knows the developments in China like the back of its hand. Zhou Guohua also stopped the meeting when he saw Lin Hai come over, taking some information and placing it in front of Lin Hai. Have you seen if there are any quick ways to boost the combat power of a warship? This is all the naval power our Chinese Navy can muster. Lin Hai picked up the information and flipped through it. Huaxia's warships are at least 2 generations behind the pretty country. The Type 052D warship is under construction and has not yet been officially commissioned. The Type 055 warships are still under development and construction has not even begun. This, coupled with a total blockade by the pretty country on the provision of ship engines to China, has resulted in a significant slowdown in the R&D and construction process of Chinese warships. Lin Hai looked over the information, his heart sinking all the way down. The pretty country's military maneuvers were still a month away, and even if they provided the technology themselves, they wouldn't be able to get the new warships built. Look at Lin Hai's bad face. Zhou Zhenlong barely managed to squeeze out a smile. All right, you shouldn't be too embarrassed. Calling you over is just brainstorming ideas together. It is true that our Chinese naval power is relatively backward now. But give us another 3 or 5 years until the new battleships are produced, and the pretty country's navy will never again pose a threat to us. Can't you really think of a way to deal with pretty country? This time they are going to completely occupy the Diaoyu Islands. If they get their way, it will be even harder to take it back.
Zhu Kai was anxious.
Lin Hai suddenly flipped to the information on the electronic scout ship. A name made Lin Hai's eyes light up. Type 815 electronic reconnaissance ship. This type of ship has little offensive power, but can play a much stronger role than a battleship. It can jam enemy signal reception and cut off contact with satellites. Losing the signal makes all warships the equivalent of being blind and deaf. None of their missile launches could find their target. The more advanced the warship, the more electronic equipment. As long as the jamming could be successful, all the enemy warships could all be turned into scrap metal. Looks like this is the only way to go. Refit the Type 815 electronic reconnaissance ship. Lin Hai said excitedly. An electronic reconnaissance ship? You're not planning to take on the pretty country combined navy with just this one ship, are you? Zhou was surprised. It's true that electronic information warfare is becoming more and more important, but the electronic anti-jamming capabilities of pretty countries are not weak. I'm afraid I can't scare the other side with just an electronic scout ship. Zhou Jinlong frowned. Lin Hai, however, was very confident. Having just checked the tech system, it is possible to fully upgrade the technology of an electronic scout ship in a very short period of time, directly able to be several generations ahead of the pretty country's electronic information technology. Just cooperate with me in modifying the Type 815 electronic scout ship. I can make sure that when the pretty country's warships arrive, I can paralyze all the electronic equipment on their ships. Lin Hai said with incomparable confidence. Are you sure? Zhou Jinlong was instantly surprised. If all of the electronic equipment is all jammed, then the pretty country's military maneuvers will never go on. I promise, Lin Hai said with a straight face. Chapter 53 Hand Rubbing Electronic Equipment. Originally, I had a related technical design program, only the timing was not ripe and I never got around to it. This is just the time to test electronic warfare technology. Lin Hai explained to the crowd. It would indeed be the best way to repel the enemy if it really had the effect you say it does. And we pay the lowest price, Zhou Guohua said thoughtfully. Are there any drawings of the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship? Especially data and information on electronic jamming. The hull doesn't need to be modified, just upgrading the electronic jamming equipment will suffice. All the information is at the Weapons Institute. Come with me, Zhou Jinlong said, as Lin Hai came up with an effective method. Close the meeting immediately. Together they traveled to the Weapons Institute. The relevant experts, hearing about Lin Hai's intention to remodel the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship. They were all very curious and gathered around to watch. Lin Hai checked this drawing. He had already exchanged the upgraded version of the drawing through the technology system just now. Very knowledgeable about related technologies. The more he looked, the more his brow furrowed. Is this the latest technical drawing? Of course. Our 815 electronic reconnaissance ship is still pretty good at jamming. Even our fighter jets and other warships are notoriously disrupted during military maneuvers. It is with this electronic reconnaissance ship that the electronic countermeasures of our warships have been dramatically improved. Zhou Jinlong explained. It's not going to work. Both the technology and the concept are just too backward. Relying on this electronic reconnaissance jamming technology can't be too much of a threat by the enemy at all. At best, we can only deal with small countries. Lin Hai shook his head and said. An electronic jamming technologist was unconvinced. This is the latest electronic jamming technology developed by their entire team after several years of painstaking research without sleeping all night. Lin Hai went so far as to say that their technology was too outdated. Anyone else would be furious. You say our technology isn't advanced enough, so tell me where it's not? Lin Hai said. First of all, the electronic interference is just too close. Also, the frequency bands for jamming are too small and the signals for jamming are too weak. And the interference signal is very simple and dull. Both hardware and software must be upgraded across the board to make it work. Lin Hai began to draw on the paper. From hardware drawings and interference control programs synchronized. Present were the relevant technical experts. I didn't realize that Lin Hai was actually hand-rubbing electronic jamming equipment at the scene. One was shocked dumbfounded. The formulas and programming that Lin Hai had calculated were all completely new design concepts and architectures. The technologists in the field, it was unheard of. But as a top expert, you can read it even though you haven't seen it. Being able to analyze the general workings. As Lin Hai drew out the drawings and programs, they were horrified. Eyes glazed over. Some people's mouths grew into an O shape and they couldn't close it half the time. Geez, how come I never thought of this kind of launcher construction? At least 100 times stronger than our current signal transmitters. And energy consumption is lower than existing devices. I'm not dreaming, This is too much. This program can pass through the enemy's signal detectors and directly tap into the opponent's control system. If we can really realize these functions, we can not only block out all signals from the other side. Even some of the electronic functions of the opposing warships can be controlled. Such powerful attack performance no longer belongs to the category of electronic reconnaissance ships. It's perfectly capable of being used directly as a weapon to wage electronic warfare against the enemy. Zhou Guohua was also shocked when he heard what the experts said. I didn't realize it was given such a high rating. Go Lin Hai. Make sure you develop this technology. Zhou Qir was thrilled with joy. Never disturb his thoughts. This technology is a very complex one. Once disturbed, there is a possibility that all inspiration will be lost. The expert said in a hurry. Zhou Zhenlong immediately gave orders in a low voice. Everyone listen carefully. No one can make a sound without authorization. You have to keep your voice down so as not to disturb Lin Hai. And you don't have to answer me. Just nod when you understand. The crowd hurriedly nodded vigorously. Tightly closed mouths, no one dared to squeak. All staring intently at the drawings. After drawing a drawing, Lin Hai threw it aside and started to pick up a new piece of paper to draw again. The experts flew away from the draft paper and gathered around to scrutinize it. The structure of the drawings drawn by Lin Hai gave them as if they had opened a whole new door. Stronger signal emission, more frequency bands, wider transmitting distance, and a lot of technology that they should learn from. This design concept is so advanced that, in my opinion, it will not be outdated even in another 20 years. This electronic jamming program can definitely be used as a powerful weapon. Not only can it render all of the enemy's electronics all but useless, but after seizing control, it can even cause the enemy to kill each other. With such advanced electronic weapons, the warships of pretty countries can't carry it. Their warships may be numerous, but they can only become scrap metal against us. The more thoroughly they understood the drawings, the more excited they became. All red in the face with excitement. The body was trembling slightly, especially since many of the technologists are getting older. Being so excited, the spirits are getting very high, like a dope. There was even an argument when it came to what they didn't understand, and neither one would let the other go. But after careful analysis, it was found that what Lin Hai offered was the best option. It made them even more admirable. As Lin Hai drew out more and more drawing information, the technology for upgrading E-ships is becoming clearer and clearer. Good, great. If we can master this technology and mass-produce electronic reconnaissance ships, our Chinese electronic information technology will realize a leading level in the world. Although Zhou Zhenlong is the dean, he doesn't know everything about technology. Looking at the incredibly excited experts, he asked curiously, "Do you also approve of the Lin Hai Electronic Scout Ships Technology Upgrade Program?" Recognized, of course. Let me put it this way, the effectiveness of the electronic scout ship can be increased by 100 times through technological upgrades. As long as the electronic scout ship's jamming equipment has been turned on, all electronic equipment within a 200-kilometer radius will be completely disabled. All the satellite signals will all be cut off as well. It can be that powerful? Zhou Zhenlong was shocked on the spot. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The drawings aren't complete yet, and maybe the technology is even more advanced than what we've seen. This is the first time I've seen such advanced electronic jamming technology, but I'm sure it's well ahead of Pretty Country. It definitely acts as a restraint against the Pretty Country's warships. Chapter 54. Born and bred for each other. Listening to the expert's analysis, Zhou Guohua also instantly had a strong confidence. When the drawings were finished, the Weapons Institute immediately produced all the parts. Make sure to rush the electronic reconnaissance ships upgrades successfully before the Pretty Country's joint military exercises. Zhou Guohua immediately said, "That's for sure. Even if I don't eat, drink or sleep, I have to complete this mission." Zhou Zhenlong's entire body was full of energy. Call all relevant personnel to issue a mission and have them form a takedown team. Regardless of the difficulty of the parts needed, they must be completed within the allotted time. The entire Weapons Research Institute at this moment has become a top-secret department. The usual security is very tight. Zhou Guohua deployed another army specifically to surround the entire Weapons Research Institute. The guards are changed on a rotating basis 24 hours a day, and no one is allowed to come and go as they please. Waiting until evening, Lin Hai finally finished all the drawings altogether. Stretched out. "Oh! I didn't realize that so much time had passed since I concentrated on my work. My shoulders and arms are so sore." Lin Hai grimaced in soreness. Zhou Qiu hurriedly walked forward to help Lin Hai knead his shoulders. Heartbroken. You're also too desperate, and when you get tired in the middle of the day, you don't know to stop and rest for a while. Seeing you so concentrated on your drawings, we don't dare to disturb you. I'm afraid it will affect your thoughts. Zhou Qiu's small hands were very soft, with just the right amount of force. Allowing the blood to flow freely quickly reduces the soreness and numbness. I was totally immersed in it as well, and making drawings just had to be a snap. The more you stop, the more it affects your efficiency. Lin Hai explained. That was a really good massage you gave. It feels so much better. Zhou Qiu had a proud face. That's true. Dad and Grandpa work very hard. I specialized in massage techniques and often help them with massages. I see. It's worth it even if I die of exhaustion if I'm lucky enough to have you knead my shoulders. Lin Hai said with a smile. Zhou Qiu's cheeks were red. Whispering. Since you like it, then I'll massage you often from now on. Ha ha ha. You kid is lucky. Not everyone is blessed to have such high treatment. Zhou Jinlong said with a big smile. Seeing that his granddaughter was so close to Lin Hai, Zhou Jinlong was in a particularly happy mood. He treats Miss Sun as the apple of his eye and is most worried about being cheated by any yellow hair. Lin Hai is handsome, good-looking, and very capable. In the future, it can certainly become the country's most important top talent with an unlimited future. Zhou Jinlong was still 10,000% satisfied with Lin Hai being Zhou Qiu's boyfriend. Zhou Guohua had the same idea. The more he looked at Lin Hai, the better he looked. Zhou Qiu's cheeks reddened even more as she listened. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Lin Hai is exhausted like this for the country. It's only natural that I do what I can to help ease his mind. Chukul struggled to separate herself. That's right, it's normal. That's not right, is it? Suddenly a man shouted. Who says it's not right? Lin Hai and my granddaughter are simply a match made in heaven. Zhou Jinlong blew out his beard in anger. No, that's not what I meant. I'm talking about the technology on the drawing board. The technician hurriedly explained. Although this technology is very advanced, some of the parts are too demanding because our current machining technology can't even build them. Yeah, there are a lot of them that are top-of-the-line chips, not to mention we can't make them, even Pretty Country can't make them. Parts production is so demanding, the technicians have said. Don't worry everyone, just leave those difficult parts to me. The other parts that can be manufactured are given to the Weapons Research Institute. Lin Hai said, own super machining platform. Any technology product given by the technology system can be processed as long as it is paid for on demand. You can make it? Do you have a photolithography machine? That's none of your business. I'm capable of making it anyway, that's all. Time is short. Let's hurry up and assign tasks. Lin Hai said. Good. Then quickly assign their respective tasks. There's only a month to go, and a few days have to be set aside for installation and commissioning. It's imperative that all the parts be manufactured within 25 days and still be guaranteed to pass 100% to do so. Everyone's mind was on upgrading the electronic scout ship at the moment. After assigning their respective tasks, Lin Hai also had to go home and hurry to work. Zhou Qiu volunteered to take Lin Hai home. The atmosphere became very ambiguous as the two walked alone. Zhou Qiu's cheeks flushed as she peeked at Lin Hai from time to time. Did you hear what Grandpa just said? A lot of things were said just now. Which one are you referring to? Lin Hai was also thumping nervously at the moment. Relationship with Chukul has been progressing rapidly lately. It's all officially dating now. But neither one has any experience in relationships, and they're still very much put together. Forget it if you didn't hear it. Zhou Qiu pretended to be angry. Are you talking about that saying that we were made for each other? Humph, you're so bad, you know it. Zhou Qiu was even more shy. Haha, how could I not hear such important words? So Dean Zhou also agrees that the two of us should date. Zhou Qiu nodded seriously. That's right, and my father didn't object, and of course he tacitly agreed. But it's a shame to say such things in front of so many people. Lin Hai saw that Zhou Qiu's cheeks were flushed and blown out, and her shy little girl mentality couldn't be more tantalizing. The big boldness to hold Zhou Qiu's hand. The two were like electrocution. Zhou Qiu didn't resist in the slightest and didn't even struggle. Reverse grip on Lin Hai's hand. Both of their hearts were racing, but it was as sweet as honey. I wish this stretch of road would never end. Just hold hands like this until the end of time. Lin Hai, do you think the upgraded electronic scout ship can really defeat the Pretty Country's navy? Their warship technology is very advanced, and they have an aircraft carrier for this military exercise. I'm really a little worried that our Navy will fall short. Zhou Qier still broke the quiet and voiced the worries in her heart. Lin Hai said confidently, "Don't worry. This technology is no worse than the Dragon Scale tank and J-50 fighter. This time the enemy military maneuvers came to provoke us, and I will make sure they are humiliated in front of the whole world." Zhou Qier nodded seriously. "As long as it's what you say, I believe it." Lin Hai returned home and immediately opened the super processing platform. "Open up the worldwide purchasing channel." The technology system prompted. The worldwide purchase cost 20,000 Chinese coins, and manufacturing consumed 80 technology points. Whether to proceed or not. "No problem. Immediately procure for processing." Lin Hai gave the order without hesitation. Chapter 55 Tank Power. The super machining platform began machining chips and parts for the electronic ship reconnaissance vessel. The parts were so complex that it took 3 days to complete. But Lin Hai wasn't in a hurry at all. Business has been good lately, and not only have you made a lot of money, but you've also made a lot of tech points. If the machining capacity can't keep up, you can purchase another super machining platform. It won't take long to redeem it for an entire super processing plant. Also, the order for drones for the PAF countries is being finalized soon and will be shipped tomorrow. Camel country soon receive the goods. See the model toy general tank on the spot confused. Never dreamed of being cheated. This is a joke, right? What can this toy tank do? The Camelot procurement officials finally understood the reason for being able to ship by air without any problems. This is outrageous too. It's only 10 toys. Of course they won't be checked. I didn't realize that Wasia had deceived us. I'm going to report them. The procurement officer was furious. Contact the other side and see what they say. Tell me how this tank is going to be used for war. Sent a message only to see that the avatar is gray and not online at all. Shouldn't take the money and run, right? But the amount of our drone order is huge. It's simply not cost-effective to cheat us out of this amount of money. The Camelot officers were puzzled. Here's the manual. See how to use it. Someone with sharp eyes saw the translated operating instructions and hurriedly said, "It's just a toy, what's there to see? Really can't figure out what Wasia wants. If they dare to cheat us out of our money, they will approach the Foreign Ministry of China to protest. I can't believe no one cares about this anymore. No, Wasia didn't lie to us, hurry up and look where." The official who read the instructions was shocked. The whole person trembled with excitement and immediately greeted everyone. "What's going on? Don't tell me these toys can be used for war too." "That's right. This tank is based on the same principle as a drone." "What? Can tanks fly too?" Several officials gathered around to watch. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. All of them are confused. Miniature unmanned tank manual. Wearing holographic glasses, you can see 360 degrees around the tank. Open the upper casing, place the detonation bomb, and the explosion button is connected to the explosion switch. The tank can fight within 500 kilometers, and the control signal is highly resistant to interference, so there is no need to worry about being shielded by enemy interference. It is recommended to turn on the chameleon stealth ability during driving, which can greatly improve safety and security. Miniature tanks with a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour. When enemy tanks and armored vehicles are detected, drive underneath the enemy tanks and detonate. This product can be used for reconnaissance to destroy enemy mechanized forces, and is a disposable consumable, please note. So much for the principle. The tanks that Huaxia gave us turned out to work like this. If it really performs as well as the manual says, it could indeed be useful on the battlefield. The chameleon stealth ability is kind of interesting. Can you really achieve stealth like a chameleon? That way, it would indeed be possible to get out of the enemy's way, get close and blow up their tanks. Don't you know if it works by trying it? What are you waiting for? Hurry up. The front line can barely hold out any longer. I hope these tanks can be of some use. Procurement officials immediately sent the miniature tanks to the front lines. The soldier almost laughed at the sight of such a small tank. "And you're just going to let us fight with this thing?" "Don't laugh yet. Read the manual. The miniature tank weapon still works, specifically to restrain the enemy's mechanized forces. By the way, be sure to pack powerful high explosives in your tanks. Tank armor protection is too strong to destroy enemy tanks with less explosives." "Got it. Whether it will do the job or not, since it's remotely unmanned, it's a good thing we don't have to go to the front lines." Soldiers loaded with high explosives and maneuvered the tanks to strike. "Huh? You don't say. The chameleon's ability to camouflage its stealth is really impressive. If you don't look closely at it from a close distance, you won't be able to see it at all. The traveling speed is also fast, and the handling is no worse than a drone. Kind of interesting. Hurry up and tell me where the enemy tanks and armored vehicles are. I'm gonna blow them up. At this moment, the armed forces are launching a full-scale attack. After slamming the tanks and armored vehicles into the steel plates of the shields, the drones of the Camel Country were rendered useless. But having suffered a big loss before has infuriated the armed forces. Hit me hard, right into the Camel Country's borders. After causing us so much damage, we must pay for it. If we don't pay $1 billion this time, we won't withdraw our troops. Humph, the district Camel Country, War 5 scum, with so many advanced weapons were beaten and fled in a mess. What a piece of trash. Armored mechanized units charge up and crush the main Camel Kingdom force. The frontline soldiers of the armed forces didn't even notice that a small tank was speeding by. This tank travels almost noiselessly and the color blends in almost to the ground. You can't even notice unless you look closely. The soldiers of the Camel Country who were maneuvering the miniature tanks were also nervous at the moment, and slowed down slightly to try not to attract the attention of the enemy. The miniature tanks went under the enemy tanks very smoothly. It worked! The Camelot soldiers were excited beyond words. A trembling hand pressed the self-destruct button. Boom! There was a loud bang and a small mushroom cloud rose. All these high explosives can blow up a tall building, let alone destroy a tank. Even the soldiers who were standing next to the tanks and using them as cover were all blown up. It worked! I destroyed an enemy tank. The Camelot soldiers were thrilled beyond words, jumping and dancing. Since the soldiers of the Camel Kingdom were so bad at fighting, it was very easy for them to make their mark on the battlefield. Killing an enemy is rewarded handsomely, and destroying enemy tanks is totally worth handing out merit badges for. I didn't realize it would be so easy to destroy enemy tanks with miniature tanks, and without taking any risks. I also took credit for blowing up an enemy armored vehicle with at least a dozen armed men next to it. Ha ha ha, you evil militants. Let's see how arrogant you can still be this time. More and more soldiers shouted out in delight. Soon 10 miniature tanks were consumed, and likewise 10 enemy tanks and armored vehicles were destroyed. Even the soldiers next to them were all blown up due to the enemy's use of infantry tank coordination. A conventional armed tank is at least millions if not tens of millions of dollars. The Camel Country's micro-tank procurement cost is only $500,000 Chinese dollars. Simply do not be too cost-effective. It's even several times cheaper than an anti-tank missile. Chapter 56. We camels win battles too? The commander of Camelot was equally surprised to hear the report that it's even a little hard to believe. How long has it been? You've destroyed 10 enemy tanks and armored vehicles. No, in addition to the tanks and armored vehicles destroyed, dozens of enemies were eliminated. But you can't talk nonsense. Do you know what the punishment is for lying about your war service? The commander of Camelot Nation said with a serious face. Camelot hasn't had a victory of this magnitude in decades. It was also just over 10 days ago that the drones purchased from China were used to best effect. But not in such a short period of time, destroying 10 tanks and armored vehicles and reaping such an exaggerated war record. The commander can watch the video, the miniature tanks can holographically videotape all the action. Okay, let's all go check it out. The soldier immediately used the controller to play the screen to see the miniature tank go underneath the enemy tank and detonate it. It left the officers in the room stunned and dumbfounded. It was that easy to destroy the enemy tanks? Yeah, it's just like playing a game and there's no danger. It's such a great weapon. I recommend buying it in bulk, the soldier said with a face full of excitement. Buy 1,000, 10,000. 500,000 miniature tanks can blow up real enemy tanks. It's a great deal. I think the use is simply better than drones. The pretty country provides armed forces with a lot of anti-aircraft weapons, and our drones run the risk of being shot down. But tanks move on the ground and are much more stealthy. That's right, not only can it be used against enemy mechanized forces. With a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour, even against a single soldier it can easily blow them up. As soon as you find the enemy's trail, drive straight over and detonate it, and the enemy won't be able to escape at all. 500,000 Chinese coins to kill an enemy is a very good deal. It is important to realize that on the battlefield, the Camelot Nation may not be able to destroy a single enemy even if it normally consumes millions of dollars. The bottom line is that with more enemies eliminated, the enemy will surely be fearful of the Camel Kingdom as well. Do not dare to launch another attack on the Camel Kingdom so easily. Finally, they have found the perfect weapon for them. The commander of Camelot Nation was thrilled in his heart, and with a wave of his hand, report to Mr. President that the next batch will purchase at least 2,000 miniature tanks. Of course, it would be nice if we could authorize the purchase of more tanks. It's our turn to fight back against the armed forces. Yes, the procurement officer was beyond excited. Purchasing weapons for meritorious service will also be rewarded handsomely. Not only is there a bonus, but there's also a promotion. The president and top officials of Camelot are holding an emergency meeting at the moment to discuss how to deal with the militants' attack. A sad face. Having just dominated with the drones, I didn't expect the enemy to quickly find a way to respond and attack even harder. The Camelot army couldn't resist at all. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll attack the country. The country behind the armed forces is the Pretty Country, and they are really hateful, supporting so many advanced weapons to make the armed forces stronger. Humph, Pretty Country isn't even trying to suppress us, trying to get us to buy more weapons. It's unbearable. Pretty Country is simply a vampire, lying on top of us and sucking blood non-stop. Let's all stop complaining. The militants attacked at the behest of nothing more than the Pretty Country. They want to take this opportunity to sell us weapons at a high price. What about the foreign ministry? How much does Pretty Country want us to buy weapons this time? The diplomat looked furious. Reporting to Mr. President, the Pretty Country intends to make us buy $30 billion worth of weapons this time. Not only were they 10 times the normal price, but they were all rather outdated and obsolete weapons, retired from their military. Who do you think we are? A beggar or a rag collector? I heard that the Pretty Country is going to conduct a large-scale military exercise in the waters near China as a deterrent to China. Guess they want us to pay for all the costs of the military exercises. Damn it, bullying people too much. When will Huaxia defeat the Pretty Country so that they won't dare to continue to be arrogant? This day will come sooner or later. As long as Huaxia can resist the joint blockade by the West, it will become immensely powerful. The president of Camelot said slowly, "It's useless to talk about this, it's better to deal with the Pretty Country. We can buy $3 billion worth of weapons if we can get the armed forces to back off. Let them take it as it comes. We, the Camel Kingdom, are not ingrates either. Well then, we at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will try to get as much as we can, but I think the bottom line for Pretty Country is estimated to be between $5 and $10 billion. $3 billion won't satisfy their appetite, I'm afraid," the foreign minister said. $5 billion at the most, and if they still don't agree, then it's full-scale war with the armed forces. I can't believe we can't beat such a small armed force. The president of the Camelot Nation was completely outraged. The Pretty Country blackmails the Camel Country every other day, and even if they are rich, they can't carry it off. Not to mention the fact that they may run out of oil at some point, and they have to plan for the long term as well. Well then, we at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will try to get as much as we can. The entire meeting was filled with angry helplessness. On the surface it's glamorous, but who knows their suffering? The Pretty Country treats them as fat sheep, ready to be slaughtered. The Camel Country, however, dared to be angry and could only suffer in silence. The phone of Camel's defense minister suddenly rang, and at first glance it was a call from the commander of the front line. The face became extremely pale, and there was certainly no good news in calling at this time. The front line is definitely lost. Otherwise, the commander couldn't have invaded to call him for a report. "Hey, how are your losses in this battle?" "There's no damage. I'm reporting good news." Commander Camel stared, but immediately understood. They had fought so many losing battles that they were accustomed to asking about losses as soon as they opened their mouths. "Good news? Is it hard to believe that you can still win a battle under such unfavorable circumstances?" The Secretary of Defense was very surprised. "Yeah, we got new weapons sent over from Huaxia for this battle. It's only been an hour or so since we were put into battle, and we've destroyed 7 enemy tanks and 3 armored vehicles. 56 armed men were neutralized. This is the biggest win in recent years." "What? Is it true what you're saying?" "These are the mechanical forces of the armed forces." "With what weapon did it happen?" The Minister of Defense was thrilled beyond words. Speech began to tremble and breathing was rapid. Looking at the other officials, they looked confused and a bit puzzled. What news had come from the front to make him so excited? "Did you lose another big battle?" "It's true, our procurement of Chinese weapons is very effective. The details of the on-site combat have been photographed, and I'll have someone send it to you." Our military, the West, purchases these weapons in large quantities. With these weapons, we can surely defeat the militants with our own army. Chapter 57 Bulk Purchases. Fine, send it over quickly. As long as the information is true, you can buy as many weapons as you want, the Minister of Defense said immediately. Hanging up the phone, the Minister of Defense said excitedly, "Good news. The front line has won a great battle. Destroyed 10 armored tanks and destroyed 56 enemies. The armed forces were struck by the blow and immediately made a temporary truce and retreated 50 kilometers backward. How is this done? It can't be delivering false news, can it?" President Camelot was skeptical. The enemy can only suffer the same loss once. How can drones win a war when they can no longer pose a threat to the enemy? It should be true. They also filmed the destruction of the enemy tanks. After it was transmitted, it was immediately placed on the big screen. Seeing toy-like tanks move extremely fast. When you come across an enemy tank, fly past it and run underneath it to detonate it. The shooting footage came to an abrupt end, having all but blown itself up. Naturally, it was impossible to continue filming. All the other videos are roughly the same. There were also drones in the background that happened to capture the full picture. Seeing the tank suddenly explode, all the soldiers who were leaning against it as a cover next to them were blown away. Some were even blown to pieces and many chunks of flesh were seen splattering. The top leaders of Camelot were dumbfounded as they watched the images. This little tank is really something. It can't even be detected by drone footage after stealth. Such a fast speed is too fast. Even if the enemy discovers it, they won't be able to dodge in time. Ha ha ha, the militants thought they were smart to put iron plates on top of their tanks to defend against our drones. But this is severely blocking the line of sight, and this small self-exploding tank easily takes out the enemy. Is this a new weapon bought from China? It's really good. Yes, we thought we were cheated before. I didn't realize that this tank is really powerful, especially since it can be operated remotely without worrying about the safety of the soldiers. Wasia sent us 10 samples and said we could get a full refund if we weren't satisfied. The Minister of Defense said with a smile. He even gave the Weapons Procurement Department a reprimand yesterday when he found out about it. Thought so much money had gone down the drain. Now it seems that he was too shallow, and that what Wasia provided were top-of-the-line weapons. Not only is it cheaper, it's just as effective to use. What's the point of refunding for such a good weapon? Is your brain kicked by a donkey? President Camelot couldn't even help but explode on the spot. These weapons are literally customized for them. A perfect solution to the shortcomings of their soldiers who were afraid of death and had poor fighting ability. I'd say the only thing I feel bad about is that the weapons are so cheaply priced. It's unbelievably cheap. If pretty countries sold them such a good weapon, it would cost at least $1 million. The defense minister was scolded but instead smiled. Mr. President is so right. The military side also meant to request a large number of these miniature self-destructing tanks. They said that not only can we use it against the enemy's mechanized forces, but even if a tank blows up one enemy soldier, we're making a big profit. That's right, even if pretty country is so powerful, it costs more than 500,000 Chinese coins to kill an enemy on the battlefield. This weapon is too strong. Must buy more. President Camelot said without hesitation. The military is looking to purchase 2,000 to 5,000 micro-tanks. 5,000 tanks, at least 5,000. The president of Camelot said without hesitation. With so many advanced weapons, it would be possible to rout the armed strength frontline forces easily and eliminate them all. It would be a great blow to the armed forces if they could only destroy 5,000 of the enemy. In a short time, they will absolutely not dare to attack us again. Yes, unknown weapons are the most terrifying, and once the enemy is hit hard, they will surely be cowed by it. Now we don't have to be pitched by the pretty country anymore. We can defeat the armed forces ourselves. That's right. Immediately have someone place an order for Huaxia to produce tanks for us as soon as possible. Also for the pretty country's weapons order. Let's delay as long as we can, neither agreeing nor refusing. This is a good idea. I think that with all the advanced weapons that Huaxia has developed, it will definitely be able to surpass the pretty country someday. In the future, we should seek more cooperation from Huaxia. Huaxia getting stronger will help us. The stronger the pretty country gets, it will double the harvesting of us. So of course we have to work more with Huaxia. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. China is being suppressed by the West jointly. Providing us with weapons is done in secret and must not be publicized. Much less let the pretty country know about the channels we use to buy weapons. Camelot's defense minister said with a cautious face. That's right, It has to be kept strictly confidential. Just need to secretly thank Wasia when there's a suitable opportunity. The president of Camelot was deeply impressed. The country of Camelot is celebrating as it repels the enemy to relieve the current crisis. The armed forces were so exasperated that they literally almost spat blood. The leader of the armed forces was cursing at the small leader who had lost the attack. All of you losers. All of you deserve to die. So many tanks and armored vehicles being blown up. What are you all doing? Who is the captain in command? All of them are shot. Reporting to the Lord General, the captain in command is dead. None have survived. This operation was really particularly strange, and the Camel Nation was not found to be using missiles, and the drones were unable to pose a threat to us. But in a very short time our tanks and armored vehicles were destroyed in succession. I'm afraid the only way we can do that is if the enemy launches an attack as well, using the land forces to attack us head-on. But the Camel Country's army has such garbage fighting skills. Can they do that? Did Camelot use some advanced weapon? Impossible. Right now the Pretty Country is fully supporting us in our attack on the Camel Country in order to force the Camel Country to buy their weapons in large quantities. Now that the deal has not been finalized, it is unlikely that Camelot will have new weapons. Besides, even if Camelot had bought new weapons, Pretty Country would have notified us immediately. The leader of the armed forces immediately said, "They are an armed force supported by the Pretty Country and it is impossible to see them suffer." Could it be that Huaxia and the Woolly Bear Country secretly supplied them with weapons? Someone asked. Although it is possible, it is very unlikely. When you export weapons to foreign countries, you have to make a public announcement. The Pretty Country is the first to say no to a covert supply of weapons. Their intelligence service is no joke. But what should we do next when our armored units have suffered such heavy losses? Continue organizing the attack, or stop the war first? There can be no truce. The attack continues. But we'll wait until night for our next attack. Take more prisoners and ask for information. Makes sense. As long as we know what method the Camel Nation used to destroy the tanks, we'll be able to deal with it. Chapter 58. The whole world is shocked. News of Camelot's victory in the war spread quickly, created a huge public outcry around the world. Is this news true or false? The Camel Kingdom actually won 2 consecutive battles. Ha ha ha, it's rare that Camel Country, a war scum and transportation brigadier, can also win battles. You don't have to say, this time it really wasn't the armed forces that deliberately let the water out. This battle in Camelot Country has cost the armed forces a lot of money. It's all out on the internet, destroying a large number of enemy tanks and armored vehicles. The key thing is that the Camel Country's army suffered very few casualties. Wow, is the Camelot Nation's army already this powerful? How did they drastically increase their combat power? There is information that Camelot is using a lot of drones, and they are the same ones used by the Bothus countries. Whose credit do you think it is that they won the war? It's not, is it? Is the drone that was used in Huaxia so awesome? I haven't heard that Huaxia has recently sold military drones to Camel Country. The Camel Country has bought Chinese drones before, and although they've made a lot of combat successes, the enemies have all learned to be smart. After researching a lot of ways to deal with it, the militants shouldn't have made such a cheap mistake, right? It shouldn't be a military drone, it looks like a civilian one instead. Both in shape and size, it's about the same as a normal drone on the market. Are Chinese drones so awesome? I'm going to buy one too. At least in the field of civilian drones. No country can surpass Huaxia. Many netizens engaged in a lively discussion. The final results are undoubtedly all backed by either Huaxia or the Woolly Bear State. But the industrial development of the Woolly Bear Country was getting worse and worse, and most people believed that it was the assistance of China that allowed the Camel Country to win. Ha ha ha, as soon as the Pretty Country is short of money, they let the militants attack the Camel Country so they can sell weapons and make money. Now that Camel Country can win wars without buying Pretty Country weapons, let's see what Pretty Country does now. It's a bit interesting. The Pretty Country is doing something unorthodox, making money and screwing people along the way. Huaxia secretly provides weapons support to protect the weak countries. The drone companies in Huaxia were equally dumbfounded as they watched the online chatter. The owner in particular was very nervous. Supplying drones as weapons to Pretty Countries is no joke. Once defined as a weapon, it will surely face worldwide blocking. Hurry up and find out where the Bothist and Camelot countries got the drones. Also, a detailed company-wide investigation should be conducted into who supplied the drones to Camelot Nation in violation of company rules. Which drone model is it that can actually be used to bomb tanks? An order was sent out, and the results of the investigation left the company's executives dumbfounded once again. What? The drones that appeared on the battlefield weren't from our company. Yes, President, we've never produced this model of drone. Plus, say what you have to say. It's late and you're still nagging. Based on the quality of some of the video we've found, this small drone that appeared on the battlefield is amazingly capable. Both flight speed, anti-jamming ability, and range far exceed our strongest products. If this drone hits the market in large numbers, I'm afraid our products will be greatly impacted. It will lose at least 90% of its market share. What? That outrageous. The president was filled with shock. They, Longjiang, are the strongest company in the world for civilian drones. It even accounts for more than half of the world's civilian drones. Even the pretty country couldn't impose sanctions on the Longjiang drones. Because the pretty country found the Longjiang drones irreplaceable, and once sanctions were imposed, many of their own fields would be severely affected. It's amazing how easily a company with such advanced technology can be surpassed. How could this not shock the president of Dragon Border? Have you investigated which company's product it is? Very little information has been obtained so far, and it is not even known to senior officials in the Beishiatsu and Camelot countries. Make sure you find them. If they're a private company, then take a stake in them and buy them out. Also buy their products and we disassemble and develop them. Definitely can't let this company become our competitor. The president of Dragon Border felt great danger. I think maybe it's a drone provided by our military, and we know very well the companies that develop drones all over the world. It's simply not possible to have such advanced technology. Besides, if there could really be a company that could develop an advanced drone, surely it would be the first to make an announcement and publicize it. One executive said, "While we can't rule it out, we definitely can't take it lightly. Once another private company does break through the technology, there's only one way we'll end up, and that's out of business." Yes, I'll investigate right away. The relevant authorities in China are also puzzled. Whenever a new weapon appears on the battlefield, it must be investigated. Conduct simulated confrontations to find ways to deal with this new weapon. Drone weapons, in particular, are seen as a very important means of attack on the future battlefield. Low cost, hard to intercept, hard to defend. As soon as someone breaks through the relevant technology, it is bound to receive the attention of many countries. After the news came out, the Chinese intelligence services launched an investigation at the first opportunity. But the useful information obtained was really limited. Reporting to the minister, according to our investigation, the National Military Industrialization Corporation did not produce this drone. And it's not made by those well-known domestic drone companies either. So, both the Baathist and Camelot countries procured their drone weapons from abroad? The Chinese intelligence minister frowned. That's not good news for HWA. According to the intelligence we have received, the most likely country to develop and provide drones would be the country of the woolly bear. The beautiful country has allowed the 3 Arab countries and armed forces to fight against the PDA and the camel country respectively. It is by no means possible to provide any more useful weapons. Intelligence officers analyzed it. Yeah, they're not that stupid to screw their own people until they get enough. It seems that the woolly bear nation is also making a push to develop new weapons, so we have to be on our guard. All the national intelligence services of the world are focused on Camelot. All want to know where they get their drones. This leads to wild speculation, all assumed to be provided by competitors. The atmosphere became more tense for a while. Almost all national military drone development departments have been given a hard time. The reprimand was followed by the allocation of a large sum of money for research and development. Tell them to step up the pace of research and development, not only for more advanced drones, but also for equipment that restrains smaller drones. Especially the pretty country officials had the biggest headache. Chinese drones are cheap and have excellent performance, and even the most common civilian versions can be useful on the battlefield. This drone is inexpensive and threatening. You can't shoot it down with a gun, and it's not cost-effective to use anti-aircraft missiles. There is really no way to find an effective response at all. Chapter 59. A big dog is generous. Lin Hai, who was the instigator, knew nothing about it. Woke up the next day to a big order from a camel country. 5,000 miniature self-exploding tanks. That's a big order of $2.5 billion. Buying so many at once? Lin Hai was shocked at that moment. Yes, the samples you sent over have been very effective in use. Although you said that 10 miniature tanks could destroy at least 6 or 7 enemy tanks. It seems you are still too modest. After we dropped the micro-tanks on the battlefield, 10 micro-tanks destroyed 10 enemy armored vehicles and tanks. Also blew up more than 50 enemies. Even Mr. President praised it. It's all alarmed the president of your camel country? Lin Hai was even more surprised after hearing that. Yes, Mr. President was very happy to hear the good news of the win and is very grateful for your support. The camel country procurement official thanked Lin Hai with incomparable sincerity. Lin Hai didn't even expect the combat to be this effective. The heart burst with regret. Seeing how excited the other party was, it was obvious that they were very satisfied with the miniature tank. The previous offer was still too low. I should have asked for $1 million a car. Maybe ask for $2 million and the other side will agree. Hey, what a loss! Lin Hai was heartbroken. But on second thought, as long as it was a way to combat the forces supported by the pretty country, it would be good for Huaxia as well. Let's leave it at that. After all, the camel country has a good relationship with our Huaxia. Let them take advantage of it. 5,000 tanks is not a small number, requiring the procurement of various raw materials and a complex production process. The delivery date can't be too short.
Lin Hai VIP List.
Even though a miniature tank is $500,000 Chinese dollars, the profit is more than 10 times. A profit of over $2 billion is also very substantial. A year, I think, at the earliest for full delivery. And it will need to continue to be delayed if other problems are encountered. No, I was about to tell you about that. Our military wants to deliver all the tanks as soon as possible. Because the armed forces have suffered a big loss this time, it is likely that they will continue to receive support from the countries behind them. We must be prepared to respond. Without a large number of miniature tanks, we certainly won't be able to hold off the enemy. There's nothing I can do about it. It takes time to both source the parts and produce them. Although we said we expedited 10 samples for you, some of them were from our previous stock and normal production is not that fast. Not to mention that with overtime costs, there's no profit left at all. Lin Hai purposely screamed in pain, hoping that the other party would give a little increase in fees. It's true that a big dog is a big dog and never disappoints. The procurement officer of Camelot Country immediately sent a message saying, "We can understand, after all, with so many orders at once, no manufacturer can produce them in a short time. But we're sure there's a way to do it for Huaxia's businesses. As long as we can deliver them all within 3 months, we can add an additional 500 million Chinese dollars. Lin Hai almost exploded on the spot when he saw the news. This dog Dato really understands technology, knows that all problems are not problems as long as you throw money at them. How could Lin Hai have known that Camelot Nation viewed safety as more important? This time the armed forces have suffered a loss and will surely try to take revenge. If even one missile lands on an oil refinery, it's not billions of dollars that will be lost. If we can defeat the armed forces once and for all, drive them far away and protect the camel country, the billions are nothing. Pump more gas and you'll make it back in less than a day. Is it still difficult? Let's add another 200 million, totaling an additional $700 million. No more. Hoo. Lin Hai's breathing became incredibly rapid. Just wait an extra 10 seconds or so for no reply and make another 200 million. Lin Hai took it as it came. He had to continue to do business in the future. He couldn't be too greedy. Pretending to be in a very difficult situation, he said, "Understood, I realize you do need a lot of miniature tank weapons right now. Now that we have additional funds, we'll build a new production line right away. In any case, even if we all stay awake and work overtime continuously 24 hours a day, we will do our best to ensure the delivery date." The Camelot procurement officer was moved beyond words. Because of his credit for contacting Lin Hai to purchase weapons, he has now been promoted to the rank of major. Straight up 3 levels in a row. Whether or not he could become a general in the future all depended on Lin Hai. Huaxia really has always been looking out for our camel country. Such good weapons are sold to us at such a cheap price. We even built a special production line to help us. I'll be sure to apply for more funding when the next military weapons purchase is made. We can't let our friends always suffer. Thank you so much. Whether our camel country can defeat the enemy or not, it all depends on you. Just leave it to me and don't worry. As long as you guys aren't afraid of expensive shipping costs, you'll send it out every day it's produced. Great, that's it. Just produce as many as you can and ship them immediately. We are now seriously short of useful weapons. As for shipping, don't worry, we can afford it. The order business was negotiated very smoothly. Lin Hai easily took the big order of $3.2 billion, and the cost was not even $200 million, netting $3 billion straight up. Money must be spent to expand operations. Otherwise, as the business gets bigger, it won't do to have a factory that can't keep up in size. Lin Hai plans to talk to his dad sometime. It's a little better to let Pops out on this kind of thing. After all, he is still just a student. Door to negotiate the purchase of land people are unlikely to believe. After making up his mind, Lin Hai continued to work. If there was a problem with the Weapons Research Institute in the military region, Lin Hai would also have to rush over immediately to help solve the problem. Simply just take a month-long vacation. Lin Hai. By noon, Zhou Qir's voice was heard. Lin Hai hurriedly walked out of the workshop and saw Zhou Qir standing outside playfully. What brings you here? Don't you have class today? I don't have class this afternoon, so I came to see if there's anything I can do to help, Choco said. No, I'll just take care of it myself. You helping instead might add to the trouble. Lin Hai didn't know how to explain the super processing platform to Zhou Qir, so he could only refuse it first. If you can't help, then you can't help, and you think I'm causing trouble. Zhou Qir pouted her lips with an unhappy face. That's not what I meant. Pfft. Look how scared you are. I was joking with you. I certainly know that such an important and complex part must be very difficult to machine. I came because I was worried you were too tired and could rub your shoulders and relax. Wouldn't that help? Zhou Qir said with a smile. Is it really okay? The massage you gave me last time was indeed very comfortable. Lin Hai was ecstatic. Letting the schoolgirl have a gentle massage, if others knew about it, they wouldn't die of jealousy. Chapter 60. Building a sports car. Arriving at the workshop, Lin Hai showed Zhou Qir the finished parts. These are the core parts. I intend that our upgraded electronic scout ship should not only have signal jamming capabilities. There also has to be stealth and a strong intrusion capability. Lin Hai explained. Invasion function? What kind of function is this? Zhou Qir was filled with confusion. Let me put it to you this way, through electronic signal shielding, as long as it's out of the range of the naked eye, the enemy's radar and other detection equipment won't be able to spot us. We used the other side's receiving signal equipment to hack in and seize control. Take control of all the enemy's electronic control equipment. In other words, our electronic reconnaissance ships are the equivalent of top-notch hackers, taking control of each other's computers in a very short period of time. That way you can do whatever you want by issuing weapons to your enemies. Lin Hai made an analogy which Zhou Qir immediately comprehended. Excitedly, he asked, if we can do that, won't we be able to capture the other side's warships easily? That's right, as long as all the equipment is electronically controlled. Just do whatever you want. Of course, we can't go too far or we'll trigger a worldwide panic. Just need to teach the other side a lesson and disable their warships. If the Pretty Nation Coalition is really that bold and dares to invade us again, then don't blame me for not being polite. Lin Hai said in a cold voice. You're amazing. I'm sure you can pull it off and defeat Pretty Country. Let's see who of them dares to provoke our country again. Zhou Qir was incredibly adoring of Lin Hai. In order to reward Lin Hai for his contribution to the country, Zhou Qir used all her abilities, giving Lin Hai a massage so comfortable that Lin Hai grunted. It wasn't long before Lin Hai's cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, it was Zhou Jinlong calling. Lin Hai hurriedly picked up the phone. Hello, Dean Zhou. This is Lin Hai. Lin Hai. There's a bit of a problem with our research over here. Are you free to come and guide us? Zhou Jinlong asked. No problem. I'll be right there. Not interrupting your work over there, are we? It's a shame to say that there are drawings, and we techies can't get them right. Dean Zhou is too polite, as the saying goes, it's normal to have a lack of understanding. Not to mention the fact that these devices are brand new architectures that I developed myself, so it's normal to not be able to read them. That's all the more reason why you're so good at what you do when you graduate and come into the Military Weapons Institute. That way I have someone to take over my position as well. Lin Hai was taken aback by Zhou Jinlong's words. What's that supposed to mean? Are you still planning to make me the director of the Military Weapons Institute? Dean Zhou overpraised me. I'm just slightly better at these things. Besides, Dean is now old and strong and will have no problem working for another 20 years. We juniors are still too young and need guidance from someone like you, Dean Zhou. Ha ha ha, you kid, you're capable and humble, but it's not good to be too modest. Young people have to be proud to be young. Besides, you're so close to Qir. Isn't it a bit too formal to call me Dean again? From now on, you'll call me Grandpa, just like Kagome. Yes, Grandpa. I'll be right there. Well, slow down on the road. No need to rush. Zhou Jinlong was overjoyed. One's favorite granddaughter could no longer have any regrets about finding such a wonderful boyfriend. Lin Hai hung up the phone and said to Zhou Kuer, Grandpa Zhou said that there's a problem over at the Research Institute and asked me to go over and take a look. Just now Lin Hai called Zhou Kuer on the side to hear clearly. Heard the grandfather are like Lin Hai, recognized Lin Hai with their own dating. Heartfelt. Nodding his head in agreement, he said, Okay, let's go together then. The two got into a red flag sedan and sped toward the military district. Lin Hai started to think about it on the way. I have money of my own, and I got my driver's license the summer of my senior year. Isn't it time to buy a car yourself? After all, he often had to run to the military area, so he couldn't always let Zhou Kuer pick himself up. Besides, the two of them in the future dating and so on have their own car to take Zhou Kuer for a ride. That's how cool. It's better than following a driver around every day as a light bulb. I've decided. I'm going to buy a car, Lin Hai said. Buy a car, that's fine. What kind of car do you like? Domestic or joint venture? Imported. Zhou Kuer didn't think much about it and proposed. Why don't you buy Red Flag as well? It's a very exclusive car, and the ride is very comfortable. I don't want to buy an imported car. These countries make money from within our country and join together to suppress us. But domestic cars seem to have quite a gap with foreign brands in both quality and performance. The Red Flag sedan has rows of class, but the business flavor is too strong. Not quite suitable for young people like me. Lin Hai actually had one sentence left unsaid. That's the car that Zhou Kuer made is an L9, several $1 million not to mention. The key is not just money. You must be at a certain administrative level to be eligible to purchase. A car this expensive can be considered a domestic Rolls-Royce. It's even more compelling than Rolls-Royce in this country, to a certain extent. That's true. So what kind of car to buy? Other than Red Flag cars, the other brands seem to be rather ordinary. Zhou Kuer also had a fretful face. Yes, domestic cars have been developing well in recent years, but there are no power sports cars. It's too bad. Lin Hai was helpless. Or why don't you just design one yourself? Zhou Kuer said. Lin Hai's eyes immediately lit up. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Design a cool car yourself and have a car company give it a customization. All to your heart and mind, and an absolute blast to drive. It's not that you can't build it yourself, but you need a certificate of conformity to be on the road, and you need to file to produce a new model. Lin Hai opened the technology system store and checked it out. Found fuel car drawings to be ridiculously cheap. According to the rules of the tech system, it's not the leading technology that's cheap. Redeeming a cool sports car only requires 100 technology points. It's practically the equivalent of giving it away for nothing. Zhou Kuer laughed a little bitterly. I was just joking with you. You don't really want to design your own car, do you? Why not? Technology is supposed to be interconnected, and in my opinion it's much simpler to design a car compared to designing a fighter jet or a tank. Let's say, for example, that being able to design top-of-the-line fighter jets is the equivalent of graduating with a PhD, if you will. Designing cars is no more than doing elementary school papers. Lin Hai said with a smile. Does it really work? That's great. I definitely want one of the cars you designed. You design sports cars. We don't even have a good-looking brand of sports cars in this country. That's right. I'm going to design sports cars. Lin Hai replied while looking at the system store. Looking at a favorite sports car. The V8 6.0 engine with variable cylinder technology explodes up to 1200 horsepower. Accelerates to 100 kilometers in 1.7 seconds. This performance is absolutely bombastic among sports cars around the world. Lots of horsepower and power, but only 4 cylinders are needed to do the work for normal driving. Fuel consumption, however, is surprisingly low and can be as low as 8 liters per 100 kilometers in normal driving. If more power is needed, there is the flexibility of switching between 6 and 8 cylinders. Meet plenty of power with very low gas mileage. Such a sports car is much cheaper to use, and the low fuel consumption means it is more environmentally friendly. Chapter 61 30 Years of Mutai. The two of them chatted and soon arrived at the Military Research Institute. The technicians were seen huddled together in the middle of a loud argument. Both think that the program proposed by the other is incorrect. You can come. Hurry and see how this program is handled, Zhou Jinlong said in a hurry. Let's see. As soon as Lin Hai arrived, everyone immediately stopped arguing. All of them gave way. Lin Hai glanced at it and said with a smile, This program is fine because it was originally an attack program, and to put it bluntly, it's a virus that I created. What? Making a virus in the program? What are you trying to do? The crowd was shocked and looked at Lin Hai with incredulous faces. This virus program of mine is controllable and extremely invasive, and can be disguised as a normal running program so that the other party cannot detect it. After invading and quickly hiding, we can activate the program and take control of the equipment on the enemy warships whenever we want. Lin Hai explained the principle to the technicians, which made them realize it. Awesome! What a genius idea! If we can get the program to invade successfully through the signal, we'll be able to take full control of all the weapons of the enemy warships. Hurry up and try to see if our warships can withstand it. If the enemy also researches such a weapon, we can also have a defense in advance. Don't worry, after the electronic reconnaissance ship is upgraded, we'll also conduct a universal military confrontation exercise. Engage all warships in confrontation to find weaknesses to correct. Zhou Jinlong said. Hurry up and get to work. I really want to see the power of the upgraded electronic scout ship sooner rather than later. Yeah, if it has the desired effect, the pretty country coalition's face is going to look great. After solving the problem, Lin Hai had free time, asked for a computer and started drawing up the sports car. Lin Hai's hand speed in operating the computer was extremely amazing, and even stumps appeared on the keyboard. This was the benefit obtained from the Super Guardian Watch's transformation of Lin Hai's body. Physical functions far exceed those of ordinary people. After the progress of body transformation reaches 100%, it will continue to transform from the existing foundation. It didn't take long to map out the exterior renderings and the interior. All the data are all labeled. Lin Hai began to draw engine drawings. At this time, Zhou Qier also told Zhou Jinlong about Lin Hai wanting to design his own sports car. Zhou Jinlong was first surprised, but he was very optimistic about Lin Hai. When he came over to ask Lin Hai about it, he saw the drawing of the sports car that Lin Hai had drawn. Once again, I was shocked. If our car companies can design such good-looking sports cars, why worry about selling them? At that moment, he even decided to fully support Lin Hai. With that look alone, the asking price of a couple million would definitely sell out. If a world-renowned car company put out a sports car, it would sell for at least $4 or $5 million. Coupled with starvation marketing, it is bound to be in short supply and sought after by the rich and famous all over the world. Lin Hai, I heard that you are planning to design a sports car yourself. Is that what is drawn on the computer? Yeah, what does Grandpa Zhou think? I think the exterior and interior of a sports car must be cool and good-looking. That's what makes it attractive. And the sports cars on the market are for showing off and pretending. The suspension is tuned to be stiff in order to achieve great performance. Such a car is very uncomfortable to drive for a long time. I have this sports car that balances looks, performance, economy, and comfort, which is fine to drive for long distances. Lin Hai said. Not bad, there are ideas other than that, just the appearance can really be made, it will definitely sell out. Zhou Jinlong was extremely optimistic about this car. By the way, when you design it, are you going to manufacture it yourself or find a company to manufacture it for you? I have a good relationship with the boss of the Red Flag car factory. If I can add the Red Flag brand aura with this appearance, it is simply unbeatable. There's nothing wrong with either brand power or product power. Many people in the country have a strong sense of national pride in Red Flag cars. I'll also expect the red car to rise to the top. I think it's a great opportunity. Zhou Jinlong said. The older generation had a strong sense of national mission. Red Flag cars have always been the symbol of domestic automobile brands. But it's gone more and more downhill over the years. Except for the high-end models with executive attributes, the civilian market has been performing poorly. The technology is outdated, the design cannot keep up with the times, and there is a lack of competitive main products. The model designed by Lin Hai gave Zhou Jinlong great hope. Okay, if it's being marketed under the Red Flag brand, you can add some new elements to it. Lin Hai quickly operated and added the Red Flag logo to the sports car. The black body is full of mystery, and a touch of red immediately makes the whole car realize a qualitative leap. Gives the whole car a substantial boost of majesty. I'm afraid that even if all of the world's most expensive sports cars were placed in front of us, we wouldn't be able to suppress this sports car's momentum. Absolute, if the old Red Flag boss saw the styling of this car, he would be absolutely shocked. This car has to be produced no matter what. When will you finish designing it? Why don't I ask Red Flag Vehicle Factory to transfer some technicians over to you, so I can help you share some of the work? The design will be completed in 3 days at most. I'll be fine on my own. Grandpa Zhou, don't worry. Me doing this won't affect the electronic scout ship remodeling work. Well, I'm completely relieved to have you say that. You send me the renderings and some performance data, and I'll let the old red flag boss take a look. Okay. Zhou Jinlong got the information and cheerfully looked for a place to dial the phone. I say Lao Dong ah. How is the development of your new red flag model? Dong Feng looked helpless. Don't mention it. The R&D progress is very unpromising. The market reflects that our models are too old-fashioned and need to be designed in a youthful and fashionable way. But we are the red flag brand, and we have to consider the image of an official car. If you are too young, you don't have the majesty, and if you want to be a majestic consumer, you are too old. Dozens of design versions have been rejected. Although we are a state-owned enterprise with financial backing, it is not good to always lose money. Failing to live up to the nation's expectations, not to mention the lack of good models, will also sap the nation's national sentiment. Ha ha ha. I knew you guys had a bad job. How about you buy me a drink, and I'll help you design a car on my side? Humph. Cut the sarcasm. If you want to cheat on the wine, just say so. It's not like you can't afford it. Dong Feng was whole upset and stressed out at the moment, and didn't give Zhou Jinlong the slightest bit of face. Let me make it clear, I'm really not dilly-dallying this time. If you want this design, you have to treat me with your 30-year-old Matai. I can't look at any other wine. Come on you, if you can design a car to my satisfaction, I'll pay for any drinks you want in the future. Haha. Can you keep your word? Of course it counts, just in case you can't come up with a good design. Hey, I'll make sure you're convinced this time. I've sent the information over. So open your email and see for yourself. Chapter 62, Shocking the Red Flag Veteran. No. Since when did you guys at the Weapons Institute start working on cars? Dong Feng was surprised and couldn't understand it. Hey, you read it. Zhou Jinlong did not explain immediately. Dong Feng hung up the phone in confusion and turned his computer on. Open your mailbox to find the email from Zhou Jinlong. Seeing an incomparably cool sports car displayed in front of him, Dong Feng's eyes slowly widened, immediately captivated by this rendering. This sports car is just awesome. And with the addition of the red flag badge, the design style is fully integrated. Anyone who takes one look at it can't move away. Dong Feng only felt his heart thumping. He has been in charge of Red Flag Automobile for so many years, and has seen countless design drawings and examined hundreds of models of foreign sports cars. None of them have such a powerful impact as this look. Both the aura and the design language are Dong Feng's dream sports car look. Dong Feng's breathing became more and more rapid, his heart beating faster and faster. It just felt like an adrenal rush. My goodness, if China can shine out a red flag sedan of the styling, it can definitely boast the global luxury sports car segment. Dong Feng was thrilled beyond words. But if the design drawings alone are not enough, it's easy to design a good-looking shape, but laying out the engine and various parts in that shape is very difficult. Dong Feng hurriedly pulled down with his mouse. Because sports cars accelerate quickly, they take a lot of hits, and the more powerful engines packed into them make extreme demands on the layout. You can't just do it if you want to increase the horsepower. Luxury sports cars represent the strongest technology of car makers and cannot be developed in a short period of time. The further Dong Feng looked down, the more overwhelmed he felt. His mouth was open and he couldn't close it for half a day. It's amazing that all the drawings for this car have been designed, except this is the general assembly drawing. If only we had detailed drawings of the structure and parts, we could have built this car. My God, what kind of talent designed this? Since when did the Central Theater Weapons Institute have such talent? The V8 6.0 displacement engine surprisingly explodes with 1200 horsepower, accelerates to 100 kilometers in 1.7 seconds. That's just crazy, isn't it? Strong performance coupled with second-to-none styling. This car could definitely cause a worldwide frenzy upon its debut. No, 8-cylinder variable displacement. For to 8-cylinder variable displacement conversion technology. The technology in this engine is too strong, isn't it? Is it possible to drive comfortably on city roads and actually consume only about 8 liters of fuel over 100 kilometers? If it really does what is expected from the design on the drawing board, these technologies can definitely be used as a promotional advantage. The more Dong Feng looked, the harder his heart beat. When I looked at the time, more than half an hour had actually passed. Thought it was just a moment. Dong Feng immediately called Zhou Jinlong again. Zhou Jinlong's cheerful laughter rang out as soon as the phone was connected. How is it? Have you read the drawings sent to you? Are you satisfied with the design of this car? Is it worth your bottle of 30-year-old mutai? Old Joe, tell me honestly, can this car really be built? How far have you gotten in development now? Dong Feng was overwhelmed with emotion. He can already see the future of the red flag sedan in this car, which will surely become the existence that everyone looks up to. Anyone who can buy a red sports car in the future will be envied by countless people. So first, are you happy with the car? Satisfied, of course I am. This car is simply perfect and was made for the Red Flag brand. With this car, Red Flag sedans can become a true luxury brand. Instead, it relies on consumers' ethnic plots as well as administrative functions to survive. Dong Feng said immediately, "Ha ha ha. I'll tell you what then. The full set of drawings for this car are available and can be given to you in 3 days at the most. I'm talking about the full set, from the general assembly drawing to every component, every part, and the production process. All of it will be labeled for you in detail. You only need to prepare the production line and just produce directly when the time comes." Zhou Jinlong replied, "Great. I'll wait for your good news. I'm still a little confused though. Since when did your Weapons Research Institute start researching the automotive field?" Dong Feng was still very puzzled. They have a R&D team of tens of thousands of people and they couldn't do this level of technology for so many years. Not only domestic car companies, I'm afraid to look around the world, in the field of automobile is the top. It's only logical that the Arms Research Institute can't possibly waste time and energy and talent on this. Not the results of our Weapons Research Institute, but someone else. You want to buy the full set of drawings and technology, you'll have to negotiate with him to do so. Who? Lin Hai. It's a current college student. Don't kid yourself. A college student can do what our tens of thousands of our D team can't? He's not just any college student. He's also the general counselor of our Weapons Research Institute. If it wasn't for him wanting to own a sedan, you wouldn't have been so lucky to get the full set of technology. Zhou Jinlong was very proud. This is his future granddaughter-in-law. The more things go wrong, the more capable he is, the more his face lights up. Then ask him how much this full set of techniques costs. Dong Feng didn't give it much thought at all. It doesn't matter who developed it. It's worth it to produce the sports car on the drawing board. 100 million Chinese dollars, plus the first prototype car produced. Zhou Jinlong had long asked Lin Hai about the price of technology transfer. Lin Hai hadn't even wanted to ask for money. After all, it hardly cost much. Just need to give a car. However, Zhou Jinlong knew that the production drawings and technology of this car were very precious. It can even lead to the rapid rise of an automobile company. After researching and absorbing the technology, it can also be used on other models. To say it's priceless is an understatement. Under Zhou Jinlong's strong request, Lin Hai then made a symbolic price of 100 million. That cheap? Are you sure you're not joking? Dong Feng froze. In his opinion, as long as the technology was real, it was worth even billions. If we really want to develop it from scratch, I am afraid we may not be able to do so even if we throw in tens of billions of dollars. And the technology of the engine as well as the transmission alone would be worth the price. Can I joke about something so important? After 3 days you come to get the drawings, and you won't get any pennies if there are any problems. Zhou Jinlong said. Then it's a deal. Dong Feng said immediately. Don't forget that bottle of 30-years-old Matai you've been treasuring. But you have to keep your word. Zhou Jinlong reminded. Ha ha ha. I'll keep my word. From now on, you can drink whatever you want from my house. Dong Feng replied with a big smile. Chapter 63. On the agenda, Red Flag Sports Car. After confirming this, Dong Feng immediately notified the company's executives to hold an emergency meeting. The senior leadership as well as the leaders of the technical departments are all in place. A sudden meeting of massive senior leadership. Much to the dismay of many, there was a lot of talk about whether something big had happened. The first words Dong Feng said shocked everyone. I am now announcing that all research and development on sports cars is stopped and cancelled. The development of high-end engines and transmissions has to stop as well. What? How can this work? Our Red Flag brand is to be positioned in the mid-range and high-end? If you don't have your own core technology, how can you hit the mid to high end of the field? The technical manager was the first to stand up and object. What happens to all the technicians when all the R&D stops? Dong Feng gestured for him to sit down first. With an incredibly serious face, he said, Everyone listen carefully. No photos are allowed at today's meeting, and all the content of the meeting is strictly confidential. Anyone who leaks half the information to the outside world will be punished at the top. At these words, all the people sat down on the edge of their seats. Dong Feng opened his computer and dropped an image on the screen. Immediately attracted everyone's attention. One was wide-eyed and seemed to be frozen in place. Who made the renderings of this sports car? Our R&D department. We don't have any research in this area, huh? This car is too handsome. Isn't it? It's actually the badge of our Red Flag car. Do we still have a secretive R&D department at Red Flag Car Factory? The shape and design of this car is really superb. If it can be produced, there is absolutely no worry about sales. Everyone be quiet. You were just told to stop research and development in all departments. It's because we have better options. Next, Red Flag Car Factory is going to concentrate all its resources on producing this sports car. Dong Feng finished sending up some of the data sheets. Seeing the data of the sports car, the whole conference room once again exploded. A 6.0 V6 engine? That's insane, isn't it? We don't have all the technology for the 3.0 T engine yet. This engine alone is simply not up to par with our reserve technology. I don't even know what the old boss was thinking. How can you make 1200 horsepower with a 6.0 engine? Even the most advanced foreign engines may not be able to do that, right? Crazy, this is crazy. It's amazing that the 100-kilometer acceleration is going to run into 1.7 seconds. There are very few sports cars that can achieve this performance, right? You have to do technology one step at a time. Is this intended to be a big leap forward? No respect for any technology at all. Everyone said out loud that it couldn't be done. Let's not talk about being able to realize such an exaggerated technology. Even if we could achieve half of that and produce a top-of-the-line 3.0 engine, it would still make Red Flag Sedan a top-selling brand. Dong Feng looked at the extremely incredulous looks of the senior leaders and technicians. The heart is filled with a strong sense of accomplishment. The heart murmured, "Look at all of you who are uneducated and unproductive. Who will dare to question my leadership in the future? Your R&D is not up to par, but I have the connections to buy top-notch technology at a low price." Dong Feng composed his face and tried to make his expression very serious. Loudly, he said, "Be quiet. I haven't even said anything yet, and one by one they say they can't do it. Would technology be worth anything if it could just be developed? Our Red Flag car brand is the pride of the nation and must be branched up. Producing world-class sports cars is the only way to live up to the nation's expectations. Mr. Dong, you are right, but we can't develop such a request even if it kills us. Not to mention our domestic first-class car companies, even the world-class top car companies may not be able to do it. Yeah, with the exterior drawings, we can produce the shells. Engine and transmission and floor pan technology can also be paid for. But what's with the variable seat and suspension adjustments? For to 8-cylinder variable technology, that's too hard, isn't it? The car companies of the world can't do it either. Other than that, how is it possible to consume 8 liters of fuel for 100 kilometers in the city alone? No sports car can do that unless it's a gas-electric hybrid. But with hybrid technology, the luxury of a sports car will be drastically reduced. After all, for rich people, you can't go charging every other day, can you? It can't be done. It can't be done or die trying. Don't worry, since I said I'm going to produce this car. The technical aspects have of course been resolved. Just have all the departments cooperate next. Dong Feng said with a straight face. What? The technology has been solved? How is that possible? Could it be that we have a secret R&D department at Red Flag Car Factory? It can't be, can it? If it were true, there's no way I, as vice president, wouldn't know about it. This secrecy is outrageous. Since it's not a self-developed technology, it can only be purchased from other car companies. How much would it cost people to transfer the technology? Really, if we could have such advanced technology, we couldn't sell it for any amount of money. Don't make wild guesses. We didn't develop it or buy the technology from abroad. As for the source of the technology, it is being kept secret for now. But I can tell you now that the full set of technical drawings will be available in 3 days. Our production lines have to be freed up, the best skilled employees stay, all management R&D staff all study the new car drawings. We have to make the sample car in the shortest possible time. With this car, our Red Flag car brand will become a national pride and go all over the world. I dare say that under the premise of guaranteeing quality, Red Flag cars will become the world's top car companies. The whole group was shocked by this statement. It's not a joke, is it? Why do I feel like it's not realistic at all? Could it be that I want to develop good car technology so badly that I'm even dreaming of meetings? If we can really make such an excellent car, then our Chinese automobile industry will realize a complete takeoff. Ha ha ha. I must be crazy or the old boss is crazy. You don't believe me even after saying this? Dong Feng was directly speechless. But then again, the Red Flag car factory does have quite a bit less R&D capability because it's a state-owned enterprise with a bloated structure. If Zhou Jinlong hadn't provided the technology and given the technical drawings for the assembly, I'm afraid he wouldn't have believed it. But the more you wait until the new car is released, the more powerful the shock will be. Dong Feng pulled out the general assembly drawings. The general assembly drawings are all here. You can see for yourselves, no photos, no outsiders. Wow! The conference room exploded again. Everyone's eyes nearly glazed over and they wanted to stick to the screen. Figures, even drawings. Hiss, it hurts. This isn't a dream. Oh my God, is this true? I never thought I'd see a red car in my lifetime that could have such a beautiful sports car. Even if I were to die now, I would die without regret. The old boss is mighty. My Red Flag sports car will be proud of the world in the future. Chapter 64. Increasing arrogance. Taking out the assembly drawing killer finally convinced all the executives of the ability to produce a domestic top sports car. All of them are like chicken blood. There were speeches made to discuss production details. The whole spirit of the business is renewed. The drawings have detailed data and machining process. As long as you follow the process, the quality of the car produced will certainly not be bad. Simply make sure that each workstation follows the operational requirements to the letter. Lin Hai spent more than half a day drawing out some of the part drawings. Both passed to Zhou Jinlong. That's enough for today, enough for the technicians at the plant to analyze. Make sure they remember that this car is tough and that every step of the way has to be done individually and in accordance with the craftsmanship. A single failure could seriously affect the quality of the entire vehicle. Don't worry, I'll definitely instruct them. If you can't produce a qualified car out with such good technology, I'll never spare their old boss. Zhou Jinlong looked solemn. This is an opportunity for China's automobile industry to rise in the world. How can it be spoiled? When sending drawings to Dong Feng, Zhou Jinlong didn't give the slightest face. It even made Dong Feng make a military order. It's a relief to have to get this car right. It's a time when pretty countries and small days and stick countries make a big deal about military exercises. It made the Chinese public incredibly indignant. What kind of bull-joint naval exercise is this? The high seas are so large, where to go is not possible, deliberately chosen near our territorial waters. It's a naked provocation. Damn it, before invading our Chinese airspace, and then instructing the three kingdoms to invade our Tibetan areas. Now they've come to demonstrate in the territorial waters, they really don't stop for a moment. We can't let them do this, we must fight back. That's right, all of our navy is out, we can't let the enemy win. Watching the outraged comments of Chinese netizens made the people in the small day country and the stick country more and more arrogant. One dejected beyond measure. It seems as if they think they are invincible. Netizens from the stick country. Wasia is so stupid to compete with the pretty country and the West. Who do you fight if not you? It's still us, the great stick country, who are smart enough to follow the world's strongest pretty country. With the support of the pretty country, we can definitely defeat Huaxia. Grab all the territory of China so that we are the #1 country in the world. Ha 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 ha. This time it's time for our stick country navy to show its prowess. After this military exercise, it is imperative that all the Asia-Pacific countries recognize our hegemony in Asia. The little day country was immediately displeased and pissed off by the stick country. Although both are dogs owned by pretty countries, their two countries have always attacked each other for favor. No one despises anyone. It's just laughable. The stick country not big, their people are so proud and arrogant. With just a few tens of millions of people in your area, how dare you color China's territory? Have you forgotten that you were almost exterminated for provoking China decades ago? The #1 power in Asia has always been recognized as our little country of days. How can it be your turn to be a stick country? The stick country probably screwed up their brains by eating army hot pots and kimchi, always thinking they are invincible. If our little country of days can occupy the land of China, we will surely surpass the pretty country and become a top power. Go to hell in a small day. How dare a defeated country in a district be so arrogant? China can surely destroy you. Ha ha ha, don't you guys dog eat dog. Okay, aren't you going to target China together? Fighting on their own first. It simply makes Huaxia a joke. The people from the Kangaroo Kingdom gloated. Humph, this time, in our joint naval maneuvers, the number of warships deployed is twice that of the Chinese Navy. And our warships are more advanced. If Wasia is still unconvinced, launch a direct attack and defeat Wasia in one fell swoop. That's right, the Chinese army is great, I admit. But in the modern battlefield, it's not about who has more men, it's about technological power and advanced weapons. Chinese warships are too backward to be our match. Humph. Dare to mess with Huaxia, you will regret it. The power of Huaxia you can't imagine. A Bart netizen couldn't look away and directly disliked it. Back when China was poor, it was able to defeat all of you. Now that it's strong, it's even easier to beat you. But China has the East Wind Express and nuclear bombs. I wonder where you get the confidence to still dare to say that you defeated China? The Camel Country netizens sneered. I agree with that. The East Wind missiles we bought in Camelot Country work well. The number 1 head of Huaxia was incomparably angry and called an emergency meeting. The pretty country's navy is going to hold a joint military exercise, which is a big departure from what was announced earlier. Not only is the location of the military exercise close to our territorial waters, but according to reliable information, the military exercise is completed and a landing on the Diaoyu Islands is immediately made. Trying to take our islands by force. They are testing our bottom line one step at a time. Secondly, the number of warships participating in the military exercises has also increased significantly. Before, only 1 carrier battle group was deployed, but now 2 carrier battle groups were deployed. The warships of the Stick Country and the Little Days Country are almost out in force. It's pressuring us, threatening to our faces, to let forcibly cede our Diaoyu Islands to the Little Day. My great China will never suffer this humiliation. Judging from the announced military strength, the number of warships alone is at least twice that of ours. But our new type of warships have not yet been built. Service warships are too low displacement. To go to meet the war is afraid not only cannot stop the enemy. Instead, it will become the laughingstock of the world. Let the nations of the world think that our navy is not strong. The Minister of Defense was full of worry. If you can't fight them, advanced weapons don't necessarily mean you can win the war. It relies on the will of the army and the belief that it is not afraid to die. My Huaxia territory, I won't let go of an inch of it. The commander of the northern military region of the West said with great anger. Calm down. Now is not the time to go to war. Our country is developing at a high rate, and the longer we delay it, the better it will be for us. If we do go to war, it's the enemy who will be happiest. We must think of a way to have the best of both worlds, to protect the Diaoyu Islands and to avoid war. The first chief said, if our 5 military regions move out together and make a war stance, we might be able to scare the enemy. No, what if the enemy doesn't retreat? Leave it to us in the central war zone. We are developing new types of weapons that will surely make the enemy retreat. Zhou Guohua slowly spoke. One of your military districts against a pretty allied army? Are you trying to put the new tanks on a warship? The power is fine, but not enough wow. I know that you have the strongest combat power in the central war zone, but this is a matter of national territorial security, and this is not the time for bravado. If the whole country's navy combined can't do it, how can you resist in one theater? We have newly developed weapons. Zhou Guohua handed a classified information packet to number 1 chief. Originally, I had planned to develop it successfully and then report it, but since time is running out, I'll ask the number 1 chief to make a decision. Chapter 65. Central Military Region comes to confrontation. What? Your Central Military Region has developed another new weapon? Why haven't I heard anything about it? There's no need for secrecy when we're all reliable people here, right? How come the Central Military Region is developing so fast? It's either airplanes or tanks, and now even naval weapons are being developed. What good can a powerful weapon be if a warship can't be built? The senior leaders were puzzled. I always felt that something was wrong with the Central Theater of Operations lately, and the new weapons were just like dumplings. It's not like it was developed from scratch at all. It seems to have been acquired directly. This RD is ridiculously strong. Zhou Guohua handed over the information and stopped talking to the others, although he also didn't believe that anyone here would betray the country and leak secrets. But rules are rules, and all state secrets must follow procedure. The first chief was equally puzzled. Open the packet, there is only 1 page inside. Just looked at it and snapped his eyes wide open. It seemed to see something extremely unbelievable. The others were even more amazed, having never seen such a surprised expression on the number 1 chief's face before. Are you sure that these technologies can really be realized? We can only test some of the features as the equipment is not yet fully completed. Based on the results of the test, the results exceeded expectations. Even with its current capabilities, it can repel enemy warships with 80% certainty. Zhou Guohua said calmly. Good, the weapons you developed in the Central Theater are really timely. Agree to your request to send the Central Theater to respond to this enemy-staged demonstration. The first chief did not hesitate to give his decision. The other theater commanders were filled with incredulity. What kind of weapon is so powerful? You think you can scare off a pretty country's warships before they're even developed? You have to realize that this is a joint military exercise of 3 countries, and the naval strength of these 3 countries is ranked at the front of the world. With the exception of the stick country, which is slightly worse, the pretty country navy is recognized as the best in the world. The land of small days is claimed to be in the top 5 in the world. There's also a good chance that one of the 3 Arab countries will join as well. Can't think of any other weapon that could do it, other than using nukes to scare them off. But the number 1 chief just looked at it and made up his mind, obviously confident in the new weapon. One face to face. However, since it is a state secret, it cannot be inquired about at all. Isn't it a bit hasty to make a decision like this? The Minister of Defense couldn't help but ask. The fate of China is at stake in this military confrontation. Relying on a war zone always feels unsettling. The number 1 chief smiled and said, with Dean Zhou Zhenlong at the helm of the Central War Zone, what are you guys still uneasy about? This weapon, if developed in time, could indeed solve this crisis. As for what kind of weapon it is, you should not inquire. Everything said at today's meeting must be kept strictly confidential. Anyone who dares to divulge it will be punished for treason. The faces of the people were aghast, and they agreed. Don't be curious. It's only 20 days or so until the military maneuvers, so you'll know by then. The first chief smiled. Now that he had found a way to deal with it, the chief was in a much better mood. The luck of the nation is really still toward China. As soon as the combined warships of the pretty countries arrived, they were immediately given a kick in the pants. Came in with a bang and left with a whimper. Even if it doesn't live up to the expectations of the new weapons design, as long as it can do some good, it can still scare the other side. The meeting ended, but the other 4 war zones were anxiously waiting for the final results. All want to know what kind of counter-intuitive weapons have been developed in the Central Theater of Operations. These days Lin Hai was busy every day. Even the simplified version of the Super Guardian watch technology had already been parsed. Didn't even get to deal with it. It took only 20 days to produce all the equipment. After rigorous testing, modifications to the 815 electronic reconnaissance vessel were begun. The equipment to be replaced has been disassembled ahead of schedule. Lin Hai, as the chief designer, directs a team of experts in the installation. Because of the importance of the matter, Zhou Zhenlong was there to help. The experts were surprised to discover one thing. Lin Hai's strength was actually beyond imagination. Equipment that can't be moved by 2 or 3 people can easily be moved by Lin Hai alone. Although technologists are not supposed to be manual laborers and are older, but it was also obvious that Lin Hai's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Besides, Lin Hai's body was not strong, but instead was still on the thin side, and his scholarly temperament was very strong. It's not at all obvious that it can be that strong. Work is really still young, with you in its efficiency has increased by a large margin. An expert said with a smile. Lin Hai froze, and it occurred to him that it was because of the Guardian Watch's transformation that allowed his power to increase. If a simplified version of the watch was given to the experts to wear, it might drastically improve their fitness. Long hours of scientific research, often working overtime and staying up late, they are all in poor physical condition. If it works, it could be a boost to both their health and research efficiency. This is a super watch I developed that can discharge bioelectricity to stimulate bodily functions and enhance the body's potential. That's why I'm so much stronger than a lot of people. And after a substantial increase in physical potential, there was more energy than ever before. It's even rare to get sick. Lin Hai didn't hide it and explained the willingness of the force to become bigger. What? There's something this good? Are there side effects to boosting your physique and potential? You're still young, you need to be more safe. If it's that effective, then it should be mass-produced and given to special forces, which can drastically increase the combat power of special forces. Lin Hai's words attracted the attention of all the experts. Even put down the work at hand and came over to watch. Don't worry, I'm sure there won't be any side effects. I've already experienced it myself and the results are surprising. Lin Hai said. Since it can have such great benefits, the cost of this watch isn't cheap, right? Zhou Jinlong immediately thought of the drawbacks. Since it's good and has no side effects, the only certainty is that it's difficult to manufacture and it's expensive. Yes, the cost of construction is very expensive. I'm afraid that normal production will exceed $100 billion. Lin Hai said. I'm talking dollars. Hiss. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was shocked and sucked in his breath. Good boy. Wearing something with such a high cost on your hand, aren't you afraid of being robbed? Haha, in addition to boosting your physique, it's also very protective. It's not that easy to rob me unless one can reach the level of Superman. Lin Hai laughed. Besides, it normally looks like it's just a cool-looking watch. It doesn't even have a manufacturer's logo, so maybe they all think it's a copycat. That makes sense, but this matter should be kept secret by everyone. Don't spread it. Zhou Jinlong immediately issued a gag order for Lin Hai's safety. Of course it won't be spread out, it looks expensive now, but maybe with the technological breakthroughs in the future, we old guys can use it too. What's the highest it can be transformed to? Will it become as powerful as Superman? Someone still couldn't help but ask. Chapter 66. Everything is ready, just waiting for the enemy warships to arrive. Look at the expressions of these old experts as if they were curious babies. Lin Hai almost laughed out loud. First of all, I'm in the process of streamlining this technology, and it's pretty much underway. I'll start production as soon as we've settled the pretty country's military show. Everyone will have one by then. Although the simplified version of the superwatch is much less effective and has some features neutered. But I believe it can restore everyone's fitness and energy to a youthful state, if not a little better. As for turning into Superman, I don't think it's likely. After the potential is raised to a certain level, the effect becomes less and less effective. Hearing Lin Hai's words was even more exciting. The youngest specialists are in their 40s, most are in their 50s and 60s, and some are even struggling in their 70s. The biggest problem is that energy and stamina can no longer keep up. If they could return to their youthful state, it would be like an elixir for them. Really? If that's true, it could solve most of society's problems. That's right. Not only does it improve our physique, if it's produced in large quantities, ordinary people will be able to use it and won't have to worry about living on their own when they reach old age. No, it still has to be used in the police system and the military first. Boosting physical fitness can make it easier to catch criminals, and army soldiers with improved physical fitness can drastically increase the army's combat power. That's right, that's the first area to use it. You can't let foreign countries have something this good. I've heard that Pretty Country has done research on this as well. They kept the soldiers awake for days and days by giving them electric shocks and still kept them energized, capable of prolonged combat. We're behind the Pretty Country in many aspects of research. Haha. With Lin Hai, we'll catch up sooner or later. What are you afraid of? Yes. Lin Hai can truly be a genius that God has rewarded us with, just to make our huaxia take off. Well, let's put this matter aside and work at a stepped-up pace. Once we beat back Pretty Country, Lin Hai will have time to make us super watches. That's right, get to work. The Pretty Country's warships have begun traveling over to the waters near Huaxia. Many news outlets are clamoring for coverage. The media, especially in Western countries, were extremely gloating in their coverage, claiming that their warships participating in the maneuvers could directly defeat Huaxia with ease. The Little Day Country and the Stick Country are getting more and more arrogant. All day long, they flaunt their power on the internet, clamoring for the defeat of Huaxia and the occupation of their territories. The three countries in the previous invasion of China suffered a big loss. The loss of a large number of equipment, not to mention in the international community is even more embarrassing, has become the laughingstock of the world. Seeing how big the military maneuvers of these two countries are, they also announced that they would come to join in the fun, trying to regain the face he lost earlier. 20 warships were sent to participate in the joint military exercises. It seems that all of a sudden, China is caught in a situation where it is being attacked from all sides. It's hard enough to fight against a Pretty Country. 3 other great powers with very strong militaries came to help. Chinese netizens are beyond angry. Where is our Chinese Navy? The enemy has bullied its way to our doorstep, so we must have a plan to deal with it. Why hasn't the national military moved at all? Is it just allowed to be bullied by them? It really pisses me off. I can't wait to become a soldier myself. Even if I die in battle, I can't be so stifled. However, there are some foreign admirers who are making remarks at this time. I've long said that the Pretty Country is the world's hegemon, and there's no good end to going against them. It's not too late to bow down and apologize to the pretty country. As long as we hand over control of the country, we can become the pretty country's little brother, just like the little days and the stick country. These remarks immediately attracted a great deal of abuse from patriots. What kind of era is this that there are still people rushing up to be traitors to the enemy? I hope the national security services hurry up and arrest all these guys. Directly revoke the citizenship of these people and kick them out of the country. These guys don't deserve to stay in the country. It's disgusting enough that you can even sell your ancestors and your country in order to kneel to the foreigners. People like that don't deserve to live in the world. Old me would rather die standing than absolutely not live on my knees. I would rather die in battle than absolutely surrender to others. The little days and the populace of the stick country have swelled with extreme arrogance. Ha ha ha, see? This is our true strength. The warships are about to sail over, and the Chinese Navy didn't even react half-heartedly. Many people used to brag about how strong the Chinese Army's combat power was, but I think it's nothing more than that. It doesn't even need us to do anything to scare them into submission. Why don't we just take the opportunity to directly attack China and occupy all of their land? Lin Hai and the technicians had finally finished remodeling the electronic scout ship. Full testing is underway. Everything is running well with the equipment. The jamming device signals are up to design requirements with a maximum interference range of 200 nautical miles. Electronic intrusion devices are functioning well and signal strength is up to standard. Listening to the technician's report, a smile appeared on Lin Hai's face. Pretty country little day stick country san. Let you continue to be arrogant for a few more days. The higher you float now, the harder you'll fall when the time comes. When you assemble, I'll show you what technological power means. After the tests were completed, the training of the ship's navy began. Next, just wait for the military maneuvers to begin. By evening, Zhou Qier called, very worried about Lin Hai's life. Hasn't this been a very hard time? I was reading the news on the internet and it really pissed me off. Pretty country, they are such bullies. Lin Hai smiled and said, don't care about the public opinion on the internet. Things are still unclear right now, and our killer weapon hasn't been revealed yet. Well, I'm sure with you around, you can teach the Pretty Country Coalition a lesson. Let them know that we, Huaxia, are not to be messed with. Remember to watch the news then. It's going to blow the world away. Okay. I'll be sure to watch it on time. I'll tell you another good news. Red Flag Vehicle Factory, they're working fast on the development. A car is already half assembled. And the first demo car is yours. The number is 1. Oh, it's going faster than I thought it would. I'll take you for a ride in my car after we settle Pretty Country. Okay. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return. After Zhou Qier finished, she whispered again, Lin Hai. I miss you. After Zhou Qier finished speaking, she only felt her cheeks burning, instantly turning red. Lin Hai's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, realizing Zhou Qier's love, and hurriedly said, I miss you too. After settling this matter, I'll go back immediately. I'll take you with me on any future business trips. We'll never be apart. That's a deal, no backing out. It's a deal. Chapter 67. The killer mace goes out. Soon warships from Pretty Country, Stick Country, and Little Day arrived in the exercise area. As the 3 countries of the Arab states have decided to participate in the exercise for a relatively short period of time, they are on their way here. But Pretty Country also doesn't take sand seriously at all. Totally just to fill in the blanks. It's just to show up that they have many allies and create a scene where China is on the back foot. Chinese netizens are beyond indignant. There has been a flurry of online statements condemning these countries for their provocations. But they turned a deaf ear to it. Instead, they are arrogant. Ha ha ha, it looks like Huaxia has really wimped out. Our warships have reached the vicinity of their territorial waters, and they still don't dare to return fire. That's for sure. With our 3 countries united, even the woolly bear country wouldn't dare to confront us. We have 3 times as many warships as China, and our performance and combat power crushes China's older warships. If China is dishonest, it can easily be crushed. Today, I finally saw the true strength of Huaxia. The Chinese Navy is nothing more than that. Even we in the stick country alone can outperform the Chinese. Humph, you stick people are really the best at bragging. Without the support of the Pretty Country, it won't take a day for Huaxia to exterminate you. Our little day is the strongest, just look at the type and number of warships. The number of warships in the stick country is less than half of ours. This time, we must snatch the Jiaoyu Islands, and we don't need to put Huaxia in our eyes at all. If they dared to go to war, then they would defeat Huaxia completely. Take all their territory. Netizens in other countries are also in a million pieces. What time is it? Where the hell is the Chinese Navy? An enemy country has bullied its way to your doorstep, so you have to react. Ha ha ha. Huaxia is a paper tiger. They brag every day about having the second largest economy in the world, but they don't dare to use force at all. Huaxia can't do anything but condemn and deserves to be bullied. Look at what you guys are saying. The opponent is a pretty country, and 2 carrier battle groups were deployed at once. Plus, the Little Days and the Stick Country Navy are not weak. I'm afraid that such a powerful naval force can only be countered a little by the Woolly Bear Nation. Humph, the Woolly Bear country is just an empty shelf now, too, all on old money. Their economy doesn't work, they don't have enough money for weapons development, and although Huaxia has money, they don't have the technology. After this pretty country's military maneuvers, I'm afraid that Huaxia is going to completely fall off the face of the earth. Despite being a major economic and demographic power, it is too poorly armed and has not even the slightest substantial counterattack in the face of provocation. Yes, if you don't fight back after being bullied like this, no one will put Huaxia in their eyes in the future. The 4 military commanders were furious. What the hell is Zhou Guohua doing? If they don't send out more troops, China's face will be disgraced by them. Could it be that the Central War Zone is scared when they see the strength of the pretty country? If that's the case, you should have said so earlier, and our military region will move out to meet the enemy. Old Zhou, if you dare to concede and disgrace the country, I will be the first to not let you go. Wait and see. If it doesn't work, we'll report it to the chief and we'll act together in all the war zones. The Pretty Country Junior Day and Stick Country media started making a big deal out of it. All kinds of mockery of Huaxia on the internet. It was simply too much for the public to bear, and there were petitions to send out the Navy. It is better to die standing up than to endure such humiliation. Just when everyone thought that Huaxia was planning to endure humiliation, a very special ship appeared on the sea and traveled towards the combined fleet of pretty countries. The distance has moved to within 30 nautical miles. The Pretty Country Navy can spot it with the naked eye. The 5-star red flag waving in the wind on the ship was very conspicuous. At a glance, I knew it was a Chinese warship. But the warship is very oddly shaped. There were no cannons or weapons of any kind on the warship, not even missile launchers. Instead, there were several huge orbs on it and some radar equipment. Wow, it's a warship from China. What's the point of sending only one? What kind of ship is this? It doesn't seem to be able to fight at all. Laughing my ass off, Huaxia sent a warship with no weapons. Is this an attempt to surrender to the other side? The Stick netizen was beyond dejected. Huaxia must have known that it was not our opponent, so it came to surrender of its own accord. If I had known, I would have followed Pretty Country honestly. Netizens around the world were very confused when they saw this strange ship. Can't figure out what the hell Wachovia is singing about. The Navy of the United Fleet of Pretty Country recognized it at once and understood the intention of the Chinese Navy. It's really interesting that Huaxia sent an electronic scout ship to deal with us. The commander of the Pretty Country's Navy received the report with a sneer. Humph. Want to come and interfere with our warships and stop the military exercises? Don't dream of it. Does Huaxia think they're the only ones who are the smartest? Our warships have been upgraded and upgraded over the years, and their resistance to interference is top-notch. Since Huaxia has stepped in, let them feel despair once again. Notify the entire army to prepare against electronic interference. Just in time to practice with Huaxia. Commander, should we notify the reporters about this matter and have them all report on it as well? Someone suggested. Of course, not only do we let the journalists cover it, but we also explain it to them in a clear and understandable way. Let the whole world know that Huaxia is defenseless against us. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. All journalists reporting with the military were notified. There were even a few journalists from the most influential media in the world who were invited to the command room of the warship. Straight to live. Hello, this is a BBC News reporter invited by the Navy to broadcast live from the confrontation. I believe that many people do not understand what type of warships are sent by China and what they do. From what we understand, the ship is called an electronic reconnaissance ship, used to detect and jam the electronic equipment of enemy warships, disable the electronic equipment of the opposing warships, thus striking the enemy and giving their own warships a combat advantage. So that's it, this ship is quite something. Xia is really smart. If it really works and makes the pretty country maneuvers impossible, we can win with minimal cost. Heh, thinking is too easy, isn't it? Pretty country's warships aren't that easy to defeat. That's when the pretty country reporter interviewed the captain. The Chinese Navy has struck. May I ask how our Navy should respond? The captain of the pretty country wore a confident smile with a mocking look in his eyes. The ideals of Xia are very beautiful, but our warships have long been equipped with advanced anti-jamming equipment. No matter what aspect of technology, our beautiful country is the most advanced in the world. There's no way that a Chinese electronic reconnaissance ship is going to pose a threat to us there. Chapter 68 Live Broadcast of Pleasant Goat. The BBC reporter was full of condescension. We can feel Mr. Captain's strong self-confidence, and the Chinese Navy is nothing more than a picket fence. With this military exercise, it has been proven to the world that the Chinese Navy is untouchable. Not even the courage to come out and confront it. Our pretty country military power is truly unrivaled. The captain of the pretty country said proudly, "Next, let the people of the world see that the Chinese electronic scout ship has no effect on us. It's nothing but a pile of scrap metal in front of our Navy. This time, we're not only going to do real-world training against electronic interference. It will also demonstrate how to conduct electronic counterattacks and control the Chinese electronic jamming ships." Netizens watching the live video were excited and worshipped pretty country even more. Wow, what a beautiful country. Having the strongest Navy isn't something to brag about. This confidence alone is not comparable to any other country, and the Chinese Navy is powerless in front of the pretty country fleet. It's so shabby for China to send only one warship. I dare say that this military exercise will be a total loss for China, and that there will be a strong protest and condemnation by Chinese officials after it is over. Ha ha ha, what's the point of condemning weak countries? People won't even bother. Countless pop-ups on the internet were mocking Xia. Suddenly, all the images on the screens in the command room of the beautiful country's warships changed. The images that were originally of the Chinese electronic scout ship all played an animated movie. This is true not only for big screens, but for all other devices with screens. What's going on? Get on with it. Captain Pretty Country is too late for an interview. This was a most serious incident for the Navy, meaning that the electronic systems of their warships had been successfully hacked. There was no longer the high and mighty look that he had before, and all that was left on his face was an expression of nervousness, shock, and panic. The crew of the warship scrambled to debug their equipment, but they realized it was completely useless. You can't even shut down and reboot, and the only way to stop the intrusion is to cut off all power. But if that happened, it would be tantamount to admitting that they can't fight against Chinese electronic jamming. Chinese netizens watching the live news broadcast are being overwhelmed with anger and feeling great humiliation. But when they saw the current picture, they were all confused. What's going on? All the screens on the pretty country warship are playing Pleasant Goat. After the shock, it finally dawned on me what was going on. It's a Chinese cartoon. It must have been shown in China. Who can do that? It didn't take much thought to realize that it must be the electronic scout ship that had appeared. After a moment of stunned silence, Chinese netizens were ecstatic. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. Pretty country military exercise Live Pleasant Goat anime. If you have friends coming from afar, you must always be welcome. Our Chinese Navy invites you to watch the Pleasant Goat cartoon. Pfft, whose idea was it anyway? What an old six. That's a slap in the face to the pretty nation allied fleet. At the moment, the small days, the stick countries, the pretty countries, all the warships are avoided without fail. All electronic equipment is out of control. The crew can only look at the screen full of Pleasant Goat cartoons in despair. If it was on a real battlefield, their warships had completely lost their ability to attack resistance. In the face of a Chinese attack, one can only wait in despair to be destroyed. Captain, it's not good. Our electronics have been compromised by the enemy, and we are completely defenseless. Wastes, all wastes, what are the technicians doing? And those reporters? Tell them to stop filming immediately. The commander-in-chief of the Navy of the pretty country nearly spat out blood from anger. It's a global broadcast. The military exercises haven't even started yet, and their warships are already under China's control. And Xia has only one ship only, leaving them stranded with hundreds of warships. Even if they were able to defend themselves against the electronic attack next, they were in disgrace. The pretty country's naval commander's whole body was trembling with anger. He could already think of what he would face next. Wachovia put up a nice turnaround. The pretty country's navy is going to be the laughingstock of the world, and its deterrent effect on other countries will be drastically reduced. And as commander-in-chief of the navy, he had poor command and misjudged the strength of the Chinese navy. Must be sacked and investigated, and the position jerked around. The pretty United Navy was next to feel even more overwhelmed with panic. They found that all contact signals had been cut off. Not only could they not communicate with the other warships, but even the comms on the same warship were all disabled. It's horrible. How on earth did Wasia do it? I don't believe they can be that skilled. There must be a malfunction in the equipment. The Navy soldier from the small days had broken down. Hurry up and contact the pretty country commander for technical support. No contact at all. The communication signals are all cut off. The soldiers of the stick country were even so frightened that they cried out directly. China has cut off our signal and taken control of our warships. Are they going to bombard us with missiles next? What to do? Pretty country, come and save us. I don't want to fight against Wasia anymore. It's too scary. I want to go home. Where are you, Mom? Netizens watching the live stream were very upset when they suddenly saw it disconnected. Why aren't you live? It's just getting to the excitement. Pretty country is so unmartialized. Live streaming when you guys have the advantage and stopping when you have a setback, it's infuriating. Ha ha ha, the pretty country warships are nothing more than that. Huaxia hasn't even made a move yet, and they're completely wasted. I found the live stream. Huaxia's live stream can be seen. Go watch it. Really? What's the live room number? I'll go watch it right away. I'll be damned. It's actually being broadcast live. But it's not being filmed specifically. It seems to be being broadcast live through a camera inside the warship. My goodness. How did Huaxia do this? Did it completely take control of the pretty country combined Navy warships? Countless netizens were shocked and dumbfounded. The live broadcast from Huaxia actually allows you to switch the camera and get a detailed view of the inside of the pretty country's Little Day and the stick country's warships. The pretty country and Little Day's country navies were of relatively good quality, and although very flustered, they didn't behave too outrageously. Seeing that the navy of the stick country had cried out in fear, some of the soldiers were even more timid, with a conspicuous wet crotch. Playback of the footage of the live stick warships skyrocketed. Pfft, what a laugh. The soldiers of the stick country are actually scared to pee. They say that people in the stick country are seriously effeminate, and they're still dead set on denying it, and it's true when I see it today. The stick country has always claimed to be the #1 power in the universe, shouting every day that they will defeat Huaxia, and their faces are all swollen. Before the war even started, they were scared to piss and cry. I really don't know how the stick country dares to clamor all day long that they are enemies of Huaxia. Chapter 69. Pretty country's clothing. For a while, the stick country became a complete laughingstock of the whole world. Many people cut off the video and posted it online. It was an eye-opener and almost laughable. People from the stick country come forward and say, "Aren't you the #1 power in Asia and the second in the world in terms of military power? How is it that you're scared to pee your pants over just a military exercise?" It seems that the people in the stick country just have a hard mouth, but their legs are weak. Look at the constant trembling, they can't even stand up. The soldiers of the stick country are simply worse than pussies. Such an army has no fighting ability. Ha ha ha, I don't know until I go to the battlefield. I don't know what level it is until I go to the battlefield. Pretty country and little life aren't much better. See how they're panicking? All the warships are all under the control of China. Let's see what they do next. The top generals of the 4 major military regions of China were also watching the news and the live broadcast. At first, the anger was overwhelming. By the time the screens of the enemy warships were all playing Pleasant Goat, they were all shocked and dumbfounded. This was done by a Central Theater warship? When did the Type 815 electronic reconnaissance ship become so powerful? It's unbelievable. The pretty country's electronic anti-jamming ability is a world leader, and it can be controlled? Ha ha ha. No wonder Zhou Guohua is so confident. Their new weapon is really powerful. It's really cool. Isn't pretty country arrogant? Now it's disgraced to the whole world. Nice work, the Central Theater's RD capability is really getting stronger. At this rate in time, it will surely be able to surpass the pretty country. Isn't it just beyond that now? If we really went to war, the enemy fleet would have been wiped out. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. The Central Military Region really honors our country. I'm convinced. The situation suddenly shifted and the whole country of China celebrated. Finally, he knew why the Chinese Navy had not reacted, so he had prepared a secret weapon. How arrogant the Pretty Nation Coalition was before is now how much they've been punched in the face. All the netizens are proud as hell at the moment. Messages on the internet are incredibly hard up. Pretty country, little day, stick country, what's wrong with you guys? Why don't you laugh anymore? Is it because you don't like to laugh anymore? Aren't you quite arrogant these days? Why don't they talk anymore? The promise to come and attack us in China. Come on, we're waiting. At the moment, the happier ones are still the Batai, Camel, and some other countries that are friendly with China. There are countries that need to get support from Huaxia, and there are countries that need Huaxia to hold back pretty countries. Only if Huaxia is strong can their safety be guaranteed. I knew Huaxia wouldn't be so easily defeated by the West. Nice job, just have to strike the arrogance of the pretty country and the West. Let them know that Huaxia is not something to be messed with. Huaxia's technology is the strongest in the world. These pretty countries can kick the bucket. There was once a great man in China who said that the West is nothing but a paper tiger. And today's China has once again perfectly verified this saying. The governments of the pretty countries of stick and tiny days are already going crazy. All warships participating in the exercise have lost contact signals. This is an extremely serious matter. There are only two scenarios in which something like this can occur. In the first case, all the warships have been wiped out, not a single living soul left. The second scenario, that is, the other side has launched electronic warfare and blocked all signals. If it's on a real battlefield, the second is actually pretty much the same as the first. Given the ability to cut off all signaling links, it would be a cinch to destroy the fleet. It would have been fine if we had simply lost the contact signal. It's normal for electronic warfare to occur on modern battlefields, and it's important to find a way to defend yourself from an attack and then launch an attack. It's not certain who will lose or win, but Huaxia actually came to a live broadcast, announcing to the world that it had taken full control of their battleships, and it's still controlling all the electronics on the warship. Even they can't even get the warships out of the way anymore. There is no signal even if you switch to manual operation, but where you should navigate is a problem. Without satellite signal indication, warships are like blind men. Don't even know where to drive. This is the biggest drawback of warships after they become advanced. Can't even figure out the direction without the support of the equipment. Especially when the top officials of each country saw the performance of their own soldiers, they were furious. How stupid. There's only one electronic scout ship in Huaxia. Wouldn't firing the gun and sinking it solve all the problems? I suppose the commander is worried that opening fire will give Huaxia a leg up. After all, firing in this situation would be tantamount to a declaration of war. The chances of winning a war without cracking the Chinese signal shield are too low. Rubbish. Is it possible that if we don't go to war, we won't lose face? I guarantee that even Fire Huaxia wouldn't dare to go to full-scale war with our pretty country. Without our Western market, most of the factories in China would have to close down. Ahem, Mr. President is unaware. Even the cannons on the ships have to be operated with electronic equipment, and now they don't have the ability to fire them anymore. Also, while Wahoo needs our market, but we also can't do without the good and inexpensive goods offered by Wachovia. If we cut off the connection all at once, I guess it won't be long before the people of our pretty country are afraid that they won't even be able to put on their clothes. A clearer-headed official explained. The president of the pretty country nearly spat blood in anger again. This won't work. That won't work. What do you guys say to fix the problem at hand? I'm afraid that at the moment it seems impossible to get rid of the Chinese electronic reconnaissance ships just by the fleet itself. Or do we use diplomacy to get China to let our fleet retreat? Pretty Defense Minister said. Humph, is it so easy to beg China to release them? Not only is it humiliating, but China will take the opportunity to make tons of demands. The president of the pretty country grimaced. Even if Huaxia makes a request, we'll just counter-offer again. We don't necessarily have to agree to all of them. What's more, if this stalemate continues, won't we be humiliated as usual? Secondly, a fleet that size is a problem for daily supply consumption. Once the food and fuel are depleted, it's going to be even more of a problem. Reporting to you, Mr. President, the Prime Minister of the Little Day Country and the President of the Stick Country have requested contact. They want us to step in and save the warship. Both of these countries are also losers, and the pretty country is there to help prop them up. Their warships are under control and they have the nerve to ask for our help. Mr. President had better make up his mind earlier. The situation will be even more difficult to control if it goes on like this. I would suggest contacting HWA first to figure out what they want. As long as it doesn't affect our interests, it's better to resolve it sooner rather than later. In fact, a loss is not a bad thing, but rather exposes the electronic jamming technology of Huaxia. As soon as our scientists work out a method of restraint, China's electronic strike weapons will then be rendered ineffective. Pretty Defense Minister said. Chapter 70. To take back the Diaoyu Islands. Yes, I also think the Defense Minister's proposal has merit. It's us who have underestimated the technological development of China, but it also exposes the fact that China's warships are lagging behind. It is because the warships of China are so few and backward that they can only use this method against us. The Secretary of State also said. The equipment on the electronic reconnaissance ship requires top-of-the-line chips and semiconductor parts. These products can only be produced by our beautiful country. I suggest that after our warships retreat, we immediately launch relevant sanctions against China. As long as Huaxia can't get the key parts, they can't even build an electronic scout ship. Pretty Vice President said. That's right, including Chinese warplanes and warships, a lot of parts are to be imported, and we should impose sanctions and blockade on them. Huaxia's technology is bound to stagnate. Hearing the words of the officials, the president of the pretty country's face eased up a lot, feeling like everything is still under control. The immediate setback is only temporary. As long as the pretty country is serious, Huaxia is bound to be unbeatable. Nodding slightly, he said, "Since you already have a plan to deal with it, let's do it." The Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately intervened with Huaxia to stop the electronic interference and withdraw the warship. Military exercises cancelled. The fleet of the 3 Arab countries participating in the military exercises is on its way. Even after having seen the news, there is still no concern. Instead, it was extremely exciting. Ha 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 ha, they say that we, the 3 kingdoms, are poor fighters, but I see that they are no better in pretty country. It was only by having the warships all massed together that Huaxia was able to get away with it. We can save them by destroying the Chinese electronic reconnaissance ship as soon as we arrive. The Tri-State fleet was saved by us, and it owes us, the Tri-State, a huge favor. Let's see who dares to underestimate our AS Navy in the future. Commander Mighty, even the pretty country has suffered a loss and needs us, the AC, to come to the rescue. After this incident, our ASS Navy ranking is bound to increase dramatically, and becoming the 2nd in the world is just around the corner. The commander will also go down in history as a world-famous general. That's right. Move forward at full speed immediately and get to the maneuver site ahead of schedule. The commander of the AS Navy was fluttering under a flurry of ass-kissing from his men. Already, he was beginning to imagine saving the combined fleet of pretty countries under his command and seeing their shocked and incredulous expressions. Defeat the Huaxia warships and wipe out the previous shame. No one will ever again mention the previous invasion of China where the tanks were all scrapped. And he will be honored by the entire population of San and go down in history as a world-famous general. San has that in spades. The defeat is quickly forgotten and the brainstorming winning scene is unbeatable. Not even arriving on the scene already ready to celebrate and swell. But they didn't even think about the fact that the pretty country was looking for peace talks with Huaxia and didn't take them seriously at all. Even forgetting the ASS altogether. The commander of the ASS Navy allowed the accompanying reporters to conduct interviews and report to the public. Don't be afraid, pretty country. Our warship arrived immediately to come to your rescue. Huaxia is no match for us at all. It only takes 1 missile to destroy a Huaxia ship. The reporter asked again, so if China sends another electronic reconnaissance ship against us, how should our military respond? The commander of the San Navy said with a haughty look on his face. Our warships have much less electronic equipment and are naturally subject to less interference. Even if all the electronics are out of action, you can still travel and fire the gun. The Chinese electronic reconnaissance ships have no effect on us. The reporter looked adoring. Wow, our San Navy is really something. It seems that not the more advanced the weapon the better it works, and that manually operated weapons also hold an advantage. The news was sent out to simply laugh off the netizens. San is so fanatically confident. A lagging weapon can be described as an advantage. Just with San's universal parts cobbled together battleship, I don't know if it can travel to the waters near China is hard to say, maybe halfway to the bottom. Chinese warships can't beat the pretty country, but they can't destroy you? The ASEAN netizens are beyond furious. We're already so strong. Why do we still look down on us? This military exercise will show you how good you are. We are the world leader in the San Navy. Yes, 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 you guys do lead, and I hope it doesn't automatically explode like a tank. The number one head of Huaxia watched the news, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously all showed a smile. I can't tell you how comforting it is. Elder Zhou is awesome, leading the Central Theater Weapons Research Institute to a distant second. A shocking reversal at a critical moment. Let's see how Pretty Country should end this time. Aren't they arrogant? Let's see how long they can hold out. The Secretary of Defense is happy in his heart. A month of stifling finally raised an eyebrow. That's right. The Pretty Country must not let them go until they give us a satisfactory explanation. Shouldn't we now discuss what conditions we should propose in our negotiations with the Pretty Country? The leaders have spoken. To be able to become a national leader, the vision is naturally much longer than others. Everything has to be thought about ahead of time and prepared to deal with it. The first chief nodded slightly. That makes sense. Pretty Country won't let the warships stay stagnant at sea. As soon as their navy confirms that they can't counter our electronic jamming, they'll negotiate with us. Tell us all what it should cost them to be released. Make them apologize and pay for the damages? That's a little too easy, isn't it? It's going to take a promise from the Pretty Country to lift the previous business sanctions against us and restore normal tax rates. No, if we unravel it today, we'll find a reason to continue to sanction it in the future. And I can guarantee that after this incident, the Pretty Country's suppression and technological blockade against me will be even more severe. I do have a good suggestion to get them to agree to return the Jiaoyu Islands. This would have two benefits. Years of island strife with the small days could be resolved. Secondly, it doesn't cost the Pretty and Sticky countries anything, and they're definitely more likely to say yes. In order to be able to get the fleet to retreat, the two countries will take it upon themselves to put pressure on Kadeko. The small days don't dare to defy the Pretty Country, so the chances of taking advantage of the opportunity to reclaim the Jiaoyu Islands are still very good. A chief of the general staff offered to say. The crowd's eyes lit up at the words. Yes, that is indeed an excellent and good idea. I agree. I agree. The resolution was agreed to directly by unanimous vote. A good thing is a good thing, but we still have to be fully prepared, the foreign minister said with a serious face. The Pretty Country has suffered a big loss this time, losing the power to fight for the island in the small days. Even if they can succeed, what will follow will be their frantic suppression and counterattack. Our economy and trade will be the first to be hit. We have to be fully prepared for this. With these words, the atmosphere turned serious. The number one chief laughed softly. It doesn't matter. What's meant to be will always come. Even if we don't make any demands, won't the West suppress us? As long as we want to grow strong, there will be irreconcilable conflicts. Chapter 71. That's right, we Huaxia aren't a soft touch anymore. The West wants to sanction and suppress us, and it's not easy for them either. Without our goods and industrial products, the lives of all Westerners would be greatly affected. The Secretary of Commerce said immediately. That's right, the next direction of our development should emphasize the expansion of domestic demand, to make up for the loss of foreign markets. Hang in there and you'll be the winner. It's time to fight back, to make the West put away its long-standing arrogance. Let them know that now Huaxia is no longer an existence they can suppress at will. All senior leaders achieved consensus. All thought it was time to show the West the sword. As we were discussing this, we got the news that Pretty Country Small Days was dealing with Stick Country. The leaders looked at each other and smiled. As expected, it came faster than expected. It seems that the Pretty Country can't resist the pressure either. Don't engage in negotiations with them together, each separately. To make the Pretty Country and the Stick Country sacrifice the benefits of their small lives. Then our plan will be half successful. The first chief reminded. The crowd froze and reacted immediately. They all stuck out their thumbs. Or the chief is great. What? Recognizing the Jiaoyu Islands as Chinese? That's impossible. Diplomats from all three countries reacted almost identically. Zhang Chong, a Chinese diplomat, unhurriedly said to the Pretty Country's diplomat, "Don't be in a hurry first. We are making such a request mainly for the sake of safeguarding your Pretty Country's interests. Humph, don't think we're 3-year-olds easy to deceive. This is your strife with the Little Day country. We won't get involved in interfering. Hee hee. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. It's in your Pretty Country's best interest for us to do so." Zhang Chong wasn't angry at all and continued to persuade with a smile. The Little Days have been fighting us for the Jiaoyu Islands for many years. If it weren't for your Pretty Country's badgering that has been blocking it, we would have reclaimed our territory long ago. Just get the Little Days to give up fighting us, and it won't cost you anything to get the warships to retreat. If you don't, that's fine, just keep spending time. If you're capable of resisting electronic interference on your own, you can just take the warship away without having to pay any price. Is there an alternative to this? The pretty country diplomat asked. Other demands? It's not impossible. Then remove your military bases from the small days and the stick countries. That's never going to happen. The diplomat of the pretty country was furious. It's fine to take the most advanced EUV photolithography production technology in exchange. When we can produce the most advanced photolithography machine, we'll let your warships go. This is our pretty country's core technology. How can we give it to you, Huaxia? Then there's nothing you can do, think about it yourselves. Anyway, we're not in a hurry in Huaxia. There's plenty of time to wait. Zhang Chong was too lazy to bother with him anymore and just walked away to hang him out to dry. China is now in control of the initiative, will not spoil him. Discussions with the other two countries yielded the same result, an outright rejection, and no negotiation could be made. Especially the diplomats of the small day country were simply pissed off. Combined, three countries together joint military exercises to provoke China, but the consequences let their small day country alone to bear. Of course they couldn't agree, but although they all refused, they all reported the results of the negotiations to their superiors afterward. Pretty country and stick country's attitudes, however, became extremely ambiguous. The few offers of reconciliation made by Huaxia seem to be the only ones that are most appropriate at the expense of the smaller day countries. There is absolutely no way that pretty country is going to surrender its core technology. Nor is it possible to eliminate military bases. As long as the military bases are there, you have a firm grip on the small days and the stick countries. Especially since the news got out and the Navy families reacted very strongly. They don't want to see their families stranded in the waters off of China, and strongly urge the pretty country government to solve the problem. There are even demonstrations already underway. Seeing that the matter is getting bigger and bigger, the president of the pretty country immediately made a decision to let the Diaoyu Islands return to China. Things can't be delayed any longer. They have to be resolved immediately. The stick country is even more indifferent. They were already in a hostile and competitive relationship with Little Day, and when they saw Little Day suffer, they gloated instead. Upon hearing the pretty country's decision, the small day's officials reacted extremely violently. We strongly disagree. On what grounds should we be made to give up on seizing the Diaoyu Islands? There's no way around it because that's what Huaxia is asking for ya. It's a critical situation. There's really no way out. If Huaxia claimed our territory in the Rod country, we in the Rod country would definitely sacrifice for the pretty country interest in order to keep the big picture in mind. The stick country official said with an impish grin. Bah, don't talk nonsense, you stick country. You wouldn't have agreed if Huaxia had claimed your territory. Well, stop arguing, it's our president's decision. Are you Little Days going to reject it? Don't forget, your country is where it is today because we, the pretty country, are behind it. If it weren't for the help of our pretty country, Huaxia would have taken back the Diaoyu Islands by force of arms long ago. First, the small-time officer was reprimanded. In order to appease them, the pretty country official said in a softer tone, "Don't worry, this account will be settled with Huaxia sooner or later. When we have a breakthrough in anti-electronic jamming technology, we no longer have to fear Huaxia. When the time comes, I'll just help you guys get the Diaoyu Islands back." Really? Hope sprang back to the Little Day officer. The pretty country official's face sank. Could it be that you still doubt our pretty country? No, I wouldn't dare, since you've said so. Of course we're willing to make sacrifices for the sake of pretty country. Fearing that he would anger the pretty country, the Kadeko official quickly bowed and apologized. That's more like it, don't worry, you won't lose out by following our pretty country. The entire Asia-Pacific region will need your two countries to help manage it in the future. Thank you so much. We are always on the side of the pretty country. Under the grace and authority of the pretty country, the officials of the small day country could only agree with a stiff upper lip. The negotiations that followed went exceptionally well. The three countries issued a statement recognizing the Diaoyu Islands as Chinese territory. Little Day withdrew all garrisons and stationed Chinese troops. Then Huaxia withdrew the electronic reconnaissance ship, and the combined fleet of pretty countries was finally back to normal. Everyone had been scared out of their wits and fled in their warships as fast as they could, not daring to continue for even a moment. It's been a nightmare for them for a while. Stuck on the island, the internet is completely down and you can only watch the Pleasant Goat cartoon. At any moment, there was a fear that Huaxia would actually attack. In their opinion, Pleasant Goat is simply the most horrible horror movie. leaving a huge shadow in their hearts. Never want to see that again in my life. Chapter 72 San is being punked. None of the Chinese officials expected the negotiations to go so smoothly. It only took 1 day for the defense of the Diaoyu Islands to be handed over. It's still mostly pretty country with 2 battle groups trapped, and the 3 countries combined have a navy of over 20,000 men. Pretty country can't help it if he doesn't want to bow out. And the pretty country has the media blocking news about it all over the world to minimize the embarrassment. Most of the people abroad don't even know about the exchange of the Diaoyu Islands for warships. The good news was announced by Wasia, and the nation celebrated. Countless netizens were pleasantly surprised and couldn't believe it. The Diaoyu Islands, which have been controlled by the small days for so many years, have finally been successfully returned to the bosom of the motherland. Is this for real? The little days are finally bowing down. Is this still false? It's an official news release that the National Army has successfully taken over the garrison. So excited that our country is finally starting to regain lost ground. We must celebrate today. Ha ha ha. That's awesome. What a surprise. We defeated the pretty country's combined fleet with only 1 warship. Humph. There were a lot of people advocating surrendering to the pretty country before. Why aren't these guys bubbling up? What's the point of hitching a ride with those traitors? I'll report them when I see one. Never in a million years did I think that our country's killers were so powerful. At that time, I really could not wait to rush over and fight with them. That's why it's important not to do things impulsively. Leave everything to the state, we just trust the state. Yes, everyone was just too excited at the time. I apologize for what I said before. Haha. No need to feel guilty. Everyone is patriotic. It's normal. Go for it. I hope our country gets stronger. The pretty country fleet retreated as if fleeing, again with no announcement. A pretty country official couldn't help but offer. We've retreated, and the A-tribe fleet is still on its way. Should we notify them of this? Humph, what's the point of informing them? They're so arrogant before they even arrive. They dare to claim they're coming to rescue us. How can Amir-san be worthy? If we don't let them suffer a little, they'll think they've really surpassed our pretty country. That's right, letting them go in spite of themselves without notice will do us only good and no harm. First of all, the 3 countries of the AR went more or less to cause some trouble for China. Secondly, the 3 Arab countries have suffered losses and clashed with China, and they will be more hostile to China in the future. Thirdly, the ASS has purchased its aircraft carriers and most of its warships from the Woolly Bear country. The fact that they were cleaned up by Wasia shows that the weapons of the Woolly Bear nation are not reliable either. In the future, we can sell more weapons to the 3 countries. At the same time, the Woolly Bear country might be jealous of Huaxia because of this. That's awesome. Isn't that 4 birds with 1 stone? As long as we do nothing, we can deal with Huaxia. That's for sure. Although we supported China to recover the Diaoyu Islands, we didn't lose out. Instead, it made the little day hate Wasia even more, and their conflict was already irreconcilable. In the future, the little life can only stand firm with us. Not bad. Our pretty country just had a little setback we definitely won't lose. China seems to have taken advantage of the situation, but at the same time it has also offended more of its neighbors. As long as we strengthen the anti-jamming ability of our weapons and equipment, Huaxia simply can't pose any threat to us anymore. The fleet of the 3 kingdoms finally arrived late and even took up a formation to attack the territorial waters of China. Huh? What the hell? Where did the pretty country's naval fleet go? We came to the rescue and the combined fleet actually disappeared? Does that mean they've been able to resist electronic scout ship interference? Definitely, pretty country is the #1 power in the world, and their technology is state-of-the-art. It was just caught off guard at first, and it was easy enough to find a way to deal with it. Humph. The district Huaxia still dares to go against the pretty country. Let's see how they'll react next. Immediately contact the pretty country's warships and tell them that our fleet has arrived, and next we'll join the 4 countries in a joint military exercise. Ha 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 ha. The Chinese Navy start trembling. Let you know the power of the Sand Fleet. Reporting to the commander, can't reach the pretty country Navy. Call not answered. The Sand Navy commander sniffed. Then contact Kadeko and Stick Country. Contacts have been made as well, all unanswered. I really don't know what the hell they're doing. Don't worry, it's probably to counter electronic interference, which prevents normal communication. Contact military satellites and find the location of their fleet. Every move of the A3 fleet is under the surveillance of China. The combined fleet of the pretty country had just left, and they came waltzing in. The odd operation made the Chinese military look confused. With the pretty country fleet on the run, who gave San the nerve to approach our waters alone and provoke? Did Jingru give you the courage? The Chinese military had no idea that San had been sold out by the pretty country. But since they dared to come and provoke, naturally they had to be taught a lesson before they could do so. 815 electronic reconnaissance ship out. And drones have been sent out for reconnaissance. Give them another live feed. There is no need to have any scruples against San. After shouting about seconds all day long, Zhou Guohua decided to play with the San fleet for a good long while. Just as San contacted headquarters, suddenly all signals were cut off. All electronic equipment on the ship has failed. The reporter who was filming was dumbfounded and hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong?" "The signal is all gone." The San Navy chief remains confident. "Don't panic. Everyone hold their positions. This is Chinese electronic jamming. Turn on the manual mode of operation." The warships continued their voyage, finding the Chinese jamming ship and destroying it. Humph! Pretty country. Little Day and Stick Country are afraid of Wasia. But we're not. Looking at the immensely confident commander, the reporter was filled with admiration. "Our admiral is so handsome. Just stay in this pose and let's take more shots." The San Navy commander was incredibly cooperative, striking a few victory poses. The fantasy is that if we can defeat the Chinese Navy, these photos will surely make the headlines. Thinking about the bright future has begun to drift. Seeing that the San's ships were still able to continue sailing and the small guns were able to fire manually, Zhou Guohua looked at the screen in the command room with disdain. "Humph, this little ship's cannon can only hit about 1,000 meters, what's the point? I'm afraid the only country where technological backwardness can be an advantage is the ASS. We can control each other's weapons," a technologist said with a smile. "Since we're going to clean up San, we can't give them a chance to act and control their weapons against themselves. How about warnings and not to move? That's it. Notify the combatants and nail the San fleet to the ground." Yes. The fighters of the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship received the order and pumped their fists in excitement. Tiny San. Watch the master's power. Chapter 73. The Laughingstock. San just switched the manual driving function. Suddenly it was realized that the weapons were all running on automatic. Keep in mind that electronically controlled weapons are the most powerful main guns, missiles, and air defense weapons. Powerful and accurate. To add to the despair of the San soldiers, they realized that all the weapons were aimed at their ships. What's wrong with that? As soon as it was fired, their fleet would be destroyed instantly. There was no chance of escape. And at such a close range, it's absolutely 100%. Boom, boom, boom. The shells fired in unison, hitting the vicinity of the ship and bursting into a huge splash. The waves kicked up so much that the ship couldn't keep its stability and rocked violently. The San soldiers on the warship could not stand at all and fell to the ground. The frightened female reporter who was covering the story screamed even more shrilly. "What's going on? Who's firing guns indiscriminately? How do you usually train? It's all a bunch of crap." The San Navy commander was furious. "I didn't stand still just now and hit my head on a big bag. Brain buzzing." Reporting to the commander, "It wasn't us firing. It was our cannons that fired automatically." An officer was filled with panic. He was completely confused about what was happening. Could it be a psychic event? Is there a ghost manipulating their weapons? That's nonsense. How is that possible? The San Navy commander angrily reprimanded them and determined that their soldiers had caused the haphazard irregularities. Several more officers came running over in a panic. "Commander, it's no good. Our missiles and main guns are all aimed at our own warships and are in launch readiness." And words appeared on the control screen, saying that if we dare to make a move, all of our warships will be destroyed immediately. The firing just now was just a warning to us. The San Navy commander was confused. They also have electronic jamming equipment or advanced weapons purchased from Western countries. But at most, it can only paralyze some electronic devices and cut off signal transmission. When did you even have control over the operation of your equipment? Show me. Hurry to the weapons console. All the soldiers were sweating with fear, and their faces were filled with horror. Being pointed at by all the weapons that could be fired at any moment, no one could remain calm. The San Navy commander just looked at it and almost wanted to jump ship and run away. Beads of sweat suddenly covered his forehead. That's when he realized how terrifying Huaxia's strength was. No wonder a fleet as strong as the pretty countries suffered a great loss and was powerless. It's horrible. It just dawned on me that it wasn't long ago that the combined fleet of the pretty country went through all of this. Admiral San just felt his throat dry up and swallowed hard. The voices that spoke became extremely hoarse. Don't do anything rash. Turn off all manual operations. And don't allow anyone to operate the warship's equipment without my orders. At this moment, the whole person was like a giant lizard that had been stabbed in turns, hanging his head in shame. Where was the previous spirited and incomparably rampant appearance? All of the soldiers on the AS warship were frozen in fear. It was like being in hell. All of our lives are in the hands of China. What do they want? How can I contact the Chinese officials? We can surrender and leave right away, okay? Never fire. Reporting to the commander, all our contact signals have been cut off. There's no way to contact the outside at all. We can only wait for Huaxia to take the initiative to contact us. The communications soldier replied. Then tell everyone to stay honest and never do anything provocative. If we upset Huaxia, none of us will survive. The Sand Navy commander hastened to admonish. Yes, I'll deliver the message right away. Since all communication equipment was cut off, they could only shout out with loudspeakers to pass on orders. A thought popped into the Sand Navy commander's head. The previous military exercise where 50 main battle tanks automatically exploded, it can't be the same as now, can it? It can't be, it shouldn't be, most of the operations on the tank are manual. Electronic interference can't be controlled at all. The Sand Navy commander desperately shook his head in an effort to cast those thoughts away. Seeing that the Sand warships don't dare to move a muscle. The corner of Zhou Guohua's mouth revealed a hint of mockery. Let's see if you Sand still dare to be arrogant in front of China in the future. It's time to report this matter. It's a good idea to send up a fat sheep without slaughtering it. Gonna have to negotiate what terms to offer before we let them go. Huaxia broadcasted live from a drone and saw the AS fleet trapped in place, not daring to move a muscle. Instead of sympathizing, netizens all over the world are falling over themselves to make fun of it. Who let Sand dislike the sky and the earth on the internet? The old man is the best in the world and no one is in his sights. Only the invincible stick country of the universe cannot fall in line with it. Pfft. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Pretty country is losing. And San is still rushing up to give away his head. Isn't San quite wild? He also said he wanted to save the pretty country and teach China a lesson. What's this? Been cooked. Don't San's warships still have a lot of manual controls because of their outdated technology? Even if the electronics are shielded, it's only right that we can sail the ship and escape. Huaxia can live stream the inside of their warships in pretty country, but only the outside view of San. Are the warships of the three kingdoms so backward? There's not even a camera in there. What a shame. I'd love to see what state the Sand soldiers are in now. There was no crying from fear like the stick soldiers. Ha ha ha, Sand fights about as well as a stick. Definitely scared less. By the way, what about pretty country and their warships? How come they've all stopped broadcasting? You guys don't know? Pretty country, they have surrendered and promised to return the Diaoyu Islands to China before letting their fleet go. These news are all over the WASP internet. How come there's nothing on the extranet? Pretty country can be so shameless, only posting news that is favorable to them. Unfavorable news is all blocked out. Chinese netizens have intercepted many news and videos and posted them online in order to keep people abroad informed. That's what makes it clear to foreign netizens. In particular, the video of the combined fleet's frantic escape has been reproduced by countless people. Reprints quickly surpassed millions, and the number of hits exploded in a straight line. Pretty country would be too late to delete it even if they wanted to. Can only be left to the message. This three countries escaped so fast. How arrogant they were when they came. How humiliated they are now. Let's see if they still dare to deal with Huaxia in the future. Pretty country is nothing more than that, and brags about having the #1 navy in the world. Huaxia doesn't need to make a move to be defeated. It's a shame to run away. I'll never worship pretty country again. Huaxia can definitely become the most powerful country in the world. Hurry up and learn Chinese. Yeah, that's definitely solid advice. 74. Terms of the truce. Huh? This isn't right, is it? Pretty country and the others are retreating. Why haven't they notified the Sand fleet of the news? Suddenly there were questions from the internet. After all, it's a joint military exercise, they're all allies now. Now that the military exercises have been cancelled, there has to be some advance notice, right? Netizens all over the world were uncharacteristically silent for a few seconds when they saw the news.
PFFT.
Laughing my ass off, San rushing to help, only to have no one take them seriously at all. The maneuvers were cancelled and they didn't even bother to notify us. How non-existent is San? Now I'm wondering how big the San Navy's psyche is. Ha ha ha. Can't live without laughing. I guess the shadow in their hearts is bigger than the Pacific Ocean now. The AS netizens have been angry beyond words. Pretty country, stick country, little day country, you are so hateful. We, the three kingdoms, have gone to your rescue. I can't believe you sold us out. I've long said that we can't trust the West and the little days and stick countries. They are despicable and shameless and don't see us as allies at all. We have to be apologized to and compensated for all our damages. In the future, we, San, will develop on our own. We don't need allies. The stick country and the little day still fall in line. They were already looking at each other with nothing but gloating. It's none of our business. It's the pretty country that's leading the military maneuvers. They should be the ones to notify. That's right, we just follow the arrangements. It's not our business to notify. I don't think it's necessary to inform you guys. After all, you're the strongest hegemon in Asia, and you can't even defeat Huaxia. That doesn't make sense. Come on, San. I have faith in you guys. You can definitely beat Huaxia. Hurry up and perform your cow dung attacks. And Huaxia will surely let you go immediately in order to protect the environment. San was mocked all over the internet and simply disliked. Exasperated, he had no choice but to protest to the officials. The San government is angry and helpless. I was going to show my face, but I went and showed my ass. Now everyone knows that the ASS combat power is all blown out of proportion. It's even less likely to take the ASS seriously in the future. Hateful pretty country, making a monkey out of us, the three kingdoms, that's a score to be settled. They must be made to pay for it later. Pretty country, little day and stick country have all run away. So let's hurry up and negotiate with Huaxia as well. Learn from this in the future and don't suffer the same loss again. What should be done then? I did hear that they gave up fighting for the Diaoyu Islands before they were let go. We can't just give Huaxia an island, can we? Besides, our islands are so far away that China won't want them. Hurry up and ask and see what demands Wachovia makes. Supplying our fleet would have been very problematic. If we delay too long, I'm afraid we won't even be able to eat. There are still some officials in the three countries of the AR who have a clearer head. Know what your navy is capable of. Buy a bunch of junk back at the most expensive price. Just be able to get by, the rest doesn't matter at all. The comparison is surrounded by small countries that are relatively novice in power. As long as they don't get into a full-blown conflict with Huaxia, they think they are the top power. But in the aircraft carrier, even the tractor is replaced by a tractor in the A3, the land area is even bigger, the population is even bigger. There's also no way to avoid the fact that their army is a war chest. The warships were all woefully understocked with food, and with such a long distance to travel, the supply ships were depleted before they even arrived. That's the only way to go, hurry up and negotiate with Huaxia. As long as the demands aren't too excessive, they're all agreed to. Pretty country, stick country, and little day, you wait, you must be made to pay. Prime Minister San was furious. Chinese officials are helpless at the moment. You can ask for the technology with the pretty country them, the disputed islands. But what can you want with San? Huaxia's territory they can't grab, and it would be even less reliable to ask for the opening of expanded trade. The three countries are known throughout the world for their lack of trust.